Chapter 581. Light Chaser Jia Yu instigated the Bai family to rebel, bringing a key turning point to the war. Or, the Bai family's immortals never recognized that Arthur was King Augustus, and they just followed the trend. After all, the ancestral immortals had seen how the 7 lords of natural disaster destroyed the Talon Empire, so how could they let such a disaster happen again? Even from the wise eyes of the White Fox immortal behind Bai Wei, Jisun saw some of the foresight of Talon's old ministers. After living for a long time, even if you don't know some secrets, you should be able to think of some of them. In short, the fact is that the sudden rebellion of the Bai family allowed Jisun to successfully locate the locations of the 4 moon altars, and successfully seize those secret mediums, cutting off the source of power of the 3 outer gods. This move became the most important turning point in this decisive battle. The moon goddess Arachne had accumulated so much faith power, but before she could do anything, it was stolen by someone who broke into her house. Jisun didn't know how big a trouble he had prevented. But what he knew was that he was being targeted by the moon god. Whoosh! With a sound of breaking wind, Jisun flew backwards and crushed the turret of the mechanical city with 1 foot, and then he stabilized his body. He looked at the bloody holes on his shoulders, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said self-deprecatingly, "Oh, the Chosen One is really troublesome. You can't kill him or beat him." Although he used the Undying Curse to quickly heal the wound, the traces of White Moon God power were still like a thorn in the flesh, and there was no way to get rid of it in a short time. This is the pollution of high-level laws caused by divine arts. A normal 9th-level card master could not force him into such a mess. He could only be the Chosen One blessed by the will of the outer gods. On the siege horn not far away, Queen Betty, dressed in a black dress, stood there holding a long sword condensed by moonlight, looking at Jisun coldly. A silver moon was reflected in her eyes, and the whole person exuded an indescribable mysterious aura. Here we go again. Jisun just glanced at this, and his expression was strange for a moment. Before the sudden bright moonlight shone on him, he had disappeared on the spot. When he looked again, he was already 100 meters away, panting. The turret where he was standing just now had been pierced with 7 or 8 holes by more than a dozen knight spears transformed by moonlight. This was the trouble. Whenever the moonlight shone, this woman's displacement speed and spells were all instantaneous. The continuous high-intensity teleportation also made Jisun's body a little overwhelmed. He waved his hand and said, "Princess Betty, can you let me take a breath and say a few words?" It was clearly a life-and-death battle, but there was no trace of seriousness on his face, and from beginning to end, he was smiling strangely. He spoke not to delay time, nor to admit defeat, but because he was not prepared to be beaten again. It was not that this woman's body had reached the 9th level, but was actually only the 8th level. It was that the will of the moon goddess Arachne was attached to her, and the understanding of the laws of humans and gods was not at the same level at all. Jisun's true explanation of all things: the domain can only decompose part of the moonlight, and most of the damage is real damage. Therefore, almost every encounter was a thrilling scene that could decide life or death. If it weren't for the 2 Joker cards, he would have died on the spot. Jisun was just curious about the strength of the Chosen One. Just testing the strength. Not a masochist. Now I've tried it, and got beaten up. Confirmed, I can't beat him. Queen Betty didn't say anything. She looked at Jisun's teasing expression coldly, and became inexplicably alert, glancing around. She had known Jisun for a long time, and she never got the upper hand every time. She knew very well that this guy would never fight an unprepared battle. He dared to show up, so he must have other tricks up his sleeve. Seeing that the other party did not take action, Jisun also took a breath, and then went straight to the point and shouted, "Sir, are you just watching here? Don't you want to help?" But as soon as these words came out, an awkward silence filled the air. No one responded. In the ruins of the mechanical city not far away, a guy who was vomiting blood lowered his breath even more, and at the same time complained in his heart, "I have helped so much, you guys are not going to cheat me, right?" Seeing no one respond, Jisun was helpless. He smiled awkwardly at Queen Betty. "Wait a minute, he probably didn't hear me." I shout again. There are indeed helpers. But don't count on the newly formed ally. Jisun knew that Bai Wei was lying in a corner far away pretending to be dead. Although he had been hit a little harder to make it more realistic, it was impossible for Bai Wei, who was protected by the immortals, to be unable to get up. This guy is so smart, he must know that even if they join forces, they can't beat the moon god's Chosen One, so he didn't plan to say anything. Jisun also knew this, of course. So he never expected it. Seeing that Queen Betty was about to make trouble, he hurriedly shouted again, "Sir Andre, are you interested in cooperating?" This time he called out the name directly. As soon as these words came out, Betty's pupils suddenly dilated, and she retreated violently. She had experienced the methods of the Grand Marshal of the Iris Corps in Innocent City before, and now when she heard the name, her alertness instantly became full. It's not that she hadn't thought that people from the South Continent would come to this battlefield to steal chickens, but she had never thought that the people of the Coalition could actually cooperate with the people of Iris. How could these two groups cooperate? When these words came out, even Bai Wei, who was lying dead not far away, pricked up his ears, very curious about what happened. If he hadn't been pretending to be dead and couldn't move, he would have wanted to open his eyes to see what was going on. However, the situation was that when Ji-sun said this, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Ji-sun smiled at Betty in a self-deprecating manner. Maybe my voice was too soft. Although his expression was playful, his eyes were full of confidence. It seemed that it was this confidence that changed the situation abruptly. Just when Queen Betty was unsure whether Ji-sun was deliberately stalling for time or had some trick up his sleeve, a burly figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. When this person appeared, his chiseled face turned to Ji-sun, and an unparalleled domineering aura swept the whole place. It was no one else. It was the Grand Marshal of the Iris Corps, the 9th level peak dragonborn Andre. The top warriors of the Iris Corps appeared on the battlefield. This scene shocked not only the Orlan side. Even the senior leaders of the coalition were confused. What was going on? When did we join forces with Iris? The powerful dragon power swept the whole field, adding huge uncertainty to this decisive battle. Ji-sun watched his reinforcements come out, and in Ichuan's brows relaxed, as if the pressure was much less. Andre squinted and stared at him, as if he could see through what the man in front of him was thinking. But before he could speak, Ji-sun directly expressed his thoughts. Sir Andre, how about we join forces to kill this chosen one? If you are willing to help, we can talk about the alliance afterwards. Of course, they didn't discuss it in advance. Although he guessed that the people of the Iris Corps would definitely come to this battlefield to pick up bargains, they had no contact before. Because there is no condition for cooperation at all. From the other side's perspective, it is obvious that the other side is waiting for both of you to lose and then come to pick up bargains. Why should they cooperate with you? A coalition that is likely to lose. So even though Ji-sun thought that cooperation would be of great benefit to this battle, he didn't make things difficult for himself. But it's different now. The previous negotiations lacked some bargaining chips for the other party to evaluate the strength of the allies. But now the other party has obviously seen the strength of the coalition. Whether it's mechanical technology, top combat power, the style of soldiers, the inheritance of Augustus or other things. It's no exaggeration to say that the strength shown by the coalition now is not much worse than their Iris Legion. Of course, the most important thing is potential. Even though the two sides are still a little short, this situation will definitely change in the future. This also provides a basis for equal cooperation. And since the other party has chosen to show up, it is obvious that they are willing to talk. It is better to talk at the negotiation table than to talk at the scene of interest division. This cooperation is not only about the victory or defeat of this battle, but also the future development of the old continent. Now the other party has seen the potential of the coalition and the future of mechanical technology. As long as they are not the old stubborn people with conservative ideas, it will be difficult to refuse. When Andre heard Ji-sun's words, his expression became more stern, and his gaze scrutinized Ji-sun like a scraper. Of course, he knew what cooperation was. It was mechanical technology, the inheritance of Augustus, the division of power in the old continent in the future, and even a powerful ally that might affect the turmoil of the entire plane in the future. The value of helping someone in need is not the same as adding icing on the cake. As a great marshal, he certainly knew when to make a decision to maximize benefits. There are countless lords from the southern continent who have set up their flags in the old continent. This kind of cooperation opportunity exists now, but it may not be available to their Iris Corps in the future. Since Andre came, he actually made 3 preparations. First, help the Orlan Royal Court. Second, help the coalition. And the third is not to help either side, wait for both sides to lose, and then reap the benefits. But after watching the battle until now, Andre found that his mind had gradually wavered from unswervingly choosing the third option. The Grand Marshal of Iris knew the reason for the fall of the Talon dynasty. So he felt that it was impossible to let the Moon God and the 7 Lords of Natural Disaster completely rule the East Wasteland. Otherwise, it would not only be a disaster for the East Wasteland, but a disaster for the entire plane. The Iris Legion, which established its territory at the Gold Nugget Wharf, would be the first to suffer the consequences. Although the third option seemed feasible, that was before. The fact in front of us is that no matter how strong the Orlan side or the coalition side is now, Even if both sides are defeated, it is not certain that they can win. If you don't take sides now, and just watch the battle, there will be no trouble. But this will not only create two powerful enemies, but also give up cooperation and the right to choose in the future. Of course, there is another very important reason. That is, the chosen one of the moon god in front of you is Queen Orlan. Killing her and defeating the Orlan royal court will be of great benefit to your promotion ceremony. This was the most important purpose of the expedition to the East Wilderness at the beginning. If the situation really changes, you can still withdraw. There is nothing to lose. It seems that he has been thinking for a long time, but it is just a moment. Andre snorted coldly, looked at Ji-sun, and said with a smile, "Oh, what can you give me?" Although he was bargaining, he knew in his heart that from the moment he showed up, his intuition had already made a statement for him. At his level, intuition often allows people to make accurate judgments more accurately than thinking. For some reason, his intuition told him that the guy in front of him had a feeling of danger and reliability. This choice does have the risk of gambling, but once the bet is right, the future rewards will be huge. Ji-sun grinned, looking at Andre's eyes that seemed to kill him if the conditions did not satisfy him. The arc of his mouth became more confident, and he responded calmly, everything within a reasonable range. But he didn't expect that this was the empty answer. Andre only looked at him for the last time, pondered for a moment, and then agreed, okay. He was originally a great marshal, who walked out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He didn't have the hesitation of a counselor. He only had the awareness of bearing all the consequences once he made a judgment on himself, because his intuition made him clearly perceive the potential attitude of the man in front of him, as if to say, we can win even if you don't help. Although Andre didn't know where Ji-sun's confidence came from. But the mechanical angels, weeping angels, 3 outer gods, 2 royal sacred artifacts, and a king with great potential Augustus that he had seen before all proved that this was far beyond his previous judgment. In this case, let's fight for the future. Of course, the most important thing that made Andre so decisive was that he had observed for a long time before. This guy seemed to be integrated with the phantom of the clown demon god. His strength and potential were the best he had ever seen in the 8th level. The entire conversation lasted only 3 sentences, but it sealed a covenant that would have a huge impact on the old world for many years to come. This made Princess Betty's face darken. But before she could make any move, a terrifying dragon power had already locked onto her. Princess Betty did not dare to hesitate. Her eyes flashed with silver light, and she chanted the ancient and profound sacrificial language, pointing to the indescribable god, rejoicing in the wailing of pain, rejoicing in the splashing of blood, thirsting for blood, and giving mortals fear, joy, dream, thousand-faced moon. The spell was chanted instantly, and Queen Betty's divine power suddenly soared. Divine art, the moon goddess is coming. She knew that the great moon goddess Arachne wanted to protect King Arthur. Before, she only dealt with an 8th level enemy, and did not need much divine power. But now, he had to summon the will of the moon goddess Arachne to completely descend on his body. Andre looked up and glanced at the moon, and a solemn look appeared between his eyebrows. This was much more stressful than the pressure he had in the innocent city before. Just when the Grand Marshal and Ji-sun locked their murderous intentions on Queen Betty, and the other party's attention was also on them, the bizarre reversal happened again. The power of the moon god poured into Queen Betty's body from the moon like a waterfall, and her breath became stronger and stronger, but suddenly, as if it was intercepted by someone, the infused power disappeared by 90% in an instant. You should know that this is not a spell, but a directional divine power descended by the gods to the chosen ones, which cannot be interrupted or stopped at all. But it happened. What? After Queen Betty discovered the abnormality, her face changed instantly. She suddenly thought of something, and when her eyes were wide open, damn it, by family. In a blink of an eye, she realized that several golden glowing immortals had appeared around her. It seemed as if she heard someone chanting a spell in the dark. Immortal Technique 9 Palace Gate Spider Silk Prison Lock. Immortal Technique God Conferring Pillar. The spell was completed instantly. Silver-eyed Immortal Fox, Dragon-Scaled King Snake, 3-legged Dark Bird, God-Eating Worm, the 4 great ancestors of the Bai family. It was these immortal ancestors, who had existed for an unknown period of time, who stole her divine power. This is not over yet. The shadow of the immortal family appeared, and a spider web-like barrier appeared in the sky, and several pillars engraved with mysterious totems around them also appeared. The spell that has been prepared for so long not only stole the power of the moon goddess, but also cut off Betty's connection with the moon goddess. In this way, the Princess Betty in front of him is not the chosen one who can be resurrected infinitely that Ji-sun dealt with before. And no one else can do this job. only the Bai family who inherited the Spade 10 God Thief sequence. The various methods inherited by the Bai family are to restrain the gods. In a blink of an eye, I don't know when Bai Wei, who was lying dead in the ruins of the mechanical city, suddenly jumped out alive. This guy was stared at by Queen Betty's murderous eyes, and his eyes twitched violently. He couldn't help but whispered, "Brother, I'm helping you for you, and I'm betting my life. If you can't beat me, I will definitely die." This 9 Palaces spider silk prison lock is a control magic, just like a rope to lock a beast, and he is the one who pulls the rope. Ji-sun looked at Bai Wei, who made a move at the critical moment, and grinned. Don't talk about the Bai family's position. Their vision of standing in a team is flawless, and they always choose the right team. Ah, did the Grand Marshal of Iris really agree to join forces? Also, how do I see that Mr. Ji-sun and her have not communicated before? This is too outrageous, making a decision just before the battle? What if the other party doesn't agree? Commander-in-Chief, you should know about this plan, right? I don't know either. Mr. Ji-sun is really a man of great skill and courage. He said this because he was sure that the other party would agree. But it makes sense. If Iris wants to gain a foothold in the old continent in the future, cooperating with us is indeed the best choice. That's true, but who dares to talk about cooperation at that critical moment? What if it doesn't work out? Wouldn't it be like calling out another powerful enemy? At the coalition headquarters, the coalition leaders, who were fighting fiercely, were all concentrating on the battle outside. They knew very well that the outcome of those top fighters would greatly affect the final victory of this decisive battle. Before, everyone was in ecstasy when they saw the 4-pillar altar of the moon god explode, and then, they saw Ji-sun in danger in the hands of Queen Betty, and they were all worried and wanted to help in person. However, they never expected that the turning point would come so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Ji-sun found himself a powerful ally. In the display, seeing that Ji-sun had turned the original enemy into an ally in a few words, the expressions of the senior leaders of the coalition were very strange. Even Catalina, who had been with Ji-sun day and night, was surprised and delighted. Although she had heard Ji-sun's analysis that the top leaders of Iris would definitely come, she had never expected that Ji-sun would actually bring a powerful temporary ally to the coalition on the battlefield. Looking back from the perspective of an observer, one would find out how cleverly the timing of the negotiation was chosen. Catalina's eyes were full of energy. She saw the situation more clearly than anyone else. Ji-sun's previous battle with Queen Betty seemed to be full of dangers, but in fact it was to show Andre his strength and confidence, let the other party see the potential, and be willing to take a chance, which laid the foundation for cooperation. Catalina held her breath unconsciously, and when she saw the cooperation was discussed, she breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time murmured, "It's really an adventure." Although she said this, her beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. This is the guy she knew from the beginning. However, just as the surprise of the alliance appeared on everyone's face, the unexpected scene was staged again. Look, what's going on? Why did the Bai family suddenly rebel? No way, the Bai family is the high priest of the Orlan royal court. How could they suddenly control the poison Queen Betty? Has Mr. Ji-sun also instigated the Bai family to rebel? Commander-in-Chief, is this not a secret plan you and Mr. Ji-sun discussed? Seeing the picture on the display, the morale of the coalition army was greatly boosted. Katrina listened to the excited questions of her subordinates, and a strange expression appeared on her face. If the alliance with the Iris Corps was discussed before, it was a plan that was unlikely to be achieved. Then she was really unaware of the Bai family's reversal. Seeing the 3 parties besieging Queen Betty on the screen, Catalina's eyes lit up and her tense heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. He always brings surprises to people. That familiar feeling resurfaced in her mind. It seemed that every time she went on an adventure with this guy, she would always turn danger into safety. Chapter 582. With the help of Marshal Andre, the top Dragonborn, and the control of Bai Wei and many immortals, Ji-sun dealt with Princess Betty, who had just beaten him and made him flee in embarrassment, and the situation immediately changed. After the moon god's power was isolated, this chosen one no longer had the ability to revive infinitely, and the 3 of them chased her and beat her hard. Almost all of the Orlan side were believers of the moon goddess Arachne. Seeing this change, the moon god guard corps immediately gathered to rescue. However, the Bai family was also prepared. Since it was a rebellion, of course the entire family had been prepared for a long time. As the high priests, they knew almost all the arrangements of the Orlan side. As soon as the head of the family, Bai Wei, was in power, all the people of the Bai family simultaneously created chaos and explosions inside the major mechanical cities, pinning down a large number of moon god believers, and destroying the key altars that connected those believers with the gods. Some families that were friendly with the Bai family, and those who had previously defected to Chujio also followed the riot. For a moment, the entire rear of the Orlan army was in chaos. Without external interference, Ji-sun and his 2 men focused on dealing with Queen Betty. For figures chased and blocked the battlefield like ghosts, and all kinds of magic and immortality were bombarded on the battlefield. After all, it was 1 against 3, and even the chosen ones were defeated. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds in succession. Princess Betty, who was wearing a black dress, was knocked away by Andre's punch, and her figure flew backwards rapidly. After smashing through the thick steel wall of the number 055 mechanical city, the black shadow hit the thick furnace wall of the coal-fired boiler inside, and a huge deep pit was sunken. Before she had any time to breathe, Ji-sun, who had predicted the trajectory and teleported to the boiler, punched her chest with a strange gravitational ripple, Bakwan earth rumbling. Ji-sun's Bakwan has now reached the Grandmaster level. With one punch, it seemed as if the entire space was distorted, and spiderweb-like cracks flashed into space. Queen Betty had just had her protective chi broken by Andre, and before she had time to protect herself again, she was hit by another heavy punch like lightning. Unable to hold back. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. However, before she could catch her breath, Ji-sun's fist was as sharp as a blade, and the after effect poured into her body like a volcanic eruption. Bang! Finally, she was resisted, and the punch went through her chest. Most of Ji-sun's fist disappeared into the blood hole in Queen Betty's chest, directly shattering her heart. As expected of the chosen one, she still survived even with such a serious injury. Ji-sun would not give the enemy any chance to turn the tables, and his body's energy poured violently into her. Queen Betty's internal organs were destroyed, and she knew that she had no chance of survival. She put down her hand that was still trying to release the spell, and smiled miserably. At this time, Andre and Bai Wei also rushed in. Queen Betty did not resist any more, but held on to her last breath, looking at the 3 people who joined forces, and said sarcastically, "Foolish human, do you know what killing me means?" Andre frowned at this tone, and Bai Wei also felt that something was wrong. Ji-sun seemed to have guessed what she was going to say, and said, "You are not going to say that if we kill you, Tyrant will lose control, right? Now that King Arthur still has some consciousness, the most important reason is that the power of the moon goddess balances the tyrant's pollution. Once she dies, that balance will be broken." Betty looked at him coldly, as if, "You don't understand at all," sneering without saying anything. However, when Ji-sun saw her expression, it seemed that he had just confirmed something, and said, "Or will the existence in the coffin go out of control?" Unexpectedly, when these words came out, Queen Betty was stunned, as if she was surprised why Ji-sun knew such a secret that could not be known by the world. As Ji-sun spoke, the energy infused in his fist became more intense, and he did not give the chosen one a chance to resolve her doubts, and directly ended her life. Previously, it was only deduced that the black coffin should have a great significance in the entire battle. After all, Arthur relied on this coffin to fuse the epic source card Black Spade King Tyrant from the beginning. Later, he was promoted all the way, and even now he broke through the 9th level, all relying on that mysterious coffin. Before, Nanjing's mother said that there were 4 such mysterious coffins. Ji-sun had seen the other 2, one on the neon nether train that could nourish the soul, and the other in the space coffin obtained from the Holy See in the Dead Zone. And the last one should be on the Basics' nether train with the time law in the ruins of Xiaomaicheng. It is currently known that the coffin itself should have some god-level rule power, space, time, soul and flesh. Before, Ji-sun couldn't understand why Arthur could advance to the 9th level with that coffin. Later, he learned from the light chaser Jiayu that the demon god pointed to by Black Spade King Tyrant was Titan Tyrant Eutychius, and he guessed something at that time. The coffin was most likely sealed with something related to the Titans, such as a corpse. And the things in the coffin were very likely to be closely related to the death of Nan Xinyu, the high priest at the end of Terran. However, Nanjing said that only King Oren knew what was in the coffin. It was just a guess before it was opened. The attitude of Queen Betty just now made Ji-sun basically confirm his thoughts. He knew what Betty didn't finish saying was that the thing in the coffin was sealed by the power of the moon god. If she was killed, the thing would go out of control. This was indeed a big trouble. But Ji-sun killed her without hesitation, because he saw that the moon goddess Arachne had been planning for so long, and it was probably not just as simple as wanting to condense the godhood and completely revive. All signs showed that she was more likely to go for the thing in the coffin. Although he didn't know what she was going to do, even if she didn't kill him, the moon god's plan was really successful. For Ji-sun and the others, it was just dealing with another equally difficult outer god. There was no difference. The flames of the burning coal in the boiler illuminated the different expressions of the three people. Ji-sun killed Princess Betty, who hadn't finished speaking. The blood flowed from her fist to her wrist, and then dripped to the ground. The tick-tock sound was particularly clear in this empty boiler room. Andre and Bai Wei on the side frowned slightly. They are all smart people. The few words just now, without a beginning or an end, have revealed enough information. Bai Wei didn't say much. They were old servants of Orlan. From the moment they decided to revolt, they could only follow the coalition forces to the end. But Andre is different. He has a powerful iris core. Even if he has nothing to do with the people of the East Wilderness, he is still a hegemon in the old continent. The great marshal tasted some deep meaning. Originally thought that this decisive battle was a confrontation between the two indigenous forces of the East Wilderness. Now it seems that things are far from as simple as they seem. Andre was not so polite. His intuition made him feel that he seemed to be involved in a bigger trouble, so he asked directly, "Boy, I am not your thug. Don't you think you should explain it to me?" Ji-sun also felt very embarrassed. It was not that he didn't want to say those speculations, but he couldn't say them. "Don't worry. If the marshal feels that the situation is not favorable to you, you can evacuate at any time. Even if I die, there are still people alive on the coalition side. The covenant I mentioned before is still valid." When Andre heard this, his expression eased a little. Some people just looked at it and knew that what they said was not to be doubted. Besides, the coalition and their Iris alliance were the best choices, so there was no point in playing tricks. At this point, Ji-sun said, "If you don't mind, Marshal, I may have to ask you to do something troublesome later. In exchange, you can give priority to 10% of the spoils of this war." This kind of alliance of interests is always about the exchange of interests. Andre's top combat power played a key role, so it is reasonable to exchange 1/10 of the spoils. Cooperation requires clear benefits, and the marshal's tone really improved. But he still questioned and squinted his eyes to look at Ji-sun, as if he had a kind of suspicion that he couldn't see through, and said, "Ha, the war is not over yet, and you are promising spoils?" Ji-sun was very calm, spreading his hands and said, "Yeah. Promise it first. If you can't win, you can't trouble me." Andre listened to these seemingly rogue words, and his eyes slightly shone. But he was not angry, because he heard the determination to live and die from this sentence. From the beginning, he actually saw that in this battle the so-called coalition forces are determined to fight to the death. They are all professional soldiers, and Andre likes the temperament of this kind of army. Thinking of this, he didn't say anything more. Anyway, he has chosen to stand on the side. Even if Ji-sun doesn't say it, he will not let his investment go to waste. Dead, ha, the Moon Queen is dead. Oh my god, they can actually kill the Chosen One? As soon as Queen Betty was killed, the entire coalition was in an uproar. Not only was this the highest-ranking person killed by the coalition since the war began, Queen Betty was also the chosen one of the Moon God. It can be said that she was the spokesperson for the countless believers of the East Wilderness. When she died, the morale of the Orlan side on the battlefield was not only greatly broken, but more importantly, she was the one who issued the orders for the previous war. Now that the commander was dead, Orlan's million-strong army seemed to be at a loss, and the rhythm of the attack became chaotic. Because the Bai family had stolen too much faith power, the people in the Orlan Legion did not have faith hypnosis, and they showed the fear that normal people should have, no longer fighting bravely without fear, but began to flee. At this moment, the coalition army led by Catalina also repelled another wave of enemy sieges. In the corridors around the headquarters, thousands of corpses piled up into a mountain, and blood flowed on the ground into a stream. Compared to the ecstasy of the Allied soldiers, Catalina still looked extremely deep. She looked at the image projected on the display, her eyes sparkling. But no one noticed that the remaining divinity in the corpses of the Orlan Legion was condensed invisibly. Unconsciously, in Catalina's golden eyes, a bright silver moon was reflected. The Chosen One was killed, and the Moon Goddess Legion was also severely damaged. The moon in the space flickered, and the moonlight that was like a steel needle before became obviously softer. Mysterious Worm Queen Karakta and Elemental King Lagros are the servants of the Moon Goddess Arachne. The power of the three gods is supported by the Moon Goddess altar. If one is damaged, all will be damaged. Now that the altar has been destroyed by Ji-sun, the energy has been stolen, and the people of the Bai family are constantly stealing divine power everywhere. The momentum of the three gods has already declined by half. Without the support of divine power, divine arts can no longer be released as recklessly as before. It seems that Nanjing has also achieved results. The insect tide has suddenly become chaotic and disorderly, and even a large number of high-level insects are heading back to the nest for support. Andre and Griffith joined forces to deal with the elemental King Lagros, and the advantage of the strong combination was immediately played out. At least for a long time, the two strongest people suppressed the outer god, and could not get away at all, and the elemental storm also eased. The situation on the battlefield seemed to have turned around in an instant. The morale of the coalition forces suddenly increased, and the fierce firepower drove many Orlan troops out of the defense line. Ji-sun and Bai Wei walked out of the dilapidated mechanical city, looking at the battlefield where fierce fighting was going on everywhere. Bai Wei glanced at Ji-sun beside him and asked, "Hey, can you really do it? Although the situation looks good, the immortals know a lot of things, even about the coffin." He is not so optimistic. Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly and responded, "Who knows?" Bai Wei was obviously not satisfied with the answer and rolled his eyes. "So, what are you going to do now?" Ji-sun glanced at Chu Jio and Arthur, who were confronting each other in the sky in the distance, and said, "Let's kill King Orin first." Bai Wei pursed his lips and reminded, "That's a 9th level tyrant. Once he gets out of control, no one here can suppress him." "Yeah." Ji-sun listened and said nothing. His eyes were as far away as his thoughts. He was thinking, should the mushroom head show up soon? Chu Jio and King Arthur had already fought each other, but strangely, except for some tricks they used before, they became quiet afterwards. The two were separated by a few hundred meters, and confronted each other for a long time. This scene is a bit like a chess game. Although it is a king-to-king situation, the king and queen on the chessboard are. The chess pieces basically won't move until the end. The two sides stared at each other across the fierce battlefield. But only a few people could understand that the power of the king's law between the two was fighting fiercely. Until Ji-sun suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The rules are not only changeable by Tyrant. Ji-sun's Joker Curse card can also be changed. Originally, it was a poker enchantment for the duel between the two kings, and no one could intervene. However, a clown with a weird smile on his face broke into the chessboard unscrupulously. Coincidentally, he appeared beside Chujio, standing right at the position of the king chess piece. Originally, Chujio was the protagonist, and she was the supreme ice queen. But Ji-sun's arrival was not at all inconsistent, and the two of them seemed to have instantly become allies, and one body when they stood beside him. At this moment, Ji-sun understood more deeply the description on the mark of Grey Joker when he got it, that Joker was a universal card. He fits in perfectly with any position on the playing cards. The situation changed in an instant. 2 kings versus 1 king. With strong support, the solemn expression on Chujio's face instantly relaxed, and the pressure was obviously much less. Ji-sun asked, "Are you okay?" Chujio shook her head, indicating that she was fine. But her pale lips showed that she was seriously injured. Although they both had the fate of a king and had a holy weapon of kingship, they were one level lower after all, and Chujio obviously suffered a loss in the confrontation just now. But Chujio was prepared to die. Even if she can't win, at least she can deal a heavy blow to Arthur and bring some turning points to the war. But now, because of Andre's alliance, the situation is smoother than before. Ji-sun can't watch her face the strong enemy alone. Ji-sun observed everything keenly, looked at the opposite side again, grinned, and greeted very gentlemanly, "Your Majesty Arthur, first meeting, I am Ji-sun." For a tyrant, talking nonsense is the best. As expected, Arthur on the opposite side saw this scene, and his expression became more ferocious. What made him furious was that someone actually ignored his kingly rules. It was fine that she was an illegitimate daughter born by a dancer, but now there was a little character who came out of nowhere, who was qualified to duel with him. Ji-sun stood in the position of King Chess, which made Arthur feel indescribable anger. In a rage, Arthur didn't even bother to respond, and raised his hand to release a card, Poker Game King's Reception. The picture on the back of the card was that a minister knelt respectfully under the king's throne. This is the controllability of the law of kingship. As soon as the spell was cast, it was as if the king was high above, looking down on everything. Ji-sun frowned instantly. He didn't feel the danger of this confrontation outside, but now he was in this game. He immediately sensed the murderous intentions hidden everywhere. The guy on the opposite side changed the rules again. The moment the spell was released, a strong force pressed his shoulders, forcing him to kneel down. It was as if a big hand of the chess player appeared on the chessboard and pinched the chess piece. This was an irresistible force. Ji-sun's muscles instantly bulged, and he forcibly withstood the pressure of the mountain. But because he resisted the rules, his organs could not bear the huge pressure, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chujio frowned slightly as she looked at Shiomei, and raised her hand to support Ji-sun's arm. Before she could speak with concern, Ji-sun showed a mouthful of bleeding white teeth, and said with a half-smile, "TSK, TSK. So this is how the rules work." It was the first time he had come into contact with the rules. This was a more difficult existence than facing the 9th level, because he couldn't understand it at all. However, Ji-sun was not crushed by the pressure. While refreshing his cognition, he had already gained a rare insight. Enlightenment reminded, "You have touched the power of the kingdom rules, the understanding of the universe rules +1. Arthur on the opposite side looked at the grinning Ji-sun, and felt more and more that he was despised by a lowly clown, and he was furious. "Humph. Don't overestimate your own abilities." He snorted coldly, and the black air poured into the card in his hand, trying to crush it. Ji-sun certainly couldn't withstand the frontal attack of an enemy who was 1 level stronger than him, let alone the rule spell blessed by the king's holy artifact. However, seeing the enemy getting angry, the smile on his face did not fade, but stretched to his ears. Like a magic trick, he flipped his hand, and a card appeared in his hand. On the back of the card was a picture of a minister meeting the king. With the card in hand, Ji-sun chanted the same spell, "Poker Game King's Meeting." The spell was completed instantly. Before Arthur on the opposite side could figure out what was happening, he suddenly felt his knees soften, as if a terrifying force was about to force him to kneel down. "I'm actually going to kneel." He looked at the opposite side with a look of astonishment, and saw a clown squatting on the throne, laughing at him mockingly. That was a royal destiny that was no less than his own. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Arthur was shocked and dumbfounded. He never expected that someone would use the same royal secret technique as him. Even his nominal sister couldn't do this. So why could this guy do it? This man also has the fate of a king. How is it possible? Arthur roared in his heart. He is the only king, the supreme king Augustus. How can he allow someone to challenge him one after another? At this moment, the cruelty in Arthur's heart has been detonated. He raised his hand and took out another spell card. The spell was instantly completed. Poker Game the King's 4 Knights Chariot. Outsiders could not see what happened, but Ji-sun and Chujio saw that it was as if thousands of troops appeared on the chessboard, and the 4 king's knights rode on the mighty chariots, leading their respective legions and charging fiercely. Ji-sun didn't have the blessing of the royal holy artifact, so replicating the previous spell was a great burden on his body. He was not as relaxed as Arthur. However, at this time, Chujio took action. The royal holy grail beside her flashed with light, and she also responded, "Knights protect the master." The power of the extremely cold law around her instantly condensed into 2 frost knights, and a group of phantoms, rushing towards the enemy knights in the distance. However, it was obvious that Chujio's means were much worse. She only had 2 guardian knights, and 2 against 4, and they were instantly dispersed. Fortunately, although the frost knight was dispersed, the enemy's means were also dispersed. When it came to Ji-sun, it was like being hit in the chest by a muffled hammer. Although his lungs were almost blown up, fortunately, he did not die on the spot. He was seriously injured twice in 2 consecutive encounters. Before Ji-sun had finished slurping the blood in his mouth, he spit out another mouthful. Only then did he realize how much pressure Chujio had resisted for so long. However, Ji-sun did not feel any fear of death passing by, but his blood became excited. "It has been a long time since I have faced such an opponent who made me feel the threat of death. Even when I faced Moon Queen Betty before, I didn't have any real sense of crisis from beginning to end. Although it was dangerous, because he was sure that Andre would intervene, Ji-sun had no real sense of crisis from beginning to end. And at this moment, he could die at any time. Ji-sun knew that countless people were watching him, and the strange smile on his face was as brilliant as a performance under the spotlight. At this moment, he was the protagonist on the stage, and Chujio was his performance partner. As Ji-sun took a breath, the card in his hand changed again, and he whispered, "Poker Game the King's 4 Knights Chariot." In an instant, the same 4 knights charged towards Arthur on the opposite side. Chapter 583. You have glimpsed the secret of the kingship in the battle. Kingship Law Affinity +11. You have realized the secret of the rule change in the battle. Tyrant Professional Ability Perception +4. The fierce battle continues, and the enlightenment is constantly refreshing. Ji-sun's intervention also makes this duel between kings more variable. The 2 Joker spell cards and his excellent understanding of the full system of card masters make up for the gap in rank with the opponent. Gray Joker copy the opponent's spell, Color Joker tamper with the rules, and the kingship spells and secrets obtained from Chujio during this period, which outsiders can never touch. After all, it was a fight that was fought back and forth. And Ji-sun's super strong comprehension ability also made him understand the secret of rules more clearly in this fierce battle between life and death. Royal Power Rules. It is probably the most intuitive rule power that humans below the god level can touch in the universe. The first contact. It also made Ji-sun clearly see the powerful and special power of rules for the first time. In his eyes, the war was now completely manifested as a fierce chess game. The chessboard is the battlefield. The rules are the grids on the chessboard. The king, queen, bishop, castle, knight, and soldier can all be regarded as chess pieces in the rules of the universe. Each chess piece has its own ability, and it is also a rule that they cannot escape. King versus king, soldier versus soldier, each follows the big rules of war. Seeing the mystery of the rules has made Ji-sun sublime it to another level without realizing it. However, even if Ji-sun and Chu-jio join forces, they still do not have much advantage in the confrontation with Arthur. I have to admit that the foundation of the Augustus royal family is too deep. Even though Arthur took shortcuts to enter the 9th level, his foundation is a little superficial. But with the support of those super strong foundations, his strength is stronger than that of ordinary 9th level people. The two sides fought fiercely in the rule barrier of the meeting of the two kings, and there was no sign of a winner for a while. On the other side, the coalition forces and the Orlan Legion are still fighting fiercely. The rebellion of the Bai family brought a huge variable to the war. The rebel army led by the Bai family controlled the mechanical city. They controlled and bombarded other mechanical cities. The backyard of Orlan was on fire, and the million-strong army was divided into countless pieces. The fierce battle was no longer limited to the Jilin defense line, but the entire battlefield was ignited by war. This also brought the coalition forces a crucial breathing time. On the battlefield, the battle of the top masters continued. Under the siege of Griffith and Andre, two 9th-level masters, the elemental King Lagros was completely unable to withdraw and affect the battlefield. The swarm of insects controlled by the mysterious insect Queen Karakta also became chaotic, and it seemed that the queen was also under great threat. Just as the battle outside was extremely fierce, a mysterious man wearing a golden cloak quietly sneaked into the interior of the number 001 mechanical city. This is the temporary palace of King Arthur of Oran, and also the headquarters of the war. In the mechanical city, the forces of the Bai family and the people of Oran were still fighting fiercely. The bombs prepared in advance blew up the power boiler from the inside, destroying the defense band of the entire city. This also gave the invaders an opportunity. The cloaked man walked into the core area of the mechanical city, as if no one was there. It was none other than Jiayu, the leader of the Illuminati Hermitage. The two spell clay jars used for sealing were crucial for the Orlan royal court to control the two outer gods. Similarly, this was also something the coalition forces had to get rid of the two outer gods. The Bai family's intelligence and authority allowed Jiayu to know the exact location of the two jars, and he went straight to a secret room deep in the mechanical city. There is an alloy door here that requires identity authentication. The password to open the door is known by no more than 3 people in the entire Oran royal court. High Priest Bai family just knew it. After all, the restrictions that control the outer gods were almost all set up by their god-stealer family. While Jiayu entered the password, he muttered something, 88544610. Thanks to the Bai family's easy-to-talk people, this saves a lot of trouble. The Bai family caught the Oran side off guard, and there was no time to modify the restriction password. The password was successfully entered. With a click, the alloy door opened. This was a treasure house, which contained various high-level relics and royal inheritance treasures, such as the king's scepter. Jiayu only glanced at them, without even looking at the treasures, and walked straight to a corner of the secret room. He seemed to know that there was an illusion restriction there. He took 2 steps, and the card in his hand lit up with a spiritual light. He murmured, "Solve." He looked again, and the illusory light and shadow disappeared. In this small secret room, there appeared a small altar for the moon god with 2 quaint pottery jars. Although King Arthur of Oran and the moon goddess Arachne wanted to steal the power of the 2 foreign gods for their own use, they also knew that they could not control it at all if they released it completely. So the 2 jars were only partially unsealed at present. Jiayu looked at the jar in front of him, smacked his lips, and said to himself, "It's easy to get in. However, it shouldn't be so easy to get it like this." Under the mask, there was a pair of deep and extremely wise eyes. Before he finished speaking, what he said came true. He just stretched out his hand to touch the 2 jars, and the soft moonlight on the altar flashed, and a beautiful woman appeared in front of him out of thin air. The human body and spider body, it was the true form of the moon goddess Arachne. When the moon goddess appeared, her beautiful eyes seemed to hide the ultimate joy and charm in the world. She looked at the cloaked man in front of her, but snorted coldly, "You are quite courageous." This voice seemed to have a magical power. It sounded like a warning, but it made people feel gentle and soothed. Jiayu knew that the other party had already released his means when they met, but he still looked up without hesitation. Through the mask, he looked at the spider-bodied woman in front of him and chuckled, "You came just in time. I was going to get rid of you too." The tone was very calm, not affected by the charm at all. Arachne saw the mask and obviously recognized the identity of the person who came. She was instantly alert. "Oh really?" Seeing the attitude of the moon goddess, Jiayu suddenly said something inexplicable. "It seems that you don't know anything." "Oh, that's right. Those two masters left some tricks behind." As he spoke, he seemed to have figured out some conjectures, and murmured, 3,000 years ago, Master Nan and my predecessors in the Illuminati were able to seal you. Although I am far inferior to them, I have learned some tricks." While speaking, he did it without hesitation. The mysterious pattern on his mask suddenly lit up and formed a magic spiral. 3,000 years ago, since the Terran dynasty dared to take the initiative to let Queen of Plum Blossom Q Moon lose control of her divinity and revive the moon goddess, they must have prepared means to restrain her. The Light Chasers just happened to inherit those top-secret methods. Arachne obviously lost some key memories, as Jiayu said. She saw the strange magic spiral light up on the mask, and her face changed. Because he found that his divine power was actually sucked into the spiral, and he couldn't stop it at all. Damn it! Arachne also understood something instantly. This was the method left by those guys back then. Memory was targeted, and he didn't know what it was. But even if the divine power was suppressed and absorbed, he was definitely not something that a human could control now. Although the Chosen One was killed and his will was affected, it was not as bad as imagined. Even though the moon god altar specially prepared for the war was destroyed, his strength was not damaged much. Because the source of his divine power has always been the countless silver moon believers in the East Wilderness. As long as the believers are there, he will exist forever. The moon goddess Arachne will not sit idly by and wait for death. The divine spell was instantly cast, Divine Realm Infinite Dream of the Moon God. Jiayu tilted his head, and saw that the surrounding environment had changed into a hellish scene with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The resentment of millions of lives sacrificed on the battlefield before, now rushed in like a torrent. The mushroom-headed man only took a glance, and his thoughts were hurt by the mental pollution, and he was embarrassed. "Hey, we still have to fight hard." Facing the will of the moon goddess Arachne, even if the ancestors of the Light Chaser left a means of restraint, Jiayu had to fight with all his strength. The two sides fought fiercely in the illusion world. The situation looked very good. However, just when Jiayu was concentrating on dealing with the moon god, an accident happened. Without warning, he looked down suddenly, and saw a bloody hole in his chest. A hand came out. It was as if the hand had pierced through the canvas and pierced the person in the painting. This was a method beyond cognition. Arachne on the opposite side was also shocked, because this was not his method. The shock in the eyes of the moon god was no less than that of Jiayu, because he knew better than anyone that this hand that suddenly appeared was a kind of high-level divine power. In an instant, the divine domain was broken, and Arachne also saw this third person who appeared out of thin air. A naked blonde boy with golden divine patterns on his skin. Although he looked young, behind him was a golden giant god with terrifying power. The supreme god Titan appeared in hatred and disgust. At this moment, Arachne seemed to have awakened some sealed memory, and recognized the identity of this shadow at a glance. This third person. Although his body looked young, his black gold eyes shone with an ancient aura that seemed to have existed for billions of years. Even when facing an old god like the moon god, who had surpassed the human category, he still looked down on the lower creatures with contempt. "I originally thought that you guys could let them absorb more divine power, but it seems that this is the limit. Hey, this place in the East Desert has remained barren for hundreds of thousands of years." Them? Two foreign gods. Jiayu didn't see who was attacking him from behind. The fatal wound in his chest instantly destroyed all his vitality, and made him unable to turn back. In his blurred consciousness, there was a hint of relief in the miserable smile on his face, and he thought, is it true that a being that does not exist in history has appeared? He knew that if the content he interpreted from the stone tablet was correct, then the actions he exposed in advance that touched the secrets of that period of history that could not be touched might be noticed and erased. Now he tried it. Sure enough, the deduction became a fact. However, it was enough. By lighting the way for others, the people behind him would not have to face the darkness in front of them like himself. Jiayu did not struggle. Before he lost consciousness, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he thought of the inheritance of the Light Chaser lineage. Before dawn comes, someone must illuminate the darkness. No one knows what happened in the 001 mechanical city. But the outside world has changed dramatically. Because the moon in the sky suddenly disappeared. This was a bigger reaction than when the Moon Queen Betty was killed before. The moon disappeared, and the millions of Orlan troops who relied on faith to connect completely lost control. Without the group mental illusion hypnosis of moonlight, the soldiers who had just fought desperately seemed to wake up from a nightmare. The soldiers looked at the battlefield full of corpses and blood. The wear of the stimulant immediately aroused the instinctive fear deep in their souls. The soldiers were defeated like a broken dam. At the same time, the two outer gods, the mysterious insect mother Karakta and the elemental king Lagros, disappeared. The insect tide had been very agitated before, but it was still attacking the Jylin defense line. However, in an instant, they seemed to feel some threat and drilled into the ground like a tide. On the other side, Griffith and Andre were fighting Lagros together. As the fight went on, the elemental face in the sky disappeared. Not only did the consciousness disappear, but even the elemental power collapsed. This made the two 9th level masters look confused. They all looked at the two kings who were dueling. After watching for a long time, they didn't notice which link had gone wrong. And dozens of kilometers underground, in a messy insect nest, Nanjing, who was guarded by a dozen top-level spiritual creatures, looked at the queen insect corpse that was easily killed by him, and a trace of thought appeared in his crystal eyes, muttering to himself, "Has it appeared?" Except for a few senior members of the coalition, who were puzzled as to why such a change had occurred. No one else thought much about it. They only saw the defeat of the outer gods, and thought that the senior members' ingenious plan had succeeded. Everyone was excited. The coalition soldiers, with high morale, launched a counterattack against the tide of the Orlan Legion's fleeing soldiers. From this moment on, the war had completely reached a turning point. At this moment, Ji-sun and Chujio, who were still fighting with King Arthur, of course, also discovered this major change. Ji-sun was suddenly stunned inside in his heart. Is it true? This situation looks very good, but in his eyes, it may not be a good thing. The aura of the three outer gods suddenly disappeared. The result of normal logic can only be that the Illuminati hermitage sealed the moon god and the two outer gods. If the mushroom head hadn't come to him and said those words before, Ji-sun would have felt the same way. But now, he knows another possibility. It is also the worst possibility. However, Ji-sun didn't feel much of a sense of crisis. Death has never been the most important issue for him. Instead, he thought of that mushroom-headed guy. Every person you meet in your life, in fact, some inadvertently, many of them are already the last time you meet in your life. Ji-sun's eyes lightened slightly, and he murmured in his heart, "Is Jia-yu dead?" The mushroom-headed guy died several times before. But he was resurrected all the time. Only this time, Ji-sun had a premonition that he didn't want to come true. This time the guy might really die. The light chaser and the high priest Nanshinyu didn't escape. How could that guy survive? A thought flashed through his mind, and Ji-sun felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation in his heart, as if there was a black hand covering the entire card master plane, suffocating him. It was just a guess before. Now I see it. Someone held a lamp to illuminate the darkness on the road ahead. In the moment of light and shadow, he saw the man-eating demon. Chujio, who was beside him, looked at Ji-sun's thoughtful eyes, and a trace of thought also appeared in her crystal eyes. She didn't say much, just said, "That guy is going to be completely deformed." Ji-sun turned his thoughts back, and looked at Arthur across from him. The disappearance of the three gods was a great boon to the coalition, but for King Orlan, he had already lost all chances of winning. From the very beginning, he relied on the Silver Moon sect to rule the East Wasteland in a very short time. It can be said that his biggest support to stand at the top of the pyramid of power was the Moon Queen. Now that the moon goddess Arachne disappeared, it was like the queen chess pieces next to the king chess pieces were killed by the enemy. This decisive battle has now become a game of stalemate. On the chessboard, the only person left was the king who was killed by his opponent. No! 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 I am the great King Augustus. How could I lose? The tyrant pollution in his body was completely out of control. Arthur roared, and black flames came out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. At this moment, he had lost control of the rules of royal power. Without the constraints of the royal law, the terrifying power of the tyrant pollution quickly backfired on Arthur's body. Before the terrifying power was released, the clown shadow behind Ji-sun grinned from ear to ear, as if the ultimate form of the devil had appeared. It was a mockery of the kingship, a disdain for death, and a mockery of greed. The epiphany poured in like a tide, and Ji-sun's mind flashed with a flash of inspiration. His eyes seemed to see the lines on the chessboard clearly, and he also saw a road he had never seen before. He pulled Chujio and shouted softly, "Follow me." In this duel, for the first time, the two did not move along the lines on the chessboard, nor did they follow the rule that the two kings could not cross the boundary, and jumped up. At this moment, Chujio also instantly felt the joy of breaking free from the constraints of some cosmic rules. As her face showed surprise, the power of the holy grail of kingship poured into her body, and an ice crystal sword appeared in her hand, piercing Arthur, who was burning in the blazing black fire. This was a life-threatening blow she had prepared long ago. The sword pierced through the skull from the center of the eyebrows. Poker game tyrant advocates. The moment the sword pierced, Ji-sun clearly felt that Chujio's kingship fate had skyrocketed like a blowout. Chapter 584. King Arthur was killed, and the war ended abruptly. The tyrant abdicated, which was the only way for the coalition to win this decisive battle in Ji-sun's deduction. However, although the result was the same as expected, the process was somewhat different. Before the battle, Ji-sun was not sure what methods Arthur had, so in the deduction, Chujio wanted to kill Arthur, which was difficult and even cost his life. The key is still the secret operation of Jiayu, the light chaser, to deal with the spell pot of the two foreign gods. Although the Bai family helped, the process would not be so smooth. He would be stopped by the moon goddess Arachne, and then a fierce battle would take place. The mushroom-headed man would probably summon other members of the Illuminati, and seal them with ancient secrets. This was originally a tough battle to test the strength of both sides. Just like the blood mist coup that destroyed the Orlan royal court 200 years ago, the Illuminati might suffer heavy losses. It was hard to say how many people would survive in the end. It was even hard to say whether the seal could be successful. But now the result is. Everything went smoothly. It seemed that the best expected result was achieved with the least cost. Everyone on the coalition side fell into the ecstasy of victory in the battle. But Ji-sun was not so optimistic. Because Mushroom Head was really dead. That guy left a message with his death. The existence that really caused the discontinuation of Talon civilization really existed. Maybe it was the plain monitor left by Emperor Lanlingster on the Forbidden Ruin stele, or maybe not. The truth is no longer known. No one knows what happened. Jiayu cleverly tied all the clues to himself. That existence seems not to want to be exposed in advance, which also ensures the safety of others. Especially Ji-sun, who can guess the truth. But he knows that Jiayu must have left some clues. This clue is now hidden, and it may take time to decipher it. King Arthur of Orin was beheaded in public, and Chujio became the only King Augustus. She took off the holy relic of the kingship crown of thorns from Arthur's body, which symbolized the inheritance of the throne of Orin, and her kingship fate soared to the extreme. King Arthur was dead, and the moon goddess disappeared. Even though Orin had many elite troops and still had fighting power, they didn't know who they were fighting for, and no one commanded how to fight. Millions of troops were defeated. The remaining soldiers of the coalition rushed out of the bunker and began to counterattack. Without much resistance, they captured a large number of prisoners of war, and everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Marshal Andre did not prioritize his spoils, but said hello to Ji-sun and left directly. Although the Iris Corps had some arrangements in secret, they did not launch them after all. The losses of the coalition forces were much smaller than expected. Even if both sides were defeated, Andre knew that there was no chance to eat. Moreover, he had no good way to deal with the current mess in Dongwang. The three outer gods did disappear inexplicably, but the Silver Moon believers were still everywhere. If there was a conflict with the coalition forces, no matter what the result would be, it would be more troublesome. As an ally, they can see the best choice. Not long after, Nanjing also returned from the insect nest. Although Chujio didn't care about those red tape, he was King Augustus after all, so some grand ceremonies were still needed. In the ruined 001 mechanical city, people simply cleaned up the corpses and bloodstains on the mechanical city and welcomed the new king to the throne. Chujio slowly walked on the red carpet and stepped onto the throne that had been passed down in the Orin royal court for more than 2,000 years. And the high priest Nanjing personally held the coronation ceremony and put the crown of thorns, which symbolized the orthodoxy of the Orin royal power, on her head. From the moment he wore the crown, Chujio became the only legitimate King Augustus. On the battlefield where the smoke had not yet dissipated, salutes were fired and the coalition forces cheered. On the turret at the edge of the mechanical city, a figure stood on the thick gun barrel, looking at Chujio, who ascended the throne, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Ji-sun did not like those cumbersome court etiquette, but just enjoyed the performance process. Now that the performance is over and a new play is on, he prefers to be in a corner where the spotlight cannot reach, watching the actors and audience on the stage. This coronation ceremony is not only symbolic, but also has a transcendental meaning. Ji-sun's eyes reflected the lively and jubilant celebration. Layers of golden ripples lingered on Chujio, who wore the crown. That was the concrete royal power. Before, her royal power was silver, but now it was as bright as gold. At this moment, Chujio's divine power, visible to the naked eye, became extremely powerful. It's getting stronger again. The promotion ceremony of the royal power is really magical. Ji-sun murmured. He was filled with emotion. The fate of the king was really special. Just by ascending the throne and being crowned, the card master could be promoted. Similarly, Ji-sun also found that he seemed to be blessed by an invisible luck, and his soul fell into a very magical state. Not only him, but the fate of everyone present seemed to be clear. Ji-sun pondered for a moment, and then guessed that it should be because of the secret book of imperial canonization. At this moment, the fate of all the canonized people was greatly improved with the ascension of the new King Chujio. It was like riding on a huge chariot, being carried forward by the chariot. Coincidentally, Ji-sun saw Chujio's gentle eyes from a distance of several hundred meters. There was gratitude in that look, the joy of sharing with friends, the relief of revenge, and the expectation for the future. The tacit understanding between the two needs no further explanation. From the initial acquaintance in the 407 Abnormal Biology Research Institute space in Devil's Cross to the current throne, the two have experienced many things together. It can be said that without Ji-sun, there would be no Chujio today, and without Chujio, there would be no Ji-sun today. They are the most tacit partners and the closest friends. Ji-sun responded with a slight smile and a nod, which was the most tacit words between friends. Chujio understood and nodded in this direction. The coronation ceremony is still going on. This is a carnival for the victors. Ji-sun sat cross-legged on the barrel of the gun, which was still slightly hot, holding his chin with one hand, while watching the ceremony in the distance. In his other hand, the black card he was playing with was spinning like a windmill. This was the bloody card of Dictator analyzed from Arthur's body. The card used by the Orlon royal family was of course the best, and it was also the original template. Because the fusion time was not long enough, the card could be used directly without adding any materials. And it can be said that this was the strongest professional card Ji-sun had ever seen. It was so powerful that he felt it was outrageous when he saw the attributes. The most important entry is that it allows the Tyrant fusion to control the power of rules in the human category. Ji-sun's Joker mark is highly compatible with the 52 sequences, and the Tyrant sequence is of course also possible. However, there is a very special condition in the Dictator fusion, which is that it requires a very strong royal power fate. There is no data on the fate, so you can only rely on your feelings. When Ji-sun got the card before, he obviously felt that he was still a little short of it. It was like riding a giant dragon. His intuition told him that he couldn't control it. It's not just about strength, but also about fate. It's a conflict of high fate that low-level creatures can't control. Arthur had the Moon Queen, the Black Coffin, and sacrificed 1 million people to merge. Ji-sun didn't think he could merge in his lifetime. Just when he felt sorry for missing such a powerful career card, the surprise came suddenly. At that moment just now, after Chujio wore the crown and ascended the throne, Ji-sun had a very strong feeling that this dictator actually had a sense of fit. Ji-sun's eyes reflected the brilliant light and shadow of the salute. He pondered and muttered, I wonder why my royal power has become so strong. It stands to reason that Chujio was the one who ascended the throne, so it is natural that her power has skyrocketed. However, I have no interest in royal power and there is no ceremony, so why did it also skyrocket? And it doesn't make sense. This is a 9th level professional card. My current realm should be far from the level of integration. How can I have the feeling of? I can integrate. Feeling? Is it an illusion? Just as he frowned and thought, a gentle voice sounded behind him. Isn't it strange that your fate has changed a lot? Fate is the same as Shui. Low-level card masters cannot fully understand the mysterious power, but top-level card masters can already clearly sense the changes. This is the law of fate. Ji-sun looked back and saw that the beautiful woman in a black dress behind him was Griffith. Ji-sun stood up and wanted to stand up. Griffith looked at his puzzled expression and motioned him not to be polite. At the same time, he explained, actually, I don't like crowds very much. Ji-sun tilted his head. Oh. Griffith always gives people an extreme elegance, even when she smoothed her skirt and sat beside Ji-sun, watching the new king ascend the throne in the distance. The topic returned to the previous question. Your fate and His Majesty Chujio have been entangled for a long time. Ji-sun actually thought of this possibility. Only this statement can explain why his royal fate has also skyrocketed. Griffith smiled gently and explained, the Joker mark was left by Emperor Lanlingster, and Diamond Q White Queen is also the royal mark that has been passed down by the Augustus family for more than 100,000 years. So it's not surprising that there are fateful entanglements. The law of fate often involves specific objects, affecting those who touch them for countless years in the future. Yeah. Ji-sun also nodded. He seemed to see the cause and effect of hundreds of thousands of years ago. Griffith didn't say much on this topic, and said, this time it's all thanks to you. I was worried that His Majesty would be in danger before. I didn't expect you to be able to intervene in the duel of the two kings. I didn't know before. Ji-sun shrugged and laughed at himself. Later, when I looked at Arthur's rules, I suddenly found that I could get in, so I helped a little. This was something he had not deduced beforehand. Originally, Chujio could only rely on himself in this duel between the kings of the team, and no one else could help. Unexpectedly, he actually entered the barrier by chance. Now thinking back, it seems that he saw some loopholes in the rules of the tyrant's ability, and then it was like this. However, when Griffith heard this, the curved corners of his eyes suppressed the brilliant light in his eyes, and said, you may not realize what extraordinary things you have realized. Others could not understand why Ji-sun could intervene in the duel between the two kings, but a card master of her level could understand it a little. Ji-sun cast a curious and puzzled look. Griffith glanced at him with a meaningful smile in his eyes. Have you found that after the king's fate is improved, you feel that this 9th level professional card does not seem difficult to integrate? Ji-sun was reminded by this, and suddenly thought of something. Before he could speak, Griffith had already said, in theory, from the 8th level to the 9th level, you need to comprehend the mystery of the Holy Realm to ensure that the extraordinary power of your own control is not distorted during the advancement, but you have not encountered that bottleneck now. The 9th level of transcendence is actually reaching the peak of human ability in a certain field. For example, Griffith's painting Saint reached the peak of human ability in art. After that, it is the power of God. So I have entered the Holy Realm? Ji-sun himself couldn't believe it, because he didn't. Hearing this, Griffith sneered and shook his head. No. You have realized something higher than the Holy Realm. This is why you and His Majesty were able to break through the rules set by the tyrant and kill the enemy before. After a pause, she explained in detail, the essence of the Holy Realm is the highest level of the card master's control over his own understanding of the law. And the Holy Domain is the manifestation of the ability to control the law within the scope of the control power. In fact, it is the prototype of the power of rules. So you understand, what you comprehended before was the tyrant's ability to change the rules. Ji-sun really understood this explanation. He felt a little incredible. Griffith also felt incredible, with memories flashing in his eyes, and said with a little self-mockery, I comprehended the Holy Domain back then, but it was a great opportunity that allowed me to cross that threshold. And you have jumped over this threshold. As she spoke, she tilted her head to look at Ji-sun, with a feeling of great surprise. Maybe it's the special Joker mark, or it may be the blessing of the secret book of imperial canonization, or it may be the fate of His Majesty Chujio. After counting them in detail, it is really a gathering of many great opportunities. Griffith suddenly felt relieved again. I see. Ji-sun now knew what she meant when she said that she had realized something incredible. In other words, after this war, I somehow broke through the 9th level. The battle rhythm was too tight before, so I didn't think about it carefully. Looking back now, Ji-sun realized that he really gained a lot. Griffith said, looking at Chujio on the throne in the distance, and finally teased, Crown of Thorns, it is a tyrant's exclusive royal sacred weapon, which will help you deepen this super-level perception. I think His Majesty should not mind you wearing her crown. Is that so? Hearing this, Ji-sun also raised his eyebrows, and looked at Chujio in the distance. This old friend certainly wouldn't mind. I thought I would try it when she was free. The coronation ceremony was kept as simple as possible, and was completed quickly. The next step was to thoroughly clean up the battlefield and deal with the power vacuum in the East Wilderness after the collapse of the Orin royal court. With the support of Rennie, Rick, and the old Orin ministers, who had surrendered before, many of the old Orin ministers, who had been loyal to Arthur before, were also willing to surrender and swear allegiance. With the cooperation of these surrendered ministers, the subsequent battlefield cleaning was also unusually smooth. Chujio and Nanjing were both kings and high priests, and they had to deal with a lot of government affairs, so they were too busy to spare time. Ji-sun was not in a hurry to disturb them. The battle was over, and everyone else had things to do, but he, a non-staff member, was free again. Thinking that there was nothing to do, Ji-sun went to the treasure house of the Orin royal family, wanting to see what was recorded in those palace secrets, and also to pick some spoils of war. Although Marshal Andre left generously, Ji-sun could not break his promise, and he had to send a batch of good things. Moreover, the Iris Corps is the strongest ally of the future coalition forces, and many cooperation needs to be planned now. In the royal treasury where treasures are piled up like mountains, Ji-sun is alone in picking and looking. After all, the Orlan Royal Court is the most critical successor of the Talon Empire, and there are indeed many good things. However, Ji-sun's current rank does not require much relics, but those books that record history are more interesting to him. Hey Nan family, by family, His Majesty's 4 knights. It turns out that these Orlan old ministers have so many secrets. TSK, 9 sons fighting for the throne? 800 years ago, the Orlan royal family also had a coup d'état in which brothers killed each other. It turns out that the blood-mist coup d'état 200 years ago was so fierce. The 13 knights of the Illuminati have very special abilities. The classics record the history of the Orlan royal court ruling the eastern wasteland for nearly 2,000 years. Ji-sun also saw many interesting events from those dusty histories. Those classics filled in almost all the missing parts of his puzzle of eastern wasteland history. From the clues in history, Ji-sun also deduced more. Erase traces. After reading this, he was immersed in various classics. However, not long after, a beautiful figure walked into the treasure house. There are not many people who can enter here now, and the Allied Commander-in-Chief Catalina is one of them. Ji-sun looked back and saw Catalina, who was wearing a white military uniform and looked heroic, walked in. I said I didn't see you at the coronation ceremony. It turns out that you hid here. Ji-sun smiled. Are you done? Catalina sat next to Ji-sun, and her brows could not hide her fatigue. It's still early. It will take at least several days to clean up the battlefield, and there will be more things to do after taking over the mess left by the original Orlan regime. After all, she had been fighting for so long, and the highly concentrated command also made her exhausted. She sat in Ji-sun's arms intimately as usual, and said with a little pride, I finally took some time to rest, so I came to see you. As she spoke, a charming moonlight flashed in her eyes that others could not see. Ji-sun seemed to be unaware, looking at Catalina's beautiful face. Why do I feel that Miss Carter is particularly beautiful today? Really? Katarina's eyes were seductive. She would not shy away from any intimate actions now, but teased with full of hints. Do you feel special in a military uniform? Ji-sun dragged the tight buttocks with both hands and tasted them. Yeah. Katarina was not shy at all, and felt the vitality, and said coquettishly, Hey, this is the palace, you should restrain yourself. Although she said so, she did not stop him at all. She let the big hand reach into her clothes. There was no third person here, and suddenly the atmosphere became ambiguous. Soon, the military uniforms fell to the ground, and under the faint blue light of the magic lamp, Katarina's snow-white skin revealed a unique warm jade texture. Katarina, with her blonde hair in disarray, was full of charm, and her waves were swaying. And the moonlight in Ji-sun's eyes became more and more intense. It was a beautiful spring scene, but suddenly Ji-sun said something strange. Well, actually, I would cooperate with you even without the Silver Moon secret technique. Katarina. Hearing this, the charming look on her face suddenly froze. She realized something and her face suddenly changed. You. Ji-sun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and did not forget to tease, well, the experience is good. Sir Arachne. Although it is Katarina's body, the consciousness in the body at this moment is the real body of the Moon God. After playing for so long, the Moon Queen finally took the bait. Chapter 585. Although this decisive battle ended with the death of King Arthur of Oran. But the chaos in the East Wasteland is far from over. Especially the Silver Moon faith that has almost polluted the entire East Wasteland. Even if Chujio ascended the throne, it would be impossible to clean up the countless Silver Moon believers in the East Wasteland. But in fact, faith and royal power are not in conflict. It just needs guidance. Without the instigation of the Moon God, these believers in the East Wasteland will continue to live and work under their original life trajectory and be their own subjects in peace. It's just that as time goes by, faith gathers, and the next Moon God will inevitably appear, so we have to prepare in advance. Originally, as long as the believers are still there, this is an unsolvable problem. But when the predecessors of the Talon Empire thought of using faith to fight against the 7 lords of natural disaster, they had already considered how to solve this problem. The method is to seal it again with the Devil's Mark. The High Priest Nanshinyu hid the source card of Plum Blossom Q Moon Queen in the underworld, and Nanjing took it back before. The Demon Mark needs a carrier, and the Allied Commander-in-Chief Katarina is the best choice. Ji-sun and his team had been planning for a long time, waiting for this opportunity. Ji-sun had lured Queen Betty, the chosen one of the Moon Goddess, to death before, and was actually already implementing the plan. Only by killing the chosen one, the moon goddess would take the initiative to choose a new one. This is the ideal state of the plan, and it will definitely not be so smooth when it is really implemented. Although the moon goddess Arachne has had her relevant cognitive memories erased, she now has hundreds of millions of believers, so it is not so easy to be tricked. Originally, Ji-sun thought that even if the coalition won, the moon god's caution would slowly corrupt the commander-in-chief Katarina after a long time, and then achieve the goal. It would not even be the only option. But in fact, although the existence that killed Jia Yu brought huge hidden dangers, it also helped Ji-sun and his team a lot. When that existence took away the two cursed pottery jars, it also forcibly seized the little divine power that the moon goddess Arachne had finally gathered. This also caused Arachne's consciousness to be on the verge of collapse, and she had to start the chosen plan in advance. This led to the current situation. It is true that the moon goddess Arachne is an old god, but she is different from the 7 lords of the Scourge. Queen of the Moon, Plum Blossom Q, the sequence needs the attachment of the king to gather the power efficiently. Just like how she attached herself to King Arthur before. So her best choice is to attach herself to someone with the fate of the king. Catalina is the commander-in-chief of the allied forces, but she is still a little short. At least, she didn't have control over the East Wasteland. So the best choice is Chujio, the new king who ascended the throne. But Chujio is not so easy to approach, and there is the high priest Nanjing beside him. So if the moon goddess Arachne wants to achieve her goal, she needs to find a middleman. Ji-sun became her springboard. Then, there was the erotic seduction scene just now. Probably she wanted to pollute Ji-sun as soon as possible, and then through him, pollute Chujio. But because Ji-sun and the others were well prepared, this plan was doomed to fail. The moon goddess Arachne is the lord of dreams and pleasure. It must be said that the experience is really great under the blessing of the pleasure charm. Ji-sun revealed his identity, and confirmed some conjectures. This moon goddess only has a part of the remnant, and he does not know the arrangements of the 3,000 years of southern god reign. He even lost the memory of being severely damaged by that existence. This also made Ji-sun and his plan go more smoothly than expected. While revealing the identity of the moon goddess, the two of them maintained an intimate posture. Ji-sun looked at Katarina in front of him with a face full of joking, ready for battle. Since he dared to speak, it means that the plan has reached a level that will not fail. The close contact just now has activated the Queen of Plum's mark in Katarina's body, and the seal is irreversible. Arachne obviously also realized this. As a moon god who once condensed the godhood, it did not have unnecessary fear and panic. Katarina's graceful figure only paused for a moment, and then continued to sway as if nothing had happened. He did not beg, nor did he struggle in vain. Instead, he responded charmingly, "I feel good too. It's a pity that there will be no chance in the future." The air was filled with an intoxicating pink fragrance, which was a charming enjoyment that soothed the soul. He made the best choice. At this time, the only chance was to persuade Ji-sun to rebel. Ji-sun certainly understood. He was also very alert. But just this glance immediately gave him a strong desire to indulge in this extreme pleasure forever, making him feel as if he was willing to give everything for this bone-eroding feeling. As the soft waves swayed passionately, the pleasure brought by the joy was like a tide, one wave higher than the other, impacting the belief held in his mind. In terms of the dual enjoyment of spirit and body brought to him by joy, it is irreplaceable. Even in Ji-sun's current state, some thoughts of willing to fall are eager to try. You can imagine how powerful it is. Arachne looked at the blurred eyes, and said in a soft voice, "Do you think that believing in becoming a god is cruel, such as the previous sacrifice?" Ji-sun did not answer but asked, "What do you think?" Arachne said bluntly, "From a human perspective, it is true. But from a god's perspective." Ji-sun did not speak. After a pause, Arachne took his hand and held her waist, and continued, "Speaking of which, the way for you card masters to become gods is no different from the way to become gods through faith. The path to transcendence is to steal the power of the origin of the universe for your own use. It's just that you place yourself and ordinary humans at the same species level, so you feel cruel. There is no difference between collecting faith and hunting monsters to obtain extraordinary materials and food. Because you humans do not regard monsters as equally intelligent life. It is okay to regard lower creatures as the same kind. But humans and gods are no longer equal in the level of life, so you should understand what I want to express. There is no difference between humans and other lower creatures in the eyes of gods and monsters in the eyes of humans. I think you can understand this at your level." When Ji-sun heard this, his dark eyes were covered with a faint smile, and he responded, "Yeah. I think you are right. In fact, After entering the demigod status, this feeling becomes clearer. In fact, many humans who indulge in enjoyment are just creatures driven by desire and primitive animality, and they are not much different from the monsters that mate when they are hungry and want to eat. The concept of wanting gods to be equal to this kind of existence is an illusion of the weak begging for mercy from the strong. But before Katrina, the smile in his eyes spread, and Ji-sun changed the subject and said, "But I have my own things to stick to, which is the difference between you and me. I think what you said is right, but it does not mean that I agree with your way. Just like I like to stay in the dark, it can't stop my heart from turning to the light." Hearing this, Katerina, the beautiful face showed a trace of regret, and the red lips opened slightly, muttering, "Ah, what a pity." He knew he had no chance. He had already felt that the power of the seal was eroding his little remaining consciousness. However, the moon god still did not show any panic that was inconsistent with his status. He still had a charming smile on his face, enjoying this last pleasure. He held Ji-sun's face, his eyes full of charm. "I only realize now that you are the most special one. And I met you a long time ago. I would have chosen you if I had known. It's a pity that you were still a completely insignificant little card disciple at that time." Ji-sun also raised his eyebrows and said, "Yes. It's really a pity. Thinking back to the first time I came into contact with the moon god sect, it was a long time ago in the City of Innocence. At that time, the moon god sect was still a small old god sect hiding from place to place, and Ji-sun was also a small card master. He had met the moon god chosen, who was also very beautiful, and looked like the last queen of Terran Montini. But at that time, she didn't fancy him, a small card disciple. Otherwise, if she had seduced him at that time, it would probably not be the current situation." The thoughts in his mind were deduced, as if another parallel time and space appeared, where he was immersed in the gentle land of the moon god, and couldn't extricate himself. Ji-sun found it interesting, and also found this idea of assuming the past quite interesting. Although this moon goddess is an enemy, that is a matter of stance. I have to say that they got along well in the last period of time. Even though he knew that the situation was hopeless, this moon goddess did not get angry, but was calm. And after the joy, he did not forget to comment, "I have to say, you are great. The experience is good." Ji-sun responded, "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Arachne. I also think it is very good." Katerina, the beautiful eyes turned cleverly, and pursed her lips lightly. "When you have fun with this Miss Lionheart in the future, you will definitely think of me." Ji-sun, really? Of course. The moon god responded confidently, and at the last moment, when his consciousness disappeared, he remained calm. "One day, I will come back again. As long as the faith is immortal, he will always be there. For a god, the short life of human beings passes by in a flash." After saying this, the joy just ended. Katrina's eyes were blurred, she stopped, and lazily lay on Ji-sun. In order to make the plan successful, part of Catalina's cognition was sealed, and she herself didn't know about it. Now the moon goddess's consciousness is sealed, and she is completely integrating the power of the source card queen of the moon of Plum Blossom Q, and her consciousness is gradually regaining control of her body. At this point, the problem of the Silver Moon sect has been completely solved. Now that the moon goddess has been sealed back into the source card, the future Silver Moon believers will be dominated by the thoughts of Katerina, the carrier of the moon goddess. Those powers of faith will also be used by her, pushing her to a very high level. This was a plan that the predecessors of the Talent Empire had already calculated. It is also a great opportunity for future generations. No matter who seals the Moon Queen, it is destined that a top card master will appear in the future. From this moment on, the East Wasteland is truly stable. At least before Katerina loses control, the consciousness of the Moon God will not be revived again. Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief. Katerina was still in a daze. Ji-sun held her to his side, and used his robe to slightly cover the leak spring light. Thinking of something, Ji-sun said to the void, "Xiaonan, come out when you come. Why are you standing aside and peeking?" I had never thought that the moon goddess would be severely injured by that existence. Ji-sun was not blindly confident that he could deal with the moon goddess alone, nor did he expect it to be so smooth. So the plan was that once a specific ban was triggered, Nanjing would come to help as soon as possible. From the beginning, there was a fourth person in this treasure house watching. And Ji-sun was able to block the last charm of the moon goddess before. In addition to his own strong will, there was also external force. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, a girl with a bald head appeared from the void. She glanced at the beautiful spring scenery on the sofa that could not be covered by her robe, stuck out her tongue, and whispered, "I see you are busy. I don't want to spoil your mood." It was no one else, it was Nan Jing. After the two of them had an intimate relationship, this girl became much bolder, and did not shy away from those intimate topics. Ji-sun looked at the curious expression on her face with a slight blush and a glance from the corner of his eyes, walked over directly, put one hand around her waist, and pinched her cute face with the other hand. Nan Jing hugged his neck generously, blinked her big watery eyes, and teased, "Miss Carter was really super charming just now. If it were me, I'm afraid I couldn't resist being contaminated by the moon goddess." Ji-sun's eyebrows moved slightly, but he didn't respond. The two looked at each other and smiled. Nanjing went to the underworld before, and the war started just after he came back. It has been a long time since they last met. Now the war is over, the moon god is sealed, and both of them are alive, which is the best situation in the deduction. After a long time, Ji-sun talked about business and said, "Jiayu is dead." Nanjing nodded, "Yeah. If there is anyone who knows the truth behind this war that has been deliberately hidden, besides Ji-sun, it is Nanjing, the high priest." After Catalina successfully merged with Plum Blossom Q Moon Queen, her strength skyrocketed. It also solved the most troublesome problem for the coalition leaders. Knowing that the Silver Moon pollution was temporarily safe, Chujio showed great kindness and tolerance to the Silver Moon believers, which made the Silver Moon believers suddenly show their sincere submission to Chujio, the new king. The previous defeated soldiers had dispersed, and there was no resistance at all. All the city gates were open, waiting for the king's army to come and recruit them. The civilians and old ministers had no idea of resistance. The mess that needed to be cleaned up was straightened out in an instant. Chujio became the King Augustus that everyone expected. The battlefield inventory was also very smooth. As the victorious party, the coalition took over everything from the Orin royal court. 5 Titan armors, mechanical angels, and a large amount of mechanical technology production materials in the entire East Wasteland, and the secret treasures that King Arthur of Orin brought out from the tomb of the Mad King Alduin. All of these will be the basis for the future rise of the East Wasteland. The stability of the regime also brought the best opportunity for the East Wasteland to develop. The Allied forces in the old continent still have a lot of things to deal with. This decisive battle has drawn a lot of elite troops and brought many hidden dangers. After Catalina merged the mark, she rushed back immediately. The Revolutionary Army, Panlong Army, and the New World Science and Technology City teams also went back. Now that the internal troubles in the East Wasteland have been resolved, it will be a long time for recuperation and development in the future. Ji-sun followed the mobile royal court to other cities. The new king ascended the throne, and Chujio, the king, needed to recruit the major cities in the East Wasteland, show his face, redefine many post-war rights and interests, appoint officials, and implement policies. This is a long and time-consuming task. Ji-sun gained a lot of insights from this battle, and he needs time to absorb and digest it, preparing to advance to the 9th level. He also wanted to visit the Song family's Cipher Manor on the way. To see the old place he visited 100 years ago. This day. It was already the 10th day after the war. A huge mechanical city was driving on the wasteland, and the wheels crushed deep gullies in the wasteland. This was renamed Terran, the mechanical city of the king's court. The mechanical city was brightly lit, and the laughter of the soldiers and civilians continued. At the top of the mechanical city, a room with a colored glass ball was lit. This was the king's study. From the inside, the ceiling of the room was a huge star map, with silver lines outlining the trajectory of the stars. When the light shone, these lines would glow slightly, as bright as the real starry sky. The quaint bookshelves stood tall along the 4 walls. They were not ordinary things, but ancient relics that shone with the faint light of magic runes. A large ebony desk lies in the middle of the room, with magic feather pens, ink bottles shining with 7 colors, time hourglasses, and other high-level relics that help with comprehension on the table. This is the study room that has been used by successive Orlan kings for nearly 3,000 years. The details of the entire study room reveal the luxury of the royal family, and a strong mysterious and ancient atmosphere. At this moment, Ji-sun is in front of the desk, flipping through the classics, and using feast to devour the extraordinary characteristics leaking from little Ivan's body in his head. He has been staying here these days, absorbing the spiritual medium snatched from the battlefield. He also flipped through the knowledge books that required a lot of time to digest. Because of these spiritual mediums, Ji-sun's physical attributes continue to surge every day. He didn't feel the time flying while immersed in practice. Before he knew it, he heard the door open. The building structure inside the mechanical city is very compact. Even the king's residence is like this. Next to the study is the king's living room. Ji-sun looked sideways slightly, because only 2 people can enter this room. Hearing the sound of the door opening, before seeing anyone, he heard a familiar voice. "Ah, I'm so tired. If you weren't the king, Sister Chujio, I wouldn't want to spend so much energy dealing with those boring government affairs. Xiaonan, thank you for your hard work. But you may have to speed up the processing of the bills passed in the previous meeting. The situation in Sarah City, and several surrounding cities, is really terrible. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't know that the famine is so serious." Yes. Arthur really made a mess before, completely disregarding the lives of civilians and allowing famine and plague to ravage. Yeah. The people in the territory have had a hard time after years of war. I want to solve the problem as quickly as possible. Sister Chujio, have you discovered that you are actually very suitable to be a king? Yeah. Chujio and Nanjing have been very busy these days, with endless things to deal with. They have hardly been idle, and even rarely come back to sleep. Ji-sun hadn't seen anyone for a few days. Just as he was thinking, the study was opened, and a cute girl with a bun appeared, smiling and greeting Ji-sun. Ji-sun looked at Nanjing and smiled. "Are you done?" Hearing this, Nanjing said with a bitter face, "No. I just went to Sala City for inspection. The situation there is very bad." As she spoke, she seemed to feel that this topic could not be finished in a few words, as if she remembered something, and said, "It rained heavily over there. I just went to the church orphanage in the city for inspection, and got covered in mud. I take a shower first, and come to see you later." As he said that, he left a playful smile and shrank his head back. Through the open door, Ji-sun saw Chujio wearing a crown and a gorgeous golden imperial robe. The two looked at each other and nodded, saying hello. After not seeing each other for a few days, Ji-sun looked at her with a touch of surprise in his eyes. Although Chujio's eyebrows could not hide her fatigue, the majesty of the king on her body became more and more heavy. Although Chujio had little time for meditation and practice these days, her strength did not stagnate, but increased significantly with the naked eye. This is the improvement brought by the king's fate. Now that the East Wilderness is unified, as the king's power and the country's fit continue to deepen, the king's kingship is rising day by day. Not only the change in strength, but also the temperament. As Nanjing said, Ji-sun also felt that the characteristics shown by Chujio were increasingly becoming the characteristics of a wise king. She was originally an illegitimate daughter, had seen the plight of the lower-class people, and had kindness and justice in her heart, and the powerful strength that was equal to kindness. This also made Chujio more like a wise and majestic king after he ascended the throne. Just thinking about it, I heard the sound of water in the bathroom flowing. At the same time, Nanjing did not forget to greet, "Sister Chujio, come quickly." Chapter 586. Chujio was used to a simple life. Even though he was a king, there were few female officials serving him in his residence. Now there were only 3 people in the bedroom on the top floor of the mechanical city. There was a sound of water splashing in the bathroom. She and Miss Wanzatu were taking a bath and chatting. Ji-sun continued to concentrate on doing his own things. Occasionally, when he heard some interesting topics the 2 women talked about, he would smile or respond. The 3 of them usually get along like this, and there was no ease. Soon, the bathroom door opened. Nanjing came out wearing only a cool bathrobe, wiping her wet hair with a towel as she walked. She didn't go to the bedroom, but went straight into the study. The loose bathrobe couldn't hide the proud figure of the bald-headed lady. Ji-sun looked up and saw a pair of plump jumping rabbits towering through the open collar of the bathrobe. Nanjing looked at him without any hesitation. Instead, there was a sly flash in her crystal eyes, and she asked knowingly, "Why are you always looking at me?" Being caught, Ji-sun did not restrain his gaze, but instead looked at her intently, admiring her from head to toe. With a tisk-tsk sound, the atmosphere was warm and ambiguous. Seeing this, Nanjing rolled her eyes at him. Then she suddenly deliberately bowed playfully, letting the spring light of her collar leak out. Seeing Ji-sun's momentary astonishment, Miss Bun-Haired restrained herself again, ha ha ha, laughing. Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. Both of them liked this little fun in life. Nanjing stopped playing naughty, and wiped her hair in front of the mirror. At the same time, she looked at Ji-sun in the mirror and asked, "Hey Ji-sun, why do I feel that your realm has fluctuated a lot after not seeing you for a few days?" She knew that Ji-sun's strength had increased dramatically in the past few days after absorbing those secret mediums, but now she was not just referring to the changes in his physical body, but his realm. Nanjing, the high priest, had much stronger cognition than the average 9th level. She saw the special fluctuation of that realm, so she was more curious. "Yeah." Ji-sun nodded and said, "Senior Griffith said that I seem to have touched the power of rules above the Holy Land." He couldn't actually describe exactly what realm he was in. After all, he skipped the Holy Land and touched the realm that ordinary humans couldn't touch, so it was a bit superficial. It was like jumping to touch an apple high on a branch. Sometimes you can touch it, sometimes you can't. It's not as stable as climbing up the tree trunk step by step to pick the fruit. And these few days, I absorbed a lot of spiritual mediums, and then I became strong enough and jumped high enough, so that feeling became clearer. And can't control it. That's why others think that the realm is a bit erratic. As he said that, in order to let the bald-headed lady consult, Ji-sun stretched out his hand and condensed a gravity spiral, indicating, it's like this. Nanjing was also surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. Ah, you can stably touch the power of rules? Even if she has the inheritance of the high priest lineage, she can only say that she borrows the ability of her ancestors to use some of the power of rules. It's not that she has reached that realm herself. But Ji-sun actually reached a realm that even the 9th level might not be able to touch. Nanjing was not only very curious, but also walked over to observe the gravitational spiral in Ji-sun's hand from a close distance. The spiral was clearly in front of him, but it gave people a feeling that the pattern on the oil painting was gradually floating on the canvas, as if it was about to leave the canvas world. Nanjing observed for a while, confirmed something, and said in surprise, it's true. She knew what this meant better than anyone else. Her crystal eyes were bright, and she said, no wonder you were able to interfere with Arthur's royal power rules before. You actually relied on yourself to comprehend the power of rules. Yeah. Senior Griffith said that if I can master this power accurately, there will be no threshold for promotion to the 9th level. Ji-sun shrugged, and didn't think he was that great, as if he had realized it naturally. He added, but this state is not very stable. Nanjing also nodded, it is indeed not very stable. Because you are only at the 8th level, and this is actually higher than the general level of the Saint Domain. Speaking of this, Ji-sun thought of something and shouted towards the living room, by the way, Chujio, I have something to trouble you. What's wrong? Hearing this, Chujio leaned forward, revealing a small part of her upper body from the living room, and cast a puzzled look. She looked naked, with her white collarbone bare, and the door panel just blocked the spring scenery below. She also heard the conversation between the two just now, and of course she was curious. Ji-sun said directly, I want to borrow your crown of thorns to help me comprehend it. Oh! When Chujio heard this, she thought it was a big deal, and said casually, take it if you want to use it. But I have to wear it during the day, otherwise it would be bad if the minister saw it. Ji-sun also responded, yeah. The conversation between the two seemed to be borrowing an insignificant thing, rather than the crown of thorns that symbolizes royal power. After all, this is a symbol of power that only the king can wear, and it is a taboo for ordinary people to touch it. However, Chujio did not avoid Ji-sun at all. She thought that she had not put on her clothes yet, and added, forget it, wait a minute, I get it for you. As she spoke, she heard the rustling sound of her getting dressed, and in the blink of an eye she saw her walk into the study. Having just taken a shower, Chujio did not come in a bathrobe like Nanjing, but changed into a light blue silk nightgown. Chujio's clothes after ascending the throne were all designed by Griffith. The royal family's clothes were specially cut by court designers, and the craftsmanship and design were impeccable. This nightgown not only took into account comfort, but also perfectly outlined her figure. When Chujio wore it, the lace design on the neckline revealed most of her snow-white skin, and the hem of the skirt was very high. The light and shadow passed through the translucent hem of the skirt, and her two beautiful legs were straight and slender. A graceful, cool, and sexy aura of an emperor came over him. Ji-sun took a look and secretly praised Griffith's design for its excellent artistic beauty. Before he became king, Chujio's clothing style was not so sexy. Now it is even more amazing. Nanjing is a little fangirl, and she is not polite when she looks at her. Wow, Sister Chujio looks so beautiful in this dress. Chujio rolled her eyes at Miss Ballhead, and did not respond. She just walked over and casually placed the crown on the desk in front of Ji-sun. Then he turned around and continued to fiddle with his wet hair in front of the mirror, saying, after all, this crown is a special relic of the Tyrant sequence, and I don't really understand its purpose yet. The relic is still haunted by the ancestral soul of the Augustus family, and it is very polluted, so you should be careful. Although the clothes are a little cooler, if you really look closely, it is difficult to cover up the spring light. But the three of them usually get along like this, and there is nothing uncomfortable. Ji-sun nodded, yeah. Each of the royal relics has very strong extraordinary characteristics, and it is fatal for ordinary people to touch it. However, apart from the royal orb in the hands of the Holy See Pope, Ji-sun has already touched 3 of the 4 great royal sacred objects. Nanjing was right beside him. She picked up the crown, sat on Ji-sun's lap, and said, "I help you put it on." She knew there were risks, so she helped in person. But as a high priest, her help was more like a coronation. This was already an overstepping of regulations. The high priest with a bun head didn't care, and the King Chujo didn't mind at all. Of course, Ji-sun couldn't take it to heart at all. The three of them were more like good friends who shared secrets. When the crown was put on his head, Ji-sun felt a very strange feeling and immediately exclaimed. The ancestral spirit of Augustus mentioned by Chujo did not have much impact on him. On the contrary, the feeling of heavy cause and effect falling on his shoulders made him frown. The moment he put on the crown, it was as if he became the master of all things and instantly gained a kind of ability of absolute control. It was like holding a fireball in his hand and feeling the temperature. This also made Ji-sun clearly feel what the rule-changing ability of the tyrant sequence was. But at the same time, the feeling of the karma of billions of lives on his body also made Ji-sun's eyes flash countless scenes. For a moment, it seemed as if history was playing out in his eyes, like a slideshow, and countless people knelt in front of him. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Ji-sun's expression suddenly became serious. Nanjing's face was just a few dozen centimeters away. She looked at Ji-sun's frowning expression and thought something was wrong, so she asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Ji-sun's thoughts converged, his eyes instantly cleared, and he pursed his lips and said, "Being a king is really tiring." Nanjing blinked and said with a smile, "Do you feel it?" She has been so busy as a high priest these days that she is overwhelmed. Now Ji-sun can empathize with her, as if someone can share her misery. Of course, she is happy. Ji-sun shrugged yes. Before, he was a little curious about what it feels like to be a king, but now he has no interest at all. That kind of heaviness is like a quagmire for him, who doesn't like constraints. And the crown on his head is like wearing a clown hat, crooked, and it's always a little bit off. Thinking of this, Ji-sun tilted his head and asked Chujo, who was lying in front of the mirror, "Chujo, how does it feel to be a king?" In the mirror, Chujo's cold and beautiful face showed a trace of thought, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Well, I can't explain it clearly. But I want to do my best to make everyone live a better life." Ji-sun listened and praised, "Well, you are indeed suitable to be a king." She has been caught in the rain, so she always wants to hold an umbrella for others. This is her kindness. White Queen, she is ruthless and desireless, but she points to the benevolence in great love. Chujo heard the deep meaning of this and murmured, "I don't know either." After wearing the crown, Ji-sun clearly felt the ability of rule control. He was not interested in the kingship, but the feeling of this relic blessing to look far and wide, which made him look at the mysterious realm above the extraordinary power of human beings, made him feel excited. Ji-sun felt the crown for a moment, and his face could not hide his spirit. He said, "Sure enough, with the blessing of this crown, I should be able to stably touch the power of rule soon and upgrade the realm to the holy domain. Then you can advance to the 9th level. It feels great." Putting on the crown, the rules of the universe in my eyes became clear again. It was also thanks to my friend being a king, otherwise even if he got the crown, without the recognition of Augustus' descendants, the king's souls in the crown would not recognize him. "Oh, really? That's good." Chujo listened, and a touch of joy and surprise flashed across her crystal eyes for her friend's breakthrough. She thought of something, and she didn't see anything outside. "I feel like I can also enter the 9th level. But I still lack the understanding of the rules. Ji-sun, you are more comprehensible than me. You can tell me some tricks when the time comes." The three of them have often referred to each other, and helped each other in their practice. Ji-sun said, "Okay." Nanjing was still sitting on Ji-sun's lap at this moment, watching the two of them chatting. The girl with the bun hair suddenly got naughty, and said with a smile, "Ji-sun, I also need your advice." The girl with the bun hair had just taken a bath, and was only wearing a bathrobe. Of course, she was naked inside. With this twist, the robe was torn, and a large area of spring light on her chest was exposed. The proud chest swayed in front of his eyes, in a very straight posture that made people unable to look away. Ji-sun took a look, and then a few more times. Nanjing looked directly at that gaze with a smile, as if he understood the love. It was not the first time that she was not shy at all, and she showed her beauty openly. Instead, it seemed that she remembered something, and a sly smile flashed in her beautiful eyes, like flowing water. "Ha! I chatted with Chi-Chi a few days ago, and she said that you especially like plump ones. I also found that it seems to be the case." Ji-sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry when listening to this. Nanjing and Dong-chi didn't know each other well before, but they became familiar with each other after seeing each other frequently during this decisive battle. It seemed that after they became familiar with each other, They really didn't avoid anything. Nanjing was still talking about the interesting stories she heard from Dong Qi with great interest. Chi also said a lot, and she also said that when she was in Honglu before, she arranged a big health care for you. Chu Jiu was looking in the mirror, although she didn't look here, but she occasionally flashed a smile in her crystal eyes when she heard those interesting words. There was no outsider in the study, and the bald-headed lady didn't mean to restrain herself, but became annoying. Ji-sun looked helpless. It seemed that practice makes perfect, and he didn't know how his hands could hold a round and perky buttocks without any obstruction. With a little force, he rubbed it into a round shape in his palm. When the three of them lived in the same tent before, they were used to the scene. None of them treated each other as outsiders. They didn't mind being close to each other, and they didn't care about what they saw. But it seemed that he was a king, and he always had a bit of habitual majesty. Chujiu glanced at the scene in the mirror and chuckled, "Xiaonan, you guys should at least restrain yourself. I'm still here." After saying that, probably because her hair was almost done, she turned around and left the study. "Forget it, I'm going to bed." Nanjing looked at Chujiu's back as she left the study, and smiled slyly. "Sister Chujiu, Ji-sun asked me to ask you if he can sleep with us." Chujiu's back had disappeared from view, and a calm response came from the bedroom. "I won't mess with you." Nanjing laughed when he heard it. Ji-sun also complained helplessly, "Where did you learn that?" He knew that although Nanjing was very generous in front of him, it was only limited to the three of them. In fact, most of the time, this girl with a bun was still a very reserved girl. This teasing had a kind of curiosity that was eager to try, and it didn't feel like a complete joke. Hearing this, Nanjing blinked with a curious baby's eyes, and said bluntly, "Chi said it. She said that once Miss Carter invited you to drink dragon root wine together, and then you drank too much." Chi said, "It's quite interesting." Ji-sun's eyes twitched inexplicably when he heard this. "Can we talk about this topic?" There were only two people in the study room. Nanjing said with her beautiful eyes raised, and she did not forget to add, "Just now I thought you were going to come and take a bath with us. Sister Chujiu would definitely not mind. It was you who didn't come. You know, Sister Chujiu's personality will not take the initiative to invite you." Ji-sun listened and smiled. In his current state, the pleasure of carnal desire is not even a fraction of the friendship between friends. While the room was full of spring light, Nanjing changed the subject and talked about business again, but then again, Sister Chujiu's extreme cold law is a rare pure dark attribute law power. If you want to go further to the peak in the future, you will definitely find a way to deal with the balance of extraordinary characteristics. Another half-month has passed in a flash. The mechanical city continued to drive across the vast wasteland of the East Wilderness. Chujiu and Nanjing would inspect the cities they passed by. The news of the new king's accession to the throne had spread throughout the East Wilderness, and more lords and old ministers came to pledge their loyalty and wait for an audience with the king. This also made Chujiu and Nanjing very busy every day, with endless government affairs to deal with. Ji-sun rarely saw people. However, he was also preparing for the 9th level. With the blessing of the Crown of Thorns, Ji-sun could comprehend the power of the tyrant's rules every night. As expected, within a few days, he had mastered the tyrant's rule control ability steadily, which enabled him to successfully upgrade his Wanxiang domain to Wanxiang Sanctuary. That is a state of extreme control over the law. The medium had also absorbed most of it, and had reached the peak that the 8th level body could withstand. At this point, Ji-sun had prepared everything for advancement. This day, it was still in the study. The starry sky on the roof was originally an ancient relic, which was the auxiliary restriction that the king of the Augustus royal family had always used to advance to the next level. The restriction has the magical effects of clearing the mind, concentrating the spirit, preventing distortion, reducing the extraordinary, etc. At this moment, in the 9-pointed star formation projected by the restriction, Ji-sun was sitting cross-legged in meditation. He was preparing to be promoted to the last threshold of the card master to the peak of humanity. In his hand, there was a floating black card. Dictator quality, epic. Description, Kingship Path Spade K Tyrant 9th level occupation card, detailed explanation, original template. Fusion of this occupation card requires strength, physical fitness, not less than 2000, dark element affinity A+, mental strength 1300+, kingship law understanding rating S, kingship luck A+, kingship domain transcendence, after fusion. Gain all attributes of the dark system increase, gain the power of dictatorship, the ability to forcibly change the rules within the range, gain the Terror Monarch entry grant, mental resistance plus 500%, mental penetration plus 30%, kingship fate improvement, kingship law affinity plus 330%, status improvement, gain Holy King, ignore pressure below the God level, godly power +1, luck +8, dynasty luck sharing, gain super universe cognitive ability. Ji-sun carefully looked at the occupation card entry and confirmed that the sense of fit was very strong. He did not hesitate much, infused the spell power, and the card gradually turned into extraordinary characteristics and melted into the body. This meditation lasted for more than 10 days. Chapter 587. Level 9 is the last career change for card masters in the human realm, and it is extremely difficult. And the experience Ji-sun has seen in various classics also means that the risk of losing control is also very high. Only 1 or 2 out of 10 people from level 8 can successfully advance to level 9. The biggest problem is still transcendental into sainthood. You must have enough control over the laws to ensure that your body can withstand the terrifying extraordinary characteristics of the professional card. However, Ji-sun's promotion was unusually smooth, even far beyond any other time. The various relics in King Augustus' study eliminated all external distortion factors that eliminated his own problems. It is hard to find better external auxiliary conditions in the entire plane. There are also the best quality professional cards and the blessing of the dynasty's luck. It can be said that the material conditions are full. Most importantly, Ji-sun has the crown of thorns to assist him in realizing the secret of the rules. His control over the rules has almost reached a level that many 9th level card masters cannot reach. Dictator the extraordinary characteristics of the professional cards that are as violent as beasts to humans are as obedient and docile as sheep to him. Everything went smoothly with the promotion. This day, in the study, Ji-sun had passed the most dangerous moment of the promotion and was meditating to digest the new abilities brought by the promotion. Dictator the extraordinary characteristics of the occupation card were like nutrients sprinkled into the soil of the body, and new power was emerging. Kingdom, it was the extraordinary path closest to God among the 13 card master paths. After Ji-sun was promoted, he clearly felt the superdimensional power that had already left the human category. In the previous 8 promotions, he felt that the biggest change was the growth of the physical attributes, and the data on the panel also accurately indicated the surge that could be seen with the naked eye. But this time is different. After truly entering the 9th level, Ji-sun found that the biggest change was not in his physical attributes, but in his realm. It was like standing on the top of a mountain, overlooking all the extraordinary scenery of human beings. Looking back, the winding mountain road was completely clear, which was the road he had walked. He also understood why the gap between him and King Arthur of Oran was so big before. It is no exaggeration to say that Dictator is really a profession with some divine abilities. But the top of the mountain is far from the end. Looking up, there are stars all over the sky. Ji-sun is full of expectations for the future. He exhaled a breath of air, as if all the turbidity in his lungs was cleared. Ji-sun stood up and moved his joints, which made a crackling sound. I have hardly left the study room for the past 1 or 2 months. Now that I have been promoted successfully, I feel refreshed and want to go out for a walk. With this thought in mind, Ji-sun opened the door and walked out. Walking through the corridor covered with soft carpet, there is a viewing platform. This position allows you to have a panoramic view of the entire mechanical city. At this moment, a drawing board is placed on the platform, and a graceful woman in a black dress is waving a paintbrush to add some colors to the canvas. Ji-sun walked over and took the initiative to greet him, "Senior." The woman in the black dress turned her head and glanced at him, and smiled. "Did you succeed in your promotion?" It was none other than Griffith. "Yes." Ji-sun saluted and said, "Thank you for your protection, Senior. The 9th level promotion is very risky, and cannot be disturbed." Of course he knew that this person had been protecting him. Hearing this, Griffith smiled and didn't care. Instead, he said in amazement, "You are the one who has been promoted to the 9th level most smoothly that I have ever seen. You are also the most special. You have such strength just after the advancement, much stronger than I was at the beginning. You are too kind." Ji-sun smiled without comment. The aura of the 1st level cannot be perfectly restrained, and others cannot see it, but Griffith, who is also at the 9th level, can see it at a glance. While speaking, she did not stop the brush and lit the last bit of light. In an instant, the whole colorful portrait came alive, and it was a street scene of a mechanical city with bright lights. Although it was an abstract and distorted picture, Ji-sun saw a strong sense of human life, and the shadowy figures on the canvas seemed to come alive. I didn't understand this mystery before, but now I know that this senior's realm is really high. Ji-sun was also surprised. "Senior, have you also mastered the power of rules?" Because he was also proficient in the exclusive secret method of the painter sequence of imaginary universe, He could see that the strange picture in the painting was not just the flow of laws, but an extremely complex spatial rule, as if depicting a small world. Like the cataclysm Monet's sunrise, this painting already possesses extremely strong extraordinary characteristics. To casually draw a cataclysm is beyond the reach of human beings. There is only one possibility. That is, the realm of the person in front of him has been improved again, even to a certain limit. Griffith did not shy away from talking about his own strength, and it was worth sharing that someone could understand his paintings. Not many people in the East Desert could understand it, but Ji-sun, who had just advanced, could. She continued, after drinking the soul wine at the Rose Tavern last time, I had some insights. Your Majesty's prestige has been increasing these days, and the dynasty's luck has blessed me, so my insights have become clearer. As she spoke, the brush in her hand added a few final strokes of light to the canvas, and the brightly lit mechanical city was in front of her. Ji-sun's position was just right to see the bustling street scene of the mechanical city. Looking at the oil painting again, it seemed as if the street scene in front of her was frozen on the picture. The painting was not just about the mechanical city, but the artistic conception was the kind of vigorous vitality of finally returning to peace after the war. Ji-sun looked at Griffith and asked curiously, Senior, are you going to condense the Godhead? Griffith smiled and shook his head. How can it be that easy? There is hope to ignite the divine fire. As for condensing the divine head, you still have to take the path of extraordinary promotion. Ji-sun has now entered the 9th level, and many secrets of the peak of the extraordinary can be glimpsed. He asked, what does it feel like to ignite the divine fire? Griffith frowned slightly and explained, well, it is the sublimation of divine power to another level, and the status of the soul is completely out of the human category. After a pause, probably organizing her words, she continued, it's probably like the feeling of suddenly waking up from a dream and being able to distinguish the difference between the dream and reality. Ji-sun shrugged, not hiding the fact that he didn't understand, and laughed at himself. You can only feel that state. It's normal not to understand. Griffith also smiled, without further explanation. As the two were chatting, they saw a group of people coming back from outside the mechanical city. Griffith said, Your Majesty and his men just went to inspect Kapo's city and are back now. Ji-sun saw the majestic Chujio and the mysterious and solemn high priest Nanjing in the crowd. As if they had noticed something, the two women who were about to take the elevator to the mechanical city also saw him, and turned their heads to look over. Ji-sun smiled slightly when their eyes met. Even from a distance, he could see that the two women had changed a lot. Except that one was more like a king, and the other was more like a high priest, the transformation in temperament was much stronger than a dozen days ago. Griffith seemed to guess what he was amazed at, and a sparkle flashed in his beautiful eyes, saying, Your Majesty is most affected by the fortune of the dynasty. The rise of the dynasty is a universal promotion ceremony for the royal power sequence. Even I can't understand her current state. Ji-sun was also very curious. He hadn't seen them for several days, and he was also curious about the changes in the two. As he said goodbye, then please be busy first. I go down and take a look. Yes. Griffith smiled gently. Terran Mechanical City is the largest and most luxurious mechanical city in Dongwon, as high as 50 floors. Ji-sun took the elevator to the middle city of the mechanical city. This is the residential area, with lively taverns and various shops. The places that were damaged in the previous war have been completely repaired, and some unique logos belonging to the new King Chujio have been added. The mechanical city, which represents the royal family, is of course extremely luxurious. Most of the steel structure parts on the street have been replaced with brass, shining brightly under the lights. Various precious flowers and trees are in full bloom in the spring. The streets are crowded with people, and people's faces are filled with stability and happiness brought by peace. Ji-sun walked around the street. He found that if he didn't want to be seen now, standing on the street was like blending into the street scene, and no one would really notice him. Ji-sun was also a little surprised when he saw the lively street scene. In the casual chats of passers-by, their praise and support for the Majesty Chujio came from the heart. This was completely different from the feeling before. When Ji-sun traveled here, it was the period of the federal regime. Later, he experienced the restoration of Orlan, and went to the southern continent to see the primitive lord society. But no matter which system it was, it gave people a sense of decay that was as old as a pool of stagnant water. However, in front of him, Ji-sun saw a brand new and vibrant feeling. He knew that this was the change brought about by a series of new policies of Chujio. Not to mention how big the changes are, there is a momentum to break all the shackles of the ancient system, as if the dawn of the future card master civilization can already be seen. Seeing this, Ji-sun couldn't help but mutter to himself, Chujiu is really an excellent king. While walking, the communicator rang. It was a message from Miss Wanzitu. After Chujiu and Nanjing came back, they also had government affairs to deal with, so they couldn't get away for the time being, so they made an appointment for lunch. Ji-sun had nothing to do, so he just wandered around the mechanical city, walking and sensing the world. After this promotion, he felt particularly clear, and the world in his eyes was very different from what he saw before. Looking at the various people in the mechanical city, for the first time, he felt as if he was watching a movie, and separated himself from reality from the perspective of an observer. In that state, the power of the law that he had never seen before was clearer than ever before. The breeze, mist, fire, flowers, trees, steel and other things that can be seen everywhere are all manifestations of the laws of the universe in the human vision. In the past, I had to think carefully to perceive them, but now they are clearly in my eyes. I was lost in thought, and didn't know how much time had passed. Ji-sun then realized that someone had patted his shoulder, and heard a joyful cry beside his ear. "What are you thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought?" Looking back, Nanjing's cute face was right next to his ear, blinking her big, crystal eyes at him. "I thought about some flow problems of the laws of the universe." Ji-sun smiled, and came back to his senses from that trance state. He found that he had been sitting in a private room in a high-rise restaurant for a long time. Nanjing rubbed his face affectionately, pulled out a chair and sat next to him. Chujiu sat opposite. Little Ivan lay on her head. Chujiu had been feeding him these days, and the little guy had become attached to her. This was a restaurant for the public, without the cumbersome procedures of the palace. The three of them were like they had dinner every day, without restraint, ordered food, and started chatting. The two girls were also very curious about Ji-sun's changes after his promotion, and talked about some things about cultivation. Ji-sun was also very surprised by the changes in the two women. As Griffith said before, with the blessing of the dynasty's luck, Chujiu and Nanjing's realms are very high, a little unusual. The inheritance of the two is special, so it's not surprising. After chatting for a while, Chujiu, who had never spoken like this, seemed to think of something and said, "By the way, there is someone you may be very interested in." "Who?" Ji-sun was a little puzzled. If it was an acquaintance, he wouldn't need someone to help pass the message. If it was a stranger, he wouldn't have asked the king to pass on the message. Chujiu seemed to want to explain, but after a pause, he swallowed the words on his lips. "Well, you know when you see it later." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the female official not far away immediately understood and retreated. She added, "I met him when I visited Rock City before. He should be in the library now. I asked him to come over." After hearing this, Ji-sun was also curious. Who deserved such a formal introduction from Chujiu? The three chatted for a while, and soon they heard footsteps outside. Listening to the hurried footsteps, it seemed like a reckless guy. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened and the lady came in. A short boy came out behind her. He was wearing an old suit, and probably for etiquette, he temporarily put on a hat that didn't match the clothes at all. This outfit was obviously a bit old for his age. After entering the door, Ji-sun didn't even see his face clearly, and this guy took off his hat and bowed. "Meet His Majesty, Lord Nan." Chujiu nodded, no need to be polite. She spoke, and the boy dared to look up. He stood up, and people could see his appearance clearly. He was about 11 or 12 years old, with a childish mushroom head. The cheap brass glasses on his nose were half broken, and the frame was repaired with tape. His suit was washed in white, and there were patches. Half of the paper with graffiti was exposed in his pocket, and there was ink on his hands that seemed to have just been stained and smeared everywhere. At first glance, he looked like a child from the poor class. It was the first time for the boy to come to such a high-end restaurant, and he was summoned by His Majesty the King. He seemed a little at a loss. He did not dare to look directly at the three people in front of him, and looked around with his peripheral vision. But in his clear eyes, in addition to curiosity and uneasiness, there was also a kind of emptiness that seemed to be filled with endless curiosity. However, it was just such an ordinary boy. When Ji-sun saw him for the first time, his pupils trembled violently. Chujiu knew why he was so surprised, and said, "His name is Darcy. I didn't know he existed before. I met him in the orphanage. He said he was a refugee from the war. No one knew his origin." Ji-sun listened without saying anything, but he understood everything. Some things, if one more person knows, there will be one more cause and effect, one more flaw that can be traced. He was sure that this was not Jiayu. But it must be the trick left by the mushroom head. Jiayu died, and he left his successor behind. In an instant, Ji-sun's mind appeared, and the depression of losing a friend seemed to dissipate immediately. the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he muttered in his heart, "That guy is really good at tricks." No wonder every time Jia Yu came to ask for his help, he said that if he died, he would ask him to help take care of the inheritor of the Light Chaser lineage. Ji Sun was very confused before, because the inheritance of the Light Chaser lineage was not something that ordinary people could afford. Not to mention that it would take 1,000 years, at least 100 years would not necessarily find a suitable one. But Jia Yu was so sure, as if he was sure that someone could take over the inheritance of the Light Chaser. Now Ji Sun understood, it turned out to be like this. Old Man Su used active amnesia to avoid those taboo secrets. And the Light Chaser uses death to avoid it. One dies, and then arranges a successor to himself to sever the cause and effect, and repeats it over and over again. Ji Sun even had a more extreme thought in his mind. Isn't it that the Light Chaser has always been one person? Or a succession? The boy in front of him is not just a doppelganger described in a novel, but an existence that Ji Sun cannot fully understand now. After Chujio's introduction, Ji Sun fell into thinking and did not speak. You could hear a pin drop in the private room. The boy named Darcy in front of him lowered his head and didn't dare to look at what was happening. He didn't understand why the big man in front of him was staring at him. After all, he was a teenager, and he was a little nervous. The hand holding the corner of his clothes trembled slightly. Ji Sun saw it and smiled kindly. "Darcy, do you like playing chess?" The boy raised his head and saw Ji Sun's face for the first time. "Yes, sir." "How did you know?" Ji Sun pointed to the notebook in his pocket, which recorded the chess game. The boy realized that he had come too hastily, and was not dressed properly, so he quickly stuffed the notebook into his pocket. Ji Sun smiled and didn't mind. Just by glancing at that corner, he knew it was a classic endgame. He asked casually, "I am playing white chess, and the bishop moves diagonally. How do you deal with it?" The boy didn't know why this adult would talk about chess with him, but his brain instinctively started to work. "I will protect the king and move the queen." "Ji Sun, my next step is to play the Imperial Army chess." "Boy, I make 2 moves. The endgame is almost over." Ji Sun suddenly smiled knowingly and asked, "Why don't you retreat the chariot to avoid losses?" The boy didn't think much and answered, "Because if I don't give up the chariot, you will kill my bishop in 7 moves. When you move the guard that has been ambushed for a long time, I will be dead in 3 moves at most." Hearing this, Ji Sun laughed. This guy really feels exactly like the mushroom head. Ji Sun had seen all the solutions to the whole chess game from the beginning. But that was him. A 9th level card master with extremely high attainments in the secret art of the world, and this boy in front of him, who had no magical power fluctuations, could achieve this level, and his talent was overflowing with the naked eye. The boy didn't understand why the adult in front of him was laughing, but it didn't sound like there was any sense of oppression, so he looked over boldly. Just when he saw Ji Sun looking over, he asked himself, "Darcy, are you willing to be my disciple?" Hearing this, the boy's mind seemed to be struck by thunder, and he obviously didn't react. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at His Majesty the King and Lord Nan, who also had gentle smiles on their faces, and instantly understood something, and immediately showed a flattered and happy expression on his face. The boy was a little at a loss, so he quickly bowed respectfully and stammered, "I do." Ji Sun looked at the mushroom-headed man in front of him, and a relieved smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, it seemed that the shadow of an old friend overlapped. A new causal line was connected. Half a month later. Black Gold City is the largest city-state in the western part of Wadona County, and the largest high-burning coal mining area in the entire Federation. This was once the base camp of the Song family. There is also a beautiful manor full of roses. On this day, Ji Sun, wearing a white suit, walked into the manor. After 100 years of absence, he returned to this familiar but long-lost place. Chapter 588. Saphir Manor is the ancestral property of the Song family, and also the place where they made their fortune. Therefore, the ancient castle that has existed for hundreds of years is still preserved in Black Gold City. However, due to the wars in recent years, the Song family also moved to the New World Mechanical City in the Western Wilderness. The manor changed hands several times and suffered a lot of damage. After repairs, there were some changes. Ji Sun, wearing a straight white suit, walked slowly into the manor. The breeze blew on his face, causing slight ripples on the green grass, and birds chirped on the branches. The layout of the manor is roughly the same as it was 100 years ago, with tall white walls, fountains, and exquisitely built gardens. Everything is familiar. The difference is that the Gothic-style spire house in the distance now hangs the church logo of the Silver Moon sect. This is now a cathedral of the Silver Moon Church. From time to time, nuns in black and white robes can be seen coming and going in the manor, as well as devout believers. Ji-sun did not take the main road, but walked along the gravel slabs towards the back of the manor. Step by step, everything in the memory is so clear. Turning around a forest, I saw the small auditorium with a white roof and colored glass in my memory. But no one takes care of it, and it has been abandoned. The glass of the auditorium has been smashed, and the white paint on the wall is mottled everywhere. Ji-sun looked at it with slightly blurred eyes. When he stopped, a faint flower fragrance floated in the air. This season is the flowering season. Looking at it, the wall outside the auditorium is full of colorful roses in full bloom. Among the lush green leaves, roses are in full bloom, pink, light purple, and white intertwined. The colorful colors in front of my eyes became clear for a moment. The breeze blew, and the roses swayed gently, light and soft. It was exactly the same scene in my memory. Ji-sun looked at it, and the picture reflected in his eyes overlapped with the traces in his memory. The corners of his mouth suddenly raised an arc, muttering to himself, "I haven't been back for a long time." After standing there for a long time, Ji-sun seemed to remember something, took out the black and white photo, held it in front of his eyes, and gestured for the position. Soon, the picture in the photo overlapped with the small auditorium in the background. In an instant, it seemed as if the wonderful moment of 100 years ago appeared in front of my eyes. In the photo, the young man's mouth corners were slightly raised, and he looked heroic. And the girl in the floral dress was holding the girl in the skirt, and her pretty face facing the camera was filled with a happy and bright smile. Youth is in full bloom, it is the most beautiful age. The roses are still blooming, and they also freeze the most beautiful smile in this photo. Ji-sun had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were full of melancholy, and he said to himself, "Miss you, I'm back. I am still the same as before. But that girl is no longer there." Looking at the two bright smiling faces in the photo, Ji-sun's mind suddenly flashed with the words that Song Yu said. Death is not the loss of life, she is just frozen in time. At this moment, it seems that there is some realization in my heart. Unconsciously, time and space have a slight ripple. The small auditorium is dilapidated, and the lush roses on the white walls bloom season after season, but the shadow of 100 years ago can no longer be found. Ji-sun walked around under the roses, without stopping for long, and walked all the way to the forest area behind the manor, where there was a black fir forest that was 100 meters high. 100 years later, the fir trees here were much thicker than in my memory. There were old stumps of decayed and dead trees, and some newly grown small trees. No one took care of it, and it was more quiet than 100 years ago. Ji-sun walked in, and soon found the huge black fir tree that was a whole circle thicker than in his memory in the depths of the dense forest. Looking up, there was a tree house, like a bird's nest in the crown of the fir tree. Song Yu lived in this tree house for the last few years before his death. The appearance has not changed much from what he remembered. Ji-sun jumped up and landed easily on the tree house platform several dozen meters high. Probably because no one had cleaned it for a long time, the template was wet and moss had spread on the tree trunk. Ji-sun saw the door in front of him and remembered the scene when he first came to the tree house. In a trance, he heard a warm voice next to his ear, "Welcome, Mr. Ji-sun, please come in." It was as if the girl had been waiting for him in this tree house. I know that one day, he will definitely come back. For some reason, Ji-sun's eyebrows relaxed inexplicably, and he responded to the empty hut, "Well, I'm back." Pushing the door open, a rotten smell hit me in the face. When I came in just now, I found that the window glass was broken, and the place had been robbed by thieves. Entering the house, it was indeed the case. In the dim light, the tree house was in a mess. Any valuable things that could be seen had been moved away, and even the pipes on the wall were dismantled and messy. Empty. Fortunately, it was the same room in my memory. Like a tombstone of time, it only left a thought. Ji-sun already felt very satisfied. He walked into the room, gently stroked the wall with his hand, and a sense of familiarity arose in his heart. In his memory, there should have been a beautiful crystal chandelier hanging in the center of the tree house, several exquisite oil paintings on the wall, a black grand piano in the corner, and a small fireplace. Now everything is gone. The memory is still there. There are so many beautiful memories left here. The house is not big, but Ji-sun looked at it for a long time, caressing everything in the house inch by inch. I don't know how long it took. He went up the stairs to the attic on the second floor. This used to be the highest point in the forest, with a wide view. Standing by the window, you could overlook the entire manor. But now the trees have grown much taller, and the view is blocked by the dense canopy. Without people, the terrace has become the home of the skylarks. The arrival of a human did not disturb the skylarks in the nest. Ji-sun looked at it inexplicably familiar, and wondered if it was the descendant of the skylark he had seen 100 years ago. Thinking of something, he turned out a stack of letters and pulled out one of them. It said, "Something interesting happened today. Do you remember the bird's nest outside the treehouse window? Haha. Today I found that the skylark I fed last year came back and brought its partner with it." Ji-sun looked at it, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He sat on the ground, turned out the letters and read them. "Mr. Chaoyang, I know clearly that we may not meet again for a long time. But I am still afraid that you will come back suddenly one day, and I will not be there, so I often stay in the treehouse these days. If I open the door and see you, I will be very surprised. Song, you spent a long 100 years in this book house. Year after year waiting, writing one letter after another." Without waiting for a reply, the girl still waited foolishly. "Chaoyang, do you know that every year when the roses are in full bloom, I will go back to the manor, and then stand under the flower wall of the small auditorium, thinking about the photos we took here. It has been 10 years, Chaoyang, where are you? This year is the 15th year since we separated. Oh, although I don't want to tell you, I have a serious illness recently. It's terrible. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you. Chaoyang, time flies so fast. I have been waiting for 50 years, but still haven't received any news from you. The passage of time has made me forget too many things. I am afraid that one day I will forget you too, but I can't bear it. Even if I forget everything, I don't want to forget you. It seems that we have only been apart for a short time, but unknowingly, it has been 60 years. The second half of life is like a reflection of time. It often reminds me of my youth. Even though time has passed, I still think that was the happiest day of my life." As I read, Ji-sun's eyes moistened, and the handwriting became blurred. It seemed as if I saw a girl, leaning over the table, holding a pen, writing down her life over the years bit by bit, wanting to send it to Mr. Chaoyang, who didn't know if he could receive the letter. Although he had read the letter many times, Ji-sun still read it word by word with great anticipation. As he read, he kept muttering, "Silly girl." The grievance, sadness, longing and ardent love in the words have turned into real pictures in Ji-sun's eyes now. Time has not made those beautiful pictures lost in memory, but has become more mellow. After reading one letter after another, it seems that he has spent the long 100 years with the foolishly waiting Miss You. In Ji-sun's gentle eyes, there is the warmth of spring breeze, and flashes with deep lovesickness. As he reads, a thick stack of letters has been piled up at hand. He himself did not realize that the laws of time in the room had become as thick as water waves. Ji-sun opened the last letter, and read the last farewell letter that Song Yu wrote to him at the end of his life. "I left these letters not to make you sad. But I want you to know that I have been very happy, and have no regrets in my life because of your appearance. I also want to tell you that when I write letters, I always feel that you are by my side. And when you read these letters, do you also feel that I am by your side? Ha! Then we have been with each other for a lifetime? But from now on, you are the only one left, so be good." Ji-sun looked at the beautiful handwriting on the letter paper, and there was always tenderness in his eyes, which turned into a meaningful smile. It was as if he was looking at that girl, smiling brightly at himself. Time is really wonderful. Even if it has been 100 years, reading these letters, it seems that he has really accompanied her through a long and short life. Life is long, and 100 years of lovesickness have been waiting year after year. Life is short, and it seems that a lifetime can be written with this stack of letters. Unconsciously, Ji-sun has gone from being a small third-level card master to the 9th level, the pinnacle of human transcendence. Looking back, countless images in his memory flashed by as fast as a thought. Ji-sun has touched the ultimate secret of transcendence, and the laws of the universe in his eyes are also very clear at this moment. Is this the secret of time? It's really amazing. At this moment, time is manifested in letters. Letters are the carrier of time, and the evidence of existence. He was in an indescribable state of mind. Memories surged out like a tide, and those pictures gradually changed from illusion to a scene that seemed to be in a dream, unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy. Unconsciously, inspiration flashed frequently, and you touched the mystery of the law of time in your epiphany, Proficiency Plus. Is time relative? Immersed in the state of wandering in the long river of time, Ji-sun instinctively remembered what the witch Lalingster said in his mind. I couldn't understand it accurately before, but now it's like a needle piercing the shackles of a balloon, giving my thoughts a sudden enlightenment like a dam breaking. At this moment, he seemed to be in a state where time did not flow. He sat on the floor, his figure sitting there like the words engraved on the letter paper, as if it was just written yesterday, and as if 100 years had passed. It was as if his memory had become a book, and for the first time, he flipped through the book as an Observer. The mystery of time was revealed in front of him. Ji-sun did not notice that the trans-time and space stamp pasted on the envelope was shining. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of a train whistle outside the window. Ji-sun was awakened. He turned his head and saw that the train that he had taken in the ruins of Xiamu City, the Basics' netherworld train, came from the void and stopped beside the hut, as if waiting for passengers to get on. Ji-sun understood something at once. He put away the letter, stood up and walked over. He understood that stamps were also tickets. The conductor was waiting by the train. Ji-sun walked over, took out the stamps, and boarded the train smoothly. The door closed, the whistle sounded, and the train started moving slowly again. The lights in the carriage were orange, giving people a warm feeling. It was a familiar scene as always. There were no other passengers in the carriage except Ji-sun. As the netherworld train moved faster and faster, the scenery outside the window flashed by quickly, and finally turned into a blur of time and space distortion. Not long after, the conductor walked into the carriage. The conductor, whose appearance had been unclear before, finally became clear at this moment, and turned into a postman wearing a green wide-brimmed hat. Just like when Xiao Maicheng took the train, the conductor took out a large enamel teapot, then took out a cup and poured a cup of fragrant light yellow tea. Ji-sun looked at the ordinary face of the middle-aged man with a big beard and nodded, "Thank you." The conductor nodded in response and asked, "Sir, where are you going?" "Where to?" Ji-sun really hadn't thought about it, and got on the train as soon as he thought of it. After a moment of hesitation, he responded, "I'm going to the place in this photo." He wanted to go back in time to see that girl. The conductor glanced at him. "Yes. I call you when we get to the station." The last time he took this Basics' netherworld train, Ji-sun was still at the second level. At that time, he looked at everything on the train, and it was full of mystery. Now, when Ji-sun looked at the train again, he understood that this was the manifestation of the law of time. At this time, he also understood more deeply that some things can only be understood when you reach a certain level. The scenery outside the window has completely blurred. It is the distorted form of time. It feels like the speed of turning the pages of a book is so fast that it appears as overlapping phantoms in the eyes. When time is fast enough, it seems to slow down again, and then begins to flow back strangely. Ji-sun is still in the perspective of an observer, looking at the book of time, which is turned back. This is a train that I don't know how long it will take. Ji-sun doesn't know how long he has been on the train. It seemed as if the concept of time had been lost here. Even in Ji-sun's current state, he had a sense of being lost in time. He knew that this state of uncontrolled thoughts was a sign of distortion. He did not continue to peek out of the window at the scene that he could not see clearly in his current state. Standing up, Ji-sun walked a few steps in the carriage, carefully observing every corner of the carriage. I was not mistaken when I got on the train just now. This was carriage number 002. Ji-sun walked towards the front of the train and came to the door between the compartments with partitions. Through the glass, he saw a dark black coffin in carriage 001. As expected, Ji-sun was not surprised. He had seen such a coffin on the neon train before. This was the fourth coffin, a coffin about the mystery of time. Emperor Lanlingster engraved it on the stone tablet, saying that it was the key to the promotion of the Joker sequence. The four coffins of flesh and blood, soul, time, and space have four functions respectively. Ji-sun didn't know how to use these four coffins, and he was lost in thought for a while as he looked at them. And he had a magical feeling that his realm was far from the height of being able to comprehend the mystery of the law of time. However, the mysterious method of cultivating the mind, as the universe seemed to be able to accommodate everything, and his thoughts seemed to be faster and more boundless than time. Unconsciously, the netherworld train slowed down and then stopped. The conductor reminded, "Sir, we have arrived." Ji-sun picked up the hat on the table. "Thank you." Then he got off the train. "Are you still in the manor?" Ji-sun also found it magical. The place where he got off the bus was still the tree house where he got on the bus. But the book house was no longer the dilapidated scene before. It was the warm and romantic girl boudoir in his memory. Everything in the house was exactly the same as in his memory: the piano, the murals, the crystal chandelier, and the white bed. Looking down from the attic, he could see the brightly lit sapphire manor and most of the black gold city. I traveled back to 100 years ago again? Ji-sun was a little unsure of what state he was in now. It seemed different from the last time. He didn't feel the feeling of being rejected by time and space. But looking at the decorations in the tree house, this is the scene 100 years ago. The height of the black fir tree is also the same as 100 years ago. Which year was it? Was I here at that time? Could I meet another me? Ji-sun had countless thoughts flashing through his mind. The law of time was so complicated at this moment that it made his thoughts confused. He didn't think much about it. After walking around the tree house, he jumped off the black fur. Walking along the gravel path, we came to the small auditorium with stained glass. It was exactly the same as in my memory, with roses competing for beauty on the white walls. Just as I was thinking, click. A white light of magnesium flashed. A group of newlyweds in formal wear walked out of the auditorium, and the cameraman behind them was taking pictures with a camera. When Ji-sun saw the newlyweds who appeared in his memory, he suddenly knew what timeline it was, and his eyes were inexplicably expectant. As expected. Not long after, I saw a young man in a white suit and a cheerful girl in a floral dress walking towards the auditorium hand in hand. When I was a child, I thought the haystacks in this garden were too high, like a maze, and I would get lost if I walked in. Is this swan fountain ugly? Ha ha ha, it looks fat and stupid. Let's go to the small auditorium, which I think is the most beautiful place in the manor. This manor was once the residence of a duke of the Oran dynasty. It turned out to have a nice name, called Saphir Manor. Saphir means rose. There used to be many roses in the manor, but the adults said that roses were not valuable enough. So many of them were removed in recent years, and some other valuable varieties were planted. The girl seemed to be very talkative, chatting happily while walking. Suddenly, the girl in the floral dress exclaimed, "Wow, someone is taking pictures too." As she said that, she looked at the man next to her with expectation and asked, "Ji-sun, do you want to take a picture together?" The young man in the suit readily agreed, "Okay." As they talked, the two walked to the front of the small auditorium and looked at the camera. The girl held the young man's hand and smiled, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. Click! The shutter was pressed, and the picture was frozen there. Ji-sun looked at the picture in front of him, and saw that silly girl in his memory appeared in front of him again. He couldn't help but moisten his eyes and murmur to himself, "I'm here to see you, miss you." Last time, he traveled through time with the help of stamps, as if someone had scribbled and changed the original content in the book. This time, Ji-sun looked through the book called Time from the perspective of an observer. He saw the girl in time, and also saw himself back then. 2 selves existed at the same time, and something seemed contradictory. At this moment, Ji-sun deeply understood the words of which Griffith, time is relative. The people in front of the auditorium did not notice that there was one more person here, and Ji-sun did not want to break that beauty. Ji-sun had thought countless times about what he would do if he saw Miss Yu in time. But now that he was really here, he hesitated. He wanted to give Miss Yu a little surprise, and tell her that he was here. But for some reason, it seemed that in the face of this beautiful story, changing a word would destroy the original beauty. Doing nothing was the most perfect attitude towards that beautiful time. Ji-sun stood in front of the auditorium for a long time. He did not make any move until the person in front of him left. It seemed that he was already very satisfied by looking at the beauty and happiness on Song Yu's face at this moment. Song Yu's beautiful wish before his death seemed to come to my ears. One day in the future, will you also be able to go back to the past and see me? Not the me now, but the me when I was 18 years old. Ji-sun came as promised. In time, I saw the most beautiful her. Unconsciously, the flowers and trees around seemed to be flying by time, grass growing and flowers falling. Ji-sun found that he had walked into the black fir forest and looked up to see the small house. He heard sad sobbing. Ji-sun's heart ached, and he jumped up. Only then did I see the girl with red eyes by the window, leaning over the table, writing a letter. She tried to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, not letting them wet the letter paper, but the tears in her eyes still flowed down her pretty face. Ji-sun saw what Song Yu was writing on the letter paper. June 11th. Today is the 3rd day since you left, Mr. Chaoyang. Sorry, I cried for a long time. Don't laugh at me. Then, I remembered that I still have the magical stamp. Ah, I was so excited to think that you could receive the letter. I cried as I wrote. Ji-sun looked at Miss Yu, who was sad because of missing him, and couldn't help wanting to wipe the tears from her eyes. He stretched out his hand, not noticing the rapid changes in the surrounding environment. Spring went, and autumn came, and his vision withered and grew. Time had passed quickly. Ji-sun suddenly realized what this feeling was. He changed history, and the power of time was strongly rejecting this behavior. Song Yu in front of him also matured visibly with his actions. From an 18-year-old girl, she became a mature woman with a bit of competence and calmness between her eyebrows. She is now the head of the Song family. The content on the letter has also changed. 10 years have passed. Chaoyang, where are you? I am very sad today. When I looked in the mirror, I found a wrinkle at the corner of my eye. If you don't come to see me again, I am afraid you won't recognize me. Even if you recognize me, you are an old girl. The girl in front of me can finish writing these contents calmly. The words are still full of longing. After Song Yu finished writing, he put the stamp on it with love, muttering to himself, I don't know if you received my letter, Mr. Chao Yang, I miss you so much. This self-talk finally moved Ji Sun, who was watching from the window. He wanted to reach out and hug Miss Yu, who had been waiting for him for 10 years. However, he paused again, fearing the time would pass, and he would never see the silly girl in front of him again. Ji Sun just watched, looking at Song Yu by the window, staring at the letters silently, sometimes smiling gently, sometimes mumbling foolishly. At this moment, the expectation and longing full of love appeared on that face that had already become a little familiar. It was this scene that made Ji Sun's mind vividly recall the deep emotions written on the letters. He felt the grievance and longing of waiting. Looking at Song Yu's expression immersed in beautiful expectations, Ji Sun's heart was filled with a surge of thoughts. He wanted to tell Song Yu that he was here, but he couldn't speak. The words seemed to be blocked in his throat by an unspeakable force. The law of time is like the bright moon in the water. When you try to grab it, it will slip away. The two of them were separated by a glass. Ji Sun looked at her with admiration in his eyes. His thousands of thoughts finally turned into a whisper, Miss Yu, I'm here to see you. However, as soon as he said this, it seemed as if he had sensed something. Song Yu was startled and looked out the window, saying in surprise, the morning sun. But in the blink of an eye, looking out the empty window, the excitement on her face instantly dissipated. Her face had aged a lot again, and silver frost had appeared on her ears and temples. The content on the letter changed again. Song Yu had written countless letters without receiving a reply. Time was passing faster and faster. Although I didn't want to admit it, the fact was that aging had left an indelible mark on my face. I always felt very weak after a long journey. If you see me, remember to come and see me as soon as possible. I'm afraid I can't wait for you. Ji Sun knew that she really heard it just now. He had seen it in a certain book. It was a warning left by someone who had comprehended the law of time. Many times in life, the hallucinations you feel are actually your future self and your lover looking back and forth at you. It turned out to be true. At this moment, Ji Sun looked at Song Yu in front of him, and he wanted to express all his thoughts. But he was afraid that he would lose even these few beautiful things. Ji Sun just looked at Song Yu in front of the window silently, and a complex emotion that he had never had before surged in his heart. However, the thought was so strong that Miss Yu in front of him seemed to have noticed something. She once again looked up at the window with surprise, as she had done countless times in the past few decades, and then, looking at the empty window, she became lost again. Just looking at this lonely look, Ji Sun felt a stronger desire to respond to her than ever before. A magical scene happened. Song Yu seemed to have sensed something, and looked up at the window again. She did not have sudden expectations, only the calmness that time had brought her. The expression on that still beautiful face gradually changed from disappointment to a faint smile. She said to herself, I know you've been here. You promised me that you would come to see me, and you will definitely come. Ji Sun's eyes shook violently when he heard it. Before he could say anything, Song Yu continued, I want to tell you, thank you for coming to see me in time. You should have seen that I am very happy now. Meeting you is the happiest thing in my life. She talked about her happiness, as if to comfort herself. It was also like comforting the unknown audience outside the glass window. Ji Sun listened silently. Song Yu said a lot of which could not be written on the letter paper. She said that she was very happy, but between the lines, there was only longing. Finally, she seemed tired and stopped. She sealed the letter in the envelope and sealed it with a kiss, saying, looking forward to receiving a reply in the same tone as when she was a girl. At this moment, Ji Sun was speechless. Miss Yu. Song Yu looked at the window in front of him tenderly. At this moment, it seemed as if the two of them were looking at each other across time and space, and they really saw each other. Well, if I mean that if you come to see me, and I don't see you, it must be like last time. Can I say it? Well, I won't mind. If you come, I will be very happy, very, very happy. But if you really hear it, then please let us meet again sooner. Finally, this girl who has been waiting for a long time said tenderly and silently, I miss you. Chapter 589. Time always passes silently. The leaves of the black fir tree outside the window turned yellow, and then green again. It was not until many years had passed that the vegetation became more and more luxuriant. Ji Sun looked at the girl writing letters through the attic glass, and she also grew older in front of him. From the girl with a bright smile on her face, she gradually turned into a white-haired old man. Song Yu turned his thoughts into letters, describing the romantic encounter he had at the most beautiful age. She would often talk to herself in front of the window, and express her longing to the lover outside the window, who she was sure would come to see her in the long river of time. Fate was like a clown, playing a joke on them. While giving the two people a surprise in fate, it also brought endless longing and regret. Ji-sun accompanied Song-yu on a long journey of life, and that Miss Yu missed him all her life. Time disappeared like quicksand between fingers. A long 100 years, and then it was just a blink of an eye. Ji-sun stood silently in front of the window, accompanying her for a very long time, but looking back, it seemed like a lifetime that had passed by in a flash. Ji-sun looked at the gray-haired Song-yu in front of the window, and his eyes became more and more gentle. Finally, the figure of the girl in front of him gradually disintegrated. The light in the treehouse suddenly went out, leaving all the beauty in the long river of time. She has always been there, and has never left. Ji-sun looked at the dim and dilapidated treehouse in front of him, and stopped for a long time in the breeze in the forest. Thousands of thoughts finally turned into a gentle sigh. Miss Yu? For a long time. For a long time. The scattered eyes gradually focused. Ji-sun looked at the letter in his hand, and the trans-time and space stamp whose light had completely dissipated, and his face was relieved. He traveled back to 100 years ago, and witnessed Miss Yu's life again, still relying on the extraordinary effect of this stamp. But this time is different from the last time. He did not participate in that history in the way of modification, but as observer. As perspective to witness that period of history. The second wonderful journey through time allowed him to touch the true mystery of time. In other words, in the future, when he stabilizes his understanding of the laws of time, he can go back to see Song-yu at any time. The girl will still be there, waiting for him. Time is relative. Standing at a high enough height, time is like a book that can open the past and the future. So that's it. I don't know how long it took, Ji-sun murmured. I didn't understand. But I had touched the mystery of time. Just when I sensed someone coming down from the tree house, Ji-sun's thoughts were completely put away. That person had been here for a while, and had been standing under the tree house, as if waiting for something. Ji-sun was also very curious. Who was it? Logically, no one knew he was here, and no one noticed he was here, so how could someone come? Looking back at this treehouse that had so many beautiful memories, Ji-sun's eyes also flashed with emotion, and he was afraid that this would be the last time he came here in his life. When we come back in the future, it will be time to find this memory again in the long river of time. Miss Yu, I see you next time. Ji-sun murmured, and without thinking much, he jumped down. Under the treehouse, there was an old man with a cane and a hunched body. Ji-sun recognized him at a glance. It was the old housekeeper of the Song family, Mr. Jio. After the last separation in Honglu, this little dove, who he knew 100 years ago, had aged too much. Ji-sun saw that he had reached the end of his life. This old servant, who had been loyal to the Song family for his entire life, held on to his last breath, and returned to the manor, where he had lived for most of his life after the war in the East Wilderness ended. Like a withered leaf, it finally wants to fall beside the tree roots that nurtured it. This old man seemed to have been doing so for countless years, as his young lady rested in the tree house. He waited quietly under the tree. It seemed that if he waited, he would be able to wait for the young lady to come down. When Ji-sun came down from the tree house, the old man seemed to feel something. He looked up, and a hint of expectation flashed in his cloudy eyes, and he said to himself, "Young lady, are you calling me?" 100 years, this is a loyal memory engraved in his bones. However, the luster in his eyes faded in an instant, and he said to himself, "Oh, the lady is gone." This sigh revealed endless loneliness. As he was muttering to himself, he suddenly saw a figure gradually emerging in front of him. The old man was shocked at first, thinking it was his own hallucination. Before the expectation in his eyes dimmed again, he heard the man in front of him greet Mr. Jio. The old man burst into tears, and immediately recognized her. He raised his hand tremblingly and greeted her. "Mr. Ji-sun, have you come to see the young lady?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded. His tone was ethereal, as if he had just walked out of the long river of time. He looked at the old man in front of him and said again, "Mr. Jio, long time no see." "You?" Mr. Jio listened to the old man's face full of relief, and couldn't help but moisten his eyes. It was as if he had returned to the scene of their first meeting in the refugee camp 100 years ago. He heard a farewell in the greeting. This was probably the last time they would meet in this life. Mr. Jio was filled with emotion. He was no longer the decisive butler of the Song family, but an ordinary old man, mumbling about the last bit of concern in his heart. "You are still as young as you were 100 years ago. It's a pity that the young lady is gone. I am also old." This is probably the last time I will see Mr. Ji-sun. Ji-sun looked at him, silent. Time and fate were once again clearly manifested in his eyes. People are completely unaware of the passage of time at the beginning of their lives, and they begin to feel the passage of time, as if they only realize it belatedly when they say goodbye again and again. The old man showed a gratified smile on his face, and his tone became weaker and weaker. It is the greatest luck for little Dove to meet Mr. Ji-sun and Miss in this life. It is no regret to see you again. Ji-sun looked at the old face, and said only one sentence among thousands of words. Little Dove, I am also honored to know you in my life. The old man was already in tears when he heard this. However, a calm smile rose at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that without any worries in the world, people could calmly walk to the end of their lives. Mr. Joe's words were a farewell to his benefactor 100 years ago, and also a farewell to this world of fireworks. At the last moment of his life, the scenes of his life flashed rapidly in his mind. It suddenly occurred to him that the starting point of the story with memories was when he met Mr. Ji-sun. As he thought about it, the last ray of light in his eyes dimmed, and his hand, which was originally trembling with a cane, gradually calmed down. The old man stood there, slowly closed his eyes, his face peaceful and happy. This life, no regrets. Ji-sun clearly felt that life was dissipating in front of his eyes, like a wisp of smoke. A line of fate reached its end here. Witnessing the death of an old friend again, Ji-sun's eyes showed an indescribable depth. Time and life are like entangled threads in the universe, becoming clearer. The manor remains, but the old friend is gone. At some point, the sound of rushing footsteps came from outside the woods, calling anxiously and worriedly. Grandpa! Grandpa! The young man in a long gown looked at the old man standing there, and burst into tears. Ji-sun left the Sapphire Manor. Under the streetlights, a mushroom-headed boy was holding a book with the cover of Infinite Scripts, The World of Will and Representation, and reading it attentively. It seemed that this book was very profound. He frowned and pursed his lips from time to time. At this moment, the mushroom-headed boy looked up and saw Ji-sun coming out of the manor. He quickly put the book away and put it in his cloth bag and greeted him respectfully, "Teacher." Ji-sun nodded. "Let's go." "Oh!" Mushroom Head nodded obediently, but he seemed to have discovered something, blinked and asked, "Teacher, why do I feel that you are different from before?" Ji-sun tilted his head and glanced at him. "What's different?" "Well, I can't tell." Mushroom Head held his cheek and pondered for a moment, then said in a somewhat mature tone, "I seem to see the traces of the passage of time in you, the decayed smell of the end of cause and effect, and love." As soon as he said this, he seemed to come back to his senses. It was a very imprecise behavior to say that love, which he did not even understand, was in front of his teacher. He quickly made up for it by saying, "I also read it in the book." Ji-sun listened and laughed, and praised, "Yeah. Not bad." The mushroom-headed boy blinked, and he felt very happy to be praised by the teacher. After thinking about it, he asked another question. "By the way, teacher, I saw a word recorded in Gulan language on the title page of the notebook you gave me before, which seems very important. Do you know what the record is?" When he heard this, Ji-sun immediately knew what the boy said, and said, "The sentence says that there are 50 laws in the universe, 49 are ordered, and 1 is disordered." Mushroom-headed man looked confused. "Ah." Ji-sun didn't explain much. "You can't understand it now, but when you can understand it, you will naturally see it." "Oh!" Mushroom-headed man touched his head, seemed to understand, and asked again, "Teacher, where are we going?" Ji-sun pondered for a moment and said, "Go to the old continent." Coming to the Sapphire Manor is to say goodbye to that time. The situation in the eastern wasteland has now stabilized, and there is no need to stay. The most important thing is that after advancing to the 9th level, he also found that it is difficult to absorb the law elements in the eastern wasteland through normal breathing. And the old continent and the southern continent, where the law limit is higher, are naturally going to go. Half a month later. The old continent, the original gold-digging dock. Now, 100 Battle City. This is the headquarters of the Iris Corps, and the territory established by the Andre family. Although the once prosperous Innocent City and the Gold Nugget Wharf were destroyed, the iron chain that spanned the world rift was reconnected. Ji-sun walked over the iron chain with a mushroom-headed boy. As soon as the two of them landed on the ground, the burly middle-aged man in the city lord's mansion immediately sent something and teleported to the dock. Darcy was also frightened when he saw the middle-aged man, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Especially the terrifying dragon power, which frightened his soul, who had just advanced to the 3rd level, as if it was stiff. Ji-sun looked at the bearded man calmly and said, "Mr. Andre, long time no see." Andre squinted his eyes, and looked at Ji-sun in front of him. and said, "You have advanced to the 9th level? Congratulations." In fact, during the decisive battle in the East Wilderness before, he saw that this guy was special, and had a high probability of successfully advancing to the 9th level. But what surprised the Great Marshal was that this new 9th level seemed a bit too strong. "Advanced by luck," Jason said modestly, and then introduced, "This is my disciple Darcy. This is Marshal Andre." Although the mushroom head was shocked, he bowed and saluted Marshal. Andre took a look and smacked his lips. There are many good seedlings in the East Wasteland. Jason smiled without commenting. After all, he was a visitor, and Andre greeted him. "Let's go and sit in my mansion." The guy who used to be despised has become a top-level strongman of the same level as himself. In an instant, Andre, as the Grand Marshal, not only felt emotional, but also changed many of his original plans. Ji-sung came to the Old Continent and visited the 100 Battles City first because Catalina said that their ally was a little uneasy. It was not that Marshal Andre wanted to break the alliance, but he wanted to gain as much benefit as possible. After all, in terms of strength, the Iris Corps is stronger than any force in the East Wilderness. The alliance between the strong and the weak originally meant that the weaker party needed to cede some interests. It would be great if the alliance army that was gaining momentum could be brought under his command. It's hard to say if it's a few years later. If you want to do it as soon as possible. And Ji-sung came this time to renegotiate some cooperation conditions. He had already clearly understood the intelligence before. The situation in the Old Continent is very chaotic now. The melee between the two dragon gods in the Southern Continent is still going on. A large number of pioneering lords have brought countless refugees and war refugees to the Old Continent. Each of them has built a new territory. Originally, this was nothing. After all, the nobles are all dragon descendants. When the two dragon gods in the Southern Continent decide the winner, these people will still be loyal to the dragon god. It was equivalent to the dragon race gaining a large piece of new territory in the old world for nothing. However, the surprise was the gene anchoring potion that suddenly appeared on the black market. It was a magical potion that could allow the Dragonborn to break free from the suppression of the dragon bloodline. This made the Dragonborn who came to the old world have other ideas. Originally, those who came to the old world to open up Wasteland were some marginal nobles, and their desire to submit to the Arel Empire was not that strong. It was more of a bloodline-level necessity. Now the gene potion gave them the right to choose. If possible, no one wants to be a slave. Except for those high-ranking nobles, who rely on the pure-blooded dragon race for their achievements, almost all other dragon lords are secretly inquiring about the situation of gene anchoring potion. Of course, there is the secret instigation of the Iris Corps. After all, although they have decided to break away from the control of the dragon race, the Iris Corps is still one of the 3 major red dragon legions. They dare not use the gene potion only for themselves. And if most of the people who come to the Old Continent betray the rule of the dragon race, then it will not be a problem. Therefore, gene anchoring potions spread rapidly through the black market of the old world. Another point is mechanical technology. Although the Alliance army lost some elites in the East Wasteland last time, the rewards they got were also very great. Now the mechanical army of the Alliance army has basically taken shape. There are now 4 Titan mechas and countless God Hunter class mechas in the Alliance army, and the East Wasteland has stabilized, and the New World Mechanical City is still continuously manufacturing new armors and sending them over. In case of encountering a strong enemy, the Angel armor and the other 2 Titan armors being researched in the New World can also come to the Old World for support. With this combat power, there is almost no lord in the Old Continent who can chew the hard bone of the Alliance army alone. Another crucial point is that after Katarina, the commander-in-chief of the Alliance army, merged with Plum Blossom Q Moonlight Queen, she became the carrier of the Moon God, the gathering place of the Silver Moon Sex faith and divine power, and her strength is skyrocketing every day. It can be said that it is impossible to behead. So the Alliance army does not have to hide and develop like before. Instead, it is very tough to let those old antiques in the Southern Continent see the horror of the Steel Torrent. In addition, the forces originally controlled by the rebel dragon army near Rune Highlands look after each other, and the alliance with the Iris Legion, this Iron Triangle is already the most stable alliance in the Old Continent. The dragon descendants of the Southern Continent, who have seen the power of mechanical technology, have also begun to ponder mechanical technology. Originally, machinery was considered a taboo by the Holy See in the Southern Continent, but now the Holy See's control is gradually weakening, and it is basically in name only in the Old Continent. Of course, the lords will not give up something that can easily equip a powerful legion with some equipment. As it happens, The black market has been enriched with all kinds of mechanical equipment and mechanical drawings since some time ago. This is of course also secretly fueled by Iris. Andre is still one of the 3 marshals of the Red Dragon Kingdom on the surface, and of course, he can't openly declare his support for mechanical technology. But in fact, he has secretly supported several new forces in the development of mechanical technology. The reception room was chosen in the study of the Lord's Mansion of Baijan City. The study of the generals does not have so many fancy things, mostly some armor and weapons. The few gold-plated books on the bookshelf were all decorations that had not been opened for decades. Although there were not many people, this was a meeting of extremely high standards and high confidentiality. Ji-sun sat leisurely on the chair, chatting like an old friend, and asked, "So what does Mr. Andre mean?" Andre glanced at Ji-sun and said 2 words, marriage. Chapter 590. Regardless of the country system, marriage has always been the best alliance for the ruling class. The complicated blood relationship will make the ruling families highly bound together to form a community of interests. Now the rise of the East Wilderness is unstoppable, and Andre certainly sees this. Since he does not plan to continue to be a slave to the dragon of the southern continent, he certainly hopes to have a powerful ally. This negotiation is of great significance because it concerns the future fate of countless people in the Iris Corps. In the study, the senior executives of Iris all had serious expressions. Especially after Ji-sun rejected his marriage proposal, the atmosphere suddenly became full of gunpowder. "I am a lonely person, with no family heritage and no power. So, Mr. Andre, there is really no point in asking me for marriage. Brother Ji-sun, I think we at Iris have shown enough sincerity. I also married my most beloved daughter to you. Do you think it is inappropriate? I can guarantee that her appearance will never disappoint you." No, that's not what I meant." "What do you mean? Or do you think that other people are qualified to discuss marriage with my Andre family? Although the newly promoted King Augustus and Commander Catalina of the Allied forces are not married, they can talk about it. But I think it may not be appropriate. Brother Ji-sun, what do you think?" Andre looked at Ji-sun with a hint of hostility. When talking about his daughter, the Great Marshal was really angry. "I'm afraid that if they disagree, they will really want to fight." Compared with interests, the dragon nobles also valued face. It can be said that none of the 3 royal families in the southern continent would refuse his conditions. Not to mention the several forces in the eastern wasteland that currently seem to be inferior to the 3 kingdoms. This is actually Andre looking up to the eastern wasteland and investing in the future. The 2 largest forces in the eastern wasteland now are the newly formed Orlan Kingdom and the Alliance Army. Originally, Andre thought that the leaders of the 2 forces were good choices for marriage. But after inquiring about the news, he learned that His Majesty Chujio and Commander Catalina both had a close relationship with the guy in front of him, and they were probably lovers. Even the deputy leader Qin of the Revolutionary Army, the Song family of the New World Mechanical City, and the mechanical god Dong Qi all have such a relationship. From the perspective of the nobles, this is an alliance relationship maintained by marriage. So Andre thought that Ji-sun would not mind taking one more. This situation is also normal in the dragon society of the southern continent. I didn't expect this guy to refuse. This made Andre have to suspect that either the other party looked down on him, or had other intentions. Your Excellency has indeed misunderstood. Ji-sun laughed at himself. No matter how beautiful Marshal Andre's daughter was, he was really not interested in marriage. Although he did have a close relationship with Catalina and the others. But that was based on close friends and partners. It was purely a personal emotion, and there was no interest involved at all. Dongwon could get to this point today more because of fate, rather than deliberate. Of course, he knew that no one would believe such words. He didn't want to waste time explaining. Then, Ji-sun said the plan he had thought of when he came here, and suggested, "The essence of the topic we are discussing this time is to achieve a deep alliance. I mean, marriage is okay. The Lionheart family has many marriageable talents. If you really think you need me to participate in it, I can accept a disciple. The Lionheart family has many descendants, as well as generals and so on. If they marry a few more times, they can still be deeply bound by interests." He said that accepting a disciple means that he really treats them as family members. For people who value commitment, this kind of relationship is as stable as a marriage. Of course, that is for this generation. Compared with marriage, taking in disciples, and the blood relationship of subsequent offspring are inferior after all. It can be regarded as a compromise. And it is already very reasonable. Humph! But Andre listened, his face became colder and colder, his tone was already slightly unfriendly, and he asked, "What do you mean?" In Andre's opinion, Ji-sun's attitude of evading all kinds of evasion is not only humiliating, but also very suspicious. Ji-sun certainly knew why the other party was angry. The two sides did not know each other well enough, not to mention that some customs of the aristocracy in the southern continent were also like this. For the sake of family interests, love and other things can basically be given up. Some nobles in the southern continent even gave their wives to their allies for marriage. There is no reason not to accept a beautiful wife for free. However, that was someone else. Not Ji-sun. He had no interest in this kind of political marriage, no matter who the object was. But he came here to solve the problem this time, and he had to explain it clearly after all. Some things are not convenient to say. Just as Ji-sun opened his mouth, Andre sneered and interrupted. In his opinion, this was a bit of a mystery. Ji-sun smiled. Since the other party was not afraid of the cause and effect, he did not say any more polite words, but said bluntly, I am not interested in the 9th level. When Andre heard this, he looked at his expression, which did not seem to be joking, and his brows condensed instantly. He said in his heart, what a great ambition. No wonder he saw why the guy who came out of the East Wasteland in front of him was so strong. This explanation instantly calmed the marshal's anger. It's normal for a genius, who pursues the god level, not to want to be tied down. But Andre still felt that the marriage didn't seem to have any impact. After all, the two major forces only need this relationship, even if the marriage is just a formality, as long as there is blood inheritance, it's better. It won't take much time to create a human being. If that's the case, I have an idea too. However, before Andre could say more, Ji-sun knew that the other party had not given up, so he moved his lips and teased slightly and said something in a voice transmission. For a moment, Andre's eyes widened and his expression froze there. He wanted to say something, but seemed to be speechless on the spot. You? Some words cannot be said. Not everyone is destined to hear them. What Ji-sun said was, of course, some hints related to Plain Supervisor. He is probably the only person in the world who knows the truth except Old Man Su. Jia Yu's death confirmed the historical truth that was deliberately erased. There is that Plain Supervisor. Existence, the entire Card Master plane is like a huge prison. Countless Card Master predecessors died on the way to climb over the prison. And Ji-sun also wants to see the world outside the prison. But this road of exploration is destined to be extremely dangerous. Even a powerful existence, like Emperor Landlingster, died on the road of exploration. Not to mention others. It can be said that once this secret is involved, the 9th level is as small as an ant. So if anyone is involved in this cause and effect, no one in the entire plane is sure to survive. At Andre's level, he must have come into contact with some ancient secrets. Looking at his surprised expression, he obviously guessed something. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Ji-sun with an extremely serious expression, wondering if he had misunderstood. But the more he looked, the more frightened he became. Obviously, the other party was not joking. Ji-sun's mouth corners slightly raised, and that expression seemed to say, I reminded you before, it was you who wanted to hear it. The study room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Andre's expression was more serious than ever. The other senior officials of the Iris Corps looked at the marshal's silence, and thought that the negotiation was going to fail. However, before everyone could think about it, Andre, who had been pondering for a long time, suddenly waved his hand and said, Okay, as you said. It's settled. Come on, arrange for the distinguished guests to rest first. Ji-sun left the study, leaving the senior officials of the Iris Corps a little confused. The elders and women of the Andre family heard the news and hurried over. What? Not only did the boy refuse the marriage of our Andre family, you also want my precious daughter Isabel to be his disciple? Marshal, I think those guys in Dongwang are too arrogant. They just won the civil war, so they think they are qualified to be on equal footing with us? Only the mechanical technology is a bit impressive. The rest is far behind us. We have given them enough face by agreeing to the marriage, but they are so ungrateful that they refuse it? When the senior members of the Andre family heard the result of the marriage, they immediately exploded. Everyone felt that the family was humiliated. Originally, their plan was that the target of the marriage would be either the commander of the Allied forces, or the newly crowned king of Dongwang. Because normally, this is an equal marriage. Many people in Iris have seen Chujio and Catalina, and their beauty has spread. This also makes many young people in the Andre family eager to try. Marshal Andre thought so before. He knew very well that even with mechanical technology, the number of dragons in the old continent was still 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, that of the Allied forces. If the people of the East Wilderness want to gain a foothold in the old continent, they must have a powerful ally. In this way, they will not be unanimously excluded by the lords of the southern continent. And only the deeply bound allies after the marriage will spare no effort to help them. So for the sake of interests, they think there is no reason for the allies to refuse. After all, this is a choice that is beneficial to both sides. Even if they don't agree for some personal reasons, they can use some tricks to let the allies know that they are in a difficult situation, and they will definitely compromise. However, they never expected that Ji-sun's arrival would disrupt all their plans. The study room was already in chaos. The elders and senior officials were talking angrily, and even had the intention of tearing up the covenant. Marshal Andre felt a headache after hearing this, and waved his hand to stop everyone. Okay, quiet. As soon as these words came out, the study immediately became quiet. After a while of silence, a handsome man with blonde hair stood up and asked in confusion, "Father, didn't you say that you wanted me to talk to the Allied Commander-in-Chief about the marriage? Why did you change your mind now?" The one who spoke was Andre's 17th son, Boyce, a marriage candidate with excellent talent and ability. The strength of the 8th level also gave him the qualifications to look down on others. He looked at his father in silence, and then said anxiously, "I know that there are rumors outside that Miss Carter has a close relationship with that East Wilderness native, but I think that this is definitely not the time to talk about private affairs when it comes to the marriage between two powerful forces. In the old world, outstanding ladies always have no shortage of suitors, and this situation is normal. Since seeing the beauty of Katarina, this young Master Boyce no longer cares about other things. Dragonborns are more possessive than normal humans, and he certainly won't allow such a thing to happen." As a father, Andre certainly noticed everything. He looked at his son and said calmly, "Boyce, put away your little thoughts. And don't think about Miss Carter anymore. Otherwise you will lose your life for this." But Boyce never expected his father to say such a thing. Although he knew that no one could disobey his father's orders, thinking of Catalina's beauty, he still said unwillingly, "But father, that guy is just an 8th level card master. Although I have some tricks, I am also an 8th level person, so I am not afraid of him." As he said this, he also gave his own solution. "If my father feels embarrassed, I can go and duel with that guy." Boyce certainly knew the information. Ji-sun is a very important figure in Dongwang, and it is because of him that the marriage is extremely difficult. In the eyes of the Dragonborn, when encountering such a conflict, it is usually a duel. As long as one candidate is eliminated, then it is not a problem. The high-purity blood Dragonborn is not afraid of any competitor. Andre looked at his son and sighed in his heart. Only a few people have seen Ji-sun's methods. He didn't want to explain how treacherous his methods were, so as not to hurt the pride of the tribe. When he faced the 8th level before, he was not absolutely sure that he could kill the other party, let alone others. And that was before. In fact, he had already tried it just now. Andre had a very strong intuition that the other party might have some methods that would threaten him. He didn't explain much, but just said tactfully, "Boyce, you can't defeat a 9th level enemy." Hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked. They also knew that Ji-sun had already reached the 9th level. Boyce's eyes widened and he asked in surprise, "What? That guy has been promoted to the 9th level?" His tone was full of complexity and jealousy when he spoke. In the eyes of the nobles of the southern continent, Dongwang was a poor and remote place. There was no 7th level a few years ago, but now there is a 9th level? And didn't the previous intelligence say that it was the 8th level? How did he succeed in advancing so quickly? You know, the 9th level is the last bottleneck before humans can reach the god level. I don't know how many talented dragon descendants have been stuck for their entire lives. A native of the East Wasteland, can he advance just like that? However, since this was said by Andre, no one questioned it. They also understood why the marriage plan had changed so much. Since the other party was at the 9th level, King Augustus and the Allied commander in the original plan could not be considered. Everyone also understood why Andre chose to propose to marry his daughter just now. But she didn't get married, but was accepted as a disciple instead? At this time, a beautiful woman spoke up, "Andre, do you really plan to let Isabel be a disciple of that man?" It was the Duchess who spoke. Isabel was her most beloved youngest daughter, and the one with the purest dragon blood in the next generation of the Andre family. If the marriage failed, she would not push the best offspring of the family to the other party. It looked like a gift that the other party did not want and forced to give. Andre nodded yes. He did not explain much. There were too many considerations in letting his best daughter be someone's disciple. In addition to the fact that the other party was also 9th level, there was also the previous conversation through voice transmission. But those words cannot be said to others. Only when he reached this level did he feel the difference in life levels more clearly. Below the god level, everyone is an ant. In his eyes, Even if they are descendants of the family, if their own fate cannot be improved, they are no different from ants. This is why he was determined to break away from the control of the Dragon Clan. As long as he does not break through the slave status of the Dragon Clan, he will never be able to truly stand up. If the other party can really go that far, Andre knows very well that such a choice is to leave a chance for the family and himself. Hearing this, the Duchess was puzzled and said, "But what kind of foundation can a remote place like Dongwang have? Even King Augustus's inheritance is said to be very broken, and it may not be much stronger than our family's heritage of thousands of years." Andre didn't want to explain more, waved his hand, and said majestically, "This alliance involves some secret matters, you just need to execute it." Everyone, yes, Andre has absolute authority both in the army and in the family. After he said this, no one dared to say anything, no matter how much they wanted to say. 10 days later. Shadowfang Fortress in the northeastern region of the Old Continent. A giant transport flying dragon from the south landed in the city's post station, and a large number of mercenaries and war refugees got off the flying dragon and merged into the city. Now all the lords in the Old Continent are expanding their territories, and population migration has never stopped. On the flying dragon, there were one adult and 2 children in the crowd, who looked like refugees who had migrated from their homes. It was none other than Ji-sun and his 2 disciples, mushroom-headed Darcy and the red dragon girl Isabel. Ji-sun was dressed normally. He didn't want to attract attention at his current level, so no one would notice him. The 2 disciples behind him, the mushroom-headed one, were dressed simply, while Isabel was wrapped tightly in a headscarf. After all, this girl was Andre's legitimate daughter, and had some fame in the southern continent. Ji-sun had heard of the name Isabel last time, in the space plot of the bandits of Black Crow Castle. The saint of the Church of Light tens of thousands of years ago was called this. It is not uncommon to have the same name in the southern continent. Some names are exclusive to the nobility, and this is Isabel. The general meaning of the translation is Genius Girl. If you don't have a talent beyond Superman, you are not qualified to be called this name. And the talent of the Dragonborn is the purity of blood. This girl is very talented. It can be said that she was born with the foundation of a top card master. Ji-sun also found it interesting that Andre actually sent the most talented heir in the family. Of course, he knew what the other party was thinking. But since I agreed, I have one more disciple, and I will train him well. Just thinking about it, Isabel, who had her whole head wrapped in a headscarf, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes, complained in a low voice, "Ah, this headscarf is so rough, the plush is as hard as a steel needle, it makes me uncomfortable. Darcy, can't you help me find a silk one from Caddis Blue?" The mushroom-headed man asked curiously, "What is Caddis Blue?" Isabel looked at him like a bumpkin and said, "It's a special textile factory for the Red Dragon royal family. Their imitations are the best in the southern continent." The mushroom head rolled his eyes and explained, "We are now playing refugees, and the silk headscarf will be discovered." He corrected also, "You should call me senior brother. It's very rude to call me by my name. You are a noble lady." Isabel said arrogantly, "Huh? You can't beat me. Why should I call you senior brother?" The mushroom head said faintly, "It's not that I can't beat you. It's that the teacher said to let you go." "Isabel, I don't believe it. You are only at level 3, and I am already at level 4. Mushroom-headed man said calmly, "Level is not the only criterion for judging victory or defeat. You Dragonborn are too obsessed with blood purity and level. Besides, if nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to reach level 4 in 3 months." Isabel listened to the calm tone of the old man, snorted and stopped talking. Although her father asked her to worship the guy in front as her teacher, she was not convinced in her heart. Who can be more powerful than his father? There is also a mushroom-headed guy who pretends to be deep and always calls himself a senior brother. When I have a chance, I will beat him up and teach this guy a lesson, so that he knows how powerful the Dragonborn is. Isabel inherited the arrogance of the dragon race at a young age. In the eyes of the Dragonborn, strength is the only thing. Ji-sun listened to the 2 little guys bickering behind him, and was used to it. Sent here as a disciple, of course, she must be trained slowly. That girl is a little arrogant, but her character is not bad. Sometimes he thought that Andre probably didn't want this girl to be spoiled at home, so he sent her here. Shadowfang Fortress is the territory of Duke Simon's mansion. When Ji-sun came here last time, it was still a military fortress built in the ruins. After coming here for more than half a year, the city has completely changed. Not only has the city area expanded by nearly double, but the population has also increased a lot. Green dragon flags are fluttering everywhere in the city. The biggest change is the mechanical equipment on the mercenaries in the city. Although at the beginning, the nobles of the old world still strictly abided by the ban, and banned all mechanical technology products. But later, I don't know when, those small mercenary groups began to use mechanical products secretly, and when the number of mechanical products on the black market increased, the nobles began to face up to this thing that could change the war situation. After all, enemies and competitors have it. If you don't have it, then you will be beaten in vain, and the gap in strength will be widened. Machinery is the most effective way to enable low-level card masters to have high-end combat power. As long as the equipment is good enough, and they are organized into a legion, they will be a deadly threat to the top card masters. Magical guns, artillery, mechanical armor, even some mechanical skeletons, steam cars, armored vehicles, can be seen in the fortress. Dragonborns are indeed naturally strong, but in terms of building cities, they are not as good as tireless mechanical equipment. There are also low-level mercenaries, almost all of whom are equipped with magic guns and cannons. This is the cheapest way for them to cross the combat power level. Especially in the recent battle with the Alliance army, the flesh and blood body is obviously at a disadvantage against the steel torrent. Ji-sun came to the Shadow Fang fortress to go to the Allied headquarters in the north, to see Katarina, who became the Moon Queen. To solve the problem, by the way. Last time, Katarina used 30 hunting god armors to ambush and kill the 8th level leader of the Dragon Wing Viper mercenary group, Poison-Side Zolas. Although the battle was won, the Simon Duke's mansion also realized that there might be treasures nearby, and then after some exploration, they also found the rich or vein of demon green copper and demon meteorite black iron. These rare metals are not only necessary for making top-level armor, but also rare for forging top-level armor in the southern continent. Duke Simon knew that there was such a treasure near his territory, so of course he would not give it up. Then he fought with the Allied forces until now. Several nearby lords gathered hundreds of thousands of troops, and recently prepared to completely wipe out the Allied forces. Even the 9th level pure-blooded green dragon legend behind Duke Simon came. Ji-sun came this time to help slay the dragon. The old continent knew almost nothing about the changes in the East Wilderness. First, the Abyss Rift cut off the spread of information, and the only one who knew about it, the Iris Core, would not spread it. Therefore, these lords in the old continent did not know how terrifying the Allied forces had become. Chapter 591. Ji-sun led 2 disciples, and followed the mercenary corps holding various flags all the way north. The headquarters of the Alliance army has been exposed. It can't be hidden, and there is no need to hide. Only by completely frightening the lords of the southern continent can the endless troubles be cut off. The Red Ridge Mountains in the north are the core area of the rich mines of demon green copper and demon meteorite black iron. The army of the Simon family gathered in the south of the Red Ridge Mountains, and Katarina's Alliance army was in the north. The troops of both sides were facing each other across the mountains, and there were large and small frictions every day. They had been fighting for nearly a month, and neither side could do anything to the other. Ji-sun followed the mercenary group to the military fortress of Duke Simon's mansion, and took a look at the defense. The towering 9-story magic tower had been built, which was indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack. The legendary 9th level green dragon was not seen, but there were indeed many large mercenary groups familiar to the southern continent in the camp, and there were also many top-level card masters. If the Alliance army did not intend to attack regardless of the losses, it could have taken it, but it was not necessary. After not finding the green dragon, Ji-sun did not waste time in the fortress, but continued to head north. On the mountain path, the 3 climbed the steep mountain road that only mountain goats could pass, and headed north. Although the mountain road was rugged, the 3 walked as if they were walking on flat ground. If it weren't for the 2 little guys, Ji-sun would have arrived long ago. But having 2 more burdens also added some fun. Along the way, the 2 little guys did not stop. "Ayase, I told you, if you can't at least draw with me in chess, you can't beat me in a fight." Fighting is not chess. You don't know how powerful I am. In the family, no one of the same level can beat me. Your strength is less than 1/10 of mine. How can you win? Besides, I haven't transformed yet. There is a thing called defeating strength with cleverness that tells you to listen to your teacher's teachings more often, but you don't believe it. Now you don't know where the gap I'm talking about is, let alone winning. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Darcy, you damn guy, if you have the guts, just compete with me. I'm not interested. Besides, the teacher told me to let you go. I know you're a bad chess player, but I'm willing to play chess with you so many times. I'm taking care of you, because I'm your senior brother. You, Darcy, you mushroom-headed idiot, I want to duel with you. Ji-sun was listening to the two disciples' daily bickering in front, with a slight smile on his face. Although Isabel acknowledged her as her teacher, this arrogant lady was still unwilling to accept it in her heart. After all, her father was already a strong man at the peak of humanity, and she looked down on others after all. Besides, Ji-sun came from the remote countryside of the East Wilderness. Ji-sun certainly wouldn't bother with a little girl. Teachers and students also need to get along with each other. Arrogance is innate to the Dragonborn, and the advantage of fate is engraved in the blood. It's abnormal for a genius not to be arrogant. And mushroom-headed Darcy is a standard straight man. He is still young and doesn't understand the ways of the world at all. This kind of Sundara lady is just right for a little straight man like Darcy to polish. The three of them went north all the way, and soon crossed the war zone and arrived at the headquarters of the Allied forces. Looking from afar, there were countless black gun barrels and steam chimneys in the steel camp. Ji-sun took a glance, and his eyes narrowed slightly, because he sensed a strong dragon breath and residual high-level poison law fluctuations. Ji-sun knew that this was the residual breath of the 9th-level green dragon, and Isabel couldn't help trembling all over. This kind of blood suppression was something that no dragon descendant could resist. Although the mushroom-headed Darcy's face was also pale due to the dragon's power, he was more thinking and asked, "Teacher, is this the breath of a pure-blooded dragon?" "Yeah." Ji-sun nodded and said calmly, "It's not easy to find a pure-blooded dragon elsewhere. Feel this kind of pressure well. It will be of great help to your understanding of your own will and subsequent divine power." Hearing this, Isabel on the side muttered proudly, "I already have dragon power." And Darcy nodded seriously, "Yes, teacher." Ji-sun looked at the different reactions of the two disciples, and smiled slightly. It must be said that Darcy's talent is really outrageous. When we met a few months ago, he was still a refugee in the orphanage, but now he is a 3rd-level card master. This promotion speed is faster than Ji-sun's original, as if there is no bottleneck at all. As long as he can learn anything at a glance, he can understand anything at a glance. After all, he is a light chaser. Ji-sun thought about it, and understood it. At the beginning, the mushroom head seemed to have used a very special method to pass on the special talent of the light chaser lineage. In comparison, Darcy's talent is actually more outrageous than Isabel's high-purity dragonborn talent. It's just that the two little guys didn't know. The Allied headquarters had obviously been attacked not long ago. There were green venom residues everywhere in the camp, and the air was filled with extremely burning poisonous gas. The steel fortifications were also corroded into pits and pits. Mechanical warriors wearing gas masks were organizing disinfection and cleaning. However, this little bit of poison had no effect on Ji-sun now, so he led the two disciples all the way. Seeing the three strangers suddenly walking towards the camp, the sentinels also discovered them at the first time. "It's Mr. Ji-sun. Mr. Ji-sun is here. Ha ha ha, go and inform the commander." The officer on duty at the camp had seen Ji-sun and recognized him immediately. He shouted excitedly in the communicator, and heads popped up everywhere in the camp. Countless pairs of curious eyes stared at this legendary figure, who had a close relationship with their commander-in-chief. Before the three of them reached the camp, Catalina, dressed in a neat military uniform, appeared on the city wall. From a distance, Ji-sun smiled. After integrating the queue of plum blossoms, Moonlight Queen source card, Katrina's appearance and temperament changed drastically. She was not only beautiful, but also looked like she was emitting holy light all over her body. This was a special holy light that only gods had. Ji-sun knew that this was a vision of faith. Darcy couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful sister." Isabel on the side snorted softly, "Huh? Is that the woman who made Brother Boyce lose his mind?" The little girl felt sorry for her brother, but she couldn't deny the beauty in front of her. This was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen at such a young age. After entering the camp, Catalina took the initiative to greet them, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness, and said, "Long time no see." There were too many outsiders watching, so the two of them didn't act too close. Ji-sun waved and introduced the two little guys around him, saying, "These are my two disciples, Darcy and Isabel." Catalina's crystal eyes flashed with a strange color, and she knew what was going on as soon as she saw the two of them. Of course, she knew who the iconic mushroom head was. And the other arrogant girl with flaming red hair was naturally the genius lady of the Iris Corps. After the introduction, Darcy bowed politely, "Hello, Master's wife." She is not married yet, and she has become the Master's wife? It seems that she has suddenly become much older. However, Catalina did not feel embarrassed when she heard someone call her by her name for the first time. Instead, she had a smile on her face. At the same time, she glanced at Ji-sun beside her, As if her expression could speak. Oh, did you teach her? Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly. This was not taught by him. I don't know where Mushroom Head knew this. But considering the boy's intelligence, this is not surprising. She patted Darcy's head and praised, well, not bad. Then, she took off a relic ring from her fair finger and said, this is a gift for you. Owl's Black Magic Ring, once a 5th level relic recorded in the East Wilderness Federation Bureau X, has a super strong spell bonus. If she calls him teacher's wife, she is of course an elder. But Darcy was flattered and flustered by such a valuable gift. He glanced at Ji-sun beside him for help. Teacher. Ji-sun nodded. Take it. Darcy dared to reach out. Thank you, teacher's wife. Although Isabel was still feeling sorry for her brother, she was a high-ranking noble with strict family education after all, so she called him politely, teacher's wife. Katrina saw the arrogance on the little girl's face, but she didn't take it to heart at all. She also gave a precious gift and praised him. Isabel is very beautiful. Thank you, master. Isabel had seen all kinds of treasures since she was a child, and she was not as excited as Darcy. Ji-sun followed Catalina into the mechanical city. This Dragon Hunter is a super war fortress built during the Talon Empire, and its combat power is many times stronger than the mechanical city in the East Wilderness. Before, due to kinetic energy problems, it had been lying underground. Later, after Ji-sun discovered that the Titan Godhead fragments were the raw materials for making the Power Gem Gold Ball, the energy problem of this mechanical city was completely solved. And the antimatter god-killing cannon also has a launch energy source. Darcy and Isabel had never seen this kind of ancient war fortress, so someone took the two little ones to visit everywhere. Ji-sun and Catalina strolled around the mechanical city together. What's going on outside? The 9th level green dragon came once 3 days ago. But it was afraid of the god-killing cannon and the Titan armor, so it didn't get much advantage and ran away. The toxin of that guy is also very troublesome. Fortunately, there is an antidote prepared by Master Merlin, so it didn't cause too much damage. Did you attack? No. It would be useless even if you did. The Allied forces are not afraid of the green dragon now, but they can't kill it. If you can't control it, it will fly away. But now Duke Simon has gathered hundreds of thousands of elite troops, and they may come again soon. Ji-sun listened to Katarina's words, and had a general understanding of the strength of the green dragon. Pure-blooded dragons belong to the overlord-level creatures, and their combat power is stronger than that of the Warcraft lords of the same level. It can basically be said that they are one level higher than the level. The 8th level pure-blood dragon can be as powerful as an average 9th level card master. Moreover, it can fly and resist, and its physical and magical defenses are full, without any shortcomings. That 9th level green dragon can almost be said to be at the peak of martial arts, and is an unsolvable existence below the god level. Although the strength of the Alliance army is strong, it cannot be stopped, so it is impossible to kill it. In short, it is a tough battle. After talking about the current situation of the base, Katarina looked at Ji-sun, with amazement flashing in her crystal eyes. You seem to have realized some very special abilities after your advancement. Ji-sun had nothing to hide from her and said, yes. I have comprehended a little bit of the secret of time and space, which is just right to restrain the dragon. Katarina suddenly said, oh, no wonder. Ji-sun looked at Katarina and asked, how about you? How do you feel about fusing Moon Queen? It can be seen that the new ability that he has comprehended is not something that ordinary top-level card masters can do. Obviously, he has mastered some mysterious abilities of the moon god. Very good. Hearing this, Katarina's eyebrows curved like the moon, and the holy light on her body became more and more intense. Faith in the power of God is very magical, and there is almost no bottleneck before condensing the godhood. Moreover, the moon goddess Arachne seems to be quite satisfied with me. We are compatible, and I have also comprehended the ultimate secret solution. Ji-sun was also deeply moved when he heard this. He had seen before that Katarina was surrounded by the power of the Holy Land, which meant that she could be promoted to the 9th level at any time. This promotion speed, which was driven by the will of God, was outrageous even for Ji-sun. And the strength of the Chosen One is not based on rank. She has now gathered endless faith and divine power, and divine arts can be performed with just a wave of her hand. This is no longer something that an 8th level card master can define. However, this is also the method left by the predecessors of the Talon Empire, so it is normal that it is outrageous. Before Ji-sun could sigh, a charming look flashed in Catalina's beautiful eyes, and she said, I also mastered some magic of the moon god. Well, I try it for you later. Ji-sun saw the ambiguous look and immediately understood, with a slight smile on his lips. This is the charm of the moon god. It seems that Catalina is indeed very compatible with the Moon Queen. At this time, Catalina thought of something and asked, "By the way, your two disciples are very good. Is that mushroom head a light chaser?" Ji-sun nodded yes. Katarina listened thoughtfully. After she merged with Moon Queen, she could actually see a foreign hand on the chessboard, and traces of violent intervention in the game. But the thought flashed through her mind, and she didn't say much, and turned to ask, "Is Isabelle Andre's precious little daughter?" Ji-sun yes. Haha, I didn't expect that Marshal Andre would be willing to send his most talented daughter here. She is a beauty, Katrina said with a smile, but that girl seems a little difficult to discipline. Although she is called a girl, the body of a dragonborn of 11 or 12 years old is almost the same as that of a human girl of 15 or 16 years old. Ji-sun ignored the ambiguous teasing in her tone, and said seriously, "After this time, she will respect me as a god." The tone was calm as usual, but people could hear endless domineering. Katrina's eyes flashed with a slight surprise. Her eyes turned, and she quickly smiled. "It seems that you have realized something extraordinary." Ji-sun smiled and said nothing. A ninth-order pure-blooded dragon is invincible to others, but in Ji-sun's eyes, as long as he has not crossed the threshold of condensing the godhood, the difference in the law level is just a difference in magnitude. He came to help solve the problem. Master Merlin's super god gene potion requires a biological sample that is infinitely close to the god level. A ninth-order pure-blooded dragon that has lived for thousands of years is the most suitable. And only by completely defeating the Duke Simon's mansion can the other lords of the old continent, who covet the allied forces, be completely afraid. It is also a necessary means to demonstrate mechanical technology, and weaken the control of the dragon race over the card master civilization. The two walked and walked, and they came to the core area of the Dragon Hunter Mechanical City. When Ji-sun came here last time, this was still a training room. But this time, the internal structure has obviously been transformed. The 4 mysterious totems of the Silver Moon sect are arranged around the room, and a bright moon is floating above the room. This is the holy object of the Silver Moon sect moon, which Ji-sun gave to Katarina before. Now it is used to train the top card masters of the allied forces. Arachne, the moon goddess, is the master of dreams and joy. She can create dreams that are like the real world. Ji-sun once experienced it. It is a magical method that allows people to experience death in dreams without experiencing real death. The perception of life and death is the most important perception method on the road to transcendence. Intention, divine power, can be mastered through life and death experience. In this way, the 7th level card master can go further. In the past, Ji-sun and his group had to rely on their own life and death experiences to get to this point, but now, with the Moon Goddess Dream, the process is much safer. There are a large number of card masters stuck at the 6th level in the coalition. They can be promoted to the 6th level in a place like the East Wilderness, where the elemental laws are barren. These people are very talented. All they need is an opportunity to be promoted. And now, with Katarina's Moon Goddess Dream, the coalition will be able to obtain a large number of top-level card masters in the near future. This is also the reason why the Orlan Royal Court was able to train so many 7th level and 8th level masters in a short period of time. At this moment, the officers with general stars on their shoulders in the training room were meditating under the moonlight, and they all showed signs of breaking through the bottleneck. Ji-sun couldn't help but exclaimed, "The gods really have mastered some abilities that mortals can't understand." Yes. Catalina also nodded, but at the same time said, "But the Moon Goddess Dream actually has limitations. If you have subconscious defenses in your heart a few more times, it won't be so useful." Ji-sun said he understood, and the two moved to another place. Later, they visited the armor warehouse, the mechanical workshop, and the artillery room. Not long after, they were in the boudoir on the top floor of the mechanical city. The room was filled with soft moonlight. Beautiful spring scenery. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, so of course they couldn't help but be passionate. Under the moonlight, Katarina's beautiful body was surrounded by holy light. The allied commander-in-chief always liked to take the initiative. Ji-sun lay leisurely, his hands gently touching her jade skin. It must be said that the moon god magic mentioned by Catalina before really brought Ji-sun an almost extreme pleasure experience. It was a kind of extreme pleasure enjoyment that seemed to be in the clouds for both the soul and the body, which made people addicted. The Moon Queen lineage also has some unique pleasure magic that is not inferior to the succubus secret magic. Catalina used her extreme charm to bring indescribable enjoyment. The blessing of the magic, just like the last time the moon god consciousness possessed him, Ji-sun had a wonderful super god experience. Soon, the joy was fully realized. Katarina lazily lay on Ji-sun, her golden hair scattered around, and both of them felt wonderful. After a pause, the young lady of the Lionheart family did not forget to tease, "Your witch distortion is well controlled. TSK, Miss Nan really takes care of you." Ji-sun listened and did not continue the conversation, gently stroking the jade-like skin, and his interest was revived. Katarina felt it, raised her head, looked at him with her beautiful eyes, and her eyes were as charming as silk. She held his head with one hand and soothed him with the other hand. "Are you deliberately maintaining the balance of extraordinary affinity?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded and elaborated on his understanding of the balance of extraordinary characteristics. "I didn't understand Katarina's realm before, but now I completely understand it." Katrina's face was also brightened when she heard it, and she suddenly said, "I see." Ji-sun now understood why the moon goddess Arachne said that sentence before her consciousness was sealed. "When you are happy with this young lady from the Lionheart family in the future, you will definitely think of me." He looked at her beautiful and charming face and reminded her, "But you should also be careful, and don't advance too fast. Be careful of losing control of the extraordinary." Katarina tilted her head and looked at him, with a faint smile in her charming eyes. "I won't lose control with you here." Ji-sun understood what she meant. The pleasure of men and women is actually a form of balance between the extraordinary nature. The two of them are now more and more profound in their understanding of the realm, which is also very important. This topic is full of ambiguity, and Ji-sun is finally completely interested. Katarina also happily caters to it. Chapter 592. Moon Queen. The Silver Moon's secret art of the sequence is not only complementary to each other at the extraordinary level, but also has a wonderful experience. After not seeing each other for a long time, it was finally a night of hearty and enjoyable pleasure. On the white and soft big bed, Ji-sun lay leisurely, enjoying this rare leisure time. Katarina had already gotten up. It was rare for the two of them to have time alone together, so she did not greet the maid, but sorted out her clothes. In the mirror, the beautiful face showed a slightly different rosy luster than before. Looking at Ji-sun on the bed, she said while lifting her hair, "You can sleep a little longer. There will be a high-level meeting of the Allied forces later, and I must attend it." Ji-sun looked into the mirror and said, "Okay." Katarina was barefoot on the white bear-skin carpet, and at this moment she was lifting her hair. Because she had just gotten up, she was only wearing a white shirt. The silk shirt was transparent, and the light shone through it, revealing her graceful figure. She gently stroked her hair with her slender hands, and the hem of her shirt just reached her attractive hip line. Her long and beautiful legs were clearly visible. Occasionally, when her hands moved a little more, her shirt would quietly rise a little, revealing a small round curve, which made people's blood boil and ready to burst out. Facing this beauty that only he could enjoy, Ji-sun did not restrain his eyes at all, and admired it with interest. He had obviously seen this young lady from the Lionheart family, who was known as the White Jade Lion, naked many times, but this visual enjoyment still made him excited. It must be said that in addition to the natural charm of the moon goddess, Catalina, who grew up in a noble family, has always been able to show her charm just right. Charming but not vulgar, gorgeous but not coquettish. Catalina in the mirror looked up and saw the straight gaze, with a sly smile in her beautiful eyes. What? Perhaps it was the catalysis of the Silver Moon's secret art that made Ji-sun no longer sleepy, so he got out of bed and walked to the mirror. "Do you need my help? You can also do this?" Catalina raised her lips slightly and rolled her eyes at Ji-sun behind her. "Forget it, I do it myself." She ignored the dishonest big hand and fixed her hair on her own. Ji-sun couldn't stay idle after hearing this, and hugged the wonderful body from behind without any courtesy. Because she was not wearing any clothes, the touch was real all of a sudden. The two stood, and their close posture seemed intimate and ambiguous. Both of them enjoyed this misty and intimate contact. "Haha, our Mr. Ji-sun is so energetic so early in the morning?" Katarina said a joke, but did not stop the guy behind her from plundering. She also naturally raised her feet and tilted her body back slightly, giving little G a better experience. At the same time, she did not forget to talk about business. "By the way, do you think that the growth of absorbing extraordinary characteristics is getting slower and slower after the 9th level?" Ji-sun multitasked and responded, "Yes." After the 9th level, he felt the suppression of the upper limit of the plane more and more clearly. If it were not for the exaggerated breathing ability of the gluttony secret method and the assistance of elemental rune stone, he would not even see any attribute growth after meditating for a day. If he practices normally, Ji-sun estimates that it will take several hundred years before he can make a breakthrough in the 9th level. Catalina is very smart and thought of something, so she asked, "So now that things here are done, Will you go to the South Continent in the future? Yes. Jisun nodded. The old continent does have enough top-level cultivation resources, but it takes time to develop, and this process may take dozens or even hundreds of years. However, the South Continent has ready-made resources, and the upper limit of the law is higher. The elemental laws are like the water sources on land, which are not evenly distributed. Water sources are more concentrated in depressions like rivers, lakes and ponds. This is why the dragons always like to find a place with rich elements to sleep for hundreds of years. For example, the red dragon likes the crater, the white dragon likes the snow mountain, and the green dragon likes the poisonous miasma swamp. Because there are many elemental depressions, like the Rainbow's secret realm in the South Continent, where the upper limit of the law is much higher than other places. Jisun continued, the South Continent must be visited. The ultimate secret of this plane is hidden in the Warcraft Forest, and there is also an opportunity to break through the 9th level. The clues left by Emperor Lanlingster also indicate that the Holy Church will be defeated in the future. I have to go and see the situation. The Holy Church has accumulated a foundation of more than 100,000 years. I have to see if there is a chance to get a share of it. When the whale falls, all things come to life. This is the law of nature. The Holy Church can have the foundation it has today, in fact, to a large extent, because it ate the corpse of the Talon Empire. After all, those dragons just want to lie at the top of the food chain, and they are not interested in helping humans develop extraordinary civilizations. In Jisun's deduction, although the Holy See is still strong now with its accumulated strength, the probability of its defeat in the future is very high. We have to prepare in advance. Yeah. A trace of thought flashed across Catalina's eyes. As the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, her strategic vision is of course understandable. After a pause, Jisun said, besides, the Holy See of Light, the Scarlet Sect, and the Lord of War Disaster are also big troubles. Now they can't spare the time to intervene, but it may not be the case in the future. If the other outer gods are really free, the next target will definitely be the Old World and the East Desert. Also, the mysterious plane supervisor. From the current clues, the guy who killed Jiayu before was directly related to the 7 Lords of Natural Disaster. Jisun needs more information to deduce what that guy is going to do. And what is the truth of the world that Emperor Lanlingster is looking for? Thinking of a few outer gods, Jisun mentioned again, you should pay more attention. The current chaos in the old continent is also directly related to the Lord of War Monlian, and I suspect that he may have some other purposes. The Lord of War Monlian is the only outer god who was not sealed during the Talon Empire. In Jisun's deduction, some of the actions of that outer god looked very suspicious. But at present, it is unknown what he is going to do. Yeah. Katarina also vaguely guessed something from that sentence and nodded. The two did not talk much about this topic, and she suddenly asked a question, by the way, have you thought clearly about your extraordinary promotion ceremony? After integrating the Plum Blossom Q Moon Queen mark and directly inheriting the faith power of the moon goddess Arachne, she completely understood the secret to the god level. The extraordinary promotion ceremony is one of the best ways to condense the godhead. Jisun shook his head, no. The essence of the promotion ceremony is an extraordinary behavior that is enough to cause the rules of a specific plane to change with personal will. Just like the repertoire performed by actors on stage, only if it is touchy enough can it get enthusiastic feedback from the audience. Similarly, the impact of the promotion ceremony must be large enough to have a chance to condense the godhood. For example, Andre's major is the law of war, and his promotion ceremony is to participate in a large-scale war that can make the rules of war appear before people's eyes. If the Iris Corps had destroyed the Orlon Kingdom before, Andre would have had a chance to condense the godhood. But Jisun is different. His Joker sequence is different from other professional sequences. It is not a single law that is cultivated, and the promotion ceremony is different from the other 52 sequences. At present, there is no perfect promotion ceremony. But there are directions. One is to follow the path of the predecessor, Emperor Lanlingster, and the other is to ask Old Man Su. Catalina obviously knew about this situation. She didn't say much, her beautiful eyes flashed, and then she made a very interesting suggestion. How about you become the emperor? Kingship can almost be said to be the most direct promotion ceremony. As long as the empire is strong enough, there is a high probability that you will be promoted successfully. And you currently have this condition. Jisun saw the beautiful eyes in the mirror, shook his head and said, not interested. Of course he knew what Catalina was referring to. Now the situation in the East Wilderness has been determined, and the 4 forces in the East Wilderness are very potential. The 4 forces can be an alliance, but each has its own foundation and there is no condition for integration. But if a joint empire is established, there is no problem. Chujio of the New Orleans Royal Court is the White Queen, Catalina of the Alliance Army is the Moon Queen, and Qin Rushi of the Revolutionary Army, Dong Qi of the New World. Empire's emperor, other people cannot completely convince the people, only Jisun can. This is definitely a great opportunity for others. As long as he becomes the emperor, the royal power promotion ceremony will be almost a natural outcome. But Jisun's personality is really not interested in being an emperor. Without that strong obsession in his heart, this path will not work. And Jisun also has a strong intuition in his heart that royal power is not the most suitable promotion path for Joker. I knew it. Hearing him say this, Catalina was not surprised. She tilted her head and thought about it, and a hint of relief appeared at the corner of her mouth. This has been him since we met, and he hasn't changed at all. After finishing the business talk, the moonlight filled the whole room, and the atmosphere became sticky again. As they were rubbing their ears and temples, Catalina, with a dazed look in her eyes, suddenly realized something. She didn't think it was wrong, but she snorted coquettishly, as if asking. Seeing that Jisun had no intention of stopping, the young lady of the Lionheart family rolled her eyes at him and sneered, "Really?" She glanced at the clock in the corner again, and reminded him faintly, then you have to hurry up, otherwise I will be late for the meeting." Catalina left the room first, dressed up, and went to the meeting. Jisun slowly packed everything up, and went downstairs to have breakfast. The senior leaders of the Alliance Army all knew him, and people saluted and greeted him along the way. When they arrived at the officers' cafeteria, 2 disciples were also coming to have breakfast when Jisun arrived. Mushroom-headed Darcy was as mature as ever, and he took the food and sat at the same table with the teacher. Isabel was still not used to the days when no one was serving her, but seeing that Mushroom-headed didn't spoil her, she could only quietly go and get some food by herself and come to the table. Normally, the 2 little guys would have quarreled at this time. But it was very unusual. The eldest lady of the Duke's mansion obviously lost the arrogant little rooster's demeanor of yesterday, and ate silently. Jisun guessed what was going on in a glance and asked casually, "Isabel, what's wrong with you?" Isabel had frustration written on her face. "It's okay, teacher, it's just that my appetite is not very good." Jisun smiled and tilted his head to look at the mushroom head. Seeing that the teacher seemed to be asking him, Darcy, the little straight man, told the story without any euphemism. "Yesterday, my junior sister insisted on having a competition with me. Then we went to the training ground for a duel. She didn't beat me." Isabel heard this and defended herself with a puffy smile. "Darcy, you idiot, you didn't beat me." After all, she was a high-ranking noble, a top dragonborn talent, and the little princess of the Andre family who had never lost a match of the same level. She took the initiative to challenge an opponent who was 1 level lower than her, and ended up in a tie. How could she not accept it? Darcy didn't deny it, but corrected her seriously. "That's because your defense is too strong after the transformation, and my current skills are still not good enough. If I use the forbidden technique at all costs, I still have a chance to win." The teacher said, "You are my junior sister, I have to give in to you." You idiot." Isabel was so angry that her eyes widened and she couldn't speak. Jisun couldn't help laughing when he heard it. "You should hold back," but you still said it out loud. Of course he knew that this mushroom-headed man was not pretending, but was sincere and spoke a little bluntly. Although Isabel was angry, she actually knew that this was also the reason why she could quarrel with this senior brother all day long without getting tired of it. The girl ate a large piece of bread in a sullen manner. After all, she couldn't help the feeling of defeat. She looked at Jisun and said aggrievedly, "Teacher?" Jisun looked up and said, Isabel asked faintly, "Why can't I beat Darcy even though I'm obviously stronger than Darcy?" Even though she didn't use her full strength in the competition yesterday, after all, there was a big difference in rank, and the result of a draw was already difficult to accept. Jisun didn't answer in a hurry, but asked the mushroom-headed boy, "Darcy, what do you think?" Hearing that the teacher was obviously testing his learning results, Darcy responded seriously, "Because I know my junior sister's methods very well. She knows nothing about my methods. And underestimate the enemy. To be honest, this is actually a common problem among Dragonborn card masters. Their physical talents are too superior, which makes them lose the instinctive caution they should have towards their opponents, even when facing opponents who are obviously weaker than themselves. And the I am the world you taught me, and the 3 magic secrets of gluttony, immortality curse and Shinji Gishimen, which I have also learned. As long as junior sister can't make me lose my fighting power once, she won't be able to defeat me." "Yes." Jisun nodded with satisfaction. It has to be said that this mushroom head's learning ability is really outrageous. After following Jisun for a few months, He was like a sponge, stuffing all the knowledge into his head. And after stuffing it in, he could still learn it. It felt like a child in a martial arts novel in the previous life whose Ren and Du meridians were opened by a master, or a reincarnated spirit child, who could learn anything quickly. With those few magic secret techniques, even if he had just started, it would be difficult for him to lose. Ji-sun knew that he was a light chaser, so he could understand. But Isabel, this girl, had no idea what kind of outrageous guy she was facing. Frustration is normal. In fact, Isabel is not weak. If she grows up all the way, her high-purity bloodline is enough for her to grow to the 8th level, and even have the opportunity to reach the level of her father Andre. Unfortunately, she is destined to be defeated when she meets this mushroom head. Ji-sun did not comfort her. It is not a bad thing to let the arrogant little girl suffer a little setback. He asked, "So, Isa, do you understand?" "I understand, teacher." Isabel said this, but she was not convinced in her heart. Of course, she knew that the arrogant senior brother who could learn several magic secrets at the same time was very powerful, but she was obviously not bad either. Why couldn't she win? At present, she could not see the power of using defeating force with cleverness to the extreme. The little girl looked at the mushroom-headed man beside her, who was eating as if nothing had happened, and was very angry. When my elemental golden body is completed, I will make you look bad." Isabel is a pure-blooded red dragon. Her talent is more suitable for the elemental system, so the sequence is Spade 8 Magic Warrior, practicing both physical and magic. And Andre also found the best resources for his precious daughter, even the fragments of the elemental golden body of Spade 8's exclusive secret method treasured by the Red Dragon royal family. Superb talent plus magic secret method, this is originally very strong. However, that is for ordinary people, not monsters. Darcy didn't get angry when he heard it. During the meal, he took the time to respond, "Well, that secret method is indeed very powerful. But when you learn, I'm making progress." It was this light response, listening to Isabel's little face curled up, and then turned around to show the roar of the little dragon. "I bite you to death." "Darcy, you idiot." The two little guys started their daily quarrel again. Ji-sun looked at this harmonious scene and smiled brightly. Ji-sun and his apprentice had dinner, and Catalina had just finished the meeting. Ji-sun accompanied her to breakfast and talked about the content of the meeting. Duke Simon has recruited nearly 500,000 troops, plus some mercenaries and slaves, claiming to be 1 million, and it seems that he intends to surround us. The 9th level green dragon came a few days ago, and the tracking team has already gone there. It should be in a cave northwest of the Red Ridge Mountains. Also, intelligence personnel discovered that there are several mysterious forces wandering around the battlefield. The staff suspected that they are other lords of the South Road. Of course, Marshal Andre may have sent someone here as well. It was almost the same as expected, all of which were intelligence about the recent war. Katarina's arrangements were thoughtful enough, and Ji-sun did not express much opinion except for occasionally saying 1 or 2 words. The current situation of the Allied forces being besieged, in addition to the news revealed by the Orlan Royal Court before, may not be without the secret consent of Iris. It is not that they want to pit their allies, but once the Allied forces cannot win and actively ask for help, Iris will be able to take the initiative in the alliance. Moreover, Iris also needs to see the attitude of the Allied forces to completely break with other nobles in the South Continent. After all, from the beginning to the end, the cooperation between the Allied forces and the Iris Corps was not the only choice. There are too many lords in the South Continent who come to the Old Continent to develop, and there are several who are not worse than Iris in terms of comprehensiveness. For example, the Duke Simon's Mansion. Only when the Allies completely solve the Duke Simon's Mansion, their alliance will be strong enough. If they really kill Duke Simon, they will offend the aristocracy of the Southern Continent. For such an Allied army, there is almost only one way to cooperate with Iris. Besides, Marshal Andre may not have no intention of sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight to see what Ji-sun and the Allied forces are up to. Help is definitely given, but helping in times of need will reflect the value of the alliance. The conversation between the two did not avoid the two little guys. These top-level power games are of great benefit to Darcy's practice, and the same is true for Isabel. She will inevitably experience this in the future to become a strong person. The many pieces of information are full of various complex power intrigues and intrigues. Ji-sun and Catalina didn't need to tell such news originally, and now they are chatting like this. In fact, they are intentionally guiding them. Mushroom-headed Darcy listened very seriously, and was always in a state of thinking. And Isabel obviously didn't understand it very well. Occasionally, when she heard Ji-sun and the others say something bad about their family, she felt a little resentful. After dinner, Catalina led Ji-sun and his apprentice to continue to visit the mechanical city. Originally, today's plan was to let the two little guys experience the moon goddess dream and broaden their horizons. However, it was a coincidence. Without any warning, the alarm in the mechanical city sounded. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone prepared to fight. The enemy's main force has begun to attack. The huge mechanical city became tense in an instant. Everywhere you can see soldiers hurriedly entering combat status, and mechanics also put on their armor, ready to attack at any time. In a mechanical cabin, Katarina was introducing the Titan armor to two little guys, and the sudden alarm disrupted their plan. However, compared with the tense war preparations of other people in the mechanical city, Ji-sun and Katarina seemed very calm. After looking at each other, Katarina seemed to sense something and said lightly, "The green dragon is coming too. Wherever the moonlight shines, it is within her perception range. This is the ability of the Moon Queen." Ji-sun's eyes turned, not surprised. It seems that she sensed the danger. In his current eyes, there are not so many coincidences in this world. Duke Simon launched a general attack just after he arrived. There must be a reason. It may be the sense of crisis of the green dragon, or some mysterious professionals such as prophets and fortune tellers, who have encountered that the situation of the war is heading in a bad direction. In short, the enemy also knows that the problem must be solved as soon as possible. The two looked at each other, and Ji-sun said again, "Then I go out and take a look. Are you ready to execute the scheduled dragon-slaying plan?" "Yes." Katarina nodded, looked at Ji-sun and said, "Do you want me to take action?" "Probably not." Ji-sun shook his head. "It's fine with the Titan armor. Your ability should not be exposed if it can be concealed." "Yes." Katarina also knew that a tall tree attracts the wind, and the more low-key she, the commander-in-chief of the allied forces, the better. Watching the two people casually say the word "slay the dragon." Although the mushroom-headed Darcy was surprised, his expression was more thoughtful, and Isabel's eyes widened, with an incredible look. But the green dragon behind the Duke Simon's mansion is a 9th-level pure-blooded dragon. Only dragon descendants know the horror of pure-blooded dragons. Even when she recalled the terrifying remaining dragon power she felt yesterday, she felt a little palpitation in her heart. "My teacher is here to slay dragons this time." The girl was filled with endless shock and intense complexity. Is my chief teacher really that powerful? Chapter 593. Boom! 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 The sound of artillery fire resounded throughout the mechanical city. Ji-sun went to watch the battle. Katarina led Darcy and Isabel to the command room. When the three of them arrived, the command room was already busy. Dozens of cameras transmitted the images of the major fortresses near the base, and the staff were using communicators to command the troops outside to fight. Busy and orderly. "Commander." When Catalina came in, everyone saluted. Everyone also knew Ji-sun's two disciples, and their eyes were full of kindness. Catalina immediately entered the command state and made efficient and accurate combat deployment. Duke Simon's mansion had been preparing for a long time, and hundreds of thousands of elite troops had launched a full-line charge. The first line of defense outside the headquarters had already engaged the enemy. In the projection screen, there were countless artillery fires, and various colors of magic flames flashed like fireworks. On the other side, the offensive team of Duke Simon's Legion was obviously lagging behind. Although they had some mechanical equipment bought on the black market, they were all outdated products discarded by the Allies, and the performance gap was huge. The main force of the Dragonborn Legion still relied on traditional magic equipment for siege. They drove slaves to push mobile magic towers, siege hammers, catapults, and troop carriers to the front line of the battlefield. In the southern continent, these were originally the top large-scale siege equipment. These equipment were enough to cause devastating damage to the most magnificent cities in war. However, that was the southern continent. Compared with mechanical artillery, the magic tower is like an old antique. Whether in range, quantity, or attack frequency, the two are not at the same level. The range of ordinary artillery is only 10 to 20 kilometers, not to mention those super large caliber cannons. The range of magic towers above the 7th floor can only reach 10 kilometers. In terms of firepower coverage, the gap between the two sides is even greater. Moreover, the cost of launching mechanical artillery may be only 1,000th of that of magic towers. If it weren't for the expensive energy barrier protection, those old antiques would have been blown apart by the artillery before they entered their range. The first wave of cannon fodder slaves of Duke Simon's army fell into a passive situation covered by the artillery cluster almost as soon as they entered the range. But after all, the battle lasted for so long, and the enemy had already prepared countermeasures. In the image of the display, in the large white smoke from the artillery explosion, a group of triangle iron-backed dragons with metal armor, as big as a hill, were slowly rushing out against the artillery shells. In the sky, a group of flying dragons rushed in quickly, spewing dragon breath and throwing magic bombs to attack the artillery positions. They were extremely mobile. There were also war mammoths, iron-skinned dragon rhinos, mixed-blood behemoths, and other giant monsters carrying siege equipment also rushed in fiercely. Both sides had their own advantages and disadvantages, and it was a back-and-forth fight. Darcy was watching quietly. Although this mushroom-headed man was in contact with War Command for the first time, he did not show any surprise in his eyes, only a calmness that did not match his age. As if he had a natural ability to plan and lay out, the battle scenes in his eyes automatically gathered into a chessboard-like game scene in his mind, and he also deduced it. Isabel was the most favored lady of the Iris Corps, so she had naturally seen war. But it was also her first time to see the War of the Mechanical Legion. Everything in the command room was very new to her. After all, most of the communications in the southern continent still rely on domesticated owls, and only a few large legions have some magical communication relics. However, the Allied Forces headquarters has a dazzling variety of monitoring equipment. The communicator can efficiently transmit orders to every combatant, the thermal life detector can accurately analyze the number of enemy troops, and even the dragon power level can be monitored to accurately determine the rank of enemy generals. The Allied Forces headquarters has the top military equipment in the entire plane, which also opened Isabel's eyes, and quietly put away the innate arrogance in her heart. Only then did she understand the deep meaning of the words her father told her to study hard before she left home. Mechanical technology is a major trend that cannot be ignored in the future battlefield, and the Iris Corps needs a leader who truly understands mechanical technology. Catalina also took in the performance of the two. The two corps launched a fierce offensive and defensive battle around the major positions of the Red Ridge Mountains. The nobles of the southern continent basically fought in the same process, first using a large number of slave corps to level some minefields and prohibitions. The elite troops charged afterwards. The scene was tragic and bloody, with tens of thousands of slaves being blown to pieces, and blood and flesh flying everywhere under the coverage of artillery fire. This fight lasted for half a day. The two sides had fought many times before, and the coalition's position was like a hard tortoise shell. Even a beast with the best teeth would lose its teeth. Often, after some slave cannon fodder died, and the attackers could not take the city after a long attack, they would choose to retreat. But this time, the Duke Simon's mansion seemed to be determined to take down the Allied headquarters, and the momentum of the charge never stopped. Gradually, Rank 7 and Rank 8 Dragonborns appeared on the battlefield. Like sharp knives, they suddenly penetrated the Allied defense line, and the two sides started fighting in parts. Intelligence showed that the Simon family was determined to devour the Allied forces and monopolize the mechanical technology. So they had 3 Rank 8 Green Dragonborns, plus mercenaries, and other noble masters invited one after another. There were almost a dozen Rank 8 Dragonborns. The top combat power had completely crushed the Allied forces. After all, the Allied forces only have 4 Titan armors. Even if the Titans can withstand a few top-level card masters, the remaining ones are enough to pose a fatal threat to the Allied forces. But the quality is not enough, but the quantity can make up for it. In the war, the top-level card masters either have to be resisted by strong people of the same level, or besieged at a cost of dozens of times. The Allied forces do not have so many top masters, but they have a large number of mechanical armors. The battle formation composed of 12 hunting god-level armors can basically withstand the attack of the 8th level card masters. Last time, although Catalina used 30 hunting god armors to cooperate with Ji Sun to ambush and kill the 8th level leader of the Dragon Wing Viper mercenary group, Duside Zuolas. But now, because there is a lot of data reference, 24 units have a chance to kill. With more numbers, they can form a more powerful steel torrent. What's more important is that the Allied forces have continuous logistical support from the New World Science and Technology City. The Allied forces headquarters has the Space Origin Stone brought back by Ji Sun last time to build a super long-distance transmission array, so every day a large number of mechanical equipment just off the production line is directly transmitted from the New World Science and Technology City in the East Wilderness. Not to mention those black technologies, the number of God Hunter battle armor that can participate in the battle alone exceeds 300. This is already a terrifying number, enough to sweep away most of the lords in the old continent. The noble coalition on Duke Simon's side has no idea of the true situation on the Allied side. Although the hunting god mechanical armor also has high requirements for the mechanics who operate it, It is not more difficult to train a hunting god-level mechanic than to train a top card master. Whether it is a protracted war or a blitzkrieg, the Noble Coalition has no chance of winning from the beginning. The difference lies in the losses on the Allied side. The battle became intense when the Noble Coalition of Simon's family began to charge at all costs. Titan number 1 and number 2 go to the west to support the Shining Gold outpost. Titan number 3 and number 4 also attack, go to the Blackwater mine to block the 3 8th level ones. The enemy is deliberately trying to lure us to split up, so let them succeed. The 5th and 7th God Hunter Mechanical Corps are ready to attack at any time. War is not just a battle between soldiers on both sides, but also a game of wisdom between the two sides' counselors. In the command room, Katarina calmly issued orders one by one. The tactics of the noble army were already very clear. The previous 9th level Green Dragon seemed to have no results in harassment, but it was actually determined that the Allied forces only had 4 Titan armors. Now the enemy is attacking from multiple directions. Unless the Allied forces give up their defenses and shrink their front lines, they will definitely be defeated one by one. Katarina did not give the enemy no chance. She directly sent out all 4 Titan armors, exposing the headquarters that seemed to be the weakest. In this way, even if the enemy knows there is something fishy going on, they will definitely send top-level warriors to attack. The battle rhythm was very fast. Almost as soon as the 4 Titans appeared on the battlefield, the elite knights of Simon's family were seen near the Allied headquarters. Those guys who turned into dragons suddenly flew out of the fog of war, and the high-pitched dragon roars resounded throughout the Allied headquarters. Commander, the dragon power level is level 16. In the southwest, the enemy's level 8 of the 8th appeared. According to the wave frequency, there are at least 4 level 8 dragons. The sentinels ahead have confirmed the enemy's 8th level identity, including Simon's 2-headed poisonous dragon Hachimu, the white dragon Haruman of the Frozen Spear mercenary group, and the Shining Yum of the Frostblood Marquiate, and an unknown 8th level bronze dragonborn. The 5th and 7th God Hunter Mechanical Corps attack in full force. The 8th, 9th, 11th, and 15th Corps await orders. God Hunter cannons start charging, always ready for the sneak attack of the 9th level Green Dragon. Yes, Commander. In the projection screen, tens of thousands of elite Dragonborn suddenly appeared. The flying speed of the Dragonborn after transformation was extremely fast. Even if the anti-aircraft artillery position lit up high-frequency flames at the first time, the threat to them was very limited. They were aggressive, with 4 8th level and tens of thousands of elites coming at once, and they seemed to be ready to break through the Allied headquarters in one go. Katarina was still not panicked at all, and her beautiful eyes were shining with bright moonlight. Even though the battle situation was so chaotic, it was still in the original plan throughout. On the side, the ears of mushroom-headed Darcy trembled slightly, as if he was trying to analyze the effect of each command from the mixed sounds in the command room, which was already noisy like a vegetable market. Isabel was so nervous that her fists were slightly clenched. Dragonborns are naturally afraid of Dragonborns of higher ranks than themselves. Although the mechanical city isolated most of the dragon power, just watching the ferocious 8th level dragons attacking on the screen also gave her young heart a huge shock. These are all high-ranking nobles from the southern continent. Others may not know them, but she knows them. It is because of this recognition that Isabel knows how terrifying these people are. It can be said that even if she has to face them, the Iris Corps has to be careful. However, at this moment, she looked at the mechanics in the picture, who were only a few at level 6, controlling mechanical armors one after another, and rushed towards the top powerhouses of the southern continent without fear. The collision between the Steel Torrent and the Flying Dragon Legion was so intense that it made people's breathing stagnate. The dragon breaths of ice, fire, poison, and wind swept across the battlefield like a tornado. The various magic cannons on the mechanical armor also fought back without hesitation. The violent shock waves swept across the entire battlefield, and even the Allied headquarters trembled as if there was an earthquake. The shock waves were higher than one wave, and the screen in the command room was disconnected from time to time, and then reconnected to the first-person perspective of the armor commander. For 8th level dragons, and thousands of Knight legions fought hard on the battlefield with 2 hunting god mechanical legions, and more than a dozen mechanical battalions. Obviously, the Dragonborn had the upper hand. Probably when the enemy command thought that they could break through the Allied headquarters in one go, 2 8th level Dragonborn and tens of thousands of elite reinforcements appeared on the battlefield. The battle became extremely intense. The 8th level Dragonborn had great lethality to the mechanical army. The dragon breath with high-level laws could easily melt steel. The artillery positions near the headquarters were destroyed one by one, and the army also suffered a large number of casualties, with signs of defeat. However, Katerina remained unmoved and observed everything calmly. Suddenly, she thought of something, turned her head to look at Ji-sun's two disciples, and asked, "How do you think we should fight next?" She knew what Ji-sun meant by leaving the two little guys here. She was called Master's wife, so she would certainly give advice. Isabel was obviously confused by this question. This noble lady obviously had no idea, and even looking at the battle situation on the screen, she felt that the Allied forces would most likely be defeated. But she couldn't say it out loud. Mushroom-headed Darcy at the side thought about it, and responded seriously, "Since you have lured these people to the headquarters, you should be planning to attack with all your forces." "Oh!" Katerina glanced at the mushroom-headed man and asked with a smile, "Why do you say that? Do you think that an all-out attack will win?" In order to keep it secret, the actual number of the coalition's machines is unknown, except for a few senior officials. She listened to Darcy's confidence, and was of course curious about how the mushroom-headed man knew it. "Yes. Of course we can win," Darcy said with great certainty. "When I visited the base yesterday, I saw the fuel supply data prepared by the logistics department and the number of Hunter God armor parts in operation in the workshop. I roughly estimated that there should be about 300 Hunter God armors at the headquarters. Later, I visited the training of the mechanics. From the tactics they practiced, a combat team of 12 mechas can easily kill an 8th level mecha with 2 or 3 groups. The 4 Titan armor seemed to be attracted by the enemy and divided into 2 groups, but in fact they pin the enemy on the 2 wings, preventing them from reinforcing the battlefield at the headquarters. It also misleads the enemy, and the defense here is empty. The current effect is as expected, and 5 8th level dragons have appeared at the headquarters. In other words, 180 hunting god armors are enough to pose a fatal threat to them. In addition to the 100 or so hunting god armors that have appeared on other positions, there should be 200 at the headquarters, which is already an absolutely overwhelming combat power. Now the enemy has entered the ambush circle, and the whole army is attacking. Of course, the enemy has no chance of winning." After hearing this, Catalina couldn't help but flash a deep surprise in her crystal eyes, and explained, "Not bad." Although there are some minor discrepancies in the details, it was a surprise to her that she could observe this step. If it were a normal person, Catalina would definitely think that Ji-sun had explained something to this mushroom-headed guy in advance. But thinking that he was a light chaser, she seemed to understand. Isabel, who was standing by, was confused when she heard it. "Why does my junior know so much? I visited with him yesterday, so why didn't I see so much information? Could it be that the teacher gave him some special treatment?" Before the girl could think about it, mushroom-headed Darcy said, "But this is just the first step." "Oh!" Katerina raised her eyebrows and asked, "Why do you say that?" Darcy said, "Well, because in this way, the enemy's main force is trapped. Unless they break through a great loss, someone must come to rescue them. With you, teacher and teacher's wife, ordinary reinforcements will not be enough." Talking about strategic layout, he seemed to have entered an emotionless analysis machine state, and said, "If the 9th level green dragon of the Simon family does not want to see his descendants suffer heavy losses and never recover from it, he will probably show up. And when the giant dragon appears, the dragon-slaying plan prepared by you and the teacher will have a miraculous effect." Haha, not bad. When Catalina heard this, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This is really a gifted talent. No wonder the Silver Moon sect suffered a lot at the hands of the previous Light Chaser. Now it seems that the Light Chaser was so outrageous from the beginning. Listening to the junior brother talking freely, but she couldn't get a word in, Isabel felt a lot of complexity in her heart. For the first time, she felt the frustration of being crushed by others in talent. Yesterday's competition ended in a tie. Why is there such a big gap in strategic layout? It seemed that from this moment on, the pride of being a pure-blooded dragon in her heart had disappeared. Before she could think about it, Catalina gave the order, "All troops attack." As Darcy analyzed, the previous defeat was just to lure the enemy deeper. As soon as Catalina gave the order, the heavy mechanical door of the coalition headquarters opened, and more than 200 hunting god mechas from several legions, and countless other models of mechas poured into the battlefield like a tide. Not only that, the mechanical city's own defensive attack devices also showed their fangs, and countless artillery pieces were protruding like barbs. What others didn't know was that the entire Dragon Hunter Mechanical City itself was a huge Titan-class battle armor. This sudden influx of steel reversed the situation of both sides of the war. Originally, the Allied side was beaten by tens of thousands of elite knights led by 6 8th level dragons, and the ground was full of mechanical fragments, but unexpectedly, several times more mechanical legions joined the battle. 12 hunting god armors gathered in the city team, and rushed towards the top dragonborns of level 7 and level 8 at the first opportunity. Various alloy chains were projected out from the mechanical city and armor like spider webs. Physical control is the best way to deal with a transformed dragonborn. Once locked, it will be a series of moves, and there is almost no possibility of escape. It was like throwing a fishing net into the water, and the chains were shot randomly. The giant dragons that had just ravaged the sky were trapped by the steel cables in large numbers, and they fled in panic. Caught off guard, the 2 8th rank warriors were trapped immediately. What greeted them was the armored attack. The noble coalition forces of Duke Simon's mansion were all stunned. They realized that they had been tricked. But it was not their fault for underestimating the enemy, but because they had no intelligence at all. After all, almost all the information about the East Wasteland came from the Iris Corps. No one expected that they had already formed an alliance with the Allied forces. Moreover, Iris had long since withdrawn from the East Wasteland and cut off contact. No one in the South Road knew what the current situation in the East Wasteland was. Now they know that the enemy's strength is far beyond their imagination. But in this situation, they can't retreat even if they want to. Once they retreat, they will suffer heavy losses. Even if they can survive, the Duke Simon's mansion will never be able to dominate the old continent in the future. Therefore, they can only fight to the death, and the winner takes all, and they also know that there is still the 9th level green dragon. The dragons fought to the death, and the Allied Mechanical Corps also hoped for the same. At this moment, the battle between the two sides really entered the most tragic situation. The two sides engaged in a melee, and the scene was in chaos. However, due to the difference in combat power, the casualties on the Dragonborn side were increasing. It seemed that as long as the battle continued, the Allied forces would eventually defeat the Dragonborn knights. At this moment, on a rock not far from the battlefield, a figure had been watching the battle for a while. He sat there from beginning to end, but no one noticed. It was Ji-sun. Looking at the laws of war that appeared before his eyes, Ji-sun's eyes flashed with thought, and countless thoughts were deduced in his mind. Suddenly, he looked to the northwest as if he noticed something, and said to himself, "TSK, is he finally here?" As expected, if the 9th level green dragon Redgree didn't want to watch his family being wiped out, he would definitely come to help. Even if the dragon's cunning let it know that there was something fishy, it would definitely come. Because the 9th level dragon already has the ability to look down on all enemies below the god level. This is the guy Ji-sun was waiting for. On. Before the figure arrived, a high-pitched dragon roar had resounded throughout the battlefield. The terrifying pressure of the 9th level dragon swept through everyone's heart, as if the war had been paused. For a moment, everyone's shocked eyes looked towards the distant sky. The green dragon belongs to the small dragon family, but even so, its wingspan is a full 100 meters. The green dragon's dark green scales shone with a metallic light under the light of the artillery. It flew over the battlefield at lightning speed in the blink of an eye. Simon's army was instantly boosted. The speed of the 9th Order dragon was so fast that the artillery could not even lock on it before it flew in front of them. It was fast and flexible, like a shark in the sea in the air. The spiderweb-like rune cables in the mechanical city were also launched, but almost all of them missed. Even if it was tied up, the strong corrosive venom of the green dragon's breath could easily melt the rune chains. This was why the Allied forces were completely helpless before. If they could not keep it, there was no possibility of killing it. As soon as the plague dragon Redgree arrived, he spit out a mouthful of acid dragon breath, instantly corroding a 100-meter-long river of venom on the ground. Wherever the venom passed, both the mecha and the dragonborn were corroded into mud. Countless artillery missiles hit the dark green scales, but there was no threat except for some flashes of fire. This poisonous dragon was already invincible on the battlefield. It saw that no one could stop it, and with a cunning look in its eyes, it rushed straight towards the mechanical city. Before, the mechanical city opened the offensive device, just like a turtle with its head exposed, exposing many gaps that could be broken through by acid. As long as it can tear a breakthrough, it can drive straight in and completely destroy this iron city. However, no one expected that just after the poisonous dragon spit a breath of dragon breath at the mechanical city and corroded several turrets, a ghostly figure quietly appeared behind the huge dragon body. The plague dragon Redgerly's keen perception certainly noticed the person who suddenly appeared behind him. But it had long suspected an ambush, and its eyes were filled with disdain. It wanted to leave, but a mere human could not stop it, even if it was a 9th level one. However, before it could rejoice, it suddenly heard the death-urging voice of the god of death, the secret of magic, strange powers and chaos. In an instant, Redgree's ferocious dragon face showed a look of shock. Because it sensed a terrifying and strange gravity, which pulled its body and made it fall to the ground. Chapter 594. The ninth level is the top of the pyramid of extraordinary creatures below the god level. Whether it is humans or dragons, at this level, they have reached the upper limit of understanding the laws of the plane. Therefore, there is no suppression when they are both at the ninth level. The differences in spell power, law strength, physical attributes, etc. are only differences in quantity, not in level. This peak duel is like tug-of-war, competing for who has greater strength and more stamina. Of course, the dragon race is much stronger than ordinary humans at the ninth level. Originally, even if they were of the same level, dragons had an overwhelming advantage over humans. However, Ji-sun was not an ordinary ninth level dragon. As soon as he made a move, he used the heavenly god meteorite to change the gravity environment, and directly pulled the rampaging ninth level green dragon to the ground. The angle was very tricky. It was like being tripped by someone while running wildly. The huge dragon body was instantly stagnant, and almost plunged from the sky 100 meters high to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression froze. Control it, the soldiers of the Alliance army recognized that it was Ji-sun who attacked, and their morale, which had just fallen due to the dragon's might, suddenly soared. You know, the dragon race is naturally immune to almost all magic control magic, let alone a ninth level dragon. They had tried various forbidden spells and relics before, but they were completely useless. They didn't expect Ji-sun to control it in one encounter. This move, the secret of magic, strange power and chaos, is the first pseudo-magic that Ji-sun has comprehended. When he was studying the power gem gold ball and making the blueprint, he discovered that the essence of gravity is actually space distortion, and he was inspired to create this large-scale control spell. It has not yet reached the level of divine arts, but it has also touched the level of rules, and therefore it can control the plague dragon Redgree. On the other side, in the hunting god mechanical city, Catalina has long been ready. Moonlight is her best perception, and she knows what is happening on the battlefield better than anyone else. Before the staff officers recovered from their shock, she had already pressed the launch button and tacitly cooperated with Ji-sun's control. Bang! 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 The launch silo cover on the mechanical city popped open, and the gunpowder catapult shot out the alloy dragon-catching chains with armor-piercing spearheads at an extremely high speed. The green dragon was unstable in midair, and watched dozens of thick iron chains bounce towards it. It could not avoid them, and only heard ding ding ding, a sharp sound of metal collision, and the chains left some white scratches on the scales of the green dragon. The front end of those dragon-catching chains had precise mechanical locks. Although they did not hurt the green dragon, the locks made a click as soon as they were released, locking on the joints of the dragon's limbs. This was part of the dragon hunting plan. If it was a ninth level dragon, it might really be controlled. But in front of him was a pure-blooded giant dragon. Plague dragon Redgree was locked by a dozen alloy iron chains. His vertical pupils were full of anger and disdain, and he opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of green and black venom. The venom sprayed on the chain made a sizzling sound, and white smoke came out. Even though these special chains were the strongest materials in the mechanical city, they did not last long. As soon as the rune coating on the outside was corroded, the chain immediately showed pits and corrosion marks. The dragon stretched the chain again, and with the sound of metal breaking, the green dragon was free. Ji-sun was not surprised at all when he saw this scene, and just murmured, "It's really super strong." Seeing the scene in front of him, he also had a more accurate assessment of the green dragon's combat power. The chain breaking was completely expected. Under the god level, no one can withstand the dragon's breath in its prime, so it is reasonable that the chains enchanted by human craftsmen broke. From the beginning, Ji-sun knew that this dragon slaying would be a fierce and protracted battle. So, it was no surprise. Just like hunting, if the carefully prepared trap failed to trap the prey, then be prepared for a crazy counterattack. All the coalition forces did not know Ji-sun's plan. Seeing the sneak attack failed, all of them were shocked. Not good. The plague dragon Redgree has lived for thousands of years, and it has always eaten people. It has never been calculated by humans, who regard it as ants. It didn't want to get entangled with the iron lump in the mechanical city, and turned around to stare at the human who had just attacked it with its amber vertical pupils. Ji-sun was stared at fiercely, but was not angry. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he retreated violently. At the same time, the spell card in his hand had already collapsed. Sanctuary all things true solution. Almost at the moment, when the black ripples outside his body unfolded, a green poison that corroded and distorted the air had already sprayed outside the shield formed by the sanctuary. Although the poison was fierce, its range was limited. Ji-sun flew backwards with the impact of the poison, and in a blink of an eye he had escaped from the range of the dragon's breath. A magical scene was also staged at the same time. The poison that could corrode everything suddenly dimmed when it encountered Ji-sun's black holy domain. From dark green, then to turquoise green, and finally to transparent gem green, when it broke through the holy domain and touched Ji-sun's body. The poison was visibly weakened by 90%. In the end, the remaining toxicity penetrated Ji-sun's chi, corroded some holes in his clothes, and then corroded his bronze skin to produce wisps of green smoke, and then there was no follow-up. This minor skin injury healed in a blink of an eye. Although both were 9th level, there was still a big gap in the strength of the law and the spell. Dragon Breath was dragon language magic, and its grade was comparable to the magic power of human spells. Just like the sharp spear, which was made of the same iron, it easily broke through the rotten iron armor. Ji-sun's eyebrows jumped as he looked at it, thinking, what a strong poison. This was the strongest poison he had ever seen. If it weren't for the fact that the holy domain had decomposed most of the toxic erosion, the dragon breath, just now, would have melted the 8th level card master on the spot. However, this scene once again stunned everyone on the battlefield. Those astonished eyes seemed to be saying, this human in front of them managed to withstand the dragon breath of a 9th level pure-blooded dragon. Although he used his body skills to dodge, he actually managed to withstand the range of poisonous dragon breath. Just for this reason, Ji-sun's strength has surprised everyone. No one has seen true solution of all things, and no one knows what happened. But the Dragon Knights of the Simon family were stunned one by one. This was completely different from the scene they expected to see where the enemy was defeated in one encounter. However, on the other side, in the command post in the Allied Mechanical City, there was a jubilant scene. He held on. Ha ha ha. Mr. Ji-sun actually held on to the dragon breath of the 9th level dragon head-on. Ha ha ha. Mr. Ji-sun also successfully promoted to the 9th level, and we also have a 9th level strongman. Katarina looked at the scene in front of her. Her eyes fell on Ji-sun's face full of playful smiles, and murmured to herself, this guy is really exaggerating. She was one of the few people who knew Ji-sun's true situation. If Ji-sun had been promoted for a long time, she would not be so surprised. But you have to know, the guy had just been promoted to the 9th level, and he could fight against the dragon clan. This strength was unbelievable to her. The most shocked was the plague dragon Ritaglai. It looked at its dragon breath, and found that it did not kill the human in front of it. Its angry vertical pupils were full of shock. What made it even more confused was the mysterious domain that just decomposed its dragon breath. What kind of holy land is that? Although it had never seen it, it did not prevent it from understanding the other party's super understanding of toxins. However, it was immediately filled with anger. A human who was only worthy of being a slave actually dared to challenge its majesty, which made the noble dragon clan feel extremely humiliated. The shock flashed away, and then the ferocious face was full of anger. It flapped its wings and flew towards the human again. Wherever it passed, the air compressed by its pair of flesh wings formed an exaggerated pressure tornado. The terrifying dragon might reached its peak at this moment, sweeping across the battlefield like a raging sea. This made tens of thousands of people in the fierce battle, whether they were from the Simon Legion or the Allied soldiers wearing mechanical armor, feel the killing intent that made their souls tremble. Only Ji-sun did not move. He looked at the huge monster that was rushing towards him, and his eyes shrank slightly. He also had no intention of retreating, grinning. It takes time to accumulate dragon breath. Predicting the opponent's intention, the clown's phantom appeared behind him, and the three-headed golem's golden body changed and appeared. He raised his hand and punched out, Bakwan Earth rumbling. Ji-sun didn't plan to use defeating force with cleverness right away. Since he wanted to evaluate the peak combat power below the god level, he would try it out. The green dragon looked at Ji-sun's suicidal behavior, and his pupils were full of ridicule. He punched out, and just met the dragon claws that were grabbing him. In an instant, with Ji-sun's fist as the center, the void was hit with large spider web-like cracks. This was not a visual disorder, but a real fist mixed with the laws of space. It was like a net was laid in the air to welcome the cannonballs that were about to arrive. Bang! The dragon's claws slapped Ji-sun's fist, making a roar that pierced the eardrums. It was like a bird hitting a locomotive, and there was a huge size difference between the two sides. It only lasted for a moment, and the cracks in the space around it exploded and spread several times. Wherever it was affected, whether it was flesh, blood, or steel, it all shattered like porcelain. Then, Ji-sun's figure flew backwards. Bang 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 bang. The sound of a series of dominoes falling. Ji-sun plowed a gully several hundred meters long on the ground before he stopped. His blood was boiling so much that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood to calm the pressure on his blood vessels that were about to burst. However, even in such a miserable state, Ji-sun's face was not only full of fear, but the arc of his mouth corners was getting higher and higher. Although he suffered a little loss in the first encounter, he also felt a strong desire to fight. This guy's strength value should have exceeded 3,200. TSK, is this the talent of a giant dragon? It's so exaggerated. Ji-sun muttered in his heart. He has now advanced to the 9th level, and his attributes have skyrocketed, but his strength is only about 2,600. You have to know that I have almost maxed out all my physical attributes every time I advance to get this value, let alone other human card masters. And the giant dragon does not need to do anything, just relying on the bloodline talent to reach a stronger attribute than the peak of humans. I really have to admit the gap between bloodline races. However, in Ji-sun's eyes, this is not entirely a disadvantage. It is precisely because the bloodline is too strong that some abilities are solidified. All the abilities of the dragon come from the bloodline talent. And humans can adapt. In the coalition headquarters, the people who were just excited saw Ji-sun being slapped away at the first sight, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely solemn. No one spoke anymore, and everyone was concentrating on the screen. Only Katarina had a normal expression, without the slightest worry, but murmured gently and complained, "This guy is still the same." At the same time, she issued an order, all Titan armors, return to the headquarters immediately. Yes. As soon as the order was issued, the 4 Titan armors on the battlefields on the left and right wings ignored the entangled enemies, and the positions, and the boilers were deflated and sprayed, and the mechas rushed back to support. This scene made people feel that the battle situation was not optimistic, and the Titan armors were needed to come back to help. Isabel on the side also thought so, with a nervous face. Although there was not much recognition, after all, it was the teacher found by her father, so she still hoped for safety. She thought to herself that being able to fight a 9th level dragon for several rounds was already amazing, and she really needed to learn from him in the future. But compared to Isabel's worry, the mushroom-headed Darcy on the side was just puzzled, and said to himself, "Strange, the teacher can obviously avoid it. Why does he want to fight the evil dragon head-on?" Isabel thought that her senior brother did not know how powerful the pure-blooded dragon was, and explained, "The difference in strength between the teacher and the enemy is at least 30%, and the speed is absolutely suppressed. How could he avoid it?" Darcy shook his head and said, "It's not a matter of strength. It's that the teacher didn't choose to avoid it. It's not that it can't be avoided." Isabel didn't quite understand and said unconvinced, "How can it be avoided when the power gap is so big?" Darcy explained, "Junior sister, you have only been with the teacher for a short time. You don't know that the teacher's attainments in the secret method of my world have reached a height that human thinking cannot reach. It can be said that there is nothing that the teacher didn't expect in the entire battlefield. I can predict some of the actions of the green dragon, and the teacher cannot be unaware of it. So he could have chosen to dodge just now, but he didn't, which is why I'm surprised." Isabel pursed her lips in anger. She didn't quite understand, and didn't think it was that mysterious. She was a dragonborn, and she felt that dragons of the same level were much stronger than humans. This was an indisputable fact. Darcy also knew that he couldn't explain it to his junior sister, so he turned around and asked, "Master's wife, why do you say that?" Katarina listened and smiled calmly, "Because he wants to fight." Isabel was confused. "Ah." Darcy seemed to be thinking about something, and asked again, "Master's wife, are you saying that the teacher wants to improve his perception in actual combat?" Katarina knew Ji-sun very well, and she said again, "This is just one of the reasons. The most important thing is that he just wants to fight." Of course she knew that it would be strange if Ji-sun didn't try after finally meeting an opponent who threatened his life. It has been like this since the beginning of their acquaintance. That guy likes the feeling of dancing on the blade. It is still the same now. Of course, Katarina can understand it, because the two of them have known each other for a long time. Others can't. As soon as these words came out, the two little guys, and the senior allied officers beside them were stunned. Boom! 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 The pace on the battlefield was very fast. Although Plague Dragon Redgree didn't know why the human in front of him was so strong. In terms of strength alone, he was almost one of the strongest humans he had ever seen. But seeing that he was knocked away, and vomited blood with one blow, he didn't give his opponent a chance, and rushed up with a storm of intensive attacks. However, the green dragon became more and more frightened as he fought. He originally thought that he could kill the opponent with the next move, or kill him with dragon breath. But every time he used a fatal blow, he would always find that it was a little short of the mark. The human vomited blood again and again, But he could always stand up vigorously and continue to fight. If it was just once, it could be considered lucky. But if he could escape by luck again and again, it would be terrifying. The plague dragon Redgree is not stupid, but very smart. It realized that the human in front of it was stalling for time to wait for reinforcements, or wasting its own magic power. In short, the other party must have a conspiracy. And it couldn't kill it quickly, which made it lose patience. Hearing the sound of steam rapidly deflated from afar, Redgree knew that it was the most powerful combat mecha among humans. It was a strange thing that even its own dragon breath could hardly destroy. Did the human want to wait for the 4 mechas to come and surround him together? Humph, that's a good plan. Although Plague Dragon Redgree still didn't feel threatened, even if he couldn't win, he could fly away. But as the battle continued, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed that something bad was going to happen. The human in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. The strange smile on the phantom of the clown demon seemed to give him a feeling of being penetrated and spied on. Bang! Another collision of forces. Plague Dragon Redgree once again grabbed and slapped the human away. However, it was not happy at all when it saw the figure flying backwards in the air. Because it had clearly sensed that this punch had no effect on the human, and he would still stand up and continue fighting. And there was also a very strange feeling, as if the other party had already figured out its moves, and was responding more and more calmly. With a flash of inspiration, Plague Dragon Redgree finally understood. Damn it! Is this human using me to temper his stable realm? After fighting for so long before, it had of course just seen that this human seemed to have just advanced to the 9th level not long ago, and many of the Saint Domain related abilities were not very proficient in use. But that was before. Now that kind of unskilled is rapidly improving and becoming skilled. This is also the reason why I feel more and more uncomfortable dealing with it. But Redgree can't figure out, in this kind of life and death battle, would anyone really joke about his own life and use it as a test, unless the other party has 100% confidence to save his life. Although he doesn't want to admit it, Redgree can't think of any other reason. Although it was despised, provoked, and ridiculed by humans, which made it, a dignified dragon clan, feel strong anger, but it is a fact that it can't kill it. The anger could only be suppressed in the heart. Seeing the first Titan armor appearing in the distance, Redgree realized that he could not continue to fight. At least he had to leave here first and choose another battlefield. Ji-sun also saw the Titan armor coming to reinforce, and chuckled, "Are you finally going to escape?" The arrogance of the dragon race is natural. Most of the time, even if it is death, the dragon race will not lower their proud heads. This is the natural advantage of the dragon's domineering power, but also a disadvantage in character. So when facing threats, dragons usually fight to the death. Although the green dragon is a more cunning dragon, it will not be scared away by a human who can't kill it. So it has been fighting until now. This also gave Ji-sun a good combat experience. Not only did it allow him to hone his new abilities, but he also saw how powerful the combat power below the god level is. Of course, the most important thing is that he has figured out almost all the means of the enemy. The dragon race has strong abilities, but they almost never exceed their bloodline. It's nothing more than dragon breath, dragon language magic, and great strength. What's unknown is what dragon language magic it has mastered. This is what Ji-sun had to do just now. Although he was beaten up, as long as he didn't die, it was worth it. As his disciples guessed, Ji-sun's current realm of I am the world is already very high. That kind of absolutely rational deduction ability makes him never make any mistakes. It can be said that unless the strength is absolutely overwhelming, the only way to defeat him is to die. In Ji-sun's current situation, with many magical secrets and treasures, it is hard to say who will be defeated in the end, even if it is a giant dragon with abundant magic power. Slowly test, and it will become clear bit by bit. After the means are clear, more predictions can be made. Looking at the green dragon flapping its wings and flying away. It's a bit late to want to leave now. Ji-sun grinned, took out a colorful joker in his hand, and hummed softly, "Poker game Dragon Tamer card restricts flying in the air here." The fierce battle on the battlefield continued, but Ji-sun held back the 9th level green dragon, and the mechanical army on the allied side had a huge advantage, almost crushing the enemy. But everyone's eyes were still focused on the battle between the two top-level masters. But not everyone could understand Ji-sun's dangerous fighting style. The allied leaders felt like they were on a roller coaster throughout the whole process, and they were in a state of horror of falling from a high altitude. He almost died in a blink of an eye, and he stood up again. He was about to be killed by the dragon's breath, and he stood up again in the next second. And so on. Now seeing the Titan armor coming back to help, all the allied forces breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that with the Titan armor, they could not kill the 9th level green dragon, but at least they would not lose. Until now, in the eyes of ordinary people, the outcome of this war is still 50-50. After all, the dragon's physical advantage is much stronger than that of humans. If it continues, it is likely that both sides will suffer losses. The soldiers on both sides had only one thought, which was to fight to the death. However, what no one expected was that the first time the Titan armor appeared on the battlefield, the plague dragon Redgree flapped his wings and flew into the air, and it seemed that he wanted to fly away. Escaped? The people in Duke Simon's army looked horrified. Because they knew that once the Dragon Lord retreated, what awaited them was the defeat of the entire army. What they didn't know was that in the eyes of the dragon, humans were always consumables and slaves, even their own blood. They would not hesitate to give up. At this moment, it seemed as if the balance of war began to tilt. However, a scene that no one expected happened. The speed of the 9th level dragon was already extremely fast. Originally, as long as it wanted to fly, it could disappear from the battlefield in a blink of an eye. However, the strangeness was happening right before everyone's eyes. The huge green dragon spread its wings and flew away, but no one saw the green light disappearing in an instant like before. Instead, they saw a dragon flapping its wings with great effort, but it still didn't fly far away and looked terrified. The scene was like a duck struggling in the water, laborious and funny. For the first time, the Dragon Clan, the overlord of the sky, couldn't fly without the speed advantage. The body of the plague dragon Redgree was as clumsy as a big lizard that couldn't turn around. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, they saw the human who had been beaten up just now flash out and punch the thick scales. Bang! For the first time, Ji-sun punched the opponent's chest and back. The terrifying fist force poured into the body of the evil dragon through the dragon scales. It was visible to the naked eye that the dragon's body was rippling. On. A sharp dragon roar sounded, and the plague dragon Redgree felt pain, turned over and blew out a breath of dragon breath. However, Ji-sun was not as clumsy as before, and seemed to have predicted the angle long ago, and dodged easily. As the dragon's breath continued to spit, he flashed frequently. Grey Joker, this spell card replicated the spell of teleportation, and it could be used almost unlimitedly. So from the beginning, if he wanted to avoid the battle, the opponent would be unable to do anything about it. And in the eyes of the spectators, they only saw a series of phantoms, and the furious green dragon that was completely helpless. Except for Katarina at the Allied headquarters, no one knew why the green dragon could not fly. She knew what Ji-sun had done, and her crystal eyes were full of energy. You are really thoughtful. This will be interesting. The flying ability of most dragons is still the wind resistance at the physical level. So, when the resistance disappears, the speed will naturally drop. That color Joker curse card changed the battle rules, restricting the air, so that the air loses its normal resistance. What surprised Katarina was that Ji-sun's cleverness was to restrict instead of completely prohibit. She knew that color Joker could change the rules of operation within the range, provided that the changed rules were in line with a certain ability that one had mastered. If the target understands the rules much better than the caster, or if the rules are found to be flawed, they will become ineffective. After all, the dragon in front of him has lived for thousands of years, and Ji-sun is not sure how much it has understood in the field of rules. So, there was the previous test. Now the test is done, and the opponent's details are almost understood, so he will take action. Ji-sun is a Qigong master, and his understanding of Qi has reached the realm of transcendence. Ji-sun only restricted the rules, rather than completely prohibiting it. In this way, even if the evil dragon sees through the change in the rules, it will be more or less affected. From the beginning, Ji-sun's layout was for now. Catalina has seen all his thoughts clearly. In the entire command room, others did not understand why the situation suddenly reversed. Ji-sun, who had been suppressed just now, actually chased the green dragon hammer in the opposite direction. Only when the mushroom-headed Darcy, a disciple, vaguely understood something, he could not hide his surprise and said, I understand why the teacher showed weakness just now. He is testing the enemy's tactics, waiting for now. Although Isabel still didn't understand, the facts were in front of her. The proud lady finally understood how terrifying her teacher's strength had reached. No wonder my father asked me to come. At this moment, there was nothing but shock in Isabel's beautiful red eyes. Chapter 595. The situation of the battle suddenly reversed. The human who had been in danger of being beaten by the plague dragon Redgree just now suddenly became the protagonist of the battlefield, chasing the huge green dragon and hammering it all the way. The flying speed of the 9th level dragon has made it invincible, but now for some reason, its flapping wings look shaky. Only a few people who were affected by the battle range of the two top masters could sense the abnormal airflow in the air. Boom! Bang! Bang! Thunder like heavy punches hit the hard dragon scales one after another, creating ripples of gravity. Dragon races are born with almost 100% immunity to magic, so magic spells are useless. Ji-sun did not try again, and fought head-on in close combat. He used the all-seeing True Sanctuary to decompose the deadly toxins, while using the Tyrant Fist to hit objects from a distance. The dual control of the gravitational field of strange power, and the airflow rules changed by the colored Joker made the 9th level green dragon seem to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to escape at all. However, even with limited movement, the plague dragon Redgree was still very ferocious. Even if it was not flexible enough, the terrifying power and defense at the top of the food chain were still unstoppable. At this time, the 4 Titan armors also rushed back to the headquarters battlefield as soon as possible to help Ji-sun to encircle the enemy, and then they had a vague posture of equal strength. There were no fancy skills, just hard consumption to deal with a thick-skinned dragon. Wait until the magic power of this green dragon is almost consumed, and the scale armor defense is not so strong, then it will be the best time to kill it. The war immediately entered the most brutal stage of fighting because of the life and death struggle between the two top fighters. The Knights of Duke Simon's palace counterattacked like crazy because they knew this was the last chance to turn the tables. The soldiers of the Alliance army were also bloodthirsty. The number of the Hunter God-class armored corps was completely enough to control the 7th and 8th level dragons on the battlefield, so even if the enemy wanted to help the 9th level green dragon, they could not take care of themselves. The figures of the man and the dragon in the sky quickly crossed each other, and the shock wave of the collision of laws turned the entire battlefield upside down. For Titan armor supported them, and various high-tech equipment also presented a peak collision between technology and dragons to the dragons of the southern continent. This was the first war in the entire Kashi Plain in 3,000 years in which a large-scale mechanical army participated. This was a war that was worthy of being recorded in history. Everyone realized that the prelude to a new era had begun. At this moment, everyone in the command room of the coalition headquarters was stunned with shock. The battle continued like this. Even the staff officers had never expected the intensity of the battle. The original plan was that 4 Titan armors would cooperate with hundreds of God Hunter armors, and the green dragon would be helpless, and would most likely retreat. And there would be repeated battles of varying sizes in the future, consuming each other. This kind of war of attrition is what the Allies want to see the most. The broken machines can be repaired and reproduced. And when the Dragonborn Card Master dies, he is really dead. The Allies have the continuous logistical support of the New World Science and Technology City, so they are not afraid of consumption at all. The final result is that the Dragonborn coalition on the side of Duke Simon will most likely not be able to hold on and retreat. After all, there are many powerful people in the old continent now, and the Simon family cannot die here. Therefore, the Allied forces will win. But it will also be a victory with high casualties. But until now, the top leaders of the Allied forces realized that it was not what they planned at all. They realized that their commander-in-chief invited that Mr. Ji-sun to come, in fact, not only to win this war, but the real purpose was to annihilate the Duke Simon's mansion. The fighting style in front of them was not to hold back the evil dragon, but to kill it. The evil dragon could not escape, and the Simon family noble coalition could only fight to the death. So, this was the decisive battle. The Allied staff looked at the images on the display in front of them with their eyes wide open. Because before this, no one had ever thought that anyone could control the 9th level dragon. No one had ever thought that anyone could withstand the frontal attack of the green dragon. Looking at Ji-sun's sudden sharp counterattack, the entire command room was boiling. Mr. Ji-sun is so powerful. Ha ha ha, Mr. Ji-sun's strength is really terrifying. The space has been cracked. Oh my god, this is probably the power of the legendary gods. Yes. If the opponent is not a 9th level dragon, but another 9th level dragon, Mr. Ji-sun can probably kill it alone. Although it looks like there are 4 Titan armors working together, everyone knows that the real key role is Ji-sun. The terrifying combat power shocked everyone present. Everyone looked at him with awe, and their faces were filled with excitement and pride. Catalina was the only person in the command room who had never worried about Ji-sun from beginning to end. But at this moment, looking at the fierce battle scene, her beautiful eyes were already sparkling. After all, he was her close friend, and her heart was naturally filled with joy. Darcy and Isabel, the 2 little guys on the side, felt an indescribable pride in their hearts. This is their teacher. Even though Darcy knew that his teacher was very powerful, it was the first time he saw Ji-sun's true fighting power. In his eyes, which had already begun to show wisdom and calmness, It seemed that a blazing fire was burning, as if he had seen a guiding light, illuminating his future extraordinary path. And Isabel's heart had long been shocked and convinced. Now, looking at the fierce battle scene, in addition to pride and excitement, she couldn't help but worry about the safety of her teacher. But the pure-blooded dragon has abundant magic power. If it continues like this, the teacher will suffer a lot. Mushroom-headed Darcy obviously had a clearer view of the battle situation. He shook his head and explained, "Teacher, it seems that it consumes a lot of energy to maintain the control of the sanctuary and fight, but in fact, the teacher has deduced every step and almost no mana is wasted. This is much less than the dragon's random breath. If we really compare, unless the dragon's magic power is more than 10 times that of the teacher, it is absolutely impossible to outlast it if we continue to fight like this." At this moment, the two little guys looked at the domineering figure on the battlefield and revered him, as if he were a god. On the battlefield, Ji-sun had entered a strange state of numb thinking and excited fighting. As everyone saw, this was a fierce battle. With a lot of magic power, terrifying power, unsolvable defense, and deadly poisonous dragon breath, the 9th level green dragon has no shortcomings. Normally, even in a war of attrition, human spell power cannot support the consumption of a pure-blooded dragon. But as his disciple Darcy guessed, Ji-sun used the deduction ability of I Am the World to calculate the rhythm of the battle to the extreme. Although the consumption of spell power is still terrifying, it is at least much less than that of the evil dragon. With the recovery ability of the Gluttony Secret and the infinite magic of the elemental rune stone, he would not be defeated. And the longer the fight lasted, the more the dragon race's shortcomings were exposed. The dragon's bloodline was too strong, like a set of unchangeable and solidified extraordinary paths, so pure-blooded dragons generally did not have any strange abilities. Red dragons were the laws of fire and great power, blue dragons were the laws of lightning and speed, and white dragons were the laws of extreme cold and death. Similarly, the green dragon's abilities were only great power and poison. Ji-sun had already prepared all the means to target the green dragon, and at this moment, he used defeating force with cleverness to the extreme. This was indeed the case. The evil dragon was eager to decide the outcome, and after continuously spewing dragon breath, the huge amount of magic power consumption made it a little overwhelmed. The color of the dragon breath now was obviously much darker than the previous dark green. If there were no accidents, if it continued to consume like this, when its strength and magic power were consumed to the point that the Titan armor could control it, that would be its death. So Ji-sun was not in a hurry at all. After all, he was a dragon who had lived for thousands of years, and he was not sure whether this guy would have any hidden tricks. He could not kill the green dragon, and the green dragon could not kill it either. Just keep on consuming it. Unless there was an accident, the green dragon would definitely die today. The plague dragon Redgree looked at Ji-sun's fighting style, and naturally saw that the other party wanted to consume it to death. But even if he knew it, there was nothing he could do, because it could not kill the human in front of it. If it could kill it, it would have killed it long ago in various previous attempts. Now it seems that it still has the upper hand in the 1-on-5 situation, but in fact only it knows that if it continues to waste time, it will not see any chance of winning. The pride of the dragon race was shattered by the human, and several iron lumps in front of it. Not only was it humiliated, but it was facing a crisis of death. Finally, after struggling for many times, and still finding no hope, the plague dragon Redgree's ferocious vertical pupils suddenly became fierce, and strange green smoke rose from his body. It was this green smoke that made this evil dragon faintly have the posture of breaking free from the gravity control. Although the fluctuation of the rules was very weak, Ji-sun clearly saw the super-level power that was clearly different from the fluctuation of the rules, and was greatly surprised. Plague rules? Otherwise, the evil dragon would not be able to break free from the color joker rules. The poisonous law refers to the plague rule, which is also one of the cosmic rules that can condense the godhead. However, he was more puzzled. Strange, this guy has not reached that level. How can he master the power of the rules? If he were a human of the 9th level, he would not think so. But the dragon should not. Because this is the shortcoming of the pure-blooded dragon race. Although human blood is weak, it is very tolerant, so that they can learn the methods of various creatures in the universe. For example, Ji-sun himself, he mastered the power of rules and advanced due to various opportunities. But the dragon race cannot do so because of the solidification of blood. So Ji-sun was surprised. Even if the dragon race is a high-level race, it is not easy to break through the god level. Usually that is directly related to the age of the dragon. Based on the previous test, Ji-sun determined that this green dragon, which is only a few thousand years old, should not have touched that limit. The only explanation is external force. And it is only used now, which can only be an ability that it is unwilling to show in public. Interesting. Ji-sun raised a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he guessed something. It's not that he has never seen the situation of touching the power of rules below the god level. Even seen many times. For example, the chosen ones of various outer gods, or the previous heavenly dragon Saint Teresa. But these enemies that have been encountered have the same prerequisite, that is, there are real gods behind them, and the plague dragon Rediger in front of him, and the reason why the Simon Duke mansion, its bloodline, is an independent noble is because it is a lone dragon. Unlike the three major kingdoms with a complex family system, this green dragon has nothing to rely on. It is just a lone dragon that sleeps in the forest and occasionally goes to human cities to eat a few people and get some treasures. In this case, Ji-sun thought of the only possibility, that is, borrowing the power of a certain god. The thought flashed through his mind, and he had already thought of something. As if what he thought in his mind had materialized into a picture, the evil dragon in front of him suddenly spit out a breath of dragon that was completely different from before. The green poisonous gas also formed the shape of a skull. As soon as he saw this, Ji-sun immediately recognized that this was one of the divine arts of the seven lords of natural disaster recorded by the Augustus family, divine art touch of Black Plague. This is the Black Death. This is the method of the seven lords of the calamity, the source of the plague, Takpara. So this guy actually coveted the power of the outer god? Ji-sun understood everything. Before, in the Plague Swamp EP581 Research Institute, the secret research base of the Terran by family kept the jar that sealed the source of the plague, Takpara. The jar was later taken away by the people of the Holy See, and finally used on the dead dragon Merodes, who returned from the underworld. The process is not important. The important thing is that it seems that the remaining plague in the jar was taken by the green dragon. If the green dragon wants to condense the godhood, it can only rely on a breakthrough in the plague law. And the source of the plague, Takpara, is the best reference. It has never been used before, probably because the plague dragon Rediger, a dignified dragon, disdains to use the means of the outer gods, or is afraid of pollution. Now that it is forced into a desperate situation, it can't care about anything else. The green dragon spewed out the plague dragon breath towards Ji-sun, and this indiscriminate attack also affected the entire battlefield. Green skeletons were everywhere, and poisonous gas was gushing out. Suddenly, there were whales everywhere. The coalition forces were still okay. After all, they knew that the opponent was a green dragon. They had already made a lot of anti-poison preparations, and they also had heavy mecha protection and poison gas filtering. As long as they were not sprayed directly, the threat of subsequent damage from the toxins was limited. Moreover, the coalition forces had encountered the Black Death before during the decisive battle in the East Wilderness, and there was also a detoxification plan. However, the Knights of the Simon Legion suffered. They were all on the battlefield in the flesh, and even if they were wearing armor, they could not resist the poison gas at all. The indiscriminate breath of the plague dragon Rediger caused the plague to spread rapidly. In a blink of an eye, black spots appeared on the bodies of the dragon knights one by one. However, the green dragon ignored it at all. It seemed to have gained divine power from the plague. It suddenly regained its vitality. Not only did it break free from the quagmire-like gravity control field, it also flapped its wings and rushed out in a blink of an eye, escaping without looking back, for the green dragon, who is already known for his despicable character, face is important, but not as important as life. Seeing this, Ji-sun also had a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This was indeed something he had not expected. Once the enemy was out of control, he could do nothing. However, the fight had come to this point, and seeing the enemy running away, he would definitely try to catch up. Without any consideration, he quickly stepped into the air, teleported and ran away in the void, and quickly caught up. The 4 Titan armors behind him also followed closely, although they could not keep up with the speed, but they did not hesitate. The 2 top fighters left the battlefield, and the suffocating aura of terror was finally swept away. The morale of the Alliance army was boosted instantly, because once the green dragon escaped, the outcome was clear. The Knights of the Simon Legion had already lost hope. Not only did they have to watch the most powerful green dragon run away, but they also had to suffer from the plague. For a moment, the morale of the army collapsed like a broken dam. The knights who had just fought to the death also began to flee, and in a blink of an eye, they were defeated. In the command center, Catalina decisively issued an order: the whole army pursues, destroy the enemy completely. In a blink of an eye, he ran for dozens of miles. Ji-sun had already chased the green dragon to an unknown valley. Although he knew that the dragon's power was limited, he could still control it if he stopped. But the other party obviously didn't intend to give him this opportunity, and ran away all the way. Even if he caught up, he really couldn't kill that guy alone. Moreover, this is the old continent, there are many dangerous places, and the risk of chasing is very high. Ji-sun also felt a little pity. However, at this time, the turning point appeared again. A huge red dragon appeared out of nowhere, and with a bang it crashed into the unsuspecting green dragon, knocking it into the mountains, causing a large amount of dust to fly. Ji-sun saw the huge red dragon and smiled slightly. What a coincidence. At the same time, an angry roar of dragon language came from the ruins. He roughly understood what was said. Andre, you dare to attack and kill the dragon clan, are you trying to rebel? The reinforcements, who suddenly intervened, were none other than Andre, the Grand Marshal of the Iris Corps. Now Iris and the Allied forces are allies. Andre knows that there will be a decisive battle here, so he certainly can't sit back and watch. Even if he knows that Ji-sun is coming. Andre is also very curious about the outcome of the war. Not only is he curious about the current strength of the Allied forces, but also about Ji-sun's strength that he can't figure out. It was because of this moment of obstruction that Ji-sun had teleported and caught up. It was not so easy to be attacked by a half-step god-level sneak attack. The divine power on the green dragon instantly dissipated. Ji-sun just continued to control the situation and used magical power again. And the restrictions of the rules of flying in the air. This time, it was not so easy to let the enemy escape. At the same time, he looked at Andre, who had transformed into a giant dragon, and smiled. Ji-sun guessed that Andre must have come. He also knew that in order not to be discovered by the green dragon, the guy must be hiding far away. But he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that the guy's hiding place was exactly in the direction of the green dragon's escape. This coincidence of fate also doomed the plague dragon Reggery to tragedy today. Andre also looked at Ji-sun. His eyes were full of complexity, and there seemed to be a determination to burn his boats. Because he was different from the people of Dongwang, after all, he was a dragon descendant, and nominally one of the 3 marshals of the Red Dragon royal family. Attacking a pure-blooded dragon was already a capital crime of insubordination. Originally, he could have hidden and watched the green dragon escape. In this way, the Allied forces would not say anything, he would not be exposed for the time being, and the Iris Corps would also have time to develop for a long time in the future. It looks like the best choice. But Andre still chose to intercept it. He even gambled everything. Because just now, he not only saw the terrifying dominance of the mechanical army in the future battlefield, but also saw Ji-sun's outrageous combat power. At Andre's height, of course, he saw the long-term gains and losses, and some turning points in fate need to be gambled. Since he has been injected with the human gene anchoring agent, he has no intention of continuing to be enslaved by the Dragon Clan. This step will be taken sooner or later. He chose to take a gamble. Ji-sun guessed his thoughts, and really thought highly of the courage of this ally. However, reality did not give the 2 people time to communicate, and the green dragon had already rushed out. Since he chose to take action, he was determined not to leave any survivors. Ji-sun and the red dragon transformed by Andre looked at each other, and joined forces to besiege. After being injected with the gene drug, the influence of the dragon's power was reduced to the minimum, and Andre's combat power was not afraid of the green dragon at all. The 3 parties fought fiercely together. Soon, for Titan armors also entered the battlefield, and the battle was no longer suspenseful. Catalina and Andre's men blocked the valley, and no one knew what happened here except for the few people who participated in the battle. And on the other side, the Allied forces had chased the fleeing soldiers of the Simon Legion to the Shadowfang Fortress. This is the base camp of the Duke Simon's mansion in the Old World, with magnificent and solid city defense fortifications. Duke Simon himself led the fleeing Dragon Legion, and with the help of the magic towers and various city defense devices in the fortress, began a fierce battle to defend the city. Before the people in the city could figure out what was happening, they were recruited to the city walls and started fighting. The 2 sides switched positions. But the result was completely different. The Allies were determined to annihilate the elite of Simon's family this time, and did not give the enemy a chance to wait for reinforcements. Catalina personally led the soldiers to kill in a mighty force, and various large-caliber artillery with ultra-long range were even more powerful weapons for siege. The expensive 9-story magic towers in the city were submerged in dense firepower coverage before they could even see the enemy. After the defensive offensive was broken, there was a tragic scene of a steel torrent sweeping across the city. Hundreds of hunting god armors and countless mecha-integrated legions rushed into the city unstoppably. The 2 sides fought fiercely for a day and a night, and the Simon family was completely wiped out. And for this war, the Duke Simon's mansion recruited a large number of foreign aides and also piled up a large amount of supplies in the fortress. Now, all resources have become spoils of war for the Allies. This not only makes up for the losses in the war, but also has 10 times and 100 times the benefits. On the other side, in the nameless valley that has been beaten into a mess, there were pits and holes everywhere caused by poison corrosion. A green dragon corpse covered with scars was lying limply under a 100-meter deep pit that looked like a meteorite impact. For Titan armors were also covered with traces of corrosion, and were on guard all around. Andre recovered his human form, and stood at the edge of the mine, panting. At the same time, he looked at the young man at the bottom of the pit, who was cleaning up the corpses, his eyes full of complexity. Even now that the battle was over, he still felt unreal. Did he really kill a 9th-level pure-blooded dragon? And it was the famous plague dragon Ritaglai of the Green Dragon clan. You have to know that a pure-blooded dragon is like a king in the eyes of the Dragonborn, and even Andre, who is of such a high rank, has to bow down to it. Now he has teamed up with this guy Dong Wang to kill a 9th-rank dragon. Before, this was a scene that he could not even imagine. Andre let out a long breath of turbid air, and the worry about the consequences of killing the Dragon clan disappeared in his eyes, replaced by a determination that would never waver again. He knew that after this time, he had no way out. Before I could think about it, I heard a casual question in my ear. Brother Andre, I collect this dragon corpse first. If you have any needs, just tell me, and I send it to you when the time comes. The spoils of war must be shared, of course. But this dragon corpse is really not something that ordinary people dare to take. Andre's eyelids twitched for no reason when he heard it, and he responded, yeah. Anyway, it's already been killed, and it's impossible to get off the pirate ship. At this critical moment, he won't be polite, and said, I don't have any idea about the dragon materials. If possible, I think you can take something else. Ji-sun immediately understood and grinned, okay. Andre was talking about mechanical equipment and technology. Before, although the two sides were allies, there was no technical exchange at all. It was just the allied forces sending equipment. One reason was that Iris had no technology, and the other was that the two sides had not yet reached the level where they could share core secrets with each other. But now it's different. Andre used his actions to let Ji-sun see his determination. Just like a letter of surrender, in the future in the old world, the two major forces will have a solid foundation of trust. Ji-sun felt that some things could be given. For example, accepting the apprentices sent by Iris to go to the New World Mechanical City to learn the latest and most advanced technology, and a complete hunting god armor production line, or even Titan. Although there are also hidden dangers, the future battle situation will also face many challenges for the allies in the old world. They need a strong ally. Smart people don't need to explain much, Andre said, and then didn't say anything. Instead, he watched Ji-sun dealing with the traces of the battle on the scene, and he also helped with his own hands. It would be better if it could be exposed as late as possible. This is beneficial to both sides. Chapter 596. The war between the Allied forces and the Simon Duke's mansion over the mineral territory dispute ended with a great victory for the Allied forces. The news quickly spread throughout the major territories of the old continent. This also allowed the self-esteemed Dragonborn in the southern continent to witness, for the first time, the terrifying dominance of the mechanical army on the battlefield. Katarina led the mechanical army to attack the Shadowfang fortress. Even though the Simon family had top card masters and a 9-story magic tower for defense, it was still captured in half a day. There was no time for the enemy reinforcements to come to reinforce. Then the Allied forces conquered all the major cities in the Duke of Simon's territory one after another. No city could withstand the onslaught of the steel torrent. The city defenses were destroyed by long-range artillery, and the mechanical army entered the city and swept everything away. After the news spread, the Dragonborns knew the huge difference between the mechanical army and traditional magic equipment in conquering cities. Of course, what scared the lords the most was the news that the 9th-level green dragon was killed. In the southern continent, pure-blooded dragons are supreme. Originally, if a pure-blooded dragon was killed, the perpetrator would be wanted by the Holy See, and the entire dragon clan and the 3 kingdoms would also concentrate their forces to eliminate this rebellious force. However, the Holy See is now busy with its own affairs, and the 3 kingdoms are also fighting each other, so they have no time to care about the things in the old continent. Although some lords in the old continent have the background of pure-blooded dragons, none of them dared to show their heads at the moment. The plague dragon Redgree was killed, not to mention the others. This also made the lords, who were pioneering in the old continent, no longer dare to attack the allied forces, and they hid far away, for fear of provoking the invincible steel torrent. The Alliance used this Red Ridge Mountains campaign to lay the foundation for a long period of stable development in the future. It was also considered as a formal flag raising. It announced the ownership of a large area of territory near the Shadowfang fortress. Once the Duke Simon's mansion was destroyed, other lords all hid far away. There were so many unowned wastelands in the old continent, there was no need to provoke such a powerful enemy. In the next few days, the Alliance was busy harvesting and encircling the remaining forces of the Duke Simon's mansion. In addition to the population and territory, a large amount of supplies were also seized. This also alleviated the huge gap in the development resources of the Allied forces. And the benefits of this war are still continuing to ferment. After seeing the horror of mechanical equipment, the lords of the old continent are even more eager to obtain these. Good quality and cheap war weapons. The lords who were watching before are also afraid. They originally adhered to the ban of the Holy See and regarded all mechanical technology as a flood and beast. But now the surrounding lords are equipped with mechanical legions openly or secretly. Whoever does not keep up will be beaten. Unless they are willing to give up the territory that they have developed with great difficulty, and the cities built with countless money and resources, and the population that has migrated here, they can only follow the crowd. But the southern continent is also in war now, and going back will be even worse. So there is only one way, follow and buy. The nobles in the southern continent are not short of money. Especially those who have the ability to come to the old continent to open up wasteland and build cities. They already brought a lot of resources. More money means more consumption, which also makes the black market machinery business unprecedentedly prosperous. The resources needed to train a top card master can be used to by those mechanical products on the assembly line, and even arm a legion. A finished product of a first-level card can buy tons of bullets. Although the overall combat is a little worse, the threshold for use is almost zero. As long as the number is large, the combat power of the legion is also extraordinary. What the southern continent lacks the least is various war slaves, and mechanical equipment is the best choice for them. On the black market, the demand for purchasing mechanical equipment suddenly skyrocketed. In addition to equipment, there are also various blueprints and production lines. Anything that can be bought has been fought over at a high price. An old-fashioned 800mm caliber Gustav cannon that is heavy and inaccurate. Originally, few lords in the East Wilderness would be willing to take this obsolete product. But now it can be sold at a sky-high price for a high-level relic on the black market, just because its range is 3 to 5 times longer than that of the 9th-level magic tower, not to mention various types of mechanical armor, which are in great demand and are worth a lot of money. The two local forces in the southern continent, the Rebel Dragon Army and Iris, already have strong connections, and they have transformed themselves into black market arms dealers. They dumped the obsolete mechanical equipment of the Allies, as well as some guns and mechanical arms that would be copied sooner or later, and made a lot of money. Catalina even deliberately sold a small number of hunter-level armor. Each lord sold 3 or 5 units, so that those old antiques in the southern continent could see the potential of technology and stimulate their desire to consume. At the current black market price, a castrated version of the hunter-level armor can be exchanged for all the resources needed to train 2 or 3 7th-level card masters. This will greatly ease the pressure of the shortage of materials for the top card masters of the Allied forces. And the top mechanical equipment is barter. The nobles of the southern continent have a lot of various magic metals in their hands, which are scarce for making the hunting god armor and titan armor. The Allied forces used to develop in the ruins by themselves. Not only did they suffer a great loss, but they also didn't get much. Now, by selling the hunting god armor, almost one can be exchanged for the raw materials of nearly 100 mechas. The lords also have their own circle of friends in the southern continent and have channels to get materials. In this way, the entire south continent is providing the Allies with materials for top-level machinery. In addition to buying for themselves, the lords will also arrange mercenaries and pioneering groups to develop various technology-related extra-dimensional spaces. If it is profitable, the Mercenary Union will also issue a large number of exploration tasks. In this way, the entire old continent is contributing to mechanical technology, and a large number of mechanical-related materials, drawings, and finished products can be produced. These lords, who are still in the primitive magic civilization, have no technology and no high-level mechanics, so it is useless to get top-level drawings. In the end, those top-level drawings and materials related to machinery, after going around in circles, can only flow back to the hands of the Allies. With enough raw materials and drawings, in the foreseeable future, the New World will produce a steady stream of Titan-level and Hunter-level armor. even some other black technologies. The allies will then make finished products and sell them, selling high and buying low. In this way, a tidal closed loop is formed, harvesting lords infinitely. The strength of the allies will also rise with the tide, becoming stronger and stronger. And Katarina sells those top-level mechas, and another most important purpose is to establish Alliance Circle. If the dragon race wants to have dominance, they will never accept the existence of technology that threatens their status. So once mechanical equipment is used, it means betraying the dragon race's rule. In other words, many lords still think they are nobles of the southern continent. But after a while, they will no longer think so. With the blooming of mechanical technology in the old continent, and the quiet spread of human gene-anchoring potion, the old continent will form its own unique mechanical card master civilization in the future. The plan went as expected. Shortly after the war ended, some far-sighted lords contacted the Alliance army directly wanting to form an alliance. Iris was a first-level ally because she joined the team in advance. Catalina also selected some second and third-level allies. The larger the circle of allies, the more stable the position of the Alliance army in the old continent will be in the future. If it really becomes powerful to a certain extent, even if the South Continent comes to its senses and wants to deal with it, it may not be able to do so. After the Battle of Red Ridge Mountains, the Alliance army was busy expanding. Ji-sun was not surprised that the subsequent impact of the war would be so great. Even many economic harvesting methods were suggestions he made to Catalina. In his eyes, everything has a cause and effect line. These harvesting methods are simply not understandable to the lords of the old world with their concept of serf economy and society. Moreover, the negative effects will gradually manifest in the next few years. Now they just think they bought good things and strengthened their strength, and they don't think there is any negative impact at all. But when they really come to their senses and find that the allies are getting stronger and stronger, it's too late. Even if people with foresight discover it in advance, there is no objection. This is the trend of the world's operation. Once it is formed, it cannot be controlled by personal will. In Ji-sun's eyes, this is an extraordinary promotion ceremony for mechanics. The explosive development of mechanical technology is also destined to usher in a wave of great opportunities for card masters in the Diamond 10 mechanical sequence in the future. Catalina is in charge of the allied forces, so Ji-sun doesn't need to worry about it at all. One day, Ji-sun led 2 disciples to Moon Creek Forest. This is an ancient abandoned research institute discovered by the allied forces, and it is also the secret base of Master Merlin. Teacher, where are we going? To visit a senior who can tailor-make a career card for you. By the way, I will develop your brain area. Oh! Teacher, this move of turning the bird into air, I suddenly succeeded last night. When can I learn your previous secrets of the domineering fist? It's not about quantity, but about quality. Isabel, you are on the path of magic warrior, and Tyrant Fist is very suitable for you. So study controlling chi carefully. If you really master it, you will master everything, which is not comparable to learning a few mysteries. Got it, teacher. The 3 of them walked forward in the deep forest. With 2 disciples following them, the journey was not boring. After the last battle, Isabel's attitude has obviously changed. The girl face no longer has the arrogance and conceit of a dragonborn before, but instead respects and admires Ji-sun, her teacher, from the bottom of her heart. After all, almost all intelligent creatures have an instinctive worship of the strong. The dragon race is the strongest race in the southern continent and even the entire plain. As a dragon descendant, she certainly had pride in her soul before. But now, she has changed her mind. Her teacher killed a 9th-level pure-blooded dragon, so of course, that kind of worship has shifted. Isabel changed her previous arrogance and contempt, and pestered Ji-sun to learn from her every day, modest and diligent. After she really started to study seriously, she realized that her teacher was not only as powerful as a god, but also knew everything and was proficient in everything. The girl also realized what a great teacher her father had found for her. This was a rare opportunity for others. Although Isabel was a little arrogant, she was also very smart. She cherished the opportunity to learn from Ji-sun. Because of her excellent talent, diligence and hard work, she has made rapid progress these days. Although she still likes to quarrel with Mushroom Head Darcy, she has long admitted that her senior brother is great. Both of them became stronger little by little under Ji-sun's guidance. Soon, the 3 of them came to the entrance of a cave. A furry guy had been waiting here for a long time, holding a lantern. When Ji-sun saw Totoro, he greeted him like an old friend. Mr. Totoro, long time no see. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Then he took out the dried fish that he had prepared long ago. Totoro took the dried fish and responded. It looked at the people behind Ji-sun with drooping eyelids and asked, "Who are these two?" Not everyone can enter Merlin's laboratory. As a guard cat, of course, he had to ask one more question. Ji-sun responded, "They are my disciples." "Oh, you accepted disciples." The chinchilla muttered, turned around and walked into the darkness with a lantern. "Come with me." Ji-sun was not surprised. He followed him in. Although Jiayu behind him did not say anything, he also blinked and took a curious look at the furry big cat. Isabel could not help it, and pulled Ji-sun's sleeve and asked secretly, "Ah, teacher, this chinchilla can talk?" As a top noble in the southern continent, she had seen chinchillas before, but it was the first time she had seen a talking chinchilla. Ji-sun smiled. "Yeah. You know in a moment. Genetic technology is black magic to the people of the southern continent, and it is hard to explain." The three followed the chinchilla in. In the complex and dark tunnel, only a lantern illuminated a small area. There were countless terrifying auras hidden in the darkness around. Ji-sun knew that it was the pet trained by Master Merlin and the guardian beast of the base. Isabel is a dragon descendant, and she is particularly sensitive to the breath of this kind of creature. She can sense the aura of dragons and some ancient beasts all around, so her soul instinctively trembles. Although mushroom-headed Darcy suppressed his fear with absolute rationality, his face was not good. Ji-sun looked at the two nervous disciples around him, as if he saw his former self. In the past, he was also full of unknown terror when looking at those little pets. But at this level now, there are very few things in this plane that can make him face the unknown in fear. Soon, the three were led by Totoro to the depths of the base, where some light appeared. That was the light emitted by a large number of black technology instruments. At this moment, an old man with frizzy hair was tinkering with the instrument. He knew someone was coming, but he didn't stop his ferocious octopus tentacles, and said without turning his head, "Ji-sun, you are here." "Yeah." Ji-sun greeted, "Long time no see, Master Merlin." At the same time, he looked at the three terrifying human faces with obvious stitching marks on Merlin's back, and asked with a strange expression, "Master, you're back?" Ji-sun was used to the 8 tentacles. They were the tentacles of the evil god. But he had never seen this human face before, so he thought it was something new to research. Ji-sun was so surprised, not to mention the two little guys beside him. Darcy frowned. Isabel had a horrified expression, as if she was looking at a monster. If she hadn't been following her teacher, she would have been scared to death and entered a fighting state. Everything here was weird. In various bottles and jars, there were horrible monster corpses everywhere, exuding the breath of mythical creatures that made the dragonborn tremble. Hearing the question, Master Merlin did not turn around. One of the three faces behind him that had their eyes closed opened, looked at him, and said, "Oh, you're talking about this? This is a human transplant. I transplanted 3 more evil god brains, with independent functions into my body. In this way, I can have multiple life centers and understand some things that human thinking cannot understand originally." Ji-sun's eyelids twitched when he heard this. Even with his current understanding of the world, hearing about this kind of transplant seems very non-human. And the moment that face opened its eyes, he clearly felt that Master Merlin's danger level had skyrocketed several times. Level 9's intuition is not wrong. In other words, this face directly increased Master Merlin's combat power. That face. Looking at Ji-sun's strange expression, he explained, "I was thinking before that the human brain is the carrier of thinking. Many times, the brain's carrying capacity is limited and thinking cannot be freely exerted, so I wondered if humans would improve this dilemma if they had multiple brains. Later I did some experiments, which were quite successful. Then I transplanted 3 brains of the Abyss evil god into myself. You know, that kind of evil god is the best spiritual carrier I have ever seen, and then it is what you see now." Ji-sun listened and didn't know what to say about this behavior that most people dare not even think about. That's the truth. But you can't really transplant a few heads into yourself. But this is the scientific madman he is familiar with. Although it sounds amazing, Ji-sun is more worried about Master Merlin's safety. That face obviously guessed Ji-sun's thoughts and said directly, "The experiment was very successful. You don't have to worry. Although there are some minor side effects, fortunately it is roughly the same as expected. This allows me to think about many things at the same time, and also has some special abilities. For example, high-dimensional thinking ability." Hearing him say this, Ji-sun was relieved and asked curiously, "High-dimensional thinking? You mean?" The face said directly, "Yes. It is the power of rules. At my level, I have touched the power of rules that only gods can touch. Although I cannot master it, my brain can understand it. Of course, the current burden is very heavy, and I cannot control it freely. Hearing this, Ji-sun suddenly realized how outrageous this brain transplant research is. He can touch the power of rules, which is the result of so much effort and opportunity. Master Merlin actually touched the power of God with the help of technology. This is amazing. Even Ji-sun was shocked when he saw it. If this transplantation method can really allow mortals to touch the power of gods, it will open up a new extraordinary path. It made him want to try it. The face behind Master Merlin seemed to have the ability to read minds. He said directly, "This transplantation currently only meets my conditions, and it does not have the ability to replicate. And there are not many evil god brains left. When the conditions are ripe, I will also make you a few more heads to try." Uh-huh. Ji-sun laughed at himself. He just thought about it, but he didn't really plan to do it. He had the ability to multitask, and he could touch the power of rules by his own understanding, so he didn't need it. At this point, Master Merlin turned around and looked over. The four faces made the two little guys around him feel a little nervous. He looked at the mushroom-headed Darcy. His expression was slightly different, inexplicably familiar, and asked, "What is this?" "Yeah." Ji-sun nodded. He knew what he wanted to say. Merlin was thoughtful, sighed slightly, and didn't say much. Ji-sun was even more touched. This was the third generation of light chasers he had seen. The two did not talk much about this. Ji-sun directly stated his purpose. "Master, I brought you some good materials. By the way, I will help the two disciples to expand their thinking ability." Ji-sun was brought by Gongwu to expand his thinking ability, which was of great help to his later extraordinary path. Now Isabel and Darcy's ranks are just the right time, and it can be regarded as giving the two disciples some resources that only a teacher like him has. Master Merlin's eyes lit up when he heard the first half of the sentence. Oh, what good material! Since Ji-sun said it was good material, he was also looking forward to it. While speaking, the faces behind him were doing their own things and responded to the second question at the same time. That's a small matter. Domain superlimit cognition. As he spoke, an invisible mental force covered the two little guys, and the brains of the two little guys were instantly stagnant due to the impact of the terrifying mental force. This process takes a long time. Ji-sun had tried it once before, so it was not surprising. He said, "I killed a 9th level pure blood dragon before and brought the material here." Upon hearing this, Master Merlin stopped the movements of his 10 arms and repeated, 9th level pure blood dragon? "Yes," Ji-sun said, and took out the body and placed it in an open place. Master Merlin's eyes lit up when he saw the green dragon's body. "You kid, I knew there would be good news every time you come." The tentacles on his back were infinitely long, and they were as gentle as touching the body of a peerless beauty. Feeling the extraordinary characteristics of the pure blood dragon's body, "Ha ha, my experiment just happens to lack some top-level active biological samples. That's great." After a pause, he looked at Ji-sun and said excitedly, "You know, with this corpse, the experimental topic I told you before about human genetic level becoming a god can make substantial progress." Ji-sun looked at the old man who was chattering excitedly and said indifferently, "Yeah. As long as it's useful." Of course, he remembered the research project that Master Merlin mentioned. It was a magical topic that explained the life level of personhood from the genetic level. The 9th order dragon is the most advanced creature that is closest to God. It has a complete gene chain that leads directly to the God level. Unlike humans, the 9th order is the limit. Before, humans usurped the power of God and condensed Godhead to become God. That required extraordinary rituals to advance. Why they advanced, no one knows. We only know that it is a phenomenon and result of reaching certain conditions to be promoted. And if Master Merlin's research is successful, it can explain why humans can condense Godhead from a genetic level. Even an artificial god, Ji-sun knew the great use of this 9th order pure blood dragon, so he did not disassemble the materials and sent them directly to Master Merlin. In his deduction, this dragon corpse may even be an important turning point in future biotechnology. In a flash, Ji-sun stayed in this secret laboratory for half a month. Every day, he communicated with Master Merlin about those biological black technologies, as well as various strange knowledge. Both of them were extremely knowledgeable people. The extraordinary level and technology often overlapped, and there were many topics to talk about. Ji-sun also gained a lot from the complementary advantages. The two disciples developed their brains and customized the career cards needed for the next advancement. On this day, the three of them left the laboratory. "Teacher, are we going to the South Continent?" "Yes." "Haha, stupid Darcy, I take you to see my hometown." Ji-sun is going to the South Continent. Because Qin Rushi sent a message that the war in the South Continent is very fierce at present, and the Holy See may collapse. The South Continent is now full of opportunities for people like Ji Sun who like adventure. Chapter 597. The Gladiator Uprising in Giant City was one of the plans that Monliad, the Lord of War, had been operating for many years in the southern continent. He finally chose the Blue Knight Kernobos, the king of gladiators, to provoke a melee in the southern continent. Originally, it should have been a mighty slave liberation uprising. However, Qin Rushi and Aragorn also joined the uprising, stole part of the war luck, and divided the rebels into two groups. The two groups could not cooperate, so they each chose a direction. The Blue Knight Napos swept towards the territory of the Black Dragon Kingdom in the northwest. Qin Rushi and his revolutionary army went to the territory of the Red Dragon Kingdom in the north. As for the Silver Dragon Kingdom in the northeast, it is now the base camp of the Metal Dragon clan. The dead dragon Merodes, who returned from the underworld, is now in the Silver Dragon Kingdom, and Qin Rushi and his people will certainly not take the initiative to provoke him. In addition to the rebels, there are also the group of vampires in the Scarlet Sect that are also expanding wildly. The current situation is that the camps of the two major dragon gods are fighting each other. The two foreign gods Scarlet and War also took advantage of the situation, and the slave rebels are hostile to each other. As a result, there was chaos everywhere in the southern continent. This chaos lasted for nearly a year. The rebel army led by Qin Rushi already had hundreds of thousands of people. The news they just received was that the Holy Church might not be able to hold on. At least the army of the dead dragon Merodes had already arrived at the Holy Church's holy city Vatican. Many camps were gathering troops and preparing for a decisive battle. Qin Rushi certainly didn't care who would win or lose between the two dragon gods. The plan of the revolutionary army now was to take advantage of the fact that the elite armies of the three royal families were all concentrated in the holy city of Vatican, and try to go directly to the Red Dragon King's capital Acheron to liberate more slaves. The purpose of the war is not only to break the slavery-based dragon society order in the southern continent, but also to buy more time for the development of the old continent and the eastern wilderness. The other purpose is to plunder resources. The Red Dragon King's capital, Acheron, is one of the gathering places of the top resources in the southern continent. However, the revolutionary army has also encountered troubles recently. Hundreds of thousands of troops were blocked in Silverwind City. This fortress built on the abyss cliffs of the Doken Mountains is the only way to the capital Acheron. Not only is the Lord Ironfeather Earl Sean Cumberland a 9th level strongman, but the 100,000 elite defenders can also stop 1,000,000 troops with the natural advantages. The revolutionary army led by Qin Rushi has been blocked for half a month. This day, in the Silverwind Forest. From here, you can see the brightly lit city on the cliff from afar. At this moment, the forest is densely packed with canvas tents of various shapes and colors. This is the camp of the Revolutionary Uprising Army. At this moment, a serious war meeting is taking place in the main tent. Qin Rushi is sitting in the position of the main general. Beside him are Bonnie, Sam, Rosen, Anrose, Chen Jianwuliu and other cadres of the Revolutionary Army. There are also Gongwu and some gladiators liberated from the slave owners. This is the core of the current rebel army. After all, the Revolutionary Army has existed in the East Wilderness for decades, and they have rich combat experience. The current slave rebel army is not a mob, with strict military discipline, and has already faintly the momentum of a regular army. Leader, if we don't attack Silverwind City, we can't get through it all. What about the Dragon Blood Lizard tribe in the crypt? We have communicated with them, and they rejected our proposal to borrow the road and blocked all the crypt plank roads. Without the support of the Lizard tribe, if we really want to take the risk of going underground, that route is more dangerous than attacking Silverwind City. If we really want to attack, as long as the people of Silverwind City refuse to come out, we have almost no chance of winning. Even if we can win, our army will inevitably suffer heavy losses. The Dragon Eagle Legion of Silverwind City just air-raided our logistics supply team. If we waste time here, we will not have enough military rations. At most, we can hold out for 4 or 5 days. Don't worry, military rations will be delivered soon. Any other news? We have asked the villagers nearby. It is said that a god-level red dragon fell here in ancient times. The abyss is the trace of the collapse of the gods' war. The body of the dragon god fell deep into the Duokan Mountains. The underground lizard tribe chose to settle here because there is a lava heart transformed from the dragon god's divinity under the abyss. The meeting was soon dismissed. The crowd did not discuss any good response. If you want to pass the Duokan Mountains, you can either attack Yifeng City by force or go through the underground controlled by the lizard tribe. However, both routes are almost impossible to take. If you take a detour, the Duokan Mountains are a huge natural barrier, which will waste at least several months. Time is the biggest problem. The daily consumption of military rations for hundreds of thousands of troops is a very terrifying number. The supply of any rebel army originally relied on plunder, but that required constant wandering and conquering. Now they are blocked here. Even if the enemy does not attack, they will run out of food in a few days, and hundreds of thousands of troops will collapse without attacking. Earl Sean, the Lord of Silverwind City, is also a qualified military commander. He certainly knows this, so he refuses to leave the city. As the leader of the rebel army, Qin Rushi was certainly aware of this. But she was not in a hurry. In the tent, several backbones of the Revolutionary Army were still frowning and discussing countermeasures. At this time, Gongwu frowned and suddenly reminded, a strong guy is approaching the camp. The perception of Qi by the Saint Realm Qigong Master has reached a terrifying level, and a rabbit within a few miles can be clearly sensed. Everyone in the tent became alert instantly. However, Qin Rushi seemed to have guessed something. Looking at the space crack that appeared out of thin air in the tent, she smiled and said, "It should be Ji Sun who is here. The one who dares to show up here so blatantly cannot be an enemy." Ah! Everyone's expression froze for a moment. Before their brains could digest this sentence, they saw Ji Sun walking out of the crack, accompanied by two disciples, mushroom-headed Darcy and Isabel. When I arrived outside the camp just now, I found that the guards were very strict, so I was too lazy to report and teleported in. Bonnie and several Revolutionary Army cadres were very familiar with Ji Sun. Seeing that it was him, they all greeted him with surprise. "Ji Sun." Ji Sun also responded with a smile. "Everyone, long time no see." Then everyone realized why their leader was not worried about the military rations just now. It turned out that he had already made arrangements. The murderous intent on Gongwu's face also flashed away, and he rolled his eyes. "So it's you, kid." Ji Sun looked at the old man and said respectfully, "Senior Gong." As he said that, the two disciples behind him also followed suit and saluted, "Hello, Senior." Ji Sun introduced his two disciples to everyone. Gongwu was as lazy as ever, not caring about the etiquette. He glanced at the two little guys, his eyes flashed, and he praised them generously, "Good seedlings." If he could say they were good seedlings, they must be good. But Gongwu's eyes were obviously not attracted by the two disciples. Instead, he looked at Ji Sun and couldn't help wondering, "Why is your aura so strange?" At his current level, there was almost only one possibility that could make him feel strange. As soon as he said this, Gongwu seemed to have thought of something and said a possibility that he couldn't believe. "Could it be that you have also broken through the Saint Realm?" Ji Sun said calmly, "Yes, I have reached the 9th level." As soon as these words came out, the huge tent suddenly seemed to pause. The expressions of all the people froze instantly, as if they had heard something incredible. Even Qin Rushi's eyes trembled, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Finally, Gongwu broke the strange silence. He said with a strange look on his face, "You have reached the 9th level?" Ji Sun simply said, "Yes." As soon as these words came out, everyone's stiff expressions seemed to be released, and they instantly burst into ecstasy and sincere blessings. "Bonnie, Ji Sun, you have actually been promoted to the 9th level. Oh my god, this is incredible." "Lawson, ha ha ha, I said that with Ji Sun's talent, there is no problem in being promoted to the 9th level." "Sam, Lawson, the day before yesterday you said that the next time you see Ji Sun, you may have been promoted to the 8th level. How come you have become the 9th level now?" Everyone, ha ha ha. The tent was full of joy. Almost everyone here is familiar with Ji Sun, and they are of course very happy to hear this good news. More importantly, now that the rebels have the 9th level combat power, the current dilemma seems to have been solved all of a sudden. Gongwu said faintly, "You kid is really outrageous. The last time we met in Juling City, he was only at the 7th level, and when we met again, he was at the 9th level. You should know that Gongwu realized the martial Saint Realm at the 7th level, which is already a martial arts genius that is rare in 10,000 years. But now, he is still fighting to stabilize his realm, and he is not 100% sure that he can successfully advance to the 9th level. This comparison seems outrageous." Ji Sun knew what everyone was amazed about, and simply explained, "Before the Eastern Wilderness Orlan Royal Court collapsed, I had some opportunities and insights, and I was lucky enough to advance successfully. Speaking of it, there was indeed a certain amount of luck. I absorbed the medium of the moon goddess Arachne, and I felt the power of rules. I also had the crown of thorns to assist me in understanding the power of the tyrant's rules. In addition, I had the blessing of the dynasty's luck. In short, many external conditions helped me to successfully advance to the 9th level. For other card masters, each of these opportunities may be a great opportunity that they may not encounter in their lifetime. Ji-sun got them all by chance, which is why he advanced so quickly. After hearing this, everyone felt that it was not reasonable, but their expressions became more and more strange. Luck, but although they were curious, they were more happy. And when they heard that the Eastern Wilderness Orlan King's court had been completely destroyed, everyone felt relieved. With the rear stable, they could also let go of their hands and feet in the southern continent. They knew some news about the Eastern Wilderness decisive battle before, but because it was too far away, the specific information was not clear. Everyone was also very curious about what happened. But now is obviously not the time to talk about this. Qin Rushi, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at Ji-sun, who had been promoted to the 9th level, and a relaxed smile appeared on her beautiful face, as if the pressure had disappeared. After not seeing each other for a long time, their eyes touched for a moment, as if they had a lot to say. However, there were too many people, and Ji-sun looked at Qin Rushi and just said, "Aunt Qin, I brought the military rations for you." Qin Rushi just nodded simply yes. She had not been panicking before because she knew Ji-sun was coming. As soon as these words came out, the mushroom-headed Darcy behind him bowed politely and said, "Hello, Master's wife." Hearing this, Isabel glanced at the mushroom-headed man beside her with a strange look, as if she wanted to ask, "Why are you calling her Master's wife again?" However, thinking that the mushroom-headed man had never called her wrong, she also followed suit and called out, "Hello, Master's wife." As soon as the two little guys called her this, the tent was instantly quiet for a moment. Bonnie and other Revolutionary Army cadres all smiled knowingly. Although everyone knew the relationship between Ji-sun and their leader, it was the first time that someone had said it out loud. Qin Rushi listened and looked at the two little guys, smiled gently, and replied lightly, "Yeah." As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and took out a gift from her storage ring. "This is a small gift for you." Given by their elders, Darcy and Isabel took the gift and accepted it happily. Seeing this atmosphere, everyone knew that it was not the time to talk about business. Now that Ji-sun had come and brought military rations, it seemed that there was no urgent business. Everyone laughed and left the tent. Darcy and Isabel also walked out of the tent. Isabel finally couldn't help her curiosity and asked, "Stupid Darcy, how do you know this is from the teacher's wife?" Darcy said, "Teacher's wife Carter said so." Isabel, how come I don't know?" Darcy, "Teacher's wife Carter said that there is a deputy leader of the Revolutionary Army in the southern continent, and she has a good relationship with the teacher." "Oh." Isabel tilted her head and thought about it. She didn't worry about it. After all, it was normal for the noble class in the southern continent. She was actually curious about the powerful aura of this master's wife, which left a deep impression on her. She had never seen an aura like a god of war in any woman, but then again, this master's wife is also very beautiful. She seems to be very powerful. She's like the goddess of war in mythology. Darcy didn't seem to have any sense of beauty, and just said, "She's very powerful, right?" Just now in the tent, the only people whose cause and effect I couldn't deduce were Master's wife and Senior Gong Wu. They should be as powerful as Master, who are transcendental. And Master's wife's transcendental path is also very special. I heard it was in the Red Heart Jack Valkyrie sequence, but I just saw it, and I don't think it's O. Isabel pursed her lips in anger. I don't know why, but I felt a little frustrated. Although she is still young, she has always been proud of her appearance and talent. It was fine that she had met the beautiful and powerful Mrs. Carter before, but now she met another one. However, before she could think much, the two of them were walking in the camp, and suddenly heard the sound of fists and air explosions. Isabel has been practicing Qigong recently, so she was very curious when she heard it. Someone is doing boxing. It seems very powerful. Let's go and see. Darcy also heard the fighting spirit of the punches, and was also curious. The two walked over to the sound, bypassed a few tents, and saw some sergeants in training in the wide training camp. There was also a dark-skinned boy doing boxing. If Ji-sun was here, he would certainly recognize that this was David. At this moment, he was practicing boxing. His hands were surrounded by the air waves of the tiger head, and he was fighting vigorously. Isabel's vision was very high, and she could see at a glance that David's boxing was very powerful and familiar, so she was surprised. He can actually do the boxing? Not only powerful, but also at a high level. Darcy took a look and seemed to guess something in an instant. David frowned as he saw two strangers watching him boxing. He stopped and asked cautiously, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" Darcy responded, "We are disciples of Mr. Ji-sun." David was surprised and excited when he heard it. "Ah, you are disciples of Mr. Ji-sun? Has Mr. Ji-sun come to the camp?" "Yes." Of course the teacher is here too. My name is Isabel. Isabel nodded proudly and asked curiously, by the way, how did you learn Ba Quan? Without waiting for the other party to answer, Darcy explained, the senior Gong who I met in the tent before is the senior who created the tyrant fist that the teacher has been talking about. If I guess correctly, this should be the disciple of Senior Gongwu. David nodded, yes, my name is David. It's nice to meet you. Mr. Jisun also taught me how to practice. The one who can be accepted as a disciple by Gongwu must be a martial arts genius. In fact, the three of them are from the same school. However, when geniuses meet, there is no lack of secret competition. Isabel was straightforward. When she heard this, the competitive spirit of the Dragonborn instantly rose in her eyes. She asked directly, I want to exchange some knowledge of Tyrant Fist with you. Is that okay? The three teenagers' exchange naturally attracted the curious eyes of the adults not far away. In the distance, Gongwu looked at the three teenagers' vigorous appearance, and his old face also showed satisfaction. What a good seedling. The main tent is used for meetings, and good friends don't need to be so formal. Jisun followed Qin Rushi to her resting tent. What would you like to drink? Tea. Okay. Jisun casually sat on the camp bed in the tent. Qin Rushi poured him a cup of tea and said, luckily you came in time, otherwise we might be in a lot of trouble. She didn't treat Jisun as a guest, so she poured herself a cup and drank it while sitting opposite him. Jisun drank the hot tea and felt refreshed. He always felt relaxed when he was with Qin Rushi. What's the situation here now? Qin Rushi said, we plan to go to the Red Dragon King's capital Acheron, but we are blocked by Silver Wind City now. She briefly described the situation, and Jisun had a general impression of the situation in his mind. Built on the Abyss Rift, Silver Wind City is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there are 9th-level dragon descendants, so it is indeed impossible to attack by force. But that was before. Now that he is here, it is different. Jisun killed a 9th-level pure-blooded dragon, and now he has an accurate concept of the strong at this level. Even if he attacks by force, he is not unsure. However, compared to the 9th-level lord, Jisun is more curious about the legend. The underground cave under Silver Wind City is the territory of the Dragon Blood Lizard clan, and it is said that there is the lava heart transformed from the dragon god's godhead. But because it is the territory of the lizard tribe, outsiders have no way to verify it. However, Jisun has read many historical books of the southern continent, and even came into contact with some top-secret historical documents. This is an illusory legend to others, but to him, it is connected with other fragments of information. The cause of the rift under Silver Wind City was before the Chaos Era, and there are too many secrets hidden in that timeline. Jisun can basically confirm that the legend is very likely to be reliable. Moreover, the god-level red dragon that fell here might be related to what Jia Yu had said before, the content recorded on the Forbidden Ruin Stele. Before the Chaos Era, there was a shocking war that led to the fall of the gods. If Jisun guessed correctly, it could even be traced back to the origin of the Kashi civilization. It might even be related to that. Plain Supervisor. Jisun planned to go and take a look. Chapter 598. Silver Wind City's Lord Ironfeather Earl Sean Cumberland is of mixed Dragon Eagle blood, so although he is a 9th-rank warrior, his status in the Red Dragon royal family is not high because of his bloodline. It is said that his strength is not outstanding among the dragon race, but his flying speed is very fast. The Dragon Eagle Corps under his command is also good at lightning surprise attacks. Now the Red Dragon royal family has issued the conscription order a long time ago, and this person has been dragging his feet and has not sent troops. Obviously, he has other ideas. And if he really cares about his feathers, there is no reason to make a mortal enemy with our rebels. There is a high probability that there are other reasons that made him have to stop us. Yes. The transfer order was issued by the Holy See. Logically, these old nobles dare not refuse it. But since they do not accept the transfer order, they can only join other families. The three foreign god forces, the Light Sect, the Scarlet Sect, or the Lord of War. Now the main forces of the two dragon gods are in the holy city of Andias. There are more people who want to attack the Red Dragon King Du Acheron than us. No matter who ordered Earl Sean to stop us, there is no possibility of peace talks. We must fight. I think so too. But Silver Wind City is in a dangerous position. If we attack it by force, there may be a lot of casualties. Yes. If we really want to fight, we have to find a way to lure out the Ironfeather Earl Sean and kill him in order to reduce the casualties. Are you sure? Somewhat. I killed a 9th-level pure-blood dragon in the old world with Marshal Andre of Iris. I think I have some confidence. Oh, but it's not easy. That guy won't leave Silver Wind City easily. So I plan to go to the underground lizard tribe first. In the tent, Qin Rushi told Ji-sun about the recent situation. Ji-sun also helped analyze the battle situation. The conclusions were basically the same after all, and they had to fight a tough battle no matter what. However, the terrain of Yifeng City was dangerous, and a strong attack was not a good choice. Fortunately, Ji-sun came, giving the rebels another option, which was the decapitation tactic. While chatting, cheers and shouts came from outside the tent. Ji-sun knew that it was Isabel and David who were sparring, and everyone in the camp was watching and laughing. Qin Rushi thought of something and said, "Your two disciples are very good." Thinking of the previous master's wife, a smile appeared on her lips. Although this title is a bit abrupt, it is also interesting. Hearing this, Ji-sun's eyes turned and he also said, "Yes. In the future, these two little guys will definitely be the dazzling new stars in the Kashi civilization." He talked about the origins of the two people, and also briefly recounted what had happened in the East Wasteland and the Old Continent during this period. Qin Rushi heard about the decisive battle in the East Wasteland, as well as the two battles between the Alliance army and Duke Simon for territory, and her eyes were full of excitement. Only then did she know that so many things had happened. At this time, Ji-sun glanced at the vague shadow of Baichio behind Qin Rushi and asked, "By the way, Aunt Qin, how confident are you in being promoted to the 9th level now?" When he came to the camp before, he had actually discovered that Qin Rushi and her contracted immortal family seemed to be highly compatible. The situation of the God Stealer by family is very special. They practice with immortals. And Baichio is the immortal family, who is only one step away from igniting the divine fire. That step cannot be achieved by just a spirit body. It must have a companion contract master. Before, the gap between Qin Rushi and it was too big, the degree of compatibility was not high, and the combat power that could be exerted was limited. Now Qin Rushi has stood firmly at the 8th level, which is obviously different. About 10% or 20%. Qin Rushi thought about it and said, "I successfully stole part of the luck of the Lord of War disasters before, and my understanding of the laws of war has also been greatly improved, touching the threshold of the Saint Realm. But it is not stable yet, and it will take a long time to figure it out." After saying that, she looked at Ji-sun with a slightly strange expression and asked, "Why did you suddenly reach the 9th level?" It was because she was at the bottleneck of the 9th level that she knew the difficulty of promotion. Without a great opportunity, most of the 8th level will be stuck at this bottleneck for their entire lives. You know, the last time we met, Ji-sun was only at the 7th level and had never touched the threshold of the Saint Realm. This time, he even praised 2 major levels when they met. Even though the two of them were already very familiar with each other, Qin Rushi still felt incredible. Hearing this, Ji-sun smiled and said, "It really has some luck. I realized the power of the tyrant rule in the battle with King Arthur of Orin, and then I inexplicably glimpsed some of the rules of the universe. Later, there was the Crown of Thorns, and the blessing of the dynasty's luck, so I successfully advanced." There was nothing to hide from Qin Rushi, so he told her in detail about the process of his promotion and some of his insights. It could be considered as a reference for her. Qin Rushi listened silently, but her expression flashed with surprise from time to time. She finally understood why Ji-sun said it was a fluke. To others, this experience did have a lot of luck. Each of those great opportunities was not something that ordinary people could get, but he happened to encounter them all. Of course, Qin Rushi didn't think it was just luck. That was a series of life and death adventures. She knew very well that this kind of blessing of luck in crisis was directly related to Ji-sun's personality and Joker career sequence. After listening, Qin Rushi's eyes were full of relief and emotion. "When I just realized the Holy Realm, Lord Baichio told me that the Holy Realm is actually the performance of the card master's control of the law. Above that is the divine power of the universe's rules. And you actually boasted that you have realized the power of rules at the level, which is really outrageous." Ji-sun smiled without comment and looked back. It seemed that he didn't find it that difficult. Destiny is magical, there are countless possibilities for the future, but looking back at the past, there is only one way to come. But some things can be copied. Thoughts flashed in his mind, and Ji-sun suddenly said, "By the way, Aunt Qin, there is something that will help you practice." Qin Rushi cast a curious look. "Oh?" Ji-sun raised his hand and took out a card, and performed the psychic technique. As soon as the spell was completed, an ancient black book slowly appeared in the spiritual formation. Qin Rushi looked at the royal power emanating from the book, and didn't know what it was. The white shadow behind her suddenly appeared after being stimulated, showing a very surprised expression, blurting out, "It turned out to be the secret book of imperial canonization?" No wonder it was so surprised. Because what was in front of it was one of the royal treasures of the Talon Empire. Not many people have heard of it, let alone seen it with their own eyes. Of course, Baichio was even more surprised that this thing was in Ji-sun's hands. Yeah. Ji-sun greeted Baichio, nodded, and explained to Qin Rushi, this is the secret book of enthronement inherited by the Augustus family. Chujio happened to be the Augustus king of this generation, so I took it and used it. Qin Rushi was not surprised. She knew the relationship between Ji-sun and Chujio. However, when Baichio heard this, his majestic snake face was very strange. To put it bluntly, even with its current rank, it might not be qualified to have its name on this book in the original imperial era. I didn't expect that it would be held by someone who is not King Augustus. And it seems that he is going to use it, but this thing can only be used by King Augustus. Before Baichio's doubts appeared on his face, Ji-sun directly opened the secret book, and when he was about to write on the blank page, he seemed to think of something, hesitated for a moment, and asked, by the way, Aunt Qin, what official position are you conferring? Valkyrie. If it were someone else, Qin Rushi would still doubt the other party's motives. But Ji-sun, she would not hesitate at all, but blinked and asked in surprise, are you going to confer me a title? To her, the word conferring was still a new one, and she didn't know what it meant. But Baichio behind her knew the weight of this word very well. The expression on the snake's face twitched inexplicably, as if to say, can you confer? Yes. Looking at Qin Rushi's puzzled expression, Ji-sun said casually, there are many benefits after conferring. This royal treasure passed down by the emperor of the Talon Empire is used as a vassal. After conferring, the dynasty's luck will be blessed, which can directly change the fate and luck of the card master. Ji-sun's actual test result is that the extraordinary perception has a significant bonus, and the bottleneck is easier to break through. For example, J and Q, the two high-level sequences, are directly related to the royal power. The canonization with this secret book is more like a more orthodox way to promotion than practicing alone. Ji-sun briefly explained the function of the secret book. Qin Rushi listened in amazement, knowing his good intentions, and did not refuse, then let's call it Valkyrie. Oh! Ji-sun casually wrote Qin Rushi's name and canonized official position on the book. The moment the name was recorded in the secret book, it seemed to trigger some kind of mysterious high-level contract power. The name on the secret book glowed with dazzling golden light. And in an instant, Qin Rushi's aura increased significantly, and she was surprised, hey, so magical. She instantly felt that the laws of the world in her eyes became much clearer. Seeing this scene, Baichio behind her had an even weirder expression. Is this guy really useful? Could he be the King Augustus of this generation? Ji-sun felt uncomfortable being stared at by those strange eyes. Originally, this book could only be used by the Chujio of this generation of King Augustus, but later he tried it, and could use it himself. Moreover, there was no limit on who Ji-sun could confer titles on, and anyone who was not a subject of Orlan could be conferred titles. Then, there was the current situation, and some key figures in the Eastern Wilderness Alliance were basically on the book. Not only was Catalina of the Alliance Army conferred the title of Moon Queen, but also Long Yu, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the anti-law fighter, and so on. Ji-sun came to the South Continent this time with the intention of conferring titles on Gong Wu, Bonnie, and other cadres. This conferring is two-way, the stronger the Eastern Wilderness Alliance is, the stronger the luck will be. Fortunately, Baichio didn't look at Ji-sun much, but glanced at Qin Rushi, whose luck was soaring, with a complex and emotional look in his eyes. You know, once the immortal family signs a companion contract with the contract master, they will prosper together and suffer together. Now Qin Rushi has been blessed by the dynasty's luck, which is also a great opportunity for it. As he was thinking, Baichio's phantom also completely disappeared. Ji-sun knew that Baichio had actually been protecting Qin Rushi just now. After all, an old friend suddenly appeared and was promoted by 2 major ranks. Why would he suspect that he was possessed by an evil god or distorted? Now he was completely relieved. Seeing Baichio's phantom disappear, Ji-sun was not polite. The two had not seen each other for a long time, and a joyful moment was always the best way to express their passionate emotions. Qin Rushi looked at the hand that had already reached into her clothes and rubbed her dishonestly, and she didn't think it was bad. She just smiled and joked, by the way, how is your witch distortion? Looks like you have good control. The eyes were obviously teasing something else, such as the secret method of succubus always needs the cooperation of others. Ji-sun played with the soft touch that he hadn't touched for a long time, and said seriously, I know why Emperor Lanlingster chose the forbidden witch path. I can touch the power of rules, and there is another very important thing. which is the extraordinary balance of affinity. This made Qin Rushi's beautiful eyes sparkle. It sounded like a serious matter, but the hands were not very serious. While speaking, Qin Rushi rolled her eyes at Ji-sun beside her, but also slightly turned sideways to cooperate with his movements, so that this guy could put his hands in his clothes more conveniently. The tent was suddenly filled with spring scenery. The exquisite and plump ones are always hard to put down. Ji-sun said at the same time, yeah? I have seen the fragments of the witch Landlingster's consciousness, and learned some secrets of the god level. As he said this, he explained in detail what he knew and his recent insights. Qin Rushi listened to him speaking seriously and unscrupulously, with a faint smile of tacit approval on her lips. Practice has proved that joy is actually a practical manifestation of the balance of extraordinary nature. The higher the level of the extraordinary, the clearer the feeling of energy fusion and complementation. Qin Rushi's current level can already understand part of the divine power that can only be touched by the peak 9th level. The secret method of succubus makes this physical communication collective. Moreover, she is the heir of the Bai family, and is proficient in some secret techniques of spiritual communication. She and Ji-sun had used this method of physical and spiritual fusion to communicate many extraordinary topics that could not be accurately described in words. Not long after, when the feelings reached a peak, she clearly felt what Ji-sun meant by the extraordinary balance of affinity, and said in surprise, "Hey, I seem to feel what you said about the power of rules." In the misty clouds and rain, Qin Ru had a very strange feeling. She seemed to have a faint resonance with Ji-sun's spiritual frequency, and a feeling of overlooking the scenery from a high place instantly came to her heart, which made her clearly see the bottleneck of her realm. Originally, she was not sure how long she would have to practice hard in the Saint realm to break through. It might take several years, or even a lifetime. However, she never thought that the sudden enlightenment she felt during the hot fusion just now made her see it clearly. Qin Rushi then realized how much benefit the previous canonization and the current communication had brought her. However, the thought flashed through her mind, and only confusion remained in her beautiful eyes. Who cares? I think about cultivation later. For now, let's enjoy this wonderful time. In the tent, the spring scenery is romantic. The next day, early in the morning, there are dragon eagles hovering in the sky all the time. They are the scouts of the Lord of Silver Wind City. Most of the hundreds of thousands of rebels did not know that 3 guests came to the camp yesterday, but they heard the rumor that the logistics team transporting military rations was ambushed. Originally, such news would cause panic, but they did not expect that hot meat porridge would be cooked on the campfire in the camp early in the morning. A large amount of food was piled up in the military supply department, and there was even so much that each soldier had to carry a few days of dry food to move the military rations of this batch of new reinforcements. The rumor of food shortage in the army was dispelled. Beside the campfire, Ji-sun, Qin Rushi, Gong Wu, and the cadres of the Revolutionary Army sat together to eat breakfast. Everyone's face was full of expectation and excitement. Ji-sun's arrival not only solved the problem of food shortage, but also made it possible for the Silver Wind City to be conquered. After a fight yesterday, Darcy, Isabel and David had become familiar with each other, and they were discussing and learning from each other while eating. Ji-sun, Qin Rushi, and a group of cadres were eating while talking about the war situation. With enough military rations, they are not panicking at all. Whether to fight, defend, or bypass, they can now choose calmly. The enemy will find a way to take the initiative to provoke trouble when they see that we are not short of food. I am afraid that they will hide in Silver Wind City and not show their heads. If they really dare to come out, I will destroy the legendary Dragon Eagle Legion. Sam, the Silver Wind Lord, is an old military noble. He is not so stupid as to give up the advantage of the natural moat and confront us head-on. I think he will still mainly harass our logistics troops. But we are not short of food now, and we are not afraid of his harassment. Ji-sun was thinking while drinking meat porridge. He had discussed the situation in detail with Qin Rushi last night, and he also felt that the enemy would take the initiative to cause trouble. Now the rebels are not short of food. As long as they do not choose to take a detour, they will definitely choose to pass through the underground cave or Silver Wind City. Moreover, Ji-sun guessed that there was a high probability that there was an outer god behind the Lord of Silver Wind City, so he would not only block the way, but also would definitely not watch their rebel army grow. In this case, a fierce battle is inevitable. Under normal circumstances, Yifeng City should just wait for the enemy to tire themselves out, and it is the rebels who are anxious to pass by. If they really have to fight on the cliffs of the abyss, Yifeng City will have an absolute geographical advantage. So the cadres are thinking about how to control the losses as much as possible. But Ji-sun is thinking whether it is possible to lure and kill the Lord of Yifeng. Under normal circumstances, Ji-sun thought that the Lord of Yifeng City would not be stupid enough to go out of the city to fight. However, he did not expect the change to come so suddenly. Before everyone finished their breakfast, the messenger came running over in a hurry. "Chief, there is new news from the spies on the front line." Shin Rushi took the letter with magic seal, cut it open and took a look, raised his eyebrows and smiled. The underground lizard tribe just sent a message, saying that they want to discuss the conditions for borrowing the road. What? Everyone was also happy when they heard it. If the dragon lizard tribe in the underground allowed to borrow the road, it would be much easier. Shin Rushi said, and glanced at the conditions at the end of the letter, and added, "But they have a request, saying that I, the leader, must go to the underground to talk to them in person." Asking the leader to negotiate is not uncommon in wars. However, as soon as this was said, the cadres immediately went crazy. "Leader, those lizards may have bad intentions." "Yes. They didn't agree yesterday, but today they agreed to talk. I wonder if they have bad intentions. I think it may be a decapitation tactic. Those lizardmen may have secretly contacted Silver Wind City. Leader, I think you must not take risks." "Yes. What you can't get by strength, you can't get at the negotiation table. I think we should force our way through. If the lizards dare to stop us, we should just..." "No, the risk is no less than attacking Silver Wind City. Not to mention that the underground structure of the Duokan Mountains is extremely complex, and it is impossible to pass through without the guide of the lizards. Besides, the lizards are a group that is good at magic, and their strength is not bad. And once we have a conflict with the lizards, those guys in Silver Wind City will definitely take advantage of the chaos to attack us. We need to think carefully about this matter." Shin Rushi listened to the discussion of everyone, and did not rush to make a decision. Instead, he handed the letter to Ji-sun beside him and asked, "What do you think?" Ji-sun glanced at the letter, his expression unchanged, and said casually, "Then let's go." He had already deduced countless possibilities in his mind. Those underground lizards must have bad intentions. However, this is a good entry point. Whether the lizards are really ready to give way or join forces with Silver Wind City to prepare for an ambush, Ji-sun thinks it is a breakthrough in the current deadlock. After all, to ambush Shin Rushi, the leader of the rebels, not to mention that the 9th level Iron Feather Earl Sean Cumberland must come back, at least some top level strongmen must come. If Ji-sun didn't come, this negotiation invitation would indeed be cautious. But it would be different if he came. Although Ji-sun's current strength is not sure whether he can beat the Silver Wind Lord, it is almost impossible for a 9th level dragonborn to kill him. Chapter 599. The dark cave deep in the cracks of the Duokan Mountains is the ancestral land, where the dragon blood lizards have lived for more than 100,000 years. Just when Ji-sun and his team received the invitation to negotiate, several elders of the lizards gathered in the ancient temple of the cave and held a high-level meeting. "Chief Mori, why did you suddenly invite the rebel leader to negotiate? Haven't you decided not to help each other? Or do you really intend to let them pass through our territory? We better not provoke those humans. If we let them go, Silver Wind City and the Red Dragon royal family will hold us responsible. It's not a good thing for our dragon lizards." "Yes, Mori. We rejected the plan of the Lord of Silver Wind City to ambush and kill them together because we didn't want to provoke those human rebels. After all, there are too many of them. Even if we really join forces with Silver Wind City to ambush and kill their leader, the nearly 1 million troops will definitely take revenge on our dragon lizards. And I've learned that this rebel army is not as evil as rumored. It's the best choice." In the temple, several lizard elders discussed the news they had just received fiercely, and they were also very confused. They couldn't understand why the patriarch suddenly changed his mind about neutrality. And without the approval of the elders, he sent a negotiation invitation to the human rebel army. This may be an important decision that will affect the future fate of their dragon lizard clan, and the elders dare not be careless. Seeing the elders getting more and more excited, the old lizard man with a red flame totem on his forehead said only one sentence, "This is the instruction of the prophet." As soon as these words came out, the huge temple suddenly became quiet. The elders looked at each other, but no one said anything more. Instead, they calmed down instantly and fell into deep thought. The prophet is the most special existence in their dragon lizard clan, and also the longest-lived clan member. It's so long that even the elders don't know when the prophet was born. They only remember that he seems to be as old as the history of the dragon lizard clan. In the memory of every generation of elders, he was a kind and wise elder. The mysterious elder had used prophecies to guide the entire dragon lizard tribe to survive crises many times. He was also the most authoritative spiritual leader of the entire dragon lizard tribe. Even the tribe leader Mori did not understand why the prophet would issue such instructions. That's why this elders meeting was held to convey this news. Looking at the elders, who took the opportunity, Mori said, the prophet also said that the fire demon sealed underground is about to escape, and this place is no longer suitable for our dragon lizard tribe to survive. In the prophecy, he saw that our tribe would migrate to a faraway place. On the other side, since he decided to contact the underground dragon lizard tribe, Ji-sun did not delay. He, Qin Rushi, and Gong Wu set out on the journey to the underground to participate in the negotiations. Darcy, Isabel and David, 3 disciples, also went with him. Ji-sun's current strength is enough to protect them, not to mention that good seedlings also need wind and rain to grow, and it is good to see the world. The most important thing is that he does not think that this negotiation is dangerous. Even if there is an unexpected danger, Ji-sun, Qin Rushi and Gong Wu can solve almost all problems together. What they can't solve even if they hide in the base camp. On the way, the atmosphere of the 6-member negotiation team was not tense, but rather lighthearted. It was the first time for the 3 little guys to be taken to participate in such an important negotiation, and to go deep into the enemy's lair, so they were somewhat excited. They walked and talked all the way. If I were those lizard men, the possibility of an ambush at the negotiation table would be small. After all, if they really do something, the crypt dragon lizards will inevitably suffer a devastating blow. They have no reason to do this. Yes. But since you don't plan to ambush us, why did you refuse to borrow the road yesterday and change your mind today? Who knows? Darcy, what do you think? I think it should be something we didn't expect. Stupid Darcy, don't you think you just said something nonsense? Ji-sun listened to the discussion of the 3 little guys, and smiled without saying a word. He didn't think Darcy was talking nonsense. On the contrary, this might be the hypothesis that was closest to the truth. There are 50 laws of the universe, 49 are ordered, and 1 is disordered. The motives of the lizard men that Ji-sun couldn't explain reasonably in his deduction were probably triggered by the disorder in the laws of the universe. For example, prophecy. Although the prophecy is about what will happen in the future. But people who are proficient in prophecy often make some decisions that are inconsistent with the current laws of things through the future they see. This will make my deduction of the world go wrong. There are also special situations like Ji-sun's previous time travel, or the intervention of divine power, etc. Ji-sun has seen too many records of the dragon blood lizard tribe in the Gnawing Mountains in the classics. Their history is very old, even older than the 3 royal families of Arel. However, the tribe has never been large. Except for the occasional young lizardmen going out for training, there is no other news. Almost not related to any major historical events, a very low-key and mysterious rare dragon race. When Ji-sun was studying at the Royal Academy, he met a lizard named Sari, and they had a good relationship. Ji-sun was not sure what the uncertainty in this deduction meant. But that was why he became more curious. At his current level, the situation that he could not deduce was probably due to touching on those ancient secrets. As they were thinking, the 6 people had arrived at the entrance of a dark cave, which was the meeting place specified in the letter. Ji-sun clearly sensed that as soon as they came, several pairs of surveillance eyes appeared around them. Gong Wu, who was standing next to him, also raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously sensing some. But there was no malice, and he also drooped his eyelids and ignored it. Compared with the nervousness of the 3 little guys, Ji-sun and the other 2 were very calm. They had normal expressions and waited quietly. After a long while, it seemed that the lizard men in the dark confirmed that there were no other people, and then footsteps were heard from the depths of the cave. Looking closely, 3 lizard men wearing leather armor walked out cautiously with their big tails wagging. The leader seemed to be about level 6, and his strength was not weak. The dragon blood lizards were extremely talented magicians, and there were also a small number of warriors. They looked at the leader Qin Rushi and said, "You follow me?" The tone was not enthusiastic, nor did there seem to be any hostility. Qin Rushi listened and said nothing more, and followed without hesitation. The cave was very dark, and there was no light source except for the faint light of some luminous plants. This is the favorite living environment for cave dwellers, and the maze-like complex tunnels are a natural defense against outsiders. Once there is no lizard tribe to lead, it is almost easy to get lost if you rush in. This is also the reason why the rebels did not dare to force their way in before. However, for Ji-sun, the complex tunnels have no meaning. He clearly remembers every fork in the road, and even distinguishes those hidden sensory interference restrictions. After walking for a long time, it seemed that he went down to several thousand meters below the cave. They knew that they were approaching the core area of the Dragon Lizard clan. As they walked, the elemental power in the air around them gradually became denser. It was denser than the Warcraft forest. Ji-sun looked at Qin-Ru and exchanged glances. This was a bit similar to the last time they went to the Dead Zone. This dense elemental power gathered underground. Basically, there was only one possibility, that there was a treasure here. It seemed that the rumor was more and more likely to be true. It seemed that there really was a lava heart formed after the death of a god underground. However, what surprised Ji-sun a little was that most of the Dragon Lizard tribes seemed to be unaware of their coming this time. There was no sign of an ambush. The reason for the choice was that this road had obviously not been traced for a long time, and it looked more like a secret passage. Seeing this, Ji-sun was almost completely certain that this was not an ambush by the Lizard tribe and Silver Wind City. He was even more curious about what these lizard tribes were going to do. The 6 people went down all the way. Ji-sun sensed that they should have left a large amount of the residential area gathered and walked deeper into the cave. Soon, they walked out of the dark tunnel, and their vision suddenly became clear. In front of them was a temple. Even Ji-sun did not expect to see such a magnificent temple underground. It was as large as 4 or 5 football fields. The temple was filled with an indescribable mysterious atmosphere, which was the heavy sense of history that had been precipitated by time. Obsidian was a magical material as precious as mithril. In front of him were dozens of huge obsidian pillars, supporting the entire temple. For the card master, the visual impact was no less than seeing a temple built entirely of gold. The torches on the wall occasionally flickered, reflecting the strange creature statues and ancient runes carved on the obsidian pillars. These runes and statues emitted a faint but continuous elemental light, which was not only a decoration, but also part of the magic circle that protected the temple. The temple was not only a building for worshipping gods, but sometimes it was a seal used to suppress extraordinary power. Ji-sun has seen many temples. The 3 little guys behind him were already shocked by the scene in front of them, and their faces immediately showed alertness. Because this is the best forbidden space. It is also the best place to ambush. Even Qin-Ru looked at Ji-sun beside him with an uncertain look, as if asking, "Do you understand?" When their eyes touched, Ji-sun raised a relaxed arc at the corner of his mouth, indicating that it was okay. Seeing this, Qin-Ru and Gong-Wu's faintly restless fighting spirit also hid. Lizard language and dragon language also overlapped to a great extent. Ji-sun's knowledge allows him to read the meaning of those runes. For him at present, he can understand most of this temple. The functions of those ancient runes are mostly sealing and energy conversion. Although there are some offensive runes, they are also ancient devices with a defensive nature. Moreover, the concentration of elements in this temple is also the most concentrated place along the way. Ji-sun's thoughts in his mind also deduced a complete logic. This temple is the fundamental reason why the underground elements of the Dragon Lizard clan are abnormally concentrated. The energy source is sealed under the temple. Even if it is not the heart of lava, it is a special area like the Rainbow Spring. There are many such secret places in the southern continent, so it is not surprising. What surprised Ji-sun was that there was no record of such a secret place in the Duokan Mountains in the classics. And the lizard tribe brought them here and really didn't treat them as outsiders. Ji-sun did not feel hostility, but felt an inexplicable trust. There were also several elderly lizard tribe members wearing black robes in the temple, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Before Ji-sun and the others could think about it, the captain who led them in introduced, "That's our Dragon Lizard clan's chief Mori and the elders." Ji-sun looked and saw that the chief was at level 8, and several elders were at level 7 and level 8. Although there were no level 9, compared to the number of Dragon Lizard clan members, the proportion of top-level masters was already very scary. It seemed that in addition to bloodline, it was also directly related to the environment of the cave. It really looked like a negotiation between the leaders, and the Lizard clan didn't even have the basic ceremony. Ji-sun and the others certainly didn't mind. Qin-Ru walked up and introduced himself in the common language of the southern continent. The lizard chieftain named Mori seemed to have been trained in the human world, and was very familiar with the etiquette of human nobles. He returned the greeting and introduced himself, inviting the others to sit on the stone bench in front of the altar, and praised the courage of the others to come. After all, normally speaking, no matter how strong Qin-Ru and Gong-Wu were, if they were ambushed and killed by just a few people, there would be almost no chance of survival. Elder Mori was very polite. "We, the Dragon Lizards, have no intention of conflicting with your army, so we invite you to come and communicate face to face about some misunderstandings that may not have been clearly expressed in the communication." Shin Rushi listened silently, nodding from time to time and giving a few official responses. She certainly understood from her previous recollections that these underground dragon lizards intended to remain neutral and did not want to borrow the road. In person, the other party's tone did sound much more polite, but he never mentioned the issue of agreeing to borrow the road. This made Shinru very confused. Not borrowing the road, not fighting, what do these guys mean? Ji-sun, who was standing by, was also very confused. He had been observing these lizard elders and the surroundings, but still did not find any traces of conspiracy. Instead, he saw a kind of curiosity in the expressions of these old lizard men. The other parties seemed to be very curious about the appearance of these humans. This made Ji-sun wonder what these guys were going to do. After the other party finished speaking, Shin Rushi did not intend to waste time, and said directly, "We don't mean to embarrass the nobles. We just want to pass through the Duokan Mountains. But Chief Mori should know that there are only 2 roads on the abyss side." The tone was as tough as a general should be. She wanted to ask the other party to express his position directly to see if he could borrow the road. Hearing this, Chief Mori seemed to have not made up his mind yet, and a strange look flashed across his face. "We can talk about this later, but before that, I have to explain the reason for inviting the leader to come here this time." As soon as these words came out, Ji-sun and the other 6 people cast their eyes. Now that they were face to face, they also saw that this negotiation did not seem to be a decision made by the lizard chief. This made them even more curious. Could it be that there was someone behind the lizard tribe who was instructing them? Chief Mori didn't give them time to think and said bluntly, "The prophet wants to see you." As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately became quiet. Prophet? Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Although he didn't know that the dragon lizard tribe had a prophet. But just hearing this title, he seemed to understand the source of all these doubts in his mind. It really fulfilled Darce's previous conjecture, and an unexpected situation occurred. Looking at the situation, Ji-sun understood that sentence. Probably the prophet of the lizard tribe glimpsed something in the future, and then chose this leader negotiation. The general meaning of prophet in human classics is to refer to people who understand the laws of the universe. They usually master prophecy, divination, clairvoyance, spiritualism, weaving destiny, etc., which are extraordinary abilities beyond normal human perception. Ji-sun now glimpsed the power of the universe's rules, and has a more accurate understanding of the ability of the extraordinary profession of prophet. Well, if the timeline of the past, present, and future is regarded as a storybook, then the essence of prophecy is to allow certain characters in the book to temporarily sublimate from the storybook, and glimpse the past and future from the reader's perspective. This glimpse is mostly some vague fragments, such as a flood, disaster, plague, etc. in the future. But it is enough for them to make corresponding decisions. Ji-sun suddenly realized that some of the scenes predicted by the prophet might be related to himself. Prophecy is usually affected by the environment and other factors. Before Ji-sun came, the lizard tribe remained absolutely neutral. After he came, he invited them. This is not a coincidence. Shin Rushi and Gongwu on the side also couldn't figure out what these lizard people were going to do. The 3 looked at each other, and had the same idea. Since they were here, no matter what the situation was, of course they had to go and take a look. Chapter 600. The chief of the dragon lizard clan, Mori, saw Ji-sun, and the others agreed to meet the prophet, and activated the temple's band with his staff. There was a creaking sound of stone friction, and a floor in the obsidian temple sank, revealing a staircase leading to the seal. As soon as the hole was opened, it seemed to connect to the hot crater, and a wave of heat rushed in. "Everyone, please follow me." The chief of the clan, Mori, gestured and walked in first. Shin Rushi glanced at Ji-sun, and after a brief exchange, he followed without hesitation. Ji-sun also narrowed his eyes, and looked around, then walked up and followed. No matter where he looked, he could not feel any signs of danger. Everyone walked down the obsidian stairs, and the fire element in the air around them gradually became so dense that breathing felt like flames burning the lungs. It was no problem for Ji-sun and the others. Isabel and the other little ones had to use spell power to protect themselves at all times. This environment doesn't look like a good place. Chief Imole probably knew that the place they were going to was dangerous, and he explained as he walked, "This is the ancestral land of our dragon lizard clan. No one can come in except me and the elders. You are also the first human beings invited to enter here in the past 10,000 years." This opening revealed the long history of the dragon lizard clan. Ji-sun became more and more interested as he listened, because he understood the seal runes and murals carved on the surrounding rock walls. Murals are a common carrier for ancient civilizations to record history. The content above is also very simple. which is the story of the struggle between the lizard tribe and a huge fire demon. It seems that there will be such a war every once in a while. The final result is that the lizard tribe suffered countless casualties, and the demon was resealed. Ji-sun not only cares about the content of the murals, but also pays more attention to the craftsmanship of the carvings. These carving techniques have their own unique era styles, as if they have spanned too long and countless generations of craftsmen to carve them bit by bit. Every time you walk a distance, the style is slightly different. And after walking a distance, the carving style suddenly changed again, a breath of ancient came to your face, and there was a discontinuity in the carving process. Ji-sun understood that the seal in this cave was probably there before the lizards came. The history may be earlier than the time when the dragon lizard settled. This is an ancient relic. Chief Mori also introduced. As you can see, there is a very terrifying fire demon in this cave. Our dragon lizard clan has guarded this cave for generations. As they were chatting, their vision suddenly became clear. Everyone had walked out of the stairs and came to a platform that looked like a crater. The platform was empty, and under the other half of the cliff, a hot red light could be seen rising. Darcy, Isabel and David were frowning because of the fire element that was as strong as flames, while Ji-sun and the other two looked at the stone wall in front of them with solemn expressions. A closer look revealed that there were dragon scale-like scales on the stone wall. Moreover, this wall has chi. This is a living giant. Before the few people could figure out what was going on, Chief Mori bowed respectfully towards the wall and said, "My Lord Prophet, I have brought the person you want to see." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Is this the prophet of the dragon lizard clan? Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he opened his eyes, he could vaguely see that the wall in front of him was the outline of a huge dragon blood lizard. It was like a mountain, so big that its body filled almost the entire platform and merged with the rock wall. The huge creature seemed to be dormant. Mori called out again, and the rock wall slowly cracked a few meters long, revealing an amber vertical pupil. The eyes determined the location of the head. This was a terrifying giant lizard with a body size of more than 500 meters. However, despite its large size, its chi gave people a faint feeling of exhaustion. And the moment the vertical pupil opened, a smell of decay came to the face. The eyes were engraved with the depth of endless years, and seemed to contain infinite wisdom. This one glance seemed to have penetrated the past and the future, and saw through everything about the 6 outsiders. When Ji-sun was amazed that the dragon lizard clan had such a terrifying strongman, the wise vertical pupil suddenly became empty, replaced by confusion. The surrounding rock wall shook slightly, and an old voice asked, "Who are you, little guy?" Chief Mori seemed to be used to it, and responded, "Prophet, I am Mori, the chief of this generation of the dragon lizard clan." The huge dragon lizard seemed to recall for a moment, and then said, "Oh, it's little Morel. I thought it was Yomu, or those 2 naughty little guys from Goth. After all, you look exactly like your grandfather and great-grandfather. By the way, where's Soren? I haven't seen him for a long time." The chieftain Morel responded, "For 100 years ago, the great-grandfather died in the battle with the seal of the fire demon." The giant dragon lizard said again, "Oh, I almost forgot that Soren was a brave child." When Ji-sun and the others heard this conversation, their expressions were a little strange. But they also understood. This prophet seemed to be a forgetful old lizard. And from this conversation, they also heard that this prophet was very old. Not only was he forgetful, but his memory was also a little confused. Chief Mori seemed to think that it was not good to talk about these things in front of outsiders, and repeated the purpose of the visit. "Master Prophet, I brought the person you wanted to see." The giant lizard looked at Ji-sun and the others, and said blankly, "Human? Oh, I haven't seen humans for a long time. Little Mori, why did you bring them to see me?" Ji-sun, Qin Rushi, Gong Wu. When these words came out, everyone was speechless. Chief Mori seemed to have been used to it, and said patiently, "You instructed me to invite them yesterday. You saw the future in the prophecy. The flame demon is about to break the seal and come out, and our dragon lizard tribe will also migrate far away." In order to help the prophet recall, he could only tell the whole story. Ji-sun and the others finally understood what was going on. It was the prophecy of this prophet that led to this meeting. After hearing this, the giant dragon lizard remembered something. "Oh, I almost forgot. I said that the guy underground has been very quiet recently. It turns out that he is accumulating strength to break the seal." Then he looked at Ji-sun again, and said slowly and calmly, "I'm sorry. Sometimes living too long is not a good thing. I'm a little confused now." Ji-sun looked at the gaze, and didn't know why the prophet looked at him instead of Qin Rushi. Maybe he saw his own rank, or maybe it was a prophecy. For some reason, when he saw this old dragon lizard that had lived for who knows how many years, Ji-sun felt familiar, as if he saw a forgetful and wretched old man. The feeling was exactly the same. Chief Imole also caught this detail. He realized that there was a top-level strongman hidden in the rebel army. He was secretly glad that he had not made any decisions that would cause misunderstandings before. Otherwise it might have caused some irreversible catastrophic consequences. The giant dragon lizard's memory was briefly restored. He seemed to know that he might forget it at any time, so he went straight to the point. In the prophecy, I saw endless wars. There will be a human uprising army that will gradually grow and restore order to the chaotic order. I entrust my people to you. I hope you can take them to a distant place. Of course, they will also help you fight against little Mori. You should sign a blood covenant with these human friends. In the prophecy, they will be the most sincere friends of our Dragon Lizard clan, so that the Dragon Lizard clan can continue. The word order was a little messy, and it sounded like the nonsense of an old man on his deathbed. But prophecies are like this, always some vague fragments, not a clear future. However, when these words came out, the expression of the clan leader Mori was extremely solemn. He did not question it at all, and responded respectfully, "Yes, Lord Prophet." Qin Rushi and others were also surprised. Just this one sentence of the prophet seemed to have solved the biggest problem currently encountered by the rebels. Not only can they pass through this cave, but they can also get help from the Dragon Lizard clan. It was so easy that several people thought something was missing. For example, to discuss the conditions or something, only Ji-sun had no strange expression. That prophecy gave him a very important direction for deduction. His thoughts were scattered, and something strange happened. A violent flame suddenly surged under the red-hot cliff not far away, and the whole cave shook violently. Ji-sun sensed an extremely evil breath leaking out from the cracks in the stone, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. The killing intent in that breath was so strong that Ji-sun instinctively entered the fighting state. Qin Rushi and Gong Wu beside him were also the same. The momentum of the three people burst out instantly, suppressing the Patriarch Imole's eyes suddenly. He realized that the strongest among the human uprising army was not the leader of the Valkyrie sequence, but this ninth level, who had never appeared in the intelligence. But this abnormal movement did not last long. In the dragon scale meat mountain in front of him, a huge lizard raised its claws, and the nine-pointed star ceiling formation in the void lit up instantly, and together, with the runes on the surrounding obsidian rock walls, it had suppressed the terrifying breath that had just overflowed from the gap. Ji-sun instantly sensed that the dangerous aura had disappeared. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, still somewhat underestimated the risk of this cave. Whether it was the unfathomable prophet, or the underground fire demon, their strength was probably beyond his imagination. The huge lizard just raised his hand, but it seemed that most of his strength was exhausted, and his tone could not hide the drowsy fatigue. The seal has been eroded almost, and the fire demon will soon break free of the seal. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Mori, take the guests away. Mori, yes, Lord Prophet. Ji-sun was not surprised. It was a miracle that the old lizard's chi could survive. And now that the business was settled, it seemed that there was no need to stay. However, his eyes stopped under the huge claw, because just after the claw moved away, a black stone tablet was revealed. Forbidden Ruin Stone Tablet? Ji-sun's expression became even stranger when he saw the familiar stone tablet. The same thing happened to Qin Rushi and Gong Wu, who were standing by. They had also seen the Forbidden Ruin stele. Chief Mori was originally planning to take a few people away, but seeing their expressions, he also became puzzled. He saw something and asked, "Everyone, have you seen this stele?" Ji-sun nodded and said yes. He then asked directly, "Has this stele always been here?" Chief Mori shook his head and smiled bitterly, "I don't know either. There is no record of this stele in our tribe. Even I just happened to see it when I came here decades ago." Hearing this, Ji-sun and the others felt that they could not solve the puzzle, but they could understand it. After all, this stone tablet is too mysterious. It is normal not to know what is going on, and it is strange to know what is going on. However, at this moment, the sleepy old lizard suddenly remembered something and said, "I remember that this stone tablet was sealed by an old senior many years ago. It is also because of this stone tablet that I can live to this day." Ji-sun heard this, and caught some details in the sentence, and his eyes twitched inexplicably. He was so familiar with this process. Almost every forbidden stone tablet he had seen before was related to Old Man Su, and was also used for sealing. And Ji-sun also understood some of the content on the stone tablet. He knew that if he missed it, he would have no chance to ask again, so he asked directly, "Prophet, have you met Senior Su?" "Oh yes, that Senior said his human surname was Su. Reminded by this, the old lizard said, at that time, our dragon lizard clan was just a very small tribe. Until I met Senior Su, he taught me the secret of longevity. I remember that at that time, Arel had not yet unified the dragon clan. When Ji-sun heard this beginning, he suddenly understood. No wonder the feeling of forgetfulness was so familiar. It was indeed the secret method of the same origin as Old Man Su. However, it was because he knew the relationship between this old lizard and Old Man Su that Ji-sun was even more surprised. It seemed that this old lizard had lived for more than 100,000 years? This shocking secret, even the clan leader Mori took a breath. It's not that he, the clan leader, doesn't know the history of the dragon lizard clan, but because the prophet himself doesn't know how long he has lived, how can they, the descendants, know it? Since we have seen the Forbidden Ruin seal, and Old Man Su is involved, this seal is likely to be as Ji-sun thought, involving some ancient secrets. The 53 Forbidden Ruin stele are most likely left by the King Joker, who created the Card Master civilization, and the ultimate secret of the Card Master civilization is recorded on it. This stele seems to be a recording method that will not be detected by the plane supervisor. Later, Emperor Lanlingster also left some information on it, and strong men like Nan Shinyu also left information on it. Ji-sun can now understand part of the original information, but he can't interpret it. It's just like getting a piece of the puzzle. Only when there are enough pieces can you know what the puzzle is meant to express. But he understood a piece of information recorded by later people. During the cataclysm, the gods fought in chaos, and a dragon knight's mount, the red dragon, fell here, forming the Duokan Mountains and this lava cave. When I came here, I found the lava heart condensed from the godhead. It already has spirituality, and will probably grow into a fire demon later. There is also a very powerful shield, but those things are no longer useful to my current rank, so I leave them to the destined people later. Left the signature of Su. It was obviously the old man with the gap in front teeth. Ji-sun now knew why Old Man Su had been looking for those stone tablets. Because the stone tablets were like the old man's memos. Write down what happened, then forget, and then look for it. In this way, you can know what happened. Seeing the content on the stone tablet, Ji-sun's strong curiosity was aroused. The legend was indeed true. There was a lava heart under the ground. And there is also a very powerful shield. This treasure that even Old Man Su said was powerful must be a divine weapon. Since he was here, Ji-sun must want to get it to satisfy his curiosity. Ji-sun asked some more questions about Old Man Su, but the old lizard's memory did not give him the answer he wanted. Or perhaps, amnesia itself is a protective hiding of that memory. Ji-sun did not continue to ask questions about the stone tablet, but asked, Senior Prophet, can I ask if the fire demon underground has condensed the godhood? Now the situation is very clear. Because of the passage of time, the seal can no longer seal the fire demon underground. If it can be completely resolved, it may not be a better solution. Hearing this, the old lizard's tone became inexplicably kind. Young man, your curiosity makes me see your courage that is more dazzling than lava. The fire demon has not condensed the godhood, but it has touched the ultimate secret of the plain fire element. Oh, I seem to have seen a red-nosed clown playing tricks on the fire demon in a dream and robbing its treasures. I don't know if I am too old and can't tell whether it is a dream or a prophecy. The word order was a bit messy. As he spoke, the voice died down. The amber vertical pupils had completely closed, without a trace of light. If it weren't for the faint chi, Ji-sun would have thought that the prophet had fallen asleep. There was silence on the huge platform for a moment. Shin Rushi and Ji-sun looked at each other and exchanged glances. The expression of the tribe leader Mori on the side became more and more strange. He heard that someone seemed to want to attract the attention of the underground fire demon. If it were the Dragon Lizard clan, this would be something they would never dare to think about. But now that he has obtained the knowledge of the prophet, Mori is no longer entangled. The future path has been chosen in the prophecy. He looked at Shin Rushi, then at Ji-sun, and took the initiative to say, as you can see, the prophet has already given us the prophecy, and we will fully abide by the prophet's instructions. If you are willing, our Dragon Lizard clan is willing to sign an alliance with your army. Shin Rushi glanced at Ji-sun, and she said directly, it is an honor for our rebel army to have the friendship of the Dragon Lizard clan. Chief Mori nodded and said, well, I will convene the elders to discuss the covenant later. Our Dragon Lizard clan can send 50,000 elite mages to join the rebel army and fight with the army, but our clansmen will also have to migrate at that time. Shin Rushi had already thought about it, and said, no problem. The nobles can temporarily migrate to the Old Continent or the East Continent, where we have very safe and habitable territories. Other resettlement will be discussed after the subsequent war situation is determined. That's very good. Mori listened with an expression unchanged, but he was relieved in his heart. After understanding this, he realized that the rebels actually had territories in the Old World and the Eastern Wasteland, which was even better. At present, it seems that the southern continent is not safe anywhere, which seems to be in line with the prophet's prophecy of long-distance migration. The two leaders reached an alliance in a few words, and solved the most urgent transit problem. Moreover, the entire Dragon Lizard tribe has only a few 100,000 people. Chief Mori promised to send 50,000 elite troops, which is already the strength of the entire tribe. The sincerity is evident. The crowd did not disturb the prophet to rest, and returned along the same route. Along the way, Qin Rushi and Mori discussed some details of the covenant. Ji-sun was thinking about the flame demon. Since the monster failed to condense the godhead, he certainly wanted to go and see it. But once he went down, there were too many uncertainties, and he had to wait until the Dragon Lizard clan migrated away before he could make plans. As he walked, Mori suddenly thought of something and said, however, as for Silverwind City, I think we'd better not provoke it. That Silverwind Lord and his Dragon Eagle Legion are very powerful. They will pass through our cave. Just don't provoke them. Hearing this, Qin Rushi shook her head and said, even if we don't provoke them, once we pass through, the Silverwind Lord will definitely come to trouble your Dragon Lizard clan. She and Ji-sun carefully discussed various possibilities, and basically determined that the Silverwind City's position is biased towards a certain foreign god. Mori was puzzled. Why is this? After all, they have been neighbors for hundreds of years. The Dragon Lizard clan and Silverwind City often communicate with each other on weekdays, and there are trade exchanges in each other's territories. There must be members of the Dragon Lizard clan who are close to the Silverwind City. Unless it is necessary, there is no reason for the two sides to tear each other apart. Qin Rushi briefly explained the current situation of several outer gods, and Mo thought it made sense after listening. However, those are all speculations, and it cannot be completely determined that there must be a problem with Silverwind City. Qin Rushi proposed a plan. Chief Mo, I have a way to determine whether Silverwind City is hostile to us. Please deliberately spread the news of our negotiation. If they come to attack and kill, it will prove what I said before. If Silverwind City really didn't want to take the risk of the rebels passing through, then since the Dragon Lizard clan decided to borrow the road, they would have no reason to send troops. And they would definitely not take the initiative to ambush and kill the rebels' high-ranking officials. But once they come, it is certain that this hidden danger will be eliminated sooner or later. When Mori heard this, he nodded and thought this idea was reliable. Yeah. Chapter 601. Somehow, the news that the elders invited the leader of the human uprising army to negotiate spread quietly among the dragon lizards. Not long after, Ji-sun and the other 6 walked back from the secret passage they came from and left the abyss cave. The group walked in the dense forest. In addition to the dragon lizard team, there were 2 more people wearing cloaks in the escort team. It was the chief of the dragon lizards, Mori, and the 8th level elder, Bert. Chief Mori, you don't have to send us off. You are the guests invited by my Dragon Lizard clan, so of course I have to ensure your safety. The clan leader personally escorted them, which was already a sign of sincerity. Although I already knew that there was Ji-sun, a 9th level card master of unknown origin, in the rebel army, I thought that after all, he was a human card master, and the strength of humans would always be inferior to that of dragon descendants. And if something unexpected happened, the alliance just concluded would really become a joke. Qin Rushi smiled slightly, and thought it was good. It was just right to let this ally see their strength. Trustworthy allies are people you can trust with your life in war, provided that both sides know each other well enough. She walked along the way, and also talked with the Mori tribe leader about some details of the subsequent alliance. This is a very hidden mountain road. If the information is not leaked, it is impossible for the enemy to find it. However, suddenly, Gongwu sensed something, raised his head suddenly, and shouted, "We are being targeted." In the sky, several falcons flew quickly. This short-winged eagle is extremely fast, and its keen vision can clearly see beetles moving on the ground from 1,000 meters high. Moreover, it flew through the dark sky, gliding silently, usually undetectable to the naked eye. But it could not be hidden from Gongwu's aura perception. Ji-sun and the others were not surprised at all. They knew Gongwu's exaggerated perception ability, and guessed that the enemy would come. But Chief Mori and the guards of the Dragon Lizard clan were a little confused. How could they be sure that it was an enemy? And what was even more surprising was that since they guessed that it might be an enemy, why did these humans seem not to be in a hurry at all? Mori asked directly, "Chief Qin, How do you know it's an enemy? Qin Rushi did not hide it, and said frankly, Senior Gongwu is a very powerful Qigong master. He can sense the hostility in the enemy's qi. Even if the hostility of the two falcons is weak, it will be sensed. Oh! Hearing this, Mori glanced at Gongwu with a slightly abnormal expression. He himself had practiced in the human kingdom, but he had never seen such a powerful Qigong master. As a fellow 8th level master, Mori realized that this ordinary-looking old human seemed to have powerful means. A reconnaissance card master? Several guards of the Dragon Lizard tribe thought so. Ji-sun took in the expressions of several Dragon Lizard tribe members, and found them quite interesting. If Gongwu is regarded as an auxiliary card master, he will be shocked later. Ji-sun and his companions walked slowly, as if they did not realize that the falcon had exposed their position, and they did not intend to find a place to hide. On the contrary, Mori and other Dragon Lizard tribe members were on full alert, fearing that they would cause trouble that could not be resolved. But since they had been discovered, the enemy would certainly catch up soon. Not long after they walked, Gongwu seemed to have noticed something and raised his eyebrows slightly, saying calmly, Here they come. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi raised their eyebrows slightly, and looked in the direction of his gaze. After a second or two, they saw several figures flying rapidly in the darkness. Of course, Mori and the 8th level Dragon Lizard Elder also saw it. They immediately raised their staffs, and condensed a group shield. Because they knew the thunderous methods of Silver Wind Lord Ironfeather Earl Sean Cumberland, any carelessness would have fatal consequences. Chief Mori's expression was very solemn, and he said to himself, Hey, are they here? They didn't want to be hostile to this old neighbor. After all, they have been neighbors for hundreds of years, and they know that Silver Wind City is very powerful. A head-on confrontation will not benefit anyone. But now that the other party has come to ambush and kill their allies, the matter has turned to another deadlock that they have to face. At the same time, Mori glanced at Ji-sun and the other two who looked indifferent, and he was very confused in his heart. Why are these people not in a hurry at all? Count Shan of the Dragon Eagle bloodline is a well-known war noble in the Red Dragon Empire. He is cruel and bloodthirsty, and has killed people of the same level on the battlefield. Before I could think about it, the figures in my vision had already flown quickly. The leader was a 9th level, and 2 were 8th level. It was Count Shan of Iron Feathers, and his 2 Dragon Eagle Legion commanders. There were also several 6th and 7th level captains far behind. The Dragon Eagle is a mixed-blood dragon descendant, and its form is a white-headed giant eagle, but its feathers are like dragon scales, emitting a metallic luster. It is extremely fast, proficient in wind element spells, and has good strength. Except that its defense is not as strong as that of a giant dragon, it has no obvious shortcomings. Chief Mori felt that if they really fought, both sides would suffer losses. He was still thinking about saving the situation, so he took the initiative to lift his cloak to show his identity, and said, Count Shan, why are you here? The 3-headed dragon eagle also stopped. Count Shan of Iron Feathers was a middle-aged man with sinister eyes. He looked at Mori and another 8th level Dragon Lizard Elder who were also present, and his expression was a little embarrassed. He said directly, I was ordered to kill these rebels, Chief Mori. Why are you here? If it were just a few guards, they would have killed them. But Mori was the chief of the Dragon Lizard clan, and Silverwind City was also cautious. Chief Mori said, These are guests invited by our Dragon Lizard clan. Even if there was no alliance, this negotiation was invited by them, so they had to ensure the safety of Qin Rushi and others on their way back. Of course, Earl Sean understood, but he must kill these rebel leaders today. The murderous intent in his eyes did not subside at all, and he asked, Chief Mori, I was ordered by the royal family to kill the rebels. What do you mean? Chief Mori said firmly, Our Dragon Lizard tribe is not ruled by the Red Dragon royal family. These people are invited to negotiate, and we must ensure the safety of our guests. As for the rest, I think the confrontation between the two armies should be resolved on the battlefield. The words are clear, the people are safe. As long as there is no fighting here, there is still room for maneuver. Upon hearing this, Earl Sean's eyes turned cold, and he had no intention of changing his mind. The hesitation on his face for a moment was just a hesitation about whether to kill the Dragon Lizard leader together. Ji-sun originally didn't want to be so long-winded, and he would fight when he had to. But since they were chatting, he also carefully observed the details of the Dragon Eagles in front of him. If they were loyal to the Scarlet Lord Cetus, they would definitely be transformed into vampires. If they didn't smell the scent of blood plague, then it could only be the other two families. Seeing that the other party was obviously afraid of the Dragon Lizard clan, Ji-sun didn't want to waste time and asked casually, Are you following the order of the Holy Sea of Light to ambush and kill us? The other party came this time with the intention of killing us, and he might not be the opposite. Although it has been agreed to pass through the underground cave, the Dragon Eagle core of Silverwind City is still a fatal hidden danger. Only by killing this guy can Silverwind City be broken. As soon as these words came out, Earl Sean's face changed instantly. His rank and military exploits should have made him a duke or marquis. It was precisely because he was a mixed-blood dragon that he was not valued by the Red Dragon royal family and ended up as a border guard. He didn't get to enjoy the good life, but now the Holy See is in a life-and-death battle, and he wants to send his own troops to the front line to die? Earl Sean certainly didn't want to, and secretly joined the dead Dragon Meroldus with a grudge in his heart. But no one knows this news yet. How could this human know it? Jason knew that he had guessed right. Just saying it casually was also a psychological excuse for the enemy to take action. As expected, as soon as they looked at each other, Sean's eagles became sharp and attacked without hesitation. With a casual card move, the 9th level spell Metal Storm Tornado was released. In an instant, the wind blades like silver blades rushed towards the few people, pointing directly at the leader of the rebels, Chin Rushi. Chief Mori and the 8th level Dragon Lizard Elder watched the other party fight, and their expressions changed instantly. Not good. The other party's fight means that they have completely disregarded the face of the Dragon Lizard clan. Although they were shocked and angry, they thought they had to block this wave of attacks. However, before they could do anything, an even more surprising scene appeared. Ji-sun, you hold the guy back first. I deal with the others first and then help you. A loud shout came from my ear, and I saw the old human, who had been inconspicuous before, suddenly exploded. The figure was full of flames, overflowing several feet, and then he actually rushed forward with the metal wind blades all over the sky. This brutal fighting style made Chief Mori's face slap. The 8th level against the 9th level, they should defend together normally. Why did this guy rush out? But the shock in his heart has not yet shown on his face. A domineering aura weighs on everyone. The sound of the old man stepping into the air is like a thunder, rising into the sky, like a sharp knife piercing an iron shield, and he actually appeared directly behind the enemy. The 8th level of Chi actually withstood the 9th level of Spell Wind Blade. At this moment, Mori and the other dragon lizards realized that the auxiliary card master, who was originally thought to be a perception system, was actually so fierce. TSK, the old senior's fist is really outrageous. Ji-sun was not surprised at all when he heard Gong Wu's roar. This old man is old, but his temper is still like this. Ba Quan has always been a domineering one. Why would he hide in the back? Even though Ji-sun is now higher in rank than Gong Wu, he feels inferior when he sees that fist. Only when facing a strong enough enemy will Gong Wu show the strongest side of Ba Quan. David, teacher, is so strong. Darcy, the end of Chi, the secret of gluttony is like this. Isabel, is this the ultimate secret of boxing that the teacher talked about? The 3 little guys on the side also clenched their fists, and were already stunned. This level of battle changes rapidly. As soon as Gong Wu made a move, Chin Rushi's immortals and demons appeared behind him at the same time, and the holy light was shining all over his body, like a god descending from heaven. The secret of war. Thousands of troops shield formation. Chin Rushi's eyes were stern, and the golden light formed a golden shield that blocked everyone. There was only a sharp and crisp sound of metal exchange, and the metal storm in the sky was blocked. The leader of the Mori tribe saw Chin Rushi take action for the first time. Although he was surprised by the exaggerated fighting power, he also understood. After all, he was the leader of the rebels, so it was natural that he was strong. At the same time, they were also puzzled. Aren't human card masters inherently weaker than dragons? How could both of them be so strong? Count Shan didn't think it would be so easy to kill the high-ranking officials of the rebels. His eyes were stern and he took action again. Wind Demon Holy Land Forbidden Spell 1000 Wind Tornado. The 9th level Holy Land was displayed, and in an instant, the terrifying wind elements gathered in the sky, and the whole forest rustled like a ghost crying. The branches swayed more and more violently, and in a blink of an eye, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and sharp cuts like knife cuts appeared on the tree trunks. Dozens of tornadoes formed in an instant, and the trees and rocks that had only appeared as knife cuts were instantly ground into powder, like a scene at the end of the world. 9th level Wind Forbidden Spell, Group Control and Group Attack. There is nowhere to hide. The golden shield cast by Chin Rushi was also instantly suppressed in a very small range. Chief Mori and the 8th level Elder hurriedly helped to support the magic shield, trying to relieve some of the pressure. But the suppression of the 9th Order law was like a sharp knife hitting a leather armor. Even if it could block a part, it would be broken sooner or later. Iron Feather Earl Sean Cumberland was indeed a veteran strongman who had fought on the battlefield. Just one person suppressed the 3/8 order people and made their breathing stagnate. This wind demon domain had a large range, fast attack speed, and high frequency, so they could only resist it. Originally, the few people were one level lower, and it was difficult to deal with it. Lord Shan was also a decisive character. He saw that Qin Ru was protecting the 3 young men behind him, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. He didn't give them any time to breathe, and the cards in his hand collapsed again. Forbidden spell Death Wind Scythe. Instantly, a large amount of wind elements gathered in his hand into a giant sickle that was dozens of meters long, and slashed towards Qin Rushi head-on. The wind element has a strong ability to break defense, break the barrier, and break the law. This 9th level single forbidden spell is not something that an 8th level defensive spell can resist. If Qin Rushi doesn't avoid it, he will be seriously injured, not to mention a one-shot kill. But if he avoids it, Isabel and the other 2 will definitely die on the spot. Not good. Patriarch Mori was secretly anxious when he saw this, and was also very curious why they brought 3 such burdens to the negotiation. He was about to take out the secret treasure of the Dragon Lizard clan to resist, but when he turned his head, he saw that although the 3 little guys had turned pale by the terrifying pressure, Qin Rushi's expression was still calm. And with a glance, the shadow of a clown demon with a strange smile on his face quietly appeared behind Ji Sun, who had not taken action, and a layer of black light gradually lingered on his body. Mori seemed to realize something. Yes, this guy seemed to be 9th level too. However, even if he was 9th level, he might not be the opponent of this Earl Shan. Reality did not give them time to think. They heard a soft voice beside their ears. Sacred domain, true explanation of all things. In an instant, everything seemed to be quiet. The howling wind seemed to disappear suddenly. There was no wind element flowing in the range of the black light. This change came without any warning and happened just like that. When Chief Mori and the 8th rank elder saw the black light, they realized something was wrong. This holy land decomposed the wind element. They realized that the indifference of these human allies in front of them was always due to their strong strength. This human warrior named Ji Sun is already as powerful as Earl Shan. An idea that they had never dared to think of before popped up in their minds. These people proposed to expose their whereabouts before, not only to test, but also not to feel confident that they could protect themselves. Their purpose may be to lure and kill the Silver Wind Lord. Thinking of this, even Elder Mori took a breath of cold air. But he also thought of a problem. Earl Shan is not so easy to kill. Even if it is a 9th level dragon eagle with similar strength and good at controlling the wind, few can escape at the same speed. Ji Sun waited for a moment. In fact, he wanted to wait for the few dragon eagle captains who came late, so that he could kill them all at once. At the same time, he was curious to see what the sanctuary of this guy was like. He took a look, and it was indeed quite strong. It must be admitted that the spell power of the Dragon Card Master is indeed much stronger than that of humans. This kind of ranged sanctuary, if replaced by a human Wind Card Master, is far from being so powerful. However, this pure elemental domain, or wind element, is not a threat to Ji Sun. Wind element is one of the 4 basic elements, and Ji Sun's understanding of the law of the wind is not weaker than the Silver Wind Lord in front of him. The true explanation of all things as soon as it was displayed, the forbidden spell quickly dissipated in the black light sanctuary cast by Ji Sun, without causing any waves. If we really compare, Earl Shan, the old 9th level, is indeed much stronger than Ji Sun. But due to professional restraint, the wind element spell really has little effect on him. Masters played chess against each other, and both sides recognized each other's strength at the same time. Count Shan saw that his forbidden spells were dissolved, and his expression changed drastically. The long-prepared killer move was restrained, and he had no intention of fighting at all. He knew that he could not kill the leader of the rebels here, so he wanted to use the speed advantage to pull and find another opportunity. The wings behind him spread out, and the wind element of the feathers surged, and it seemed that he was going to evacuate in an instant. But how could Ji Sun let the enemy escape? Ji Sun chuckled, and the 2 Joker Curse cards in his hand were activated almost at the same time. The secret of magic and chaos. Poker game Dragon Tamer card. This place restricts flying. The combat experience of the previous battle in the Red Ridge Mountains came in handy. To deal with this kind of fast Dragonborn, 1 move of gravity control and 1 move of restricting flying are very useful. The King Bomb was used. No matter what cards the enemy had, they were all beaten to pieces. It's not that the Silver Wind Lord is not strong enough, but compared to the 9th level pure-blooded dragon that was ambushed and killed before, this Dragon Eagle is not good enough in all aspects. Whether it was strength, defense, or the height of the law, they were far behind. And with this magic immunity, Ji-sun had controlled the 9th level green dragon before, and it had a chance to escape from control. It was easy to deal with this dragon eagle. The moment the control was launched, the dragon eagle flapped its wings, and was about to fly away, but found that it was spinning in place. At this moment, the face that had been extremely arrogant from beginning to end showed a deep fear. He didn't know what happened, but it was because of this unknown that he felt an unspeakable fear in his heart. After advancing to the 9th level for many years, this was the first time he had encountered such an unpredictable enemy. He had never thought of this before he came. He thought that even if an accident really happened, his speed would make him invincible. But the reality was cruel. A human who was not in the information broke his cognition. With murderous intent on his back, Earl Sean turned his head, and the human rushed over. Bakwan earth rumbling. In an instant, the sky cracked into a spider web-like crack. This scene stunned everyone. Teacher, the 2 disciples behind him, Isabel and Darcy, were already excited and their eyes were full of stars. Although they had seen their teacher take action before, it was the first time they felt such terrifying strength at such a close distance. No instruction is more unforgettable than this kind of immersive observation. The calmness of the wind and clouds dissipating with a wave of his hand is a scene they will never forget in their lives. Although Qin Rushi was not surprised that Ji-sun was very strong, a calm smile appeared on her eyebrows, and she murmured with a smile, "He is really strong." In the distance, Gong Wu's old face was full of satisfaction. This kid is really getting more and more outrageous. These people all knew Ji-sun's strength to some extent, and also knew the situation of the Holy Land that decomposed everything, but they were still so surprised. And the chief of the Mori tribe, and several dragon lizard tribesmen, who were blown by the breeze, were all messy in the wind. Their expressions were stiff, and their eyes flashed with indescribable shock. Just like the last time he ambushed and killed the 9th level pure-blooded dragon, although Ji-sun could control it, his strength was still a bit difficult to kill this Earl Sean. In the end, it still needs to be consumed slowly, and then wait for others to help. Gong Wu still did not disappoint. This old man never drags his feet when dealing with people of the same level. Once the opponent is not qualified to fight a protracted battle with him, the tyranny of the Tyrant Fist is to kill one kid with one punch. The 2 8th level Dragon Eagle commanders can't get any benefit in front of him, and several 7th level 10,000 men can be beaten one by one. After Qin Rushi came to help, it was a one-sided situation. Now Earl Sean was stuck by Ji-sun, and the helpers under him could not escape. The 2 sides started a fierce battle in the forest. Not long after, Chief Mori and the 8th rank elder also joined in. Anyway, they had already torn their faces with Silverwind City, so they didn't care anymore. Soon, several people joined forces, and except for an 8th rank commander who was seriously injured and escaped, all the others were killed. Then it was the stage of besieging Earl Sean. With Ji-sun as the main attacker, tank, and controller, the others could output freely. On the other side, Qin Rushi also notified the rebel army to break camp and attack Silverwind City. Chapter 602. Silverwind City Lord Sean Cumberland was not as difficult to deal with as a pure-blooded giant dragon. With Ji-sun sticking to him, and Qin Rushi and others helping him, they killed him smoothly as planned. Without the Lord and several top commanders, the 100,000 Dragon Eagle soldiers in Silverwind City also became a mess, and were quickly defeated by the rebels' strong attack. Silverwind City is a military fortress. It is not only guarded by the Dragon Eagle Corps, but also produces high-quality armor and weapons. Qin Rushi led the rebels to attack Silverwind City, captured tens of thousands of elite Dragon Eagles, and looted countless equipment. This also greatly made up for the biggest shortcoming of the Slay-based rebel army, which was insufficient equipment, and the morale was greatly boosted. A few days passed in a flash. On this day, in the cave, the Dragon Lizard tribe also began to migrate because of the problem of the broken seal of the Flame Demon. Chief Mori and the elders led Ji-sun to the Obsidian Temple again. Since the whole tribe was going to migrate, the prophet no longer had to guard the underground seal, and of course, he had to go with the tribe members. The prophet, who turned into a lizard man, was a thin old man with wrinkled skin. He didn't look like a great wise man who had lived for at least tens of thousands of years. No longer needing to guard the temple, the wise man also fell into a deep sleep. He was carried by the young dragon lizard warriors and left the cave for the first time. Without the prophet, the dragon lizard cave seemed to have lost its soul all of a sudden. After the dragon lizards left the cave, Chief Mori led his tribesmen to dismantle the magnificent temple underground. Not only because the obsidian used to build the temple was priceless, but more importantly, This temple was also the spiritual sustenance and belief of their dragon lizard tribe for countless years. No matter where they migrate to in the future, the place where the temple is located will be the tribe's home. The temple was originally part of the seal reinforcement, and now that it has been demolished, the fire demon underground has become restless. The entire cave is like a volcano that may erupt at any time. The mountains tremble slightly, and the rich breath of fire elements overflows from the cracks in the stones. At this moment, in addition to the dragon lizards, who are still in the temple, there is only Ji-sun. Next to the ancient seal where the prophet was dormant before, Ji-sun sat cross-legged in front of the huge forbidden ruin stone tablet to observe and meditate. He was waiting here, firstly to replace the prophet to calm down the dragon lizards, and also to wait to see the fire demon. Since the prophet had confirmed that the fire demon had not condensed the godhood, Ji-sun was naturally curious to see what old man Su left behind in this place where the gods fell more than 100,000 years ago. In addition to the divine shield recorded on the inscription, his intuition told him that the old man might have left some secrets that could not be recorded. The dragon lizards were very efficient in moving the temple, and they dismantled it almost completely in one day. This also caused the seal, which had been patched up, to show signs of complete collapse. The surrounding obsidian walls were already full of cracks that looked like blood vessels. Through the cracks, Ji-sun could clearly sense the terrifying power of the law of fire. This was the highest level of fire element he had ever seen in the card master plane. This super high elemental law was manifested as spell penetration, which made Ji-sun feel the slight stinging sensation of burning through the protective chi. However, for him, this dangerous environment was actually a good thing. Ji-sun's spell power recovery can just make up for this continuous erosion of the fire law. No damage, then it is a harvest. Just like sitting next to a stove, the temperature of the fire element law suddenly became concrete. The enlightenment of perception also flickered from time to time. You touched the high-level fire law erosion of the fire demon King Ganner, and the affinity of the fire element plus 0.8. You were attacked by the anger of the fire god of the fire demon King Ganner, and the divine power plus 0.07. You were shocked by the kingship of the fire demon King Ganner, and the kingship law perception was improved. The higher the rank of the card master, the more difficult it is to perceive the laws of the universe from the outside world. This is a rare place for Ji-sun, who is now at the 9th level. It is difficult to find such an opportunity for enlightenment elsewhere. As for the seals around him that could explode at any time, he did not feel any danger at all. With Ivan by his side, any spatial changes could not escape his perception. Even if he can't beat him, he can run away. While meditating, he suddenly heard footsteps. Ji-sun opened his eyes, and saw that it was the tribe leader Mori who came down. Friend Ji-sun, the temple has been moved almost completely. Mori walked and talked. He looked at Ji-sun, feeling extremely grateful. It was not just the alliance. He knew that only if he stayed here could the tribesmen move the temple safely. Ji-sun opened his eyes from meditation and smiled indifferently. Yeah. Then he said, Chief Mori, try to stay away from the crypt as well. I feel that the fire demon underground should have discovered that the prophet had left, and is now accumulating strength, and the seal may be broken at any time. Chief Mori nodded, but friend Ji-sun, do you really plan to hunt that flame demon? Ji-sun said truthfully, it's unlikely to hunt it, but I'm still interested in trying. Although this flame demon didn't condense the divine nature, it could keep the dragon lizard clan at bay for countless years, and he didn't think he could deal with it. Then be careful, sir. Chief Mori originally wanted to say a few more words. But thinking back to the way this guy used in the previous battle to kill Lord Silverwind, he swallowed the words back. The means of the person in front of him have exceeded his understanding, and are not comparable to those of ordinary 9th level people. As he spoke, Mori took out an ancient ruby ring and said, This is the inheritance treasure of our dragon lizard clan fire-avoiding magic ring. Since my friend intends to explore the burrow of the fire demon, this ring may be of some help. Thank you. Ji-sun did not refuse and accepted the ring. The dragon lizard clan has been fighting against the fire demon for so many years, so they always have some means of restraint. When I got the ring in my hand, I instantly felt the fire elements around me being isolated. On the other side, in Silverwind City, all the residents in the city had moved out. In the empty city, 3 little guys were waiting boredly beside the castle's battlements. They were Isabel, Darcy, and David. Because the castle was located just over 10 kilometers above the dragon lizard cave, the distance was far enough and safe enough. They knew that the teachers were going to hunt the Balrog, so they were waiting here to watch the battle. Stupid Darcy, when do you think the Balrog will break the seal? I don't know, but I guess it will be in the next 2 days. The people have already withdrawn. Even if the seal is not broken, the teacher will definitely find a way to lure the flame demon out. Oh! The teacher's wife said that the flame demon is more powerful than a 9th level pure-blooded dragon. I don't know if the teacher will be in danger. The three little guys chatted intermittently. Just thinking about it, two figures suddenly appeared beside the three of them. It was Gongwu with a serious expression, and Qin Rushi who was wearing armor and carrying a big sword. Now that everyone has migrated, Ji Sun's plan is that if they can defeat the flame demon, they will surround and kill it. If they can't defeat it, they will immediately evacuate with the three little guys. As soon as the two appeared, the three little guys seemed to know what was going to happen. Then, the whole mountain range began to tremble slightly. Isabel's little face was full of excitement. The guy underground made such an exaggerated movement that it actually shook the whole mountain range. She was a little unhappy when her father arranged for her to be Ji Sun's disciple. Now the girl likes this kind of exciting life more and more. It seems that following the teacher, she can always experience some exciting experiences that ordinary people can never experience in their lifetime. In just a few months, even the 9th level has killed 2 people, and now it is the turn of the legendary fire demon. Darcy is much more stable, his eyes are shining, as if he has seen something. It should be that the fire demon is too powerful, and the teacher can only lead the fire element out of the ground. It may erupt. Upon hearing this, Gongwu beside him glanced at him with a little surprise and exclaimed, "The boy is not bad." He had just discovered that it was rare for a 4th level card master to make a judgment in advance. Darcy had already entered that absolutely rational state of deduction. He didn't have time to respond, and only said, "Here it comes." As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly saw a huge pillar of hot flames rising into the sky in the far distance of his vision. Boom! Boom! As the fire element gushed out from the ground, the entire Duoken mountain range shook violently. Hearing the dense sound of breaking mountains and cracking rocks around his ears, cracks appeared everywhere on the walls of Silver Wind City. And the field of vision was already full of red. Large pieces of magma splashed out, bursting a fire tree in the sky, and dotted a dazzling red spot on the dark mountains. The hot breath rushed in my face, and the temperature of the air suddenly soared by dozens of degrees. After a few breaths, I heard the sound of crackling like a heavy rain. Looking up, I saw the red-hot magma rain hitting the aura shield held up by Gongwu, isolating it. Although it did not pose any threat to the few people, the lava raindrops fell into Yifeng City and burned it to pieces in an instant. This is not a simple lava ejecta, but an elemental fluid that condenses the high-level fire law. Gongwu casually grabbed one in the air and watched the raindrop condense into an egg-sized fire element gem in his hand. Everyone was amazed. It was a miracle. They already knew that a god-level red dragon fell under this cave in ancient times, but they didn't expect that after countless years of death, it still had such exaggerated extraordinary characteristics. After the volcanic eruption, just picking up the stones all over the mountain would make you rich enough to rival a country. At this time, Isabel's eyes narrowed, and she pointed excitedly at the figure standing in the air in the distance, and shouted softly, "Look, it's the teacher." Everyone looked over there instantly, and their breathing stagnated. Qin Rushi and Gongwu's expressions were very serious, and they had already entered the state of magic release. Now is the most critical moment. Only after Ji Sun has tested the combat power of the flame demon can he decide whether to stay or leave. The fire pillar in the cave is still erupting, and the flowing magma is like a red river flowing along the cliff to the depths of the abyss. The crater was like a scarlet eye of hell, and before long, a terrifying breath descended. A huge monster slowly crawled out from the spurting lava. The huge shadow gradually emerged. Its body was so huge that it almost occupied the entire crater. 2 balls of blue ghost fire were jumping in the empty eye sockets on the bull-like head, and long horns extended from both sides of the head, and lava dripped from the 2 horns. This huge monster was covered with black lava like armor, and the black flames between the cracks were looming. The temperature visible to the naked eye burned and distorted the void. It was the flame demon King Ganner. Ji Sun stood in the air, looking at the monster in front of him. With a smile on his face, TSK, this fire element is really exaggerated. Flame demon is a pure elemental creature, the personification of the elemental law. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the upper limit of the fire elemental law could reach such a high level. Using data for comparison, Ji Sun felt that his fire law was about 1,000, which was already the plain limit that human card masters could touch. The flame demon King Ganner in front of him is at least 3,000 plus, or even higher. That is the level that Ji Sun is looking up to now. It feels like the highest peak on the ground, but it does not touch the latitude of the sky. This means that the fire of this fire demon king can easily burn through everything. Shields, spells, equipment, and everything else. Under the erosion of such an absolute gap in the law, there is no restraint at all, and the fire can burn all other elements, including Ji-sun's true explanation of all things. The fire element he could decompose was the fire that was similar to his own understanding, not the flame of the flame demon king. No wonder the dragon lizard clan suffered heavy casualties in countless years in order to repair the seal. It can be said that no card master below the god level who has not comprehended the power of rules can do anything to the flame demon at the elemental level. 1,000 meters away, even with the fire avoidance magic ring, the repulsive layer of the lightless sun, and the protection of the body, Ji-sun could sense the deathly threat that burned through all protective means and scorched his skin rapidly. It was precisely because of this tingling feeling that made him grin, and the idea of trying something new emerged in his eyes. Now that he had seen this flame demon King Ganner with his own eyes, the basic situation was also analyzed. The opponent's advantage was obvious, and the absolute erosion of the law of fire would kill anyone who touched him. The shortcoming was also obvious, that is, the displacement speed was very slow. As long as he could avoid long-range attacks, there was almost no danger. When Ji-sun saw this, the Joker Curse God card in his hand was instantly activated, poker game red and black. I am the Flame Emperor. As the rules were changed, the air around him suddenly twisted, as if he had turned into a ball of fire. He knew that the only way to save his life was to use the power of rules. But this Flame Demon King was completely different from the two 9th level ones he had met before. He was only one step away from condensing the godhood. It was like a layer of window paper. You couldn't poke it, and it would break if you poked it. Even if Ji-sun could change some rules, it would be easily destroyed by this flame demon. Forget about restraint. So Ji-sun simply turned himself into a Flame Emperor, and added the ability to control flames at the rule level. The only effect of flame against flame is that it burns, which is not so painful. After doing all this, Ji-sun took out a rocket launcher from the storage ring, and fired a cannonball at the flame demon. This kind of damage has no effect on the flame demon at all, but it is full of mockery. The flame demon is a pure elemental creature, and does not have much intelligence. It watched itself being provoked by humans, and roared, with sparks and black smoke splashing out of its mouth and nose. Then a fire column spewed out of his mouth, like a dragon's breath. Shwa! The fire column was so fast that it almost swallowed up Ji-sun's afterimage in an instant. It didn't need to hit. As long as it was within 100 meters of the fire column, it would be burned to ashes in an instant. Just like the rock under Ji-sun's feet just now, it was melted into a river of magma by the heat wave of the fire column that burned the space. And 1,000 meters away, Ji-sun, who had teleported away with the help of Ivan's ability, also looked very fortunate, muttering, "It's really exaggerated, the space is burned and distorted." This feeling of lingering fear made Ji-sun happy instead of fearful, and his blood began to boil. It can be said that if Ivan hadn't helped him teleport, he would have been wiped out on the spot with his own spatial ability. Facing this flame demon King Ganner, even the 9th level would have been silent. Fortunately, there was Ivan, and Ji-sun could predict 100%, so there was a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, he took out a rocket launcher and fired it. The flame demon was enraged, and slowly chased after him, spewing fire pillars randomly. On the other side, more than 10 kilometers away in Silver Wind City, Jin Rushi and his companions saw the flame demon coming out of the crater, and they were already sweating profusely. Even from such a distance, the terrifying fire element made them feel as if they were roasted on fire. In the field of vision, wherever the flame demon passed, the rocks were melted rapidly like soft mud. Moreover, seeing the speed of the flame demon's fire spray, even a martial saint like Gong Wu, whose physical body reacted to the extreme, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. If it was him, he would have been turned into ash after being sprayed. The three little guys swallowed their saliva, and were already stunned. Isabel herself was a descendant of the Red Dragon. She was extremely sensitive to the fire element. The terrifying appearance of the fire demon was reflected in her trembling crystal eyes. She stuttered when she spoke. The law level of the fire demon is probably higher than that of the 9th level pure-blooded Red Dragon. Darcy also said with a serious expression, "Yes." After a pause, Isabel asked in confusion, "But why didn't the teacher use water to restrain it? Instead, he used a fire rule?" Her current cognition was still unable to understand what she saw. Darcy understood a little and said, "Because the restraint at that level has no effect. Just now, the moment the flame demon appeared, the heat radiation easily burned through the teacher's body protection. The difference in the law level was at least 3 times. In this case, Elemental restraint has no meaning. Oh! Isabel also recognized this point, and her face was so nervous that she didn't dare to breathe. David beside him seemed to understand, and asked again, "What is thermal radiation?" Darcy responded, "It's a scientific term. It's basically element conduction." David, "Oh." The three of them stayed here to see the world. But Qin Rushi and Gong Wu were not like that. Looking at Ji-sun mocking the fire demon for leaving the crater in the distance, Gong Wu also said solemnly, "It seems that Ji-sun is going to lead it to a place far away from the nest, and is ready to execute the original plan." "Yes." Qin Rushi also nodded. It was written on the stone tablet that there was a divine shield deep in the cave. As long as the fire demon was led away, they could get it. Of course they would try. Ji-sun had already completed the most important and dangerous step by leading the fire demon away. However, now seeing the strength of the fire demon, it was obvious that this behavior was very dangerous. It could be said that any accident would lead to death. Moreover, the situation in the depths of the lava was unclear, and even 2 8th level people had no confidence. But now the opportunity is right in front of us. No one can guarantee that Ji-sun will be able to hold back the hatred of the flame demon. The opportunity cannot be missed. Gong Wu did not retreat and said bluntly, "My chi is quite effective in resisting the fire element." "I go." Qin Rushi shook his head and interrupted, "I go. The situation in the underground cave is complicated, and the abilities of the immortals are more suitable for exploration. Senior Gong has a greater speed advantage, so it's better to plan Ji-sun outside." Gong Wu listened and thought for a while, and didn't say much. "Okay. This plan is extremely risky, and no one can guarantee that they will survive." As soon as the voice fell, 3 balls of ghost fire appeared around Qin Rushi, Immortal Law Green Lantern Divine Fire. Although her rank has not yet reached the 9th rank, she has already touched on some higher level things in the past few days of communication with Ji-sun. Moreover, the Bai family, the God Stealer, is a family inherited from the Talon Empire, and there are many immortals worshipped. These 3 balls of ghost fire immortals are the best body protecting fire spirits. As soon as the voice fell, the figure disappeared in front of her. Gong Wu looked at Darcy and the other two and said, "Be careful. If you underestimate them, you will be wrong. Use the teleportation array to escape immediately." Darcy and the other two responded in unison, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone. Bang! Bang! On the other side, a brilliant light like fireworks exploded in the dark crack. Ji-sun kept taunting the flame demon and pulled it out of its nest. It seemed to be dodging and taunting, but the process was actually full of dangers. Perhaps he had some fragments of the consciousness of the ancient gods. Flame demon King Ganner, it was like a moving forbidden spell jet, and all kinds of fire forbidden spells washed the ground. Those forbidden spells that Ji-sun had only seen in the classics, and even the lost ancient fire magic, were released by this monster with a single move. The surrounding mountains melted in large areas under the washing of the forbidden spell, and the magma flowed along the cliffs into a large group of spectacular fire waterfalls. Ji-sun also thought about whether he could lead this monster into the endless abyss, but the facts proved that although the fire demon was not very intelligent, its instincts were still very strong. Except for the fact that it looked a little dull when being lured, its attack instinct was also top-notch. Ji-sun held out for more than half an hour under this extremely high-pressure threat of death. He knew that Qin Rushi had gone to the cave. The longer he held out, the greater the possibility that Qin Rushi would find a shield. Time passed little by little. For Ji-sun, every second was like walking on a knife's edge. If he was not careful, he would be killed on the spot. The extreme law of fire distorted the space. Not only the perception, but also the signal of the communicator became intermittent. Qin Rushi had been in the cave for a long time, and Ji-sun didn't know what was going on below. The only thing we know is that the person is still alive. The turning point came very suddenly, and a sporadic response suddenly came from the communicator. Ji found it. Ji-sun was delighted. However, before he could be happy for long, Flame Demon King Ganner suddenly turned around and ran towards the nest. The Flame Demon realized that the treasure had been stolen, and it was going back to the nest. However, Ji-sun and his friends had expected this scene. Gong Wu, who had been at the designated location in the distance, jumped up at the first time to act as the second bait, and at the same time activated the preset trap, and a large area of element interference restrictions were opened. This kind of restriction can interfere with the perception of elemental creatures. Ji-sun didn't use it before, but he was waiting for the unexpected situation now. The effect seems to be quite good. As soon as the flame demon turned back, it seemed that its perception was disturbed, and it stood there in a daze for a moment. However, before Ji-sun could breathe a sigh of relief, He sensed the emotion of anger on the flame demon. The pressure that was more terrifying than that of a 9th-level dragon swept over, and Ji-sun's face changed suddenly. It's violent. I don't know if Qin Rushi heard it in the communicator, but Ji-sun saw that the speed of the fire demon increased several times and rushed towards the nest. Ji-sun deduced in his mind that Qin Rushi had no time to escape. What's worse is that the fire demon seemed to know that the human who stole the house was going to escape, and it opened its mouth and spewed out a pillar of fire that was several times more terrifying than before. Ji-sun sensed the spatial coordinates of Qin Rushi's body. If she rushed out at this moment, she would just hit the pillar of fire. Not good. Ji-sun shouted in his heart. Without any hesitation, he teleported to appear beside Qin Rushi in the cave. He knew the horror of the flames, and anyone who touched them would surely die. Only if he teleported over, he might have a chance to take her away. The surroundings changed. Ji-sun took a step forward, and saw Qin Rushi beside him. Qin Rushi also saw him. The two looked at each other, without any communication at all, and their faces changed drastically at the same time. Because the deadly flames had already erupted in front of them. The indescribable law of terror devoured the vitality of the two people like lightning. Almost at the moment before turning into ashes, Ji-sun instantly used the teleportation spell engraved on the curse god card in his hand. But even so, he still felt that there was a high probability that he would be seriously injured. At this moment, Qin Rushi had already raised the silver shield in his hand. Ji-sun glanced at it with a sharp gaze, and saw the brilliant divine light shining on the shield, and the fatal sense of crisis in his heart suddenly disappeared. Gorgon Shield Detailed Explanation, Ancient Artifact, a shield inlaid with the head of a Gorgon, absolute defense, 100% magic reflection, immune to curses, only the brave with courage, light, and wisdom can be recognized by the shield. Chapter 603. Boom. The sound of flames rushing in my ears was like a mountain torrent. Ji-sun pulled Qin Rushi into the space gate and appeared outside the cave, next to Gong Wu who had preset the teleportation coordinates. Almost at the same time, the flames of the Flame Demon King not far away had burned a huge lava cave with a diameter of 100 meters on the rock wall. It was as if he had passed by death. Gong Wu breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the two people escape safely. In his opinion, the moment just now was extremely thrilling. If it was 1 second later, Ji-sun and Qin Rushi might have died in the sea of fire. Ji-sun also let out a long breath. Since they were planning to take the risk of exploring the cave of the Flame Demon, the three of them were mentally prepared to deal with the risks. Flame Demon King Ganner, it is a unique elemental creature. No one has ever seen it, so no one knows what its abilities are. Although I didn't expect the monster to be violent, it wasn't too surprising. On the contrary, what really surprised Ji-sun was that they escaped intact. Thinking of this, Ji-sun looked at Qin Rushi beside him with a relieved look. When their eyes met, Qin Rushi's face was also full of disbelief. Because both of them knew very well that they had been affected by the attack of the Flame Demon before they entered the space crack. Even if they could escape, they would definitely be seriously injured. But now they are unscathed. The reason is the shield in their hands. This is a silver round shield. There is a raised pattern of a Gorgon on the front of the shield. The evil and ferocious face of the Gorgon is lifelike. It doesn't look like a forged pattern, but more like an ancient craftsman has sealed a Gorgon's head in the shield. This also makes the shield have magical effects. Ji-sun has tested it before. Even legendary armor and protective gear will basically turn into molten iron in an instant under the breath of the fire demon. But this Gorgon shield perfectly blocked the previous wave of impact. Not only was the shield not damaged at all, the metal shield was also icy cold, and under the scorching firelight, it exuded wisps of silver divine light. This also means that the erosion of the law of fire was completely blocked. This is what made Ji-sun and Qin Rushi amazed. Gong Wu on the side also showed a surprised look, looking at the shield and guessing something, and asked, "The shield recorded on the stone tablet?" "Yeah." Qin Rushi nodded, not understanding how he had blocked the shock wave before. Ji-sun understood. Because there was an entry of absolute defense on the shield. This entry was actually a kind of power of rules. Within the scope of the shield's rules, all attacks could be blocked by the shield. It was the first time that Ji-sun had seen this kind of defensive artifact. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he sighed, "This shield can absolutely defend. It is simply a natural nemesis of this Flame Demon King." No, it's not just to restrain the Flame Demon. Since it can block this kind of elemental attack that is close to the upper limit of the plane, Ji-sun can't think of any means below the god level that can break the defense of the shield. And the moment he saw the shield, Ji-sun's mind flashed with light, and figured out a lot of things. This is not a coincidence. Before, He was a little confused. Why did Old Man Su not take the shield when he saw it more than 100,000 years ago? Now he understands. Perhaps Old Man Su may have foreseen that the lava heart in the future would become a terrifying monster. That kind of monster is not something that can be dealt with by those below the god level. But there is such a divine shield. Leave it here, so that when I come to find the forbidden ruin steel in the future, or other people who are involved in fate, they can get rid of this fire demon as a safe means. The causal line in Ji-sun's mind was connected at once. If he hadn't seen the record of divine shield by Old Man Su on the steel, he would not have known that there was such a shield in the cave, let alone risking his life to try to explore it. After all, the flame demon is simply unstoppable. Not to mention now, even if the three of them have reached the 9th level, they still can't do anything to it. And only after getting this shield did things turn around. In Ji-sun's eyes, he saw a causal line that stretched from hundreds of thousands of years ago to the present. It was also from the time when Old Man Su left this shield hundreds of thousands of years ago that the flame demon's death was actually doomed to happen hundreds of thousands of years later. Those who have the strength to get this shield are destined to have the opportunity to kill the flame demon with this shield. Ji-sun fell into a very mysterious state. Ever since he touched the power of rules, everything in the universe seemed to follow various rules and operate non-stop in his eyes. This flame demon was too powerful. According to the original plan, the three people should evacuate as soon as they got the shield. Qin Rushi looked at Ji-sun's slightly dilated pupils, and had long been accustomed to a state of wandering and enlightenment. But now is obviously not the time to delay. At this time, the Flame Demon King also sensed the three people behind him and turned around in anger. Qin Rushi asked anxiously Ji-sun, "What should we do now?" She saw that Ji-sun did not leave immediately, and he must have other ideas. After being interrupted by these words, Ji-sun's pupils focused, and he looked at the furious Flame Demon King with his eyes narrowed slightly. "I want to try and see if I can kill this Flame Demon." After these words came out, Qin Rushi and Gongwu did not have any doubts at all, and responded decisively, "Okay." They knew that anything Ji-sun said must be well considered and certain. The three of them, who have reached this level, are all extremely determined. The challenge of hunting the Flame Demon is a rare opportunity for them. As soon as the voice fell, the three of them moved away in one direction. This triangle formation can cooperate with each other to contain the Flame Demon, which was discussed before. In the communicator, Ji-sun said his plan, just 2 words, consumption. Flame Demon King Ganner very strong. So strong that Ji-sun originally thought that even if a few more 9th level people came to help, they would not be able to do anything to it. The fire attack that kills on contact. Staying there for 1 more second is a suicidal act of dancing in a minefield. However, a divine shield changed the situation. Absolute defense. Can perfectly block the fire demon's attack, which is the biggest reliance for survival. Ji-sun does not need to exhaustively calculate every dodge opportunity and displacement distance. He just bears the taunting and pulling consumption. In case of an accident, Qin Rushi can save the situation. In this way, they restrained and pulled each other, forcing the fire demon to chase and kill again and again. Although Ji-sun had never seen the Flame Demon King before, he could deduce some of its habits as the battle progressed. Whether it was a dragon or any other creature, any means of spitting out elemental attacks were considered. Ultimate moves and consumed a lot of energy. Just like the venom of a poisonous snake, although it was deadly, it was not so easy to recover after spitting. Especially rage. All creatures that use this kind of innate secret technique consumed a lot of energy without exception. As long as the magic power was consumed to a certain limit, the damage of the fire law would be greatly reduced, and there might be a chance to kill. Ji-sun and the other two gradually figured out the attack methods of the Flame Demon King through repeated taunting and dodging. The three of them cooperated more and more tacitly. They took turns to rest and taunt, not giving the Flame Demon any chance to rest. But they didn't know that it was they who made this consumption plan, and the three of them consumed it for 7 days and 7 nights. On this day, on a mountain peak dozens of miles away from Silver Wind City, Darcy, Isabel and David were holding telescopes, boredly looking at the mountains that had burned red in the far distance of their vision. The three of them had been waiting for 7 days. They had been hiding a few dozen miles away since the battle began 7 days ago. It wasn't because they were timid, but the battle area was now like hell, with deadly magma and space cracks everywhere. Not to mention humans, all the monsters within a radius of dozens of miles were scared away by the terrifying movement of the Duokan Mountains. The sound of fighting could still be heard from time to time, and in a telescope, the center of the battlefield had long been covered by volcanic dust, and nothing could be seen. Isabel looked for a while, moved her eyes away from the lens, and asked helplessly, "Teacher, haven't they finished fighting yet? Darcy, how long do you think it will take?" Darcy, who was meditating on the side, responded, "It should be soon. The roar of the fire demon is obviously much weaker than before. I guess the result will be determined in 1 or 2 days." Isabel said again, "But, will the teacher and the others be unable to hold on first? After all, the fire demon is a legendary elemental creature. It can absorb fire elements in its nest. I don't know. I guess the teacher and the others are just holding on now. It depends on which side will be unable to hold on first." Darcy shook his head and responded. The pair of eyes that were already full of wisdom also showed a trace of confusion, and then said, "But since the teacher and the others have been able to hold on for so long, they are no longer in danger. Even if we can't win, we can still withdraw." "Oh!" Isabel pursed her lips after hearing this. For these 7 days, the 3 of them who were watching the show had their eyelids fighting, not to mention Ji-sun, and the other 2 who were in such a high-intensity battle. This intensity of attrition war is really beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. On the other side, in a battlefield that looked like a lava world, Ji-sun and the other 2 were exhausted. As Darcy said, their faces were pale, showing that both their spell power and energy were exhausted. The situation of the Flame Demon King was not much better. The blazing flames on its body 7 days ago were now like burnt charcoal, except for a little flame occasionally. It no longer had the majesty of the previous few days. And it was no longer like before, throwing fire forbidden spells with a raised hand. Now it is more about using physical attacks, and it takes a long time to accumulate before it can spray out a mouthful of magma. This is a sign of magic exhaustion. As Ji-sun expected, the threat of the fire demon with exhausted magic power has been reduced a lot. The attack frequency has decreased, and the movements have become slower, but even so, it can still easily kill the 8th level card master in seconds. Ji-sun and the other 2 did not dare to relax their vigilance at any time. The current situation is that both sides see who can consume more energy. It is also thanks to Ji-sun and the other 2, otherwise if it were other 9th level masters, I am afraid they would have collapsed long ago. Gong Wu is a Qigong martial arts master, with an endless supply of mana, which is why he has managed to hold on until now. Ji-sun is also proficient in the secret method of gluttony, and has the elemental rune stone treasures that continue to restore. Qin Rushi is blessed by the immortals, and various immortals take turns to provide her with mana. The most important life-saving reliance of the 3 is still the Gorgon Shield. The absolute defense of this divine shield is a passive item. In other words, there is almost no need to consume mana. As long as the direction is aimed, this shield can be used to resist fatal threats. It is precisely because of this shield that the 3 of them have been able to hold on until now, without being killed by the Flame Demon. Although they were tired, they also gained a lot. The Flame Demon King's understanding of the law refreshed the cognitive limit of the 3. The 7 days of fighting also allowed them to perceive the extreme height of the law of that plane very clearly. After seeing the scenery from a high place, many truths will be understood. The life and death environment and the excellent perception conditions allowed Ji-sun to wander around the Flame Demon, and from time to time, he could fall into that rare state of enlightenment. In the field of vision, there is a sea of magma and fire everywhere. Enlightenment also keeps emerging. You comprehend the high-level flame method of the Fire Demon King Ganner in the battle, and the affinity of the fire element plus 0.7. You are invaded by the anger of the fire god of the Fire Demon King Ganner, and touch the mystery of the holy fire. You are shocked by the kingship of the Fire Demon King Ganner, and your understanding of the kingship law is improved. Not only him, Qin Rushi and Gong Wu are also extremely talented people. They also have deep understandings in this high-intensity battle. Even though the 3 of them were ultimately unable to defeat the Flame Demon, this battle experience was already a huge gain for them. Boom! Boom! As they were fighting, the Flame Demons just heard the sound of a volcano about to erupt. Qin Rushi almost instinctively shouted, "Be careful, the Flame Demon is about to spit out magma again." Gong Wu in the distance immediately pulled away, and Ji-sun, who was too close to the monster to dodge, teleported and hid behind Qin Rushi almost as if it was a conditioned reflex. The next moment, a column of magma spewed out, which was just blocked by the shield in Qin Rushi's hand. I don't remember how many times I have blocked the lava spewing in the past 7 days. The cooperation of the 3 people has long been tacit. The Flame Demon King, who was completely blank before, has no secrets for Ji-sun and the other 2 at this moment. Its moves, magic, and offensive habits have long been tested by the 3 people. And this is their consumption plan. Ji-sun is responsible for close provocation and lure, so that the flame demon thinks he can kill and attacks frequently. After this spit, the flames on the flame demon dimmed again. The three of them knew that the flame demon would enter a weak period of at least a quarter of an hour. During this period, it would only attack with its limbs, and would not spit out deadly lava. Seeing this, Ji-sun and the other two did not hesitate at all and rushed forward. As long as the flame demon was not close to the body, the flame erosion near it was no longer fatal. Gongwu punched in the air, and the tyrant fist hit the flame demon's internal organs through the heavy lava stone armor. Ji-sun decomposed the fire element while consuming it in various ways. However, elemental creatures are very special. As long as the core is still there, they can be reunited after being broken up. Just like punching in the air, the damage is very limited. In comparison, Qin Rushi's attack was the most important among the three. She held a shield in one hand, and a great sword in the other, swinging it like the wind. The sharp sword energy on the great sword emitting holy light cut deep grooves on the flame demon. This is exactly the Olympus Holy Sword, one of the four great royal sacred weapons. Since Qin Rushi successfully stole the luck of the Lord of War, Monliad, and pulled up this huge rebel army, her royal destiny has increased day by day. Her compatibility with this royal holy sword is getting higher and higher, and the power she can exert is getting greater and greater. Although they didn't have time to communicate, Ji-sun clearly saw the changes in Qin Rushi. In these 7 days, her compatibility with the great sword has been visibly improved. At this moment, she is like a real female warrior, exuding a heroic and majestic sense of sacredness. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a sharp sound of clang. Qin Rushi probably didn't expect it herself, and exclaimed, "The defense is broken." Looking closely, the sword energy of the great sword hit the back of the flame demon, and a wound several meters long appeared. The wound was gushing out red magma that looked like blood. This was the essence of the original fire element. Ji-sun was also happy. There's a chance. This was the first time in 7 days that the three of them had truly broken through the defense. When seeing the blood bar, even the strongest creatures could foresee the scene of death. Seeing this, the three of them attacked fiercely at the same time. Ji-sun and Gongwu held back, while Qin Rushi slashed at the wound with sword energy. This fight lasted for another half a day. The wounds were increasing, and the fire essence flowing from the flame demon's body had already spilled all over the ground. Just like the monster whose blood was drained by Feng, even if its vitality was strong, it gradually weakened. The threat was also getting lower and lower. This battle that lasted for 7 days finally saw the dawn of victory at this moment. Finally, when Ji-sun and the other two were numbly holding their output, they suddenly heard a sharp sound of Qin Rushi seized a fleeting opportunity, holding the king's holy sword from a high place, and stabbed the huge head of the flame demon with one sword. This is the gathering point of the flame demon's spirituality. Auspicious clouds swirl behind her, and the Baiqiu immortal family, who had been prepared for a long time, also performed the secret method of soul-forbidden, immortal method God's tyrant entanglement. When the skull was broken, the flame demon's soul was immediately bound up. The flame demon's huge body suddenly stiffened on the spot. But he was still not dead. Seeing this, Gongwu shouted, "Ji-sun, take it!" As soon as he finished speaking, he accumulated the last bit of his cursed power and punched the flame demon's back, tyrant fist, sky god fist. A punch was thrown, and it seemed as if the entire mountain range was shaking. Gongwu threw out his strongest punch, and the heavy armor of the flame demon instantly broke apart. In an instant, Ji-sun clearly sensed the space crack that appeared on the body. Taking advantage of the moment when the armor was broken, the 2 cards in his hand instantly lit up, and he stretched out his hand forward, magic power empty hands. This is the space stealing technique blessed by 2 Joker Curse God cards. Ji-sun reached out to touch the space crack, and then touched a burning heart in the heat. He endured the burning pain and quickly pulled his hand out. He looked at a hot lava heart being pulled out. Lava heart detailed explanation, God level fire material. The moment this heart was peeled off from the flame demon's body, the deadly burning heat suddenly became mild. Ji-sun looked at the heart that had burned his hand through the folded space, and was overjoyed. It's done. It's over. The heart was taken out, and the flame demon's huge body immediately became completely motionless. The red lava flowing through the cracks in the rock armor also cooled rapidly and turned black. Seeing this, Gongwu, who had already lost all his strength, collapsed to the side, panting heavily, with a relieved laugh on his old face. "Ha ha ha ha, I finally killed this guy. Yeah, it's finally over." Ji-sun also felt that the nerves in his heart that had been broken for 7 days suddenly became empty. But before he could take a breath, he saw the holy light in front of him. He looked closely, and saw Qin Rushi pulling the king's holy sword out of the flame demon's head, and his aura also changed indescribably. At this moment, every time the great sword was pulled out of her head, the holy light lingering on her body became more dazzling. Ji-sun had seen the scene. This was the manifestation of the law of kingship. When Chujio ascended the throne, it was also like this, as dazzling as a rising star. It was visible to the naked eye that Qin Rushi was like the true body of a Valkyrie. Her left hand Gorgon shield shone brightly, and her right hand Olympus greatsword shone brightly, and the shadow of the demon god Heragos behind her also temporarily released a brilliant divine light. At this moment, the divine light and the holy light of the Valkyrie overlapped faintly, transcendent into sainthood. Ji-sun's eyes froze, and he instantly understood something. It's not only human emperors who have the fate of kingship, this flame demon King Ganner also has it. He is the king of the flame demon, the emperor of the fire element, and the Olympus great sword is the legendary sword of the King Slayer. Qin Rushi killed this flame demon king, and completed the special promotion ceremony of the King Slayer sequence. Although Ji-sun didn't fully understand why Qin Rushi did this, he could clearly sense that her strength had skyrocketed and she had entered the holy realm. Her fate had also skyrocketed, and she already had the power of the king. Her compatibility with the shield and the sword, two divine objects, had also reached an extremely high level. In her field of vision, Qin Rushi finally pulled the big sword out of the body of the flame demon. She seemed to sense that she had entered a magical state. After a moment of experience, she tilted her head in the holy light and looked at Ji-sun with a faint smile. But the three of them were already extremely tired. Without any time to communicate, they each began to meditate and recover. You use Feast Devour, Constitution plus 0.5. You use Feast Devour, Fire Element Law Understanding plus 12. You use Feast Devour, Fire Element Affinity plus 0.4. The three of them sat cross-legged in the lava cave to recover for a long time. Ji-sun was also absorbing the extraordinary characteristics of the flame demon's corpse, and his data rose rapidly. Suddenly, I heard a distant shout beside my ear. Teacher! Teacher, where are you? Ji-sun opened his eyes, and saw three little guys holding a relic oil lamp that could resist fire magic, and came all the way from the cliffs that were still hot magma. It was Darcy and his three companions, who came quickly because they were worried about the safety of Ji-sun and his companions. Because they guessed that this battle might consume too much energy, and were afraid that something might happen to the teachers, they took the risk and rushed here as soon as the battle ended. But even if it was a corpse, the remaining pressure and law erosion of the Flame Demon King were not something that three low-level card masters could withstand. They couldn't get close, so they climbed a mountain from a distance. They saw the body of the Flame Demon and searched slowly. Then, they saw Ji-sun and the other two who were meditating and resting. Seeing that the teachers were fine, the three little guys were overjoyed. Isabel waved her hands excitedly, without caring about her ladylike reserve, and shouted loudly, "Teacher, Master's wife, Senior Gong." Ji-sun smiled slightly and signaled that they could come over. The three little guys then trotted over excitedly. "Wow, teacher, you really killed a flame demon. That's too much. I've never seen such a terrifying monster." "No, even my father hasn't seen it. Look, the ground is full of top-grade fire element gems. All these, aren't they the blood of the flame demon?" Darcy and the other two were extremely excited when they saw the huge corpse of the Flame Demon King. They were disciples of Ji-sun and Gongwu, so they were certainly not outsiders. They pointed and touched around the corpse, looking at it here and there. The three guys watched the teachers resting and recovering, and did not disturb them. They simply collected the extraordinary materials on the ground with great interest. You should know that this Flame Demon King is almost the strongest creature below the god level. It can be said that the materials on his body are the top level in the plane. Even Isabel, a noble lady, had her eyes shining, like a little girl picking mushrooms, happily picking up the rubies on the ground. Ji-sun looked at the three guys and smiled slightly. Gongwu also showed a relieved smile on his face. At this time, Qin Rushi looked at Isabel, whose face was full of excitement, and seemed to have thought of something, and said, "Another big surprise. There is another Vulcan fruit deep in this lava cave. I took away the shield before, and I was afraid that something might happen, so I didn't have time to pick it. You can ask your teacher to help you pick it later." Isabel thought she had heard it wrong, and was stunned for a moment. Surprise bloomed on her face, and she was so excited that she couldn't say anything more. "Wow, thank you, Master's wife. Thank you, teacher." Qin Rushi's eyebrows moved slightly, and a gentle smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, which was not surprising. He had seen the introduction in the classics. Fire God Fruit, a legendary fire treasure. It is said that it is a spiritual fruit that can only grow by absorbing nutrients from the corpse of a god, so it is not surprising that it appears here. As the name suggests, eating it can make humans have the same fire affinity as the fire god. This divine fruit is not edible by ordinary people, but it is just right for Isabel's already extremely high red dragon bloodline. It is definitely a great opportunity that can take her talent to a higher level. Sure enough, big risks are often accompanied by big gains. For Ji-sun, the lava heart is also a great help for him to touch the peak of transcendence in advance. Chapter 604. The next day, Ji-sun and the other two finally recovered from the exhausted state of the depleted mana. The body of the flame demon had been dismantled into various materials, and now only the black lava stones were left on the ground. Ji-sun went to the magma deep in the cave and picked the fire god fruit and gave it to Isabel. The girl ate the fruit and now her whole body was like a burning ball of fire. At this moment, she was trying her best to meditate and digest it. After 7 days of fierce fighting, the rebels needed top masters to take charge, so Gongwu led David to catch up with the main force. Qin Rushi was still in that mysterious state of perception. Ever since she killed the flame demon King Ganner yesterday, she had been emitting a dazzling holy light like the sun. Ji-sun saw that this was a manifestation of her transcendence and her improved destiny. From this moment on, she also truly reached a high level of resonance with the royal sacred object Olympus' holy sword. Ji-sun did not disturb her and silently guarded by her side, while also absorbing the lava heart. Since he advanced to the 9th level, it has been difficult for him to absorb extraordinary characteristics from the outside world through the feast as before. Now that his rank has reached the peak of a card master, even if he absorbs corpses of the same rank, the extraordinary properties he can obtain are very limited. Moreover, there are not that many corpses of the 9th rank that he can absorb. And this lava heart is the transformation of the divine nature of a god-level red dragon that fell in the Great Collapse era. Its rank is considered sub-god level, and its extraordinary properties are amazing. This provides Ji-sun with a large amount of pure and absorbable extraordinary properties. While meditating, suddenly a sacred force leaked out. Ji-sun opened his eyes, and saw that the holy light on Qin Rushi's body finally converged. This also means that she has stabilized the mysterious power she realized yesterday. Qin Rushi exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a mysterious aura of divine power swept quietly. Although there was no god descending, it still gave people a sense of sacredness that the Valkyrie was in person, and could not be looked at directly. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Qin Rushi, and vaguely guessed something. Darcy on the side also tilted his head, and looked curiously. After all, she was his respected master's wife, not just someone else, so he directly asked the doubts in his heart, "Master's wife, why do I feel that you and the teacher are getting more and more similar? Have you also touched the power of rules?" Although he couldn't understand it, this mushroom-headed guy was very smart, and he deduced some truths. Qin Rushi smiled and didn't hide it, yeah. As she spoke, her sparkling eyes met Ji-sun's curious gaze, and she explained, "The royal sword allowed me to touch the unique power of the Kingslayer sequence." Oh! Ji-sun was not unfamiliar with this statement. Before, he relied on the Crown of Thorns to understand the ability of the Tyrant sequence to change the rules. Now it seems that Qin Rushi is taking the same path. Ji-sun was curious about something else and asked, "What kind of rules did you comprehend?" Qin Rushi smiled calmly, and said a new ability that Ji-sun could understand, but could not fully comprehend, breaking the rules. Looking at his surprised expression, Qin Rushi said, "The power of the king's holy sword is to destroy the original rules and order." So powerful? Ji-sun understood it now. You have to know that the god rank is to use certain cosmic rules for its own benefit. The Tyrant sequence just changes certain rules to make the environment more favorable to itself. And being able to break the rules is amazing. No wonder this Olympus Holy Sword is the exclusive royal sacred weapon of K of Diamonds Regicide. So that's how it is. Isn't Regicide just breaking the original rules? Although he roughly understood it, Ji-sun still couldn't understand it accurately. Qin Rushi knew that the power she had was very special, and said, "How about you try it?" She also wanted to try whether the new ability she had comprehended was useful. The tacit understanding between the two made Ji-sun understand instantly, and he was also very curious, and agreed immediately, "Okay." As he said that, he took out the colorful Joker spell card and instantly released the spell, Poker Game Night Square. The card flashed with light, and an invisible defensive barrier formed around Ji-sun's body. This is a defensive ban at the rule level, simple but effective. At least unless you encounter a special creature of the level of the Flame Demon King, it is extremely difficult to break it with ordinary rules. Jin Rushi saw this, and raised the king's holy sword. She didn't dare to aim at Ji-sun, but slightly deviated from the direction, and when the holy light on the sword was like a torch, she suddenly slashed it down. Shwa! With a sound, a crescent sword energy more than 10 meters long was formed instantly, carrying a destructive sharpness, and slashed forward. Ji-sun's eyelids twitched suddenly. This power even shocked Jin Rushi himself. It was estimated that the sword energy was only a few meters long. How could it be so big? Before the two of them were surprised, they saw the crescent sword energy hit the defensive band that Ji-sun had deployed. The invisible sword energy hit the invisible shield, and the two sides were deadlocked for a moment. Ji-sun watched the shield break, and the sword energy poured in. Broken? Ji-sun's eyes widened when he saw the sword energy passing by him. Although this barrier was casually set up, it was not something that ordinary sword energy could cut through. Looking carefully at the sword energy that cut a large crack in the ground, Ji-sun frowned and couldn't help but sigh. It's really a destruction at the level of rules. This method is amazing. At this moment, he clearly recognized the destructive power of the king's holy sword. The law versus the rule is originally like a wooden sword versus an iron shield. The two are not in the same dimension at all. This is also the qualitative difference between humans and gods at the extraordinary level. However, the sword just now broke the rules. Ji-sun thought of too many images in his mind at once. This ability is simply a natural counter to all kinds of god-level methods. All are ants under the rules. One sword breaks all laws. All fancy laws are one sword. Although he has only touched the surface of the rules now, the spell just now is far from the strength of the god level. But Jin Rushi is only the 8th level. If she is at the 9th level, how strong will she be? At least they would not have taken that long to kill the Flame Demon King, who they had fought hard for 7 days a few days ago. Jin Rushi's expression was also shocked, and she was obviously shocked by her own sword. She looked at Ji-sun, blinked, and asked unsurely, "It seems very powerful?" It was also the first time for her to touch this new level of power, and she was not sure what kind of outrageous ability she had mastered. Ji-sun's eyes twitched inexplicably when he heard it, and then he smiled with relief. Very powerful. At the same time, he was amazed that the 4 great royal sacred artifacts passed down by the Talon Empire were really so special. Oh! The last one royal orb is still in the hands of the Holy See Pope, and has not been seen yet. The two did not need to say much. Jin Rushi looked at his expression, and understood that he might have really comprehended something extraordinary. Jin Rushi also left. She was the leader of the rebels, so of course she could not leave the main force for a long time. And Isabel was still digesting the fire god fruit for a long time, and Ji-sun also needed to absorb the lava heart, so they simply stayed in this cave. Almost a month has passed in a flash. The former crypt of the Dragon Lizard clan has completely turned into a ruin, and the flowing lava has completely cooled into hard volcanic rocks. But the remaining breath of the fire demon is still there. At least in the next few years, the monsters and small animals dare not approach. The power of the fire element is still abundant. This is a quiet environment suitable for cultivation. Ji-sun is meditating, and the 2 disciples Darcy and Isabel are also busy with their own cultivation. One day, next to the forbidden ruined stone tablet, mushroom-headed Darcy was standing in front of the stone tablet, stroking the words on the stone tablet bit by bit, and reading them carefully like an archaeologist. Ji-sun was also very surprised before. At Darcy's level, it is reasonable that he cannot understand the contents of the stone tablet at all. But this little mushroom-headed man showed an extraordinary ability to understand. Normally, a 4th-level card master would immediately faint after seeing the stone tablet due to the massive amount of information contained in the advanced demon language, but Darcy did not feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, he said that he saw some high-level information that he could not remember. Darcy himself didn't know what he wanted to see, but it seemed that the content on the stone tablet had an inexplicable attraction to him, making him stand in front of the stone tablet for a month. Ji-sun knew that this might be a special ability of the Light Chaser lineage, and seeing that he was fine, he didn't care much. On the other side, Isabel had completely digested the fire god fruit. At this moment, this girl seemed to be the controller of the fire element, and countless fire elements in various forms lingered around her body. It can be seen with the naked eye that her strength has increased dramatically. Ji-sun himself has also changed greatly. Just now, the lava heart in his hand had been extracted of its last trace of extraordinary properties, and turned into a ball of powder that flew away with the wind. Huh? Ji-sun opened his eyes from meditation, and looked at the ash that remained in his palm. His eyes were full of brilliance. Although it took a month to devour this time, he was very satisfied with the sudden increase in strength. At this moment, the three basic attributes of strength, agility, and physique on Ji-sun's panel increased by more than 300 points, and all exceeded the 2,900 mark. After the transformation, it can increase further. You know, the strength attribute of a general 9th level pure-blood dragon is about 3,000, and Ji-sun's strength is now comparable to that of a humanoid dragon. In addition, the mana value has also broken the 1 million mark, and the mental power has exceeded 1,500. In addition, the skills, toughness, and understanding of the laws of various systems have also increased dramatically. In particular, the affinity for the fire element and the understanding of the laws have almost doubled. But from the data, Ji-sun has transformed from a card master who has just entered the 9th level to the late 9th level. This is the level that a general 9th level card master can only reach after countless years of hard work. Shangyan, this magical secret method, allowed him to reach it in just a few months. Ji-sun was immersed in the joy of the sudden increase in strength, and at the same time, he sighed in his heart, if I want to have such a big improvement in the future, I'm afraid I can only find various god-level materials. Shangyan can only have such a huge increase if he devours materials that are one level higher than himself. He is now at the 9th level, and higher materials are already hard to come by. But when he thought of it, he suddenly laughed at himself and complained that he was a little unsatisfied. Ji-sun collected his thoughts, and suddenly felt something inexplicably in his heart, so he took out a gray photo. It was the gray fog relic. Just like when a person grows taller, his vision will be higher. The same is true for the extraordinary path. Some things at a high level require a high level of physical realm to see. Ji-sun's strength has skyrocketed now, and he vaguely feels that he seems to have touched something. That feeling of uncertainty makes him feel that he needs some external force to assist, such as Black Rose Tavern. Soul Wine. I happened to have the soul of the flame demon in my hand, and I didn't know what kind of wine I could get from the bartender. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's thoughts explored the gray fog space. Ji-sun had been to this gray fog world many times, and he walked into the depths of the gray fog with familiarity. Those residual souls seemed to know him, and they didn't bother him anymore. Soon, he passed through the fog and followed the orange gas street lights to find the magical Black Rose Tavern. The tavern was still full of those old drinkers. Pig-headed man, dwarf, two-horned demon, six-armed old man, toad monster and bear man. These are fragments of the consciousness of the top strong men in history. After Ji-sun entered the tavern, these monster drinkers also recognized him, and never looked at him differently. Ji-sun still sat at the bar, facing the door of the tavern. Although he knew that this was the seat of Emperor Lanlingster, he had never seen it again after that time. Thinking that it would be okay to sit down, the bartender looked at him and greeted him. What would you like to drink this time? Ji-sun was not in a hurry to choose, but asked, I now have a complete soul of the Flame Demon King. What can I drink? This kind of soul wine is not unlimited. He now understands that most people may only be able to bear one in their lifetime. Last time I drank a cup of Wind Dragon Soul, my body couldn't bear the second cup. Maybe now it can? Ji-sun himself was not sure, so he simply asked someone who knew about wine. The bartender took a look at the Flame Demon Soul that Ji-sun took out and praised, oh, it's a rare thing. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of black, poison-like bottle from the wine cabinet and introduced it. This demon Tiani will help you burn the divine fire. Of course, if you drink it, your soul may burn and die. Divine fire? Ji-sun was also surprised when he heard it. Is it so big right away? Soul wine has this effect? You must know that condensing the godhood and burning the divine fire are two necessary steps to become a god. Any step beyond this is a transgression in status, and from then on, you enter a higher dimension of life. But this kind of breakthrough is not that easy. Just like Qin Rushi's contracted immortal by Chiu, who has lived for thousands of years, there is little hope for him to take this last step. Not to mention that a glass of wine can help burn the divine fire. So Ji-sun looked at the dark soul wine in front of him, and his expression became complicated for a while. First, he was amazed that burning the divine fire could be assisted by external objects. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a great opportunity. Second, he felt that how could this thing be taken out so casually? Ji-sun was really not prepared. He had just advanced to the 9th level not long ago, and although he had touched the surface of the divine power, but he did not blindly think that he had the possibility of burning the divine fire now. In fact, he did not know what burning the divine fire meant. Moreover, this wine had huge side effects, and if it did not work, he would die on the spot. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Ji-sun looked at the bartender and asked tentatively, "Excuse me. If I drink this glass of wine, what is the probability of burning the divine fire?" The bartender was wiping the transparent glass in his hand and responded casually, "Who knows? About 1%? As I said just now, this wine can only help you, but it cannot be a decisive factor." Ji-sun's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard this. Sure enough, it's not that good. In other words, 99% of people will die on the spot, maybe even more. He really didn't dare to drink it. He didn't want to. Ji-sun saw from the bartender's expression that there were probably a lot of 9th level people who were willing to bet on this 1% chance in the past. But that was someone else. Ji-sun felt that if he was trapped in this realm for hundreds of years, he might really want to give it a try. But he had just advanced to the 9th level not long ago, so he was not in a hurry at all. The bartender seemed to see Ji-sun's concerns and said, "Demon Tiani, the materials for brewing wine are hard to find, and this is the last cup. But since you paid, you can also keep it here. Come and drink it next time." Ji-sun listened and almost had no hesitation, and was about to say that he would keep the wine. At this time, he suddenly heard the sound of a carriage rolling on the cobblestone road outside the tavern. The other drinkers in the tavern also suddenly became serious. Having experienced it once before, Ji-sun knew what it meant, and his expression was startled, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. As expected, as the sound got closer, a ghost carriage burning with soul fire stopped in front of the tavern. The burly coachman, who was shrouded in death, opened the door, and a graceful woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat held the hat with one hand, and lifted the hem of her black dress with one hand, and stepped down. It was the witch Lanlingster whom he had met once. Ji-sun stood up from the chair. It was the second time he met the witch queen. He was not as reserved as last time, but he was still polite, and saluted with his chest protected. Witch Lanlingster saw him at a glance, and a charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. "You have changed a lot." Ji-sun smiled, and pulled open the high stool, and gestured to her to be next to him in a gentlemanly manner. "Senior, long time no see." Unexpectedly, a hint of intelligence flashed in the beautiful eyes of Witch Lanlingster, and she smiled and asked back, "Long time, how long?" While speaking, she gathered her hip-wrapped long skirt and sat on the high stool with an elegant posture. This? Ji-sun was speechless for a moment, and was really embarrassed. "Yes. How long has it been? According to the real time, it has been almost 2 years since he last met this person. But the time flow in this space is not normal. As the Witch Lanlingster said when he came last time, time is relative, and the time flow in this gray fog space is not the same as that in the normal world. It is more like a book. When someone's consciousness turns, the storyline in the book will flow." Ji-sun had asked people like Griffith, Chujio, Nanjing, and Rennie who had come in before. The conclusion is that everyone comes in a different timeline. It's like randomly opening a page of a book, and everyone sees something different. Ji-sun has come here many times, and confirmed this. And it was the conversation just now that made him feel that the timeline continued. This is why Ji-sun hesitated. How long is a long time? This question made him realize that this Witch Lanlingster seemed to be unconstrained by the time in this gray fog space, and she could appear at the time node she wanted to appear. Seeing Ji-sun fall into silence, Witch Lanlingster smiled, and did not ask any further questions. She glanced at the black soul wine demon Tiani on the bar. Although she did not speak, her smiling eyebrows seemed to hide something. Ji-sun knew that even meeting this person was a great opportunity. He was not stingy, and asked for wine. Witch Lanlingster the Great also saw through his little thoughts and smiled lightly without saying anything. In front of this great emperor, Ji-sun would not pretend to be deep. He did not understand and asked directly, "Senior, if it was you, how would you answer just now?" He threw the question back. Witch Lanlingster seemed to find it interesting, chuckled with her hands covering her mouth, but shook her head, as if she thought the question was naive. She didn't answer but asked, "Last time I asked you a question, am I alive or dead now? Do you have an answer now?" The voice seemed to have magic, and Ji-sun fell into deep thought in an instant. He thought of the last time he went to Cipher Manor, and saw Songyu in the long river of time. According to his timeline, Songyu had passed away, and he only saw the girl in the past. But at that time, Songyu was clearly alive. She was not a photo, not an image, not anything else. She was just a living person. Ji-sun felt that his perception of time in his mind was becoming chaotic. It was as if his soul was sublimating, and gradually leaving his body. Then he saw himself thinking hard at the bar from the perspective of a third person. Ji-sun could not describe what the feeling of soul elevation was. But it was like a reader turning a page of a book. His sight stopped, and the world stopped too. Everything in the tavern was still. But in this state of everything is still, one day people were completely unrestricted. That beautiful face seemed to be surprised that Ji-sun could enter this state all of a sudden. She tilted her head to look at the Ji-sun consciousness in the sky, her dimples slightly sunken. She smiled charmingly, and her red lips slightly opened. Time is like a river. When you learn to observe, you stand outside the river, instead of being swept away by the flood and drifting with the flow. Time is like a river. Ji-sun looked at the tempting red lips, his eyes blurred as if he was drunk. The gentle voice beside his ear was like a magical guiding spell, leading his thoughts to a very high altitude. Ji-sun felt that his consciousness was getting lighter and lighter, flying out of the tavern, through the fog, and higher. It was like taking off from the ground, then passing through the dark clouds and atmosphere, and arriving in outer space. This is a foggy chaos. The human mind cannot recognize things beyond its own cognition. You are in time, and you cannot recognize the full picture of time. Only by becoming an observer can you see the full picture of truth. The soul is more like the root of a plant. It is in a place we cannot see. To glimpse the truth, you must first realize that the more your soul yearns for the sunlight above, the more its roots will extend into the dark underground. Ji-sun felt that his consciousness had become blurred. He didn't know whether the voice coming from the sea of consciousness was the teaching of the great emperor, or the secret method of my heart is the universe that he had seen on the forbidden ruined stone tablet. At this moment, Ji-sun's consciousness fell into a kind of observer. He saw everything in the universe. But he himself was not in the universe. He was higher than the one who saw the universe, the high-dimensional observer. Ji-sun himself didn't know that this was the world of his consciousness. For a long time, it seemed like billions of years had passed. It was a chaotic world of consciousness. There was nothing, not even nothing. Suddenly, the moment he entered a certain node, his vision suddenly became clear. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the universe, and the light exploded, and the universe expanded rapidly. Billions of years passed in the blink of an eye, and the rapidly expanding universe had turned into a dazzling galaxy. What Ji-sun didn't know was that Chidi had already flickered into a piece. You have some realization. My heart is the universe secret skill proficiency plus 3,331. You have some realization. My heart is the universe proficiency plus 5,112. You have some realization. My heart is the universe level upgrade LV7. You have some realization. My heart is the universe level upgrade LV8. You have touched the mystery of the divine fire, and in that state, time seems to have no meaning. Ji-sun didn't know where he was, as if everything in the universe was himself. He seemed to have turned into the light that exploded in the universe, and kept moving towards the distant fog. He seemed to have lost himself. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from and where am I going? He didn't know where he was going, and his consciousness was no longer controlled by his consciousness. Suddenly, the familiar and gentle voice came to his ears again. The universe you see is just an image projected by consciousness. Through projection, we can reflect on the world. That is the truth. In an instant, the infinitely expanding universe collapsed rapidly and returned to the origin. Ji-sun's eyes suddenly focused, as if awakened from a dream. Ji-sun looked at the gradually clear picture in front of him and realized that he seemed to have grasped something incredible. The soul wine on the table was empty, and the bar was covered with dust. It seemed that countless years had passed. The brightly lit Black Rose Tavern also became dilapidated. The drinkers had long disappeared, leaving only a pile of broken tables and chairs eroded by time. But before he could digest the shock in his mind, Ji-sun saw the witch Landlingster in front of him and said in shock, "See near you." The black-dressed woman in front of him could no longer see her beautiful face. Only a gray mist could be seen, and her graceful figure could be vaguely seen. Ji-sun could not even recall the appearance of the witch queen. There was only a gentle farewell in his ear. "Thank you for treating me to a drink, but we will not see each other again. It's nice to meet you. It's also nice to meet this world." As if bidding the world a final farewell, the colorful black collapsed before his eyes. Ji-sun was speechless for a moment. He then realized that the witch queen had just said goodbye to him, but before he could express his thousands of wishes to keep her. He looked again, and the gray fog in his vision had completely dispersed, and the gray fog remains in his hand had become clear. It was a clown with scars all over his body, who took a selfie in front of the camera at the last moment of his life, leaving behind a bright smile. This is the true appearance of the King of Cards Joker. It is formless, but it has all forms. Even at the last moment of his life, he still gives the world a brilliant smile. That smile seems to mock the hypocrisy of the gods, the incompetence of the god of death, and the greed and cowardice of human nature, as if to say, "I have been to this world Like looking in a mirror, Ji-sun saw himself. At this moment I am Joker. Chapter 605. Chaos Law. Ji-sun looked at the scarred but still grinning clown in the photo in his hand, and murmured in his heart. No wonder it is called Grey Fog Remains. This is the last photo of the King of Cards Joker left in the world. Ji-sun now sees the pattern on the photo clearly, and actually recognizes a special law called Chaos Law for the first time. This is a high-level law that expresses the ultimate secret of the universe. Although Ji-sun himself cannot accurately describe what he has realized, it makes him see a brand new world. At this moment, his thoughts were clearer than ever. It was a state of extreme emptiness. For ordinary people, thinking about a problem would occupy the entire brain, but now, even the most complex problems were not even 1/10 of his thoughts. The once complex logical deductions now got the answer in an instant. Ji-sun vaguely felt that this should be the burning of the divine fire. It can't be said that burning the divine fire will have an eternal soul like a god. But it is also like the sparks of a lighthouse, illuminating the endless darkness. Just like seeing the first ray of light in that chaotic gray fog world before, when it exploded, a new universe was born. My heart is the universe, so this is the beginning. At this moment, Ji-sun finally understood what this Joker-exclusive divine cultivation secret method was all about. Before, I only thought that this secret method could temper the divine power and strengthen the soul, but now it seems that it is a secret method for gods to cultivate divine fire. Moreover, it is not an ordinary divine fire secret method. According to the information currently obtained, possessing divine nature and divine fire has entered the divine level, belonging to lower gods. The more powerful Tarun's last high priest Nanshinyu is middle god, and Emperor Lanlingster is the legendary upper god. This is already the top existence in the plane. Then what level of god is the King of Cards Joker, who once created the Card Master civilization? Ji-sun couldn't understand that level. But he realized that the secret method of my heart is the universe might ultimately point to creating the world. Just now in the gray fog space, the witch Lanlingster guided him to see the process of the mind creating the world. Ji-sun thought of different dimensional space, a special existence that is not a world, but also a world. Theoretically, if Ji-sun's thinking logic can support the operation of a world, then he only needs enough materials to create the world in his mind. Not only the spiritual level, but also the material level. There were too many thoughts in his mind at once. So could the Card Master plane really be created by a higher god? This thought popped up in Ji-sun's mind. He could not recognize problems beyond his cognition. He could not give himself an answer. Thinking of this, Ji-sun glanced at the forbidden ruin stele in front of him. For the first time, he clearly saw the contents recorded on the stone tablet, understood why the high-level demon language on the stone tablet contained such a huge amount of information, and completely understood why low-level creatures could not read this high-dimensional knowledge. Just like a simple symbol. If you use a formula to decompose it, you will get an infinite amount of data, which contains information about the rules of the world. If you want to describe it, its information content is infinite for humans. But if you use high-level demon language to describe it, it is just a symbol that mortals cannot understand. Is this the world in the eyes of the gods? Ji-sun's thoughts fell into a very subtle high-dimensional state. He looked at the gray mist relic in his hand, and sighed again. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Ji-sun certainly knew that he was able to ignite the divine fire entirely because of the guidance of the witch Lanlingster the Great. It's like a teacher. It's a pity that we won't see each other again. The road ahead will be walked by himself. Ji-sun felt deeply moved, as if he was standing on the shoulders of a giant, so that he could see the high scenery in front of him. Emperor Lanlingster probably felt the same way. They all stood on the shoulders of the giant, the Kashi civilization, and were qualified to see the ultimate secrets of the universe. This opportunity made Ji-sun feel grateful. No matter what the future holds, he would always leave something for the Kashi civilization. Just as he was thinking, he heard a conversation. Stupid Darcy, I feel so strong now that I want to challenge you. Junior sister, you can't beat me. Humph, I don't believe it. Yesterday, I broke through the tyrant fist again, and have touched the threshold of the realm. Look at my move, Dragon Roar. After a while, the crackling sound of fighting ended, and the sound of conversation came again. Ah, Darcy, why can't I beat you? I told you, it's not a matter of moves. I'm too familiar with you, you can't beat me. Also, I've touched the realm, it's normal that you can't beat me. Damn, Darcy, we're obviously practicing together, why are you always better than me? Ah, you know, my current strength is definitely invincible in the same level, but I can't beat you every time. Hey, the teacher seems to be awake. After hearing those conversations, Ji-sun's thoughts seemed to gradually return to his body. He vaguely realized that this sluggish feeling was the erosion of the law of time. It seemed like a long time had passed. He focused his eyes and saw a mushroom-headed boy and a red-haired girl running over happily. It was Darcy and Isabel. But Ji-sun frowned slightly when he looked at them, because he found that the appearance of the two disciples had changed slightly. Not only did he look more heroic, but he was also a little taller. Ji-sun realized that the just now in his mind might have been a long time ago. Teacher! Teacher! The two little guys saw Ji-sun really wake up from meditation and ran over excitedly. Isabel, the little girl, stared at Ji-sun's eyes with her big eyes without any hesitation and exclaimed, "Wow, teacher, there seems to be a universe in your eyes." Ji-sun smiled slightly, knowing that it was the divine fire that he could not completely restrain now. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "How long have I been meditating?" Darcy immediately responded, 6 months and 17 days. As he said, he seemed to know what the teacher wanted to ask, and said, "You have been in a meditative state before, and have been like this. The teacher's wife was worried, and came to see you once. She said you had an epiphany, and then you passed away." Ji-sun suddenly realized. It turned out that half a year had passed since he started meditating this time. Thinking of this, he stood up and stretched his slightly stiff body. Two disciples were waiting on the side, looking at their teacher with great curiosity. They clearly sensed that there was a strange aura around Ji-sun. It made them feel a sense of worship, as if they had seen a god. Isabel was a chatterbox, and her teacher was not an outsider. She blinked her curious eyes and asked directly, "Teacher, why do I feel that you are different from before? It seems that..." She couldn't express her feelings. Darcy seemed to be thinking about something, and asked, "Teacher, are you burning the divine fire?" Hearing this, Ji-sun tilted his head to look at his mushroom-headed man, raised a curve at the corner of his mouth, and asked, "How did you guess it?" When the two little guys heard this, their eyes were instantly wide open. Isabel's face showed an indescribable surprise. "Ah, teacher, you really..." Darcy was also inexplicably expectant, and explained, "I guessed it. The teacher's wife came to see you before, and said that you were in a high-dimensional consciousness state, so I guessed that you might have broken through the bottleneck." Even if he guessed it, the mushroom-headed man looked incredible. You know, burning the divine fire is a sign of entering the divine level. The path of advancement from level 1 to level 9 is like climbing up step by step. The last few steps may be like rock climbing with bare hands, full of difficulties. But there is a way to go after all. And the threshold above level 9 is like a person looking at the sky from the top of a mountain. You can't touch it, you really can't touch it. Isabel's father, Marshal Andre, was stuck at level 9 for many years, and there was no sign of igniting the divine fire. My teacher is burning the divine fire now. Ji-sun looked at the two little guys with fangirl expressions, smiled, and shook his head. It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's just touching the threshold. The two little guys don't think so. They know their teacher's outrageous combat power. Isabel's eyes were full of stars, and she couldn't say anything else, but she said sweetly, "Teacher is the best." Darcy was more curious about something else and asked, "Teacher, what does it feel like to burn the divine fire?" The gap in rank was too big, and Ji-sun couldn't explain his realm. After thinking for a moment, his eyes were filled with a gleam of brilliance, and he said, "There are no more secrets below the god level. The Holy Church and the Holy Church of Light have been fighting in the holy city of Vatican for almost a year. The battle is very fierce, and it seems that the winner will be decided soon. Among them, it is worth noting that there are several key battles such as the Battle of Twin Towers, the Battle of Dorrance, and the Battle of Cismarin Mine. According to the current intelligence, there are at least 30 pure-blooded dragons above level 8 participating in the battle. The most popular ones are the 9th level Golden Dragon Golden Shield Risa, and the 9th level Black Dragon Black Scale Roderica. Based on the current intelligence, the Holy See will most likely lose. It is said that the dragon god Arel is approaching the end of his life, and he has fought the dead dragon Marodi several times, but has not gained any advantage. Also, the rebel army of Master's wife originally planned to go to the Red Dragon King's capital Acheron, but because they were blocked for a period of time in the Dokkan Mountains, the people of the Scarlet Cult took the opportunity to break through the Red Dragon King's capital. The Red Dragon royal family also fled into exile. Master's wife's rebel army went to the eastern part of the Red Dragon and controlled the city of Tennis and more than a dozen nearby provinces on the way to the old continent. Now we are building fortifications, waiting for the outcome of the battle between the two dragon gods. The rebel army controlled by the Blue Knight Konabos is also gaining momentum. They have swept through most provinces of the Black Dragon Kingdom, and are said to have millions of people. However, it seems that the rebel army is out of control now. They are burning, killing and looting everywhere, killing countless civilians. The disciples suspect that Monliad, the Lord of War, is collecting faith power. But the strange thing is that he can obviously provoke more wars in a more conservative way, but now it seems that he is anxious to use war sacrifices to gain power. During the 6 months that Ji-sun has been practicing, too many things have happened in the South Continent. Fortunately, Darcy helped to collect intelligence. As the three of them walked along, Darcy also talked about the major events that happened in the South Continent. This mushroom-headed man is a natural intelligence analyst, and he has an extraordinary insight into the situation. Ji-sun listened to the well-organized intelligence and quickly understood what happened. Darcy also analyzed everything, and there was basically no major problem. The current situation seems to be that the Great Melee is about to usher in a turning point. Once the Holy See is defeated, the Dragon Clan may free up their hands to clean up the human uprising army. Qin Rushi's choice to garrison in Tennis City is also the best choice. It is the only way to the Old Continent, and they can retreat or fight. But the current situation is that there is another plane monitor. Ji-sun saw from the details of those intelligence that the situation is developing in a strange way. This melee in the Southern Continent is not that simple. This made Ji-sun also feel a strong sense of crisis. Don't look at his current strength skyrocketing. He can almost fear no enemy below the god level. But facing the existence that once made several top masters of the Talon dynasty helpless, Ji-sun had no confidence at all. Moreover, he now saw the hidden clues left by the predecessors of the Kashi civilization on the Forbidden Ruin stele. Some things must be prepared in advance. Ji-sun thought of this, and took out the communication scroll to contact Katarina in the Old Continent and Chujio in the East Wasteland. A few days later, Tennis City in the east of Red Dragon. 100 miles northeast of here is the Endless World Rift to the Old Continent. Tennis City has the largest Void Dragon shipyard in Lon Continent, and the best shipbuilding craftsmen in the South Continent. Qin Rushi led the rebels to control the city, thus blocking the only throat to the Old Continent. The current chaos in the Southern Continent is not caused by resource plunder, but by a dispute over faith. So the previous few Old Dragon gods had little interest in the Old Continent. Qin Rushi also easily took over a large area nearby. This day, outside the city of Tennis. The city wall, which was originally several tens of meters high, has been reinforced to nearly 100 meters. Not only that, in addition to the magic tower, there are also large caliber cannons on the city wall. Mechanical hoisting equipment can be seen everywhere on the city wall, transporting stones to reinforce the city wall, and many soldiers patrolling the city wall are soldiers wearing mechanical equipment. Not only are there Void Dragon ships floating in the sky, but there are also steam floating airships. Outside the city, there are dense refugee tents. At the city gate, refugees lined up in a long queue, waiting to enter the city in a messy but orderly manner. Not all the people in the queue are civilians. There are also some nobles dressed in luxurious clothes, queuing with their families to enter the city. A large number of refugees come from other places every moment. They all want to go to the Old Continent through Tennis City to escape the war. Ji-sun and his 3 friends have been traveling for several days, and now they have arrived outside Tennis City. From a distance, Isabel was attracted by the majestic city wall and exclaimed, "Wow! Tennis City has changed so much." Yes. Ji-sun has passed by this city many times, and it has indeed changed a lot. It is simply transformed from an ancient magic castle into a military fortress full of black technology. Isabel looked at the hundreds of thousands of refugees outside the city, but why are there so many people? Darcy responded, the safest place in the Southern Continent now is the large area in the east of Red Dragon controlled by Master's wife. Refugees from the 3 kingdoms are pouring in here, and there will be more in the future. Ji-sun saw the cause and effect at a glance. More people is a good thing. Most of those who can escape are strong. They will add a large number of people to the Old Continent and bring a large number of laborers. This will also inject vitality into the development of the Old Continent in the future. The reason why there are long queues to enter the city is that in addition to checking identities, the most important thing is to inject gene anchoring potion one by one. Whether it is a vampire or a dragon, after the injection, they will anchor the main human gene. In this way, there will be less trouble, and it will also completely cut off the old forces in the Southern Continent. Several foreign god teams seem to have no interest in the Old Continent that is still being developed. Ji-sun sensed that there seems to be no special atmosphere in the refugee camp. At this time, Isabel saw the Legion badges on some soldiers guarding the city and was surprised. Hey, it's the flag of my Iris Legion. The general at the gate is Uncle Jerome. Is my father here too? Ji-sun and Darcy were not surprised at all. The natives of the Southern Continent, who saw mechanical technology for the first time, were inevitably afraid. But in addition to the flag of the rebels, there was also the flag of the Iris Legion in the city. This could greatly calm the refugees' anxiety. After all, this was once the territory of the Red Dragon Kingdom. The Iris Corps was once one of the 3 noble corps of the Red Dragon Kingdom, and the public trust is still very strong. And now that the Red Dragon royal family is in exile, the Iris Corps can also come back under the banner of returning to help. They don't have to obey orders, and they can also summon old subordinates to gather population and resources. This is the best opportunity to grow. Ji-sun and the other 2 did not stay outside the city for long, and walked straight to the city gate. As soon as Isabel lifted her cloak and showed her face, the soldiers of the Iris Corps immediately recognized their own lady. The 3 entered the city smoothly. Wow, the changes are really exaggerated. The 3 entered the city under the leadership of the guards. As soon as they entered the city, they were attracted by the lively and orderly prosperity on the streets. Various shops were open for business as usual, and there was no fear of war on the faces of the residents. Except that there were more patrolling soldiers, and the city was more majestic. It was no different from the pre-war Tennis city, and it was even more prosperous. The 3 had been in the wilderness for more than half a year, and suddenly entered a prosperous city. Isabel had been envious for a long time. She rushed into the pastry shop on the street, and quickly ran out with a few bags of pastries. "Teacher, this is for you. This is my favorite jade cake. Originally, it was only available in the royal capital Acheron. I didn't expect the boss to come to Tennis City. Stupid Darcy, this is for you. Ivan, there's one for you too." 1 bag was given to Ji-sun, 1 to Darcy, and 1 to Ivan, who had already become familiar with her. Isabel kept 1 bag for herself. This greedy girl didn't care about the reserve of a noble lady, and happily held her bag and started eating. Ji-sun didn't have any idle baggage. He opened the paper bag and casually took out a piece of crystal clear pastry and started eating. It was soft and sticky, and the taste was really great. Darcy also ate with relish. The 3 masters and apprentices ate while walking, and it was difficult for others to tell that this was a top-level strong man. As they walked, suddenly a burly man led a few guards and rushed into the field of vision. Isabel looked at it, and her crystal eyes lit up immediately. "It's father." She glanced at Ji-sun, as if asking for instructions. "Teacher?" Ji-sun smiled. Isabel then trotted over excitedly, jumped up and bumped into the arms of the burly middle-aged man. "Wow, father, long time no see. I missed you." The little girl who left home for the first time still missed her family passionately. Andre, the iron-blooded strongman, looked at his little daughter, his eyes full of doting tenderness. "Glad that you're back." As he said that, he glanced at Ji-sun not far away and nodded to say hello. Just with this glance, Andre suddenly had a very strange feeling, as if the guy in front of him had become stronger again. Before he could figure out if it was an illusion, Isabel in his arms raised her head proudly. "Father, look." Andre naturally knew the temperament of his precious daughter. She was going to show him the results of her practice, and he also cooperated with her with interest, looking forward to it. "Oh!" As soon as the voice fell, Isabel's red magic power burned like a flame. This flame magic power made her look like the arrival of the god of fire, faintly exuding a sense of domineering pressure. However, with this demonstration, the expressions of Andre and several senior generals around him instantly froze. Although this temperature had no effect on Andre, a 9th-level warrior. But when he saw this scene, his eyes showed disbelief. This top warrior who had fought on the battlefield for many years was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a while. Originally, he thought he would see a more powerful daughter, but he didn't expect to see Isabel, who was reborn. After taking the fire god fruit, Isabel could indeed be said to have been reborn. Her current talent for controlling the fire element has even reached the level of a 7th-level card master. And Professor Ji-sun's Tyrant Fist has now reached the master level, with a domineering aura. Andre looked at her again and again, his eyes full of disbelief, as if his expression could speak. Is this really his precious daughter? The change is so great that he can't believe it. Isabel looked at the shocked expressions of her father and several uncles, and was very satisfied. She raised her proud neck higher and said, "Father, I have changed a lot, right? During this time of studying with the teacher, I have been practicing very hard. You said before that I would be lazy, huh? You are shocked now, right? Few Dragonborn people know what humility is. In their concept, if they have strength, they must show it. Besides, the people in front of them are their loved ones." Andre was so shocked that he was speechless this time. Of course, he could see through Isabel's strength at a glance. It was because he understood it that he found it incredible. It was not surprising that his daughter's talent advanced to the 5th level in 1 year. But what's going on with this flame field? The 5th level has already touched the threshold of the field. If it weren't for the previous expedition to the East Wilderness, Andre would have thought that it was outrageous that the 6th level card master of the East Wilderness could master the field. So outrageous that even the Dragonborn were a little jealous. Now that his daughter is so outrageous, he, the old father, feels relieved for some reason. And the domineering aura, and the exaggerated spell power. This change is simply a different person from the image of his precious daughter. What shocked Andre the most was the strength of the flame law. This has already exceeded the level of at least 2 major ranks. He, who is at the 9th rank, could not imagine why he had such an exaggerated understanding of the law. Isabel saw her father's amazement, and said with pride on her face, "The teacher gave me a fire god fruit, and now I am very strong. Father, don't think that I have only improved 1 rank. I am no longer the person I used to be." Andre's eyelids twitched inexplicably when he heard it. Fire god fruit? Isabel said, "Yes. The teacher and his wife killed the Flame Demon King and finally found it." Andre's expression suddenly became complicated. He certainly knew the value of the fire god fruit. I didn't expect that Ji-sun would give this treasure to a disciple who had just been accepted. I owed him a big favor. In Andre's opinion, it seemed to be a better choice to accept a disciple instead of choosing a marriage. That guy was really sincere in training. I was a little worried about my precious daughter being wrong before, but now it seems that I was completely worried. Andre was inexplicably moved. Just as he was thinking, Isabel beside him was still chattering about her adventures during this period. "There are still many things to tell you." Andre, yes. "Tell me slowly." As he said that, he nodded to Ji-sun and led his precious daughter back to the mansion. Having been away from home for so long, not only he, the old father, but also many people in the family missed her. But as he walked, Andre felt something was wrong. "The teacher taught me a lot of great things." "Oh, father, you may not know that the teacher is really very, very powerful. He knows everything, and is proficient in everything." Isabel kept calling her teacher, which made Andre feel a little resentful. He finally asked, "Is she better than Dad?" Originally, he thought he would hear the sentence "Father is the most powerful person in the world." But he didn't expect that after all. His precious daughter hesitated for a moment, and then responded, "Father is also very powerful." Hearing these words that seemed to be comforting, Andre's eyes became more resentful. It's only been a year since he last saw his most beloved precious daughter, and it seems that she doesn't admire him so much. But at the same time, he was also sure of one thing, that Gaia's strength seemed to be really a bit outrageous. Ji-sun knew that Andre was not here to pick him up, and he didn't mind feeling the resentment. After walking a few steps, he saw a beautiful blonde woman who seemed to be glowing in a jewelry shop on the side of the road. She was leisurely choosing jewelry, and seemed to notice something, so she tilted her head to take a look. Darcy greeted happily Master's wife. It was none other than Catalina. Ji-sun walked in and greeted, "When did you arrive?" Katarina looked at him with seductive eyes. "I left as soon as I received your call. I just arrived this morning." "Oh." Ji-sun looked at the charming eyes that gradually became enchanting, and sighed in his heart, "She is really getting more and more like the moon goddess." Katarina was still choosing jewelry, and asked casually, "Which one is better?" "Both necklaces are extremely exquisite and luxurious. There is nothing to choose." Ji-sun intuitively pointed to one of them. "This one." "Yeah, I think so too." Katrina raised her eyebrows slightly, not seeming to hesitate. "Can you help me put it on?" "I'm happy to help." Ji-sun took the necklace. Katrina turned around and lifted her blonde hair to reveal her fair neck so that he could get it easily. At this time, she asked casually, "Didn't you want to be the emperor before? Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Chapter 606. Didn't you want to be the emperor before? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Katarina teased curiously. Ji-sun helped her buckle the necklace from behind and said, "I know what ceremony I need to be promoted." "Oh." Hearing this, Catalina responded, and then suddenly realized something. A strange color suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. She tilted her head to look at Ji-sun beside her, and said in surprise, "Have you hit that bottleneck?" Of course, it is the bottleneck of condensing the godhead. As the chosen one of the moon god, she knows the difficulty of that threshold better than anyone else. The 9th level is the peak of transcendence, but the card master who can really touch that bottleneck is another matter. If it were someone else, Katarina would never dare to believe it, but this guy. She looked at Ji-sun's indifferent smile, and before waiting for the answer, she already knew the answer, happy inside. I thought Miss Chin said you were in seclusion and practicing hard, and it turns out that you really broke through. So, you have stabilized the god's rules now? There is nothing to hide from this Lionheart lady, Ji-sun said truthfully. I do have some new insights into the power of rules. But more importantly, I have made a breakthrough in my soul. Katarina was slightly stunned, as if she was thinking about the meaning of this sentence. After a moment of silence, she seemed to suddenly think of something and asked in surprise, did you ignite the god's fire? Yes. Ji-sun nodded and said, it can be said that I have touched that realm, but it is too early to say that I have ignited it. Really? After saying this, Catalina's pretty face was completely filled with surprise. Others didn't know what it meant to ignite the divine fire, but she, the moon god, knew it very well. You have to know that I have the power of faith of hundreds of millions of believers in the East Wilderness, as well as the guidance of the moon god's will, and now I have barely touched that mysterious realm. How come this guy ignited the divine fire directly after not seeing it for more than a year? The White Jade Lion Lady of the Allied Commander-in-Chief hugged Ji-sun's neck deeply and intimately, without any hesitation, and looked at him carefully, and asked at the same time, what happened? It was hard to explain it in a few words, so Ji-sun simply said, it's a long story. I received some gifts from Emperor Lanlingster, and by chance I touched that threshold. Oh! Hearing this, Catalina did not ask any more questions. Anyway, there would be plenty of time to talk slowly later. At this time, Catalina understood why Ji-sun had informed her before that he was going to be the emperor. She asked again, so, you plan to condense the godhood through the royal power? Although it was not a perfect match, as long as he could be promoted, it would be an incredible achievement. God level, that is already a realm that humans cannot reach. However, Ji-sun shook his head unexpectedly. No. I don't plan to take the path of kingship. If he took the path of kingship, he felt that he had a high chance of condensing the godhood. But the degree of fit was not high, and there was a high probability that he would stop there. He was going to take another path. A promotion path that belonged exclusively to Joker. Catalina was also puzzled. Then you are? Ji-sun said, my promotion ceremony is the clown's playground. Catalina blinked her eyelashes when she heard the name of this ceremony. For a moment, she didn't know which godhood law it was referring to. At least none of the 52 demon god sequences were this one. Ji-sun's expression was half smiley and half serious. But Catalina could see that this guy was serious. You have to know that the card master's promotion ceremony to the god level involves a huge trend of civilization. The literal meaning is, this guy intends to treat the current situation as a playground? She realized that becoming an emperor was not the goal, and this guy was probably preparing to have a big game. Catalina was smart enough not to ask any more questions, and smiled, you haven't changed at all. Ji-sun accompanied Catalina to the jewelry store to buy some jewelry, some for herself, and some for others. As the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, it was rare for him to be so leisurely, and the two of them strolled around the prosperous city of Tennis again. I guessed that you might make a big move, so I brought 16 Titan armors. There are also 1,000 god hunters, and several god-killing cannons. As long as the dragon god doesn't come in person, I think it will be enough to deal with it. Oh, is the production capacity in the East Wilderness so great now? Yes. The Orlan Royal Court had actually built 2 production lines for Titan armor before, but it just lacked materials. The new world itself has mature mechanics and equipment. Thanks to your previous plan, the lords of the entire old continent are now providing us with high-quality materials, so that the new world can produce so many top-level armors. By the way, Chi-Chi is here too. Oh! The two walked and talked, and they came to a classical building made of huge white stone pillars. This is the municipal center of Tennis City. The rebels took control of the city, and Qin Rushi, as the leader, spent most of his time here. The guards all knew Ji-sun and Catalina, so they walked in without bothering anyone else. The city hall was full of busy officials. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of war refugees to be resettled every day, and there were a lot of things to do. The two went up to the 3rd floor, where Qin Rushi's office was. The 3rd floor was very quiet, with almost no one in sight. The view from the corridor was also very good, and through the window one could see the prosperous street scene of Tennis City. Ji-sun's perception is very sharp now. After walking a few steps, he heard a familiar conversation coming from the room, with the door open at the end of the corridor. And Qin, I heard that Ji-sun just came into the city? Yeah. The guards just reported that he and Miss Carter were shopping. What's wrong? Chi-Chi seems to be looking forward to it. Yeah. I haven't seen him for a long time. Of course I miss him. Haha, that guy is here. Katarina on the side also heard it, and smiled meaningfully at Ji-sun. At this time, the door of the office at the end of the corridor opened, and a tall girl in a liquid leather jacket poked her head out. Seeing Ji Xuanjun appear at the end of the corridor, she immediately smiled brightly, waved her hand and greeted excitedly Ji-sun. Ji-sun smiled slightly. Dong Chi's character has never been subtle. She trotted over excitedly and gave Ji-sun an intimate hug. Wow, haven't seen you for a long time. Ji-sun hugged the girl in his arms, and also sighed, long time no see. Although it seemed like the last time we met was during the East Desert final battle, it seemed like we hadn't seen each other for nearly 2 years. Catalina saw Dong Chi kiss her passionately in front of her, and teased, Chi-Chi, why don't you avoid me? Dong Chi knew that she was teasing him. But their relationship didn't mind this. Miss Chi-Chi tilted her head, still smiling excitedly, and responded, ha ha, Sister Carter, you didn't even tell me when you were going to pick up Ji-sun? Catalina smiled, and shook her head, we just happened to meet on the street. Dong Chi smiled, turned and looked at Ji-sun again, wow, why do I feel that you have changed a lot every time we meet? I can't tell what's different. Ji-sun smiled, yeah. Because the realm has improved, it's normal to feel different. Dong Chi tilted her head, and looked at him carefully, and felt the same way. She asked playfully, do you think I have changed too? Ji-sun glanced at her, you have realized the power of God. Dong Chi pretended to be a little disappointed, you can see this? And I said I would give you a surprise. Ji-sun knew what she was thinking, and at the same time he was curious, and I feel like your mental power is a little different. Hearing this, Dong Chi smiled proudly and brightly. Sister Carter used the moon goddess dream to help me practice the Deus Ex Machina before, and now this secret method has reached a very high level. As she spoke, she added with a smile on her lips, I can now control the mechanical angel. Oh, our Chi-Chi is so powerful. Ji-sun was really amazed when he heard it. He had seen the mechanical angel before, and it was very demanding to control that kind of top-level armor. It was not a simple physical control, but a state similar to man-machine integration, and the integration with the machine. It was not easier than the state of transcendence of ordinary card masters. I didn't expect Dong Chi to reach that level. Dong Chi smiled again, yes. Anything else? Have you noticed any other changes? She actually wanted to say that she has been practicing hard. When he was full of love, and Ji-sun certainly noticed it. Thinking back, he realized that the scene of their acquaintance in Wuzue City was many years ago. This Miss Chi-Chi has also changed from the gangster girl to the beautiful girl now. The immaturity has faded, and her whole body exudes mature sexiness. Ji-sun held her hips with both hands and said, Chi-Chi seems to have grown taller again. Now Dong Chi's height is almost the same as his, and her long legs, which were originally slender, now look even straighter. Especially wearing liquid leather, the touch in the hands is very subtle. Dong Chi is not shy about intimate topics at all, and raised her eyebrows. Yes, I give it to you later. Katerina beside him also understood, and smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. At this time, Qin Rushi also walked out from the old door of the office in the distance. She looked at the two intimate people, her beautiful eyes raised slightly, and said, let's go eat first. Miss Carter came all the way here, let's go try the specialties of the southern continent. Qin Rushi didn't treat Ji-sun or Dong Chi as outsiders, so of course there was no need to be polite. Only Katrina was not particularly familiar with her, and each of them was the leader of a major force, so some etiquette was always required. Katrina didn't mind, and smiled, Miss Qin, don't be so polite. This meeting was invited by Ji-sun, and Chujio was still rushing from the East Desert, and it would probably take a few days for him to arrive. It was not an official invitation, and there was no need for so much red tape. Without being disturbed by others, the four of them had a sumptuous and joyful dinner together. Qin Rushi knew that Ji-sun had been practicing in the Duoken Mountains during this period, but she was also amazed at his changes. Especially after learning that he had ignited the divine fire, she was as surprised as Katerina. After hearing Ji-sun's thoughts, she also guessed something. After all, few people knew better than Qin Rushi how treacherous the situation in the southern continent was now. But more often, the four of them didn't talk about serious matters, but some gossip. Coincidentally, the four of them met each other in the exile city of Innocent City. They have too many common wonderful memories that are either beautiful or thrilling, but all unforgettable. After dinner, several people wanted to have a drink, but it was not appropriate for them to go to the tavern. Qin Rushi took Ji-sun and the other two to her residence. As the leader of the rebel army, she did not choose the luxurious manner of the city lord's mansion before, but chose an apartment with a small garden not far from the city hall. The apartment was decorated very cozy, and Qin Rushi led the three to the study on the second floor. You sit down for a while, I go change clothes. Yes. Qin Rushi was still wearing the professional suit she wore during the day to handle government affairs, and of course she didn't need to be so restrained at home, so she went back to the next room to change clothes. There was a fireplace in the room, and the dancing flames added a bit of warmth to the room. The crystal lamp hanging on the ceiling was a relic that had the effect of clearing the mind and calming the spirit, and the light gave people a very gentle feeling. The desk was filled with various parchment scrolls and leather-bound magic books. A white bear skin was laid in front of the classically embroidered sofa. Shields and swords were hung on the wall. The study room was full of the unique style of the Valkyrie's wisdom and bravery. Dongqi liked this room very much and exclaimed, "Wow, Aunt Qin's house is so well decorated." She didn't treat herself as an outsider, but as her own home, and she was not restrained at all. She pressed the switch on her wrist, and the liquid leather coat faded away, revealing her fair skin. Under the leather jacket, there were only hot pants and a vest, and her tall and sexy figure was exposed to the air. There was no one else here, so Katrina took off her waistcoat, and the low-cut long skirt perfectly outlined her figure. There were many items with southern continent characteristics in the study, most of which were spoils of war that the rebels had collected from the nobles' treasury along the way. Katrina admired these spoils with great interest, and looked at the Olympus holy sword and Gorgon shield on the weapon rack, and she also showed great interest. As a woman with a royal destiny, she could see how powerful these two relics were. She tilted her head to look at Ji-sun and asked, "Is this the legendary royal sword?" Ji-sun nodded yes. Katarina's beautiful eyes lit up as she listened, and she saw something, and murmured, "It's so powerful, even just looking at it gives people a sense of sharpness that seems to break everything." Dongqi also saw the shield and said in surprise, "Ji-sun, what kind of metal is this shield? Why do I feel like there is no flaw?" Ji-sun said, "I don't know either. This is a relic left over from the Great Collapse era. But you are right, this shield is the most defensive object I have ever seen. It has the power of absolute defense." Dongqi didn't quite understand the power of rules, but Catalina beside him understood it. At this time, the three of them saw a painting of mermaid. The water in the painting was rippling, and the mermaid in it seemed to be alive, with a weak expression on her beautiful face, as if she was imprisoned. Dongqi asked curiously Ji-sun, "What is this?" Ji-sun had never seen it before, and he was also very curious. But he and Catalina both sensed that the mermaid was not so weak, and there was a hint of danger. As the three were watching, footsteps sounded outside the door, and Qin Rushi walked in. There were no servants in the apartment, so she walked in with 4 goblets in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, and introduced, "That is the sealed siren, found in a duke's treasury. This relic is a fatal threat to low-level card masters. But the singing is very nice." As she spoke, she raised her hand slightly, as if she had unlocked some kind of restriction. The banshee in the painting began to sing. The beautiful melody and ballad echoed in the study like a lullaby, giving people a sense of peace and pleasure. Ji-sun also knew what Qin Rushi meant. This ballad is indeed very nice to listen to for their level. But low-level card masters will be hypnotized immediately after listening to it. The three of them also satisfied their curiosity. However, what Ji-sun cared about was not this, but the black and gold cheongsam that Qin Rushi had put on. Her whole plump figure was just outlined by the tight cheongsam, and she exuded a mature charm from head to toe. The waist was cut just right, well proportioned without any excess fat, the side slits were just right, a pair of beautiful legs were looming, the neckline was hollowed out, and a pair of heavy white honey pomelos were about to come out. Qin Rushi, wearing a cheongsam, had a sexiness that could not be ignored. Dongqi blinked, not hiding his surprise. "Wow, I haven't seen Aunt Qin wearing a cheongsam for a long time." Katrina also glanced at her sideways, and glanced at Ji-sun with her peripheral vision, with a sly hint of meaning at the corner of her mouth. Qin Rushi smiled gently. "You wear armor most of the time, and rarely wear it." At this time, she put the wine glasses on the table and poured wine into all 4 glasses. "This is the Rainbow Dragon wine from the South Continent. The taste and efficacy are good, Miss Carter, try it." Of course, the wine she can take out to entertain guests is good wine. "Okay." Catalina sat on the sofa opposite Qin Rushi, and took a sip with great interest. Her eyes immediately lit up. Wow, such a rich taste. Ji-sun also tried it. As expected, a complex taste that seemed to have swallowed a rainbow swept through his taste buds. He had only heard of this Rainbow Dragon wine before, because it was a special wine of the Holy See. It was said to be supplied to the dragon god. I have never heard of any channel that could get it, even the three royal families. Now that the South Continent is in chaos, this kind of wine has also flowed out. Qin Rushi and Catalina sat on the sofas on both sides, as if they were both tacitly reserved. Ji-sun sat in the middle, but Dong Qi did not shy away from it at all. He sat directly beside him, took a sip of wine, and exclaimed, "Wow, it's really delicious." Several people sat around on the sofa, drinking and chatting. It always gives people a very safe feeling at home, and there is no need to worry about the topic of conversation. Ji-sun, if you plan to become emperor in the southern continent, it may cause a lot of trouble. Yes. Not to mention the Holy See and the three royal families. Even the nobles of the southern continent will not sit idly by. At that time, someone will definitely attack us. Are you just trying to reap a wave? Although our current strength is not weak, if there are too many enemies, it will be a big trouble. The most important thing is you. If you become the emperor, the hostility of those top forces will be directed at you, especially the Dragon Clan. At that time, no matter who wins, the Holy See or the Light Sect, the Dragon Gods on both sides will definitely target you first. They did not question Ji-sun's plan to become emperor, and even understood it very well. Now the situation in Dongwang and Jadalu is basically under their control. The group of people who came out of Dongwang already have a very powerful force in their hands. The New Orlan Royal Court, the Alliance Army, and the Rebellion Army are powerful and are also an alliance, but they are not a whole. Whether it is Katarina, Qin Rushi, or Chujio, these top masters in Dongwang almost all rely on the luck of the dynasty to get to where they are now. If it were any other time, there would be nothing wrong with their own development. But in the current situation, if they cannot gather their luck and go further, they will be defeated one by one sooner or later. But at present, none of the leaders of their forces can completely convince the other forces. Only Ji-sun. He has close ties with the three forces of the East Wasteland, and his strength and prestige are enough to convince everyone. When he becomes the emperor, he can immediately unite the forces of the entire East Wasteland and the old continent into a whole, and the dynasty's luck will inevitably soar. Qin Rushi and Catalina both have the rules of royal power. They know clearly that royal power is blessed by the luck of the plane. The new emperor ascends the throne is the most solemn ceremony of human civilization. Once someone becomes emperor, he is the ruler of all living things in the real sense, and will inevitably be blessed by the luck of the plane. This is the origin of the legendary receiving the mandate from heaven, and the king's power is granted by heaven. It is also one of the most important reasons for the promotion ceremony of the king's power to condense the godhood. Originally, Catalina and Qin Rushi would not be so surprised to become emperor in the old continent. Because there is a deep abyss rift blocking the way, the dragons of the southern continent can't do anything for a while. Give them some more time to develop, and they may not be unstoppable in the future. But Ji-sun chose to become the emperor of the southern continent. The act of becoming the emperor will directly steal the luck of the southern continent. This will bring huge luck to Ji-sun and all the forces in the eastern wilderness. Not to mention that Ji-sun has the opportunity to condense the godhood and break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. Just like Katarina, Qin Rushi, these canonized high-level people will also transform into the empire-level Moon Queen, Valkyrie, or even be promoted, with countless benefits. But the only problem is that this is someone else's territory, because the South Continent already has an emperor, the dragon god of the Arel Empire. If you think with your toes, this will definitely be targeted. Even if the Arel Empire is basically dead now, other dragons will never allow a human to be emperor in the South Continent. It's not just a provocation, it's a real theft of luck. This behavior will inevitably lead to endless troubles in the future. The four of them drank and chatted. Most of the time, it was Qin Rushi, Catalina, and Dong Qi who were talking. Ji-sun just listened silently. The three women had actually considered everything very carefully. They had almost thought of all the situations they would encounter after becoming emperor. As they chatted, they also found that Ji-sun seemed to have made up his mind. The three women were very familiar with Ji-sun. They certainly knew that Ji-sun's thinking ability was stronger than theirs, and he probably had already considered everything. Qin Rushi and Catalina didn't say anything more. First, at their current height, they had actually already vaguely guessed some of the erased history. Second, they had already realized that no matter what decision Ji-sun made, they would support him to the end. Dong Qi didn't quite understand and asked Ji-sun, "Do you have to become the emperor in the southern continent?" "Yes." Ji-sun couldn't tell him directly that it involved the plan of the plane supervisor, so he just said, "I understood the Forbidden Ruin stele and saw the message left by the predecessors. There are risks, but we must try." After this, although Dong Qi didn't understand, she was very sensible and didn't ask again. The tacit understanding made her see Ji-sun's seriousness. Qin Rushi and Katarina on the side seemed to be thinking about something. They already knew that Ji-sun was probably setting up a big plan. When talking about this topic, the atmosphere was inevitably a bit dull. For a moment, it seemed that there was no topic that could dilute the heaviness that came from nowhere. Dongqi sat cross-legged on the sofa, puffed up her cheeks, and didn't like this kind of silence. She liked the joy of reunion after a long separation like before. Suddenly thinking of something, she suggested, "How about we play cards for a while?" Drinking and playing cards have always been a perfect match for leisure and entertainment. Yeah. Qin Rushi's eyes turned, and she also thought it was good. Catalina replied casually, okay. Dongqi took out the cards from the storage ring and began to shuffle them with great interest. At the same time, he looked up at the three people and asked, "By the way, how do we play?" There was a moment of silence. Probably the four of them thought that anything was fine. Ji-sun was also thinking about what would be more fun. But before he could think it through, Catalina's eyes suddenly turned, and she thought of something and suggested, "How about something simple, comparing the size of two cards?" Although comparing size is simple, it is a very boring way to play. Originally, it was not suitable for four people to play. But at this moment, when she said this, several people in the room immediately felt inexplicably familiar. Ji-sun guessed something and glanced at Catalina. He didn't get a response, but he still responded. Dongqi blinked. I think it's okay. She had already guessed something, and her pretty face was full of anticipation for a good show. Sure enough, Catalina spoke again. "I lost to Chief Qin in Honglu last time. Can I have a chance to win back?" When Ji-sun heard this, the scene in his memory that had passed a long time ago resurfaced. Thinking back to the first time the four of them met, it was the scene where Catalina disguised herself as a young man and went to Honglu to gamble and make trouble. But at that time, Qin Rushi was already a legendary strongman, so of course she didn't get any benefits. Now that they have become friends, that little misunderstanding has become more fun to recall now. Qin Rushi's crystal eyes moved, and she seemed to recall some scenes and chuckled. She still had that expression of a silent smile with her eyebrows slightly moved, and seemed to be very interested, and happily responded, "Okay." Since she had decided what to play, Catalina asked openly, "How about a little prize?" Qin Rushi also said without hesitation, "Okay." At their current level, the prize is certainly not anything in the material level of money. Catalina's eyes were full of confidence, and she said, "Then let's do it like last time in Honglu. How about whoever loses takes off his clothes?" When Qin Rushi heard the prize, her gentle smile did not change at all, and she responded with a calm expression that I might not lose, okay. Chapter 607. Qin Rushi and Catalina discussed the stakes of the card game in a few words. Dongqi, who was standing by, looked like a spectator who was not afraid of the trouble. He said excitedly, "I help you deal the cards." This scene was very similar to the gambling fight in Honglu. The same four people. Ji-sun watched from the sidelines, Dongqi dealt the cards, and Qin Rushi and Catalina were the protagonists of the gambling. But the difference is that the four people are now very close. They are allies, partners, and close friends. This kind of card game is no longer competitive, but more entertaining. Although it is not a real fight to win or lose, it can be seen that Catalina really wants to win back a game. That shameful scene back then still left a deep memory for her as a pure girl. Ji-sun also found it quite interesting. The feeling of overlapping memories that seemed familiar, but completely different came to his mind, as if time had reappeared, subtle and indescribable. Poker. Swish. Swish. Swish in Dongqi's hands. Catalina looked at Qin Rushi. They sat opposite each other, their eyes concealing a kind of indifference that seemed to make no difference whether they won or lost, but they didn't think they would lose. "Have I dealt the cards?" Dongqi, wearing a cool vest, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and then began to deal the cards. One bright and one dark. Qin Rushi had a 3 of hearts in his hand. Catalina got a 5 of spades and smiled. "Oh Chief Qin, my cards seem to be bigger than yours." "If it's 2 cards, it's hard to say." Qin Rushi didn't care, and smiled as she turned over her bottom card. It was a spade king. Seeing this, Qin Rushi said, "I said 16 points, it's not small." In other words, the opponent must have a card above J to beat her. The probability is not high. Catalina looked at it without any hurry, her slender fingers slid across the cards, and turned over the bottom card, which was a red hard jack. She showed a trace of regret. "Oh, what a pity, I almost won." It was a tie. Dongqi didn't see the excitement, and was already shuffling the cards when she asked, "Let's play another round?" Seeing that the two didn't say anything, She took it as tacit consent. Deal the cards again. In the second round, Qin Rushi, 5 of hearts, 4 of spades, 9 points. Catalina, ace of spades, 8 of hearts, 9 points. It was a tie again. Then the third, fourth, and fifth rounds came. The strange thing was that it was a tie every time. Just like the time in Honglu, it seemed that some mysterious force intervened in the game, and it was difficult to tell the winner. Dong Qi was amazed. Ji Sun, who was standing by, saw the secret. The mysterious power he had thought of before was now completely clear in his eyes. This kind of gambling game has nothing to do with skills, only luck. In fact, from the beginning, this card game was a battle of luck between Qin Rushi and Catalina. Now both of them have extremely strong royal power, and their ranks have reached the top of card masters, so there won't be much difference in luck. A card game that relies entirely on luck is like a point-to-point competition, and it is difficult to really tell the winner. Qin Rushi threw the cards in his hand again, looked at Catalina, and raised a meaningful smile. Miss Carter, it seems that we want to decide the winner. How about we just give up? This scene is just like what happened in Honglu back then. Qin Rushi also said this when the young lady from the Lionheart family couldn't win in a long gambling. But that time, she used provocation to stir up her luck. But this time, the situation is different. Ji-sun saw that Qin Rushi didn't care about winning or losing at all. This was just a joke between friends, and it livened up the atmosphere. Of course, I really wanted to see what the other party was up to. Catalina certainly remembered the time when she lost her composure because of this. At this moment, she was no longer the arrogant and proud. Silver Mist rose. After a moment of hesitation, she smiled with relief. Of course, I have to continue. It's not easy to play cards with Sister Qin, and I always want to win a round. The address suddenly changed from Chief Qin. It became Sister Qin, and the relationship seemed to have become much closer and more intimate. Qin Rushi chuckled when she heard this. Seeing that the other party cleverly pulled back the momentum, she also felt it was wonderful. Then I deal the cards? Dong Qi also noticed the subtle change in the atmosphere in the room, and dealt the cards again with a smile. This time Qin Rushi got an 8 of spades. Catalina got an ace of diamonds. Judging from the cards, Catalina's chance of losing is already very high. Qin Rushi's cheeks were full of smiles, and her eyes were graceful. Miss Carter's cards are not big. Do you want me to open the cards first? She knew that the other party could only use real strength to win. No need. Sister Qin, you just said that small cards do not necessarily mean losing. Catalina shook her head and directly opened her own bottom card, a Diamond King, a total of 14 points. In other words, if Qin Rushi got a card with more than 6 points, she would win. However, at this time, Ji-sun saw that the luck of the two had changed. A bright moon appeared behind Catalina, which was the divine power of the moon god. Others could not see this. Even Qin Rushi could only sense that there were some changes in her luck. Just like Honglu at the beginning, this mysterious game was quietly played out. It was not cheating, but it was the first time to use real skills to compete for luck. Catalina is the Moon Queen. This is her real luck. Qin Rushi sensed the change in her luck, and a group of invisible holy light shadows appeared behind her, like a sun, which instantly blessed her luck. Ji-sun watched from the sidelines without saying anything, because he knew the abilities of the two. Arachne, the moon goddess, is the lord of dreams and pleasure, and her luck has the extraordinary characteristic of dreams come true. If we compare luck by normal means, under the same conditions, Qin Rushi's J-sequence Valkyrie cannot beat the Q-sequence Moon Queen. However, Ji-sun, who was watching from the sidelines, knew that at this point, the outcome was still hard to predict. Qin Rushi's fingers touched his trump card, and for the first time, he felt that kind of uncertainty. She realized something and frowned slightly. But she didn't hesitate anymore, and turned over the 5 of clubs. A total of 13 points, 1 point lost. Qin Rushi was not very disappointed when she saw this outcome, but smiled with relief and murmured, "Forget it." This "forget it" made Ji-sun hear open-mindedness and calmness, and also heard the meaning of giving the sister a break. Winning or losing is no longer important. On the contrary, this rapidly closer relationship made her feel that she no longer had the obsession of competing for victory or loss. Dong Qi and Catalina didn't know, they just thought Qin Rushi admitted that she was not as lucky in playing cards. At this time, Catalina's eyes were gently rippling with a smile. "Sister Qin, how about not taking off your clothes?" This was just like what Honglu said at the beginning, but the situation was different, and the meaning was different. This was not the arrogance of a winner, nor was it the aggressiveness hidden at the beginning. It was a joke between friends. Qin Rushi was very calm and said, "Since I lost, of course I am willing to accept the loss. It's a rare opportunity for everyone to play cards together, so I certainly can't spoil the fun. This was not only said to Catalina, Ji-sun heard it, and said it to him as well. Qin Rushi certainly noticed that someone seemed to be very interested in seeing this scene. She was also happy to show her beauty. Since you want to see it, then take it off. As she said this, Qin Rushi stood up from the sofa and calmly unbuttoned the collar of her cheongsam. Because her figure was too plump, the cheongsam was wrapped a little tightly. Qin Rushi took a little effort to pull her hands out of the cuffs, and the collar was finally opened. The thin lace innerwear could not cover the fullness of her chest at all, and the soft and elastic snow-capped peaks were visible to the naked eye. The fabric of the cheongsam was extremely smooth, falling to the waist and stopping at the hips. In an instant, the eyes were full of spring. Catalina watched with interest, without any distractions, but admired from the bottom of her heart. Sister Qin is so beautiful. Dongqi also blinked and echoed, that's right. Qin Rushi listened and laughed, but her hands did not stop moving, and the cheongsam slid smoothly back to her heels. With a flick of her hand, she was naked in the blink of an eye, and her beautiful figure was exposed to Ji-sun and the other two. She was full of heroism and charming, and her charm was at its peak. Qin Rushi had no intention of hiding her charm, and she showed it openly. At this moment, the light of the crystal became gentle, illuminating Qin Rushi's beautiful figure as delicate as white porcelain jade. This was a kind of elegant and generous sexiness. Catalina looked at the sparkling eyes and sighed, so beautiful. It seems like he won, but it also seems like he didn't win. Whether it was Honglu in the past or now, seeing this figure, one still has to admit that it is impeccably sexy. Dongqi was not just admiring himself, he glanced at Ji-sun and asked, Auntie Qin's figure is really superb, right? Ji-sun was feasting his eyes, and responded without hesitation, yeah. Dongqi's crystal eyes flashed when he heard it, and he whispered in a playful tone, have you tried it? Catalina, who was standing next to him, of course heard it, and smiled softly. Ji-sun remained silent. Although he had seen it many times, he always felt very pleasing to the eye. He didn't dare to look at it like this at first. At that time, he was not so familiar with Qin Rushi, and had to be polite and restrained. But now, he didn't have to avoid looking at it at all. He looked at it from head to toe without any scruples. Qin Rushi knew that Catalina said this lucky number because she wanted to see the scene. It's okay for this young lady from the Lionheart family to see it. Chi-Chi has also seen it countless times. But if Ji-sun looks at it recklessly, others will laugh at him. Qin Rushi knew that Ji-sun knew it, but he didn't hold back at all. She glanced at him with a reproachful look, but she could do nothing about it. After all, she lost. Qin Rushi's expression was calm, and she asked, then. Before she could finish, Catalina said, Sister Qin, how about we play another round? Hearing this, Qin Rushi pointed to her naked body and said this. Catalina thought for a moment and said, if I win, my name will be at the front of Ji-sun's list of canonizations. If I lose, the bet will remain the same? The order of the roster has no effect, it's just a matter of competing for the prize. Qin Rushi seemed to understand something. Her eyes turned and she agreed, okay. The bet was not over yet. Ji-sun understood the game between the two parties, but didn't say anything. But he knew that this time, Katarina was afraid of being at a disadvantage. The game became more and more interesting from the moment Qin Rushi took off her clothes. Dongqi continued to deal cards. Both of them had cue cards. Catalina's eyelashes flickered and she smiled calmly, as if she would not lose. Then I open it first. At her current state, it is basically impossible for anyone below the god level to beat her. She turned over a spade K, with a total of 25 points, which is close to the maximum number of points. Catalina looked at the cards and said, it's not easy for Sister Qin to win. Qin Rushi pursed her red lips lightly, her eyes were soft, yeah. It's really not easy. The tone was very gentle, but as she spoke, she turned over the bottom card. At this moment, only Ji-sun saw the shadow of a big sword appear behind her. He raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, as expected, Olympus' holy sword has the ability to break the rules. In fact, from the beginning, Qin Rushi was sure of winning. She just didn't use it. As expected, it was a diamond queen. A pair of queens is greater than 25 points. Katarina looked at the bottom card in front of her, and her expression froze instantly. She looked at the card in disbelief, and then looked at Qin Rushi. Sister Qin, how did you do it? How could she lose when she was sure to win? She was not surprised that she lost, but curious about how she lost. Qin Rushi did not hide it, and said, I can break the rules. Ah? Katarina's eyes were full of surprise, and she was stunned for a moment before she understood what she meant. Is this the power of the god level? She also touched that realm, but she did not feel frustrated after the failure, but smiled with relief. Katarina also realized that she could not win the previous game. Even with the blessing of the moon god's will, she couldn't think of any means to break the ability of breaking the rules below the god level. This scene seemed familiar. It seemed that nothing had changed. However, she was no longer as angry as before, but only faced it calmly. Katarina stood up, stretched out her hand to hook her back, and admitted openly, "Sister Chin, I lost." As she said that, she pulled down the zipper on her back, and her low-cut long skirt fell down. Just now, she saw Chin Rushi's little joke, and now it was her turn. This young lady from the Lionheart family was not shy at all. The top of her body was already bare, and once the skirt was taken off, everything was exposed. She didn't twist her body, but instead met the gaze of Ji, the only person of the opposite sex in the room, and smiled charmingly. In a blink of an eye, she took off the last cover, and was no longer wearing anything. Her milky white skin was exposed to the air, and her whole body was covered in a warm filter, with the softness of moonlight. Her peak was proud and graceful. Although her figure was not as charming as Chin Rushi's, she was not as immature as the girl in Honolulu at the beginning. She was already a beautiful rose in full bloom. Ji-sun would not pretend to be a gentleman in such a feast for the eyes. He looked around, and no matter where his eyes fell, it was a wonderful enjoyment. Chin Rushi smiled and shook his head, and didn't seem to care about winning or losing. The atmosphere in the room became unusually harmonious at this moment. It was midnight before he knew it, and he was a little drunk, and had almost finished playing cards. Chin Rushi had no intention of getting dressed, and said, "Although the apartment is a little shabby, if Miss Carter doesn't mind, there is a guest room where you can rest for a night. Being invited to your home means you have a very close relationship." Catalina certainly didn't mind. "Okay." Chin Rushi glanced at Ji-sun and Dong Chi and added, "I'm going to take a shower first. You three can play for a while?" Ji-sun and Dong Chi didn't care. They were actually participants in this card game. It felt good, just like Honolulu at the beginning. Catalina lost again, and lost interest in playing cards. She wanted to rest, so she said, "If you don't mind, I will play with Sister Chin?" Chin Rushi glanced at her, smiled, and said gently, "Of course." As she spoke, the two women didn't care that there was a man in the room at all, and walked out of the study naked, heading towards the bathroom of the master bedroom next to it. As they walked, Catalina glanced back at Ji-sun and smiled meaningfully. The two women walked and chatted, and before they knew it, they had lost their previous estrangement. "Sister Chin is really amazing. Ah, I wanted to win, but I didn't expect to lose again." "No way. You are already very good." Chin Rushi and Catalina left. Only Ji-sun and Dong Chi were left in the study. They just watched a lively scene and both thought it was very interesting. However, perhaps men and women's thoughts are always different. Miss Chi-Chi looked at the backs of the two people leaving and still sighed. "Ah, Aunt Chin and Sister Carter are really getting more and more beautiful, and their figures are also super good." As she said that, she looked at Ji-sun, as if she was expecting something, and asked for his opinion. "Ji-sun, what do you think?" Ji-sun smiled. "Chi-Chi is also very beautiful. In the top field of transcendence, appearance is actually only a small part. The definition of beauty is more about temperament, experience, and the invisible aura brought by rank. Katarina and Chin Rushi's appearance is already top-notch, and it must be said that their charm is indeed impeccable now. But Ji-sun is not relieved. This Miss Chi-Chi is also very beautiful. The kind of heroic beauty of a mechanic." Hearing this, Dong Chi suddenly jumped to Ji-sun, "MUA." She kissed him on the side of his face. She was not one to think about meaningless things. Instead, she was very happy to hear Ji-sun praising her. Ji-sun held the delicate body in his arms. The longing for not seeing each other for a long time turned into warm intimacy. At this time, the sound of water dripping came from the bathroom not far away, and there was a conversation between Catalina and Chin Rushi. The two women seemed to have become much closer all of a sudden, chatting about some light and trivial topics. Dong Chi caught Ji-sun's subtle changes, blinked, suddenly laughed, and asked a question. "Haha, have you decided where to stay tonight?" When Ji-sun heard this, he originally thought that this topic didn't seem to be a problem. But it was indeed a big problem. After all, he hadn't seen Catalina and Chin Rushi for a long time. But now that everyone is in the apartment, this problem has come up. It seems that no matter which choice is made, it is a bit inappropriate. Dong Chi seemed to have guessed Ji-sun's embarrassment, and teased with a smirk, "I can do it. Wherever you go, I will go with you." Ji-sun listened to this bold proposal, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dong-chi tilted his head and thought about it again, and said, anyway, whether it is Sister Carter or Aunt Jean, they will definitely not mind. Isn't it difficult to choose? Ha ha, if it were me, it would be really hard to choose. Ji-sun also felt so. Just as he was thinking, Dong-chi suddenly stopped teasing and stood up to pull his hand. Don't even think about it. Let's go, let's take a shower first. Maybe the problem will be solved. When Ji-sun heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he realized it. This Miss Chi-Chi seems to be careless, but she is very thoughtful. Her suggestion actually gave the best choice. Thinking back, Ji-sun realized that Dong-chi could always handle this embarrassing situation skillfully. Last time in New World and Longjin Liquor, it was the same. Now it seems that Miss Chi-Chi is not just mixing the wine, but because she knows Ji-sun's little embarrassment, she quietly resolves it. Thinking of this, Ji-sun looked at Dong-chi beside him, and suddenly called, Chi-Chi. Dong-chi hugged his arm, tilted his head and blinked. What? Ji-sun didn't say anything, and his deep eyes flashed with the gentleness of spring breeze. After looking at each other, Dong-chi already understood what he wanted to say. Miss Chi-Chi raised her beautiful eyes and smiled, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. A smile at each other is worth 1,000 words. In the bathroom, Chin Rushi and Catalina were lying in the bathtub, chatting leisurely. Suddenly, a head came in from the crack of the door, looked around curiously, and asked, Auntie Chin, Sister Carter, can we come in? Chin Rushi looked at Miss Chi-Chi's playful expression, guessed that she wanted to make trouble, and rolled her eyes helplessly. Although she and Ji-sun, or Dong-chi, had bathed together many times. But they were separate after all. But she couldn't say anything, because she knew that even if she said anything, the girl would definitely come running in. Catalina on the side glanced at Chin Rushi, and seeing her acquiescence, she turned back and smiled. Come on. The bathtub is big enough. Okay. Dong-chi got permission and ran in excitedly, then turned back and didn't forget to say, Ji-sun, come quickly. Although Ji-sun was thick-skinned, he felt that the atmosphere in the bathroom was a bit weird at the moment. But it was just one of the gentleman's thoughts. Other thoughts were looking forward to this scene. With Dong-chi's cover, he walked into the steamy bathroom without changing his expression. Chin Rushi and Catalina pretended not to see it, turned their heads, and continued to chat. Dong-chi was wearing a vest and hot pants, and took them off. The jade pigeons jumped lightly, and the slender legs were very eye-catching. Originally, the chest was very standard, but compared with the other two, it seemed a little delicate and small. At this time, Dong-chi even looked at Ji-sun. Seeing the same admiring look as before, he smiled with satisfaction. Dong-chi stripped himself naked, and then very considerately helped Ji-sun put his clothes in the clothes basket beside him. Warm water rushed down from the shower head, jumping into crystal clear and lively water droplets. Probably because he thought it would wet his hair, Dong-chi lifted his hair, then pulled Ji-sun, stand here, I help you. As he said that, he naturally got started and helped rinse and clean. This warm scene has long been commonplace. In the past, the two of them would be so close. But with 4 people, it always feels a bit strange. Coincidentally, at this time, Dong-chi, who was squatting to help Ji-sun wash, suddenly teased, Wow, I was worried about your witch distortion, now it seems that you are under control. Hearing this straightforward teasing, Chin Rushi in the bathtub beside raised her eyebrows slightly, but Catalina smiled softly. Soon, the washing was done. The bathtub was shell-shaped, although not big, it could accommodate 4 people. Dong-chi walked over excitedly, Sister Carter, save a seat for me. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved quickly and squeezed in between Chin Rushi and Catalina. Although the atmosphere in the bathroom was a little dull, it was obvious that Chin Rushi and Catalina also thoughtfully left a seat between them for Ji-sun. Ji-sun walked over, feeling a little guilty. He stepped into the bathtub and lay in the gap. Silent. A breath of foul air was exhaled. The spring water in Chin Rushi's apartment is added with secret medicine for body refining, which is also a great supplement for Ji-sun. The body is soaked in hot water, and the warm water brings a refreshing feeling like clouds caressing the skin, and thousands of pores are relaxed. The 4 of them didn't speak for a while. Like very good and close partners and friends, they all enjoyed this leisure time together. Even if they didn't speak, they felt it was rare. Not long after, it seemed that the atmosphere and temperature were gradually rising. Catalina and Dong-chi seemed to have gotten used to this situation. The 3 of them often took a bath together before, and they didn't feel strange with one more person. In fact, Chin Rushi didn't feel anything. That time in the moon spring in the dead zone, when Mrs. Mist taught the secrets of succubus, it was also such an ambiguous scene. But Qin Rushi lay on her back by the bathtub with her eyes closed. She didn't know what she was thinking at the moment, and it seemed that she was not thinking about anything. The shell bathtub was not big. Qin Rushi was on the left, Katarina was on the right, and Dong Qi was opposite. There was a soft touch everywhere. Miss Chi-Chi's straight beautiful legs were mostly on Ji-sun's legs, swinging lightly from time to time, shaking slightly, and also teasing playfully. Maybe she felt unscrupulous because she thought no one saw it. Ji-sun ignored it. This unrestrained relationship made him feel extremely happy and relaxed. He just opened his eyes, but he didn't know where to look. When he opened his eyes, he saw three beautiful bodies, each with its own merits, magnificent and full of spring. After all, the shell bath was a little narrow, and there was a delicate and smooth touch on both sides. While soaking, Ji-sun suddenly felt that the restraint of his arms was a little uncomfortable, so he spread his arms and put them on both sides. Qin Rushi didn't open his eyes, but he had already tacitly raised his neck, letting the raised arm replace the towel under his head. On the other side, Catalina glanced at Ji-sun, smiled cutely, and moved her position to make it easier for him to put his arm on his shoulder. This posture was just right. Ji-sun put his arms down, and naturally there was a tall and soft touch. No one spoke, only the sound of gurgling water. There was also a beautiful scenery. Chapter 608. I'm going to rest first. You guys take your time soaking. Aunt Qin, why don't you stay a little longer? Qin Rushi finally stood up from the bathtub in the increasingly confusing atmosphere. The crystal water drops slid down her body, extending from her back to her buttocks, forming a perfect arc. Qin Rushi lifted her wet hair, glanced at Dong Qi who called her, and raised a hint of helplessness at the corner of her mouth. She replied lazily, "No. There are a lot of government affairs to deal with tomorrow." Ji-sun and the other two watched her step out of the bathtub with her smooth legs. Her bare feet stepped on the floor, and her seductive hips swayed up and down in the field of vision, leaving the three people with a very seductive back. Qin Rushi left, and the slightly restrained atmosphere in the bathroom disappeared in an instant. Dong Qi also stood up, with her towering and bouncing breasts exposed, and sat on Ji-sun openly, saying playfully, "Ji-sun, rub my back for me. It's been a long time since we last met." Miss Chi-Chi doesn't hide her thoughts at all. There is no better way to express it than intimate contact. Ji-sun was of course not polite. He stretched out his hand to pinch the delicate shoulders, and then wandered around. Dong Qi also tilted his head to respond enthusiastically. The lips and teeth were moist and sweet. Catalina on the side looked at this spring scene, and smiled without saying a word. When the three of them were together, there were many such happy scenes, and they were already used to it. But then, she felt that big hand reaching out restlessly. Catalina didn't think this guy was greedy. She just teased, You showed your true colors once Sister Qin left." Although Qin Rushi was not an outsider, Catalina was still the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, and the reserved and proud Miss Lionheart. After all, she was a guest, and being too presumptuous would be very rude. She accompanied Ji-sun and Dong Qi for a while, then went to chat with Qin Rushi, and then went to the guest room to rest. She also made thoughtful arrangements, so that Ji-sun would not have to pay attention to her at night. In Catalina's own words, she had just lost the card game, and she had to accept the defeat. The remaining two did not make much trouble. Ji-sun's clothes and bathrobes were always prepared in the apartment, so he wore the robes prepared by Qin Rushi for him, and walked into the master bedroom. At the desk in the master bedroom, Qin Rushi, wearing a cool silk nightgown, was still flipping through some documents. The orange light was bright and soft. Seeing Ji-sun coming in, she looked up and glanced at him, smiling gently. "Why don't you chat with Chi-Chi and the others for a while?" The teasing in her beautiful eyes showed that she was not just talking. Ji-sun shrugged and said jokingly, "I lost to you as a prize." "Haha, really?" Qin Rushi grinned at that. It was obvious that she really found it quite interesting. As she spoke, she continued to look down and read the parchment scroll. Ji-sun walked behind the chair, massaged her shoulders, and asked, "What are you looking at?" When the two were alone together, they often helped each other massage and soothe muscles. Qin Rushi sat up straight to make it easier for him to do it. She also enjoyed the relaxation brought by the relaxation of her shoulders, and responded, dealing with some war reports from the front line. "It will be sent out tomorrow morning." "Oh!" Ji-sun also took a look at the information on the table. With just a glance, all the information was processed in his mind. There was no unexpected information, so he didn't read it anymore. He didn't say anything, just kneaded silently, gently infusing the magic power into Qin Rushi's meridians. Qin Rushi felt some special changes, and was surprised, Hey, what is this? Ji-sun explained. Some of the insights I got from the witch Lanlingster can guide people to feel the divine fire from the spiritual level. Ah? Shin Rushi didn't quite understand. But he clearly felt that the soul seemed to be sublimated from the body. Ji-sun also felt that it was not clear to explain. This was an experience that could only be understood but not described. Thinking of something, he said, how about we try the succubus secret method to see if we can feel it more clearly? Shin Rushi heard this, and of course knew what he was up to. She tilted her head, and gave him a coquettish look. Before she could say anything, the hand on her shoulder moved down and reached into her nightgown. You guy. Shin Rushi muttered faintly, but ignored the guy who was playing with it with relish, and her eyes fell back on the war report file. The atmosphere at the desk became more and more ambiguous. Perhaps because she felt that the pair of hands kneading and playing on her chest made it a little inconvenient for her to flip through the files. Shin Rushi muttered while sorting out the last few files. Ah, wait a minute, just these few. I finish reading them soon. Ji-sun casually said, no need to read it. The intelligence reports are about the refugee resettlement plan, just approve them all. Shin Rushi's beautiful eyes were full of helplessness when she heard this. But she also stopped. She knew that Ji-sun must have read it. It doesn't matter, you can read it later if you want. She just wrote approved on it. Seeing that the work was done, Ji-sun raised his eyebrows and said, let's go to bed? Shin Rushi's beautiful eyes turned cleverly, and she looked at him with a reproachful look. Yeah. As she spoke, she pulled up her shoulder straps that had already slipped off, covering the large area of exposed spring light on her chest. The lights went out, and the bedroom was dark. The two of them lay on the bed, and they hadn't been so quiet together for a long time. The gentle caress under the thin blanket was beautiful and gentle. However, not long after, they suddenly heard the footsteps of a thief outside the master bedroom. Ji-sun and Shin Rushi were so sensitive. How could they not guess something? Sure enough, they heard. Click. The door unlocked, and a head poked in through the crack of the door. Then the guy pretended to be timid and asked as if he knew nothing, Aunt Shin, can I sleep with you? In the dark, Shin Ru had a helpless expression on her face. She knew that no matter what she answered, the girl would definitely come in. Although she didn't think there was anything wrong with the three of them sleeping together, she knew that the girl must be here to make trouble. Ji-sun also found it interesting. This Miss Chi-Chi really did what she said and really came. Did I come in? Listening to the silence in the room, the figure outside the door chuckled as if he had succeeded and rushed in. He didn't forget to close the door. Then Ji-sun felt a slippery body slip into the quilt and lie beside him. Well, this smooth texture, of course, is not wearing anything. In the dark, Ji-sun tilted his head and saw Miss Chi-Chi's cunning face. Even without seeing it with his eyes, Shin Rushi certainly knew what happened. Now that we are here, there is no point in saying anything more. The bed is big enough to accommodate 3 people. There was a hint of helplessness in her eyes, and she finally closed her eyes and said, okay, let's go to sleep. Dong-chi didn't say anything, but made a naughty face at Ji-sun. Ji-sun lay in the middle of the 2 women and felt great. This scene looked no different from the one in the bathroom before, but the darkness and the cover of the quilt seemed to be the best cover to release the countless thoughts in my heart. Both sides were within reach. However, Ji-sun was very familiar with Shin Rushi's personality. After all, she was a Valkyrie. Even when they were alone, she would instinctively restrain her charm. Besides, there was also the naughty Miss Chi-Chi. The room fell into a brief moment of peace and quiet, with only the sound of even breathing. Shin Rushi closed her eyes and let her mind go, not thinking about anything. But at this moment, she suddenly found a hand sneaking up from behind her. Shin Rushi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but she didn't open her eyes. She knew that if it was Ji-sun, he would never be so sneaky, and his hands were very soft. Chi-Chi, stop it. In the dark, Shin Rushi spat softly. Then came Dong-chi's response, ah, I just want to try it. This girl was caught in the act, but instead of restraining herself, she stuck out her tongue. She looked at Ji-sun with a smile, and said with lingering feelings, oh, it really feels great. When I was in Honglu, I was thinking about what kind of man could be worthy of Aunt Shin, and Ji-sun really got the chance. Ji-sun also kept silent. This girl, in order to be naughty, half of her body was pressed on him. Shin Rushi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard this, and she couldn't respond, so she could only close her eyes and continue to sleep. Dong-chi saw that Shin Rushi didn't respond, and tried again with a smile, then retracted her hand, oh, then I go to sleep. As if she suddenly became obedient, she lay beside Ji-sun, closed her eyes, and didn't say anything, with a pair of jade legs on him, and didn't say anything. The bedroom fell into silence for a long time. It seemed that all three of them fell asleep. The faint body fragrance lingered in Ji-sun's nose. Ji-sun was not sleepy. Looking at the ceiling, the warm feeling swept over his heart, making him feel that time was graceful and gentle. Close friends were able to accompany him, and this experience made him enjoy it more than pleasure. At this time, Dong-chi, who was resting his head on his right hand, suddenly curled up, as if he had changed to a more comfortable sleeping position, and arched Ji-sun's back. Ji-sun followed the force and lay on his side, hugging Chin Rushi, who was lying on his right side, from the front. Of course, he knew that Miss Chi-Chi was not asleep, and he also knew what she was doing. This position was just right, and his hand naturally went into the quilt and gently lifted it. Chin Rushi noticed those intimate movements, raised his eyelids slightly, and snorted softly, as if reminding that Chi-Chi was still there. When he heard the guy next to him take a deep breath, he knew that it was too late to say anything at this time. In the dark, Chin Rushi bit her red lips lightly. There was a helpless rebuke on her beautiful face, but she let him do it. These two guys are here to cause trouble, and there is no way to avoid them. Chin Rushi simply closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. A few days passed in a flash. Every day, new war reports came from the front line. The Holy See and the Light Cult launched a fierce decisive battle in the Holy City Vatican. The casualties of both armies were huge, and it seemed that the victory or defeat could be decided at any time. On the tall walls of Tennis City, countless workers, wearing mechanical exoskeletons, were still working overtime to reinforce the walls. The number of tents in the war refugee camp outside the city has nearly doubled. Every day, a large number of refugees line up to enter the city, and then take the airship to the old world. At noon, 3 people have been standing on the city wall for a long time. It is Ji-sun, who looks leisurely, Chin Rushi, who looks heroic in armor, and Katarina, who wears a cloak and a luxurious long dress. According to the current information, the rumor that Dragon God Iroh is about to die is probably not false, and the probability of the Holy See being defeated is getting higher and higher. Yes. If the Holy See is defeated, then Dragon God Iroh and his remnants will either flee south to the depths of the monster forest or flee to the old world. I think both plans may be prepared. But at present, the old world has more opportunities. So, Ji-sun, do you think Dragon God Iroh is likely to flee to the old world? Yes. Now we have blocked the information about the old world. The only information those guys have is that we almost tried our best to kill the 9th level plague dragon Redgree in the previous stop in the Red Ridge Mountains. So they will probably think we are vulnerable. And they will not wait for real defeat, but will arrange a retreat in advance. There are a few people in the church who have the ability to cross the rift, but the others don't. So they will definitely take the Void Dragon ship. In the future, Tennis City may wait for some big shots to escape. TSK, it seems that we can still have some big gains by then. Ji-sun and the other two chatted intermittently. Chin Rushi had previously discovered that the Red Dragon King's capital Acheron was seized by the Scarlet Cult, so he decisively chose to move to the east and captured Tennis City. Now it seems that this move has also seized too many opportunities for them to wait for the opportunity. Now the defense of Tennis City is increasing every moment. As long as the Dragon God does not come in person, some guys who come with malicious intentions will definitely fall flat on their faces. While chatting, Catalina suddenly asked, "But what about the dead dragon Merodes?" Chin Rushi, who was standing aside, also had a flash of worry in his eyes. In fact, for them, an aging Holy See is a better enemy. On the contrary, if the Light Cult wins the decisive battle, then the dead dragon Merodes, who is already invincible in the plane, will be their fatal hidden danger. Raising this question, Ji-sun's eyes showed a deep look. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't worry. If my deduction is correct, it will definitely die." Upon hearing this, Chin Rushi and Katarina both looked at him in shock and confusion. Invincible in the plane, it will definitely die. The two women originally wanted to hear the follow-up explanation, but seeing that Ji-sun didn't mean to say more, they didn't ask any more questions. Their current realm has also touched the indescribable divine level. Even if they don't know some mysterious aspects, they can guess a little bit. Moreover, the secret cultivation with Ji-sun these days is not only physical communication, but also spiritual contact. They also realize that the game set by Ji-sun is very big, which is related to the future of the entire Card Master civilization. So they must be cautious. When talking about this topic, the three people's expressions were serious and fell into a brief silence. Ji-sun also sighed slightly in his heart. When he ignited the divine fire before, the world in his eyes became clearer and clearer. In particular, I have a relatively clear concept of the god rank. The dead dragon Merodes was qualified to attack Emperor Lanlingster tens of thousands of years ago, so it was at least a middle god at that time. After being exiled from the underworld, it is likely to have broken through its original rank. In other words, it may be a superior god like Emperor Lanlingster, and an invincible existence in the plane. This seems to be a good thing. But from some perspectives, it may not be a good thing. Ji-sun has now confirmed that there is a plane supervisor with indescribable strength. It is so strong that even the great Emperor Lanlingster can't do anything about it. Then the question arises. What is the mysterious supervisor who is hidden in history monitoring? Ji-sun is sure of the answer, which is that it is a top-level extraordinary person. There are countless creatures in the Card Master's plane, and it is impossible for the plane supervisor to pay attention to everything. Ji-sun guessed that the biggest possibility is godhood. Once a Card Master reaches a certain level in the plane, it will be monitored. And the experience of Emperor Lanlingster himself, and the act of exiling the dead dragon have already given a hint. It is very likely that once you reach the level of upper godhood, you will be targeted by the mysterious existence, if it is really as Ji-sun guessed, the dead dragon Malodis, who has now broken through the upper godhood, must have been targeted by the plane monitor. So, its ending is likely to be the same as Emperor Lanlingster. That mysterious supervisor would not allow that kind of strong man to appear in the Card Master plane. That's why Ji-sun said that sentence just now. It will definitely die. As for why it is not allowed, Ji-sun does not know. Maybe it is a threat, maybe it is fear, maybe it is resource plundering. In short, it is like an invisible shackle that locks the Card Master plane, a shackle that makes the gods of the entire Card Master plane despair. Even the upper gods like Lanlingster cannot escape, and Ji-sun can't think of any means to escape this shackle. But he didn't think there was no hope. In the endless years, the Card Master civilization had produced too many talented predecessors. They might have thought of ways to crack it. And the answer to all these secrets is on the Forbidden Ruin stele, and at present, these ideas are all Ji-sun's deductions. In the end, he has to see the 53 Forbidden Ruin stele to confirm his ideas. Huh? While chatting, Ji-sun's eyes suddenly shrank, as if he said a light huh in his mouth. The three of them stood on the city wall, originally wanting to see if there were any masters of the Holy See, or other enemy masters who were disguised and mixed in. Unexpectedly, instead of waiting for the enemy, he saw three familiar faces. There was an inconspicuous trio mixed in the long refugee team. A wretched old man with a gaping front tooth led a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and a rough man with a beard followed him. It was none other than Old Man Su, Che-Er and Siegwajong. The reason why Ji-sun was surprised was that he hadn't seen his three old friends for a long time, and that every time he met Old Man Su, many people would die. Now seeing this old man appear outside the city of Tennis, it was interesting. And Ji-sun's intuition told him that Old Man Su was looking for him. Chapter 609. Hey, isn't that Senior Su? Katarina and Old Man Su are also quite familiar with each other. The fake coin of the Lionheart family was given by Old Man Su. So it can even be said that she was able to walk here step by step under the guidance of that person. Qin Rushi also knew him. Last time at the Firefly camp in the Monster Forest, she had seen the terrifying death aura of this mysterious senior. So when the two women saw him appear, their expressions all became serious. Ji-sun looked normal and said, "Let's go and take a look." Now he can roughly understand what the death halo is all about. Old Man Su has lived for at least 100,000 years, and the horror of the cause and effect involved in him is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. It is the cause and effect of billions of lives and the entire Card Master civilization. This is also the most important reason why people with weak fate will bring bad luck if they come into contact with him. With that, the three of them walked down the wall. "Grandpa, aren't we going to find the stone tablet in the southern continent? Why are we going back to the old continent?" "Oh, the two dragon gods are about to decide the winner, and the war in the southern continent is about to break out. If you don't run now, when will you run? When things are quiet here, we come back." "Oh!" Old Man Su was as wretched as ever. He had an instinctive sense of crisis and the ability to avoid risks. To those who don't understand, this is fear of death. Siegwajong on the side didn't say anything, and was as calm as a mountain. The three of them lined up and walked in. As soon as they entered the city, they heard someone in a roadside restaurant greet them, "Senior Su." The three looked up at the window on the second floor. Che-Er immediately recognized Ji-sun, and said excitedly, "Mr. Ji-sun." Old Su's expression was a little dull, but he also recognized him. But he seemed to think of something at the same time, and he muttered faintly, Why do I remember that every time I meet this guy, nothing good happens? The three went upstairs. Ji-sun and others had been waiting for a long time on the second floor of the tavern. Senior Su, long time no see, old Xie. Ji-sun's face was filled with joy from the bottom of his heart. Whether it was old Su or Xie Guizhong, they were friends with whom he had risked his life. Old man Su was still the same, as if he had almost forgotten the past, neither cold nor indifferent. Instead, he looked at the wine and meat on the table, and his eyes began to shine. Xie Guizhong gave Ji-sun a firm hug. You have changed a lot, kid. Why are you here? Haha, I was wondering who would dare to bring artillery to the South Continent. It turned out to be you. It's a long story. Ji-sun also felt very emotional, and said, Old Xia, it's great to see you alive. Xie Guizhong was previously considered a divine chosen body by Scarlet Corruption Cetus, and was doomed to die. Jia Yu set up a trap in the underworld passage to save him. This time, it was as if he saw a friend who had come back from the dead. Naturally, he was filled with emotion. Ji-sun said, and then looked at Che-er, who had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and said with emotion, Che-er, your sort of time is really exaggerated at this time. Che-er hadn't seen Ji-sun for many years, and seemed very excited. Ah, Mr. Ji-sun, you can see this? He didn't forget that the relic-flashing heart-piercing sword on his waist was given by this person. Ji-sun smiled. When old friends meet, the old days come to mind, as if there are too many things to say. Qin Rushi and Catalina beside him also greeted Old Man Su, but it was obvious that the old man had forgotten everything. Ji-sun also deliberately brought two disciples with him to meet Old Man Su this time. Darcy and Isabel were also very curious about who was the big shot that made their teachers and wives wait for so long. The two stood behind Ji-sun, looking at Old Man Su and the other two. Isabel finally couldn't help but whisper, Darcy, who are these people? A wretched old man, a farmer-like sturdy man, and a handsome but somewhat poor swordsman. They didn't look special at all. Darcy shook his head and whispered, I don't know them either. But for some reason, he felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw these three people. Just then, Ji-sun greeted them and turned around to introduce two disciples. Darcy and Isabel respectfully saluted the three friends of their teacher. The atmosphere changed instantly when they met. Old Su was one of the founders of the Illumination Hermitage. When he saw Darcy, he immediately realized that this was the light seeker of this generation. But the emotion in his eyes flashed for a moment, and the old face returned to normal. He had seen too many generations of light seekers, as if the figures of countless generations of light seekers in his memory overlapped in his eyes at this moment. Although they were different people, they were of the same heritage. Under the same mask, there are pioneers who share the same belief and pursue light and hope. When Xie Guizhong saw the familiar mushroom-headed figure, his expression was startled. He looked at Ji-sun again, as if he wanted to confirm something. What is this? Ji-sun nodded. Xie Guizhong's eyes suddenly moistened slightly. Seeing a new generation of light chasers, it meant that Jia Yu was dead. The boy who used to follow him and called him captain was gone forever. Ah! A complicated sigh. Che-er was a time speaker of the Hermitage. When he saw Darcy saluting him, he returned the salute and said, Time speaker, meet the leader. Darcy nodded. After saying hello, Ji-sun asked Old Man Su and the other two to sit down. They were friends, so there was no need to have a big banquet. A table of rich wine and meat was enough. Seeing the teacher and the guests chatting lively together, Isabel was still a little confused. She poked her senior brother with her elbow and whispered, Stupid Darcy, I just heard them say you are a leader of some kind. Darcy responded, I don't know either. The teacher just told me about it recently. Isabel pursed her lips. Oh. The little princess of Andre's family didn't see the specialness of Old Man Su and the other two, and asked quietly, Do you see anything special about the teacher's three friends? Why did I just hear the teacher say that the swordsman comprehended the time sword intent? You know, she has just touched the battle intent, which is already a top talent at her level. But the swordsman doesn't look much older than me. Why do teachers always encounter some monsters around them? Darcy said, Both of the teacher's friends are very powerful. But I don't understand that old senior. Isabel suddenly felt a little frustrated. Although this stupid senior brother of mine always undermines my confidence, his judgment is never wrong. If he says he is powerful, then he is really powerful. But I don't see it at all. Isabel pouted. Thinking about how she had been sparring with her clan members these days, she had no rivals in her level, and even the brothers who were one level higher than her were beaten up. This made her regain some confidence. She thought there was only one freak senior brother. She didn't expect that she would meet another one just after a few days of showing off. Darcy knew what this junior sister was thinking, and reminded her, "Listen carefully to the teachers and don't talk nonsense." Isabel listened to this, her eyes dim, but she also sat quietly in the corner. Of course she knew that the teacher brought her here to see the world. I don't know when the little princess of the Andre family found that the confidence she once thought of as aristocratic knowledge was shattered in the days following the teacher. It seems that the more I know, the more I feel ignorant. It turns out that so many things have happened in the old world and the East Wilderness. I said that I heard someone say that the leader of the rebels was a Valkyrie who could descend from heaven to earth. It turns out that it was Miss Jean. Ha ha, no wonder we have heard all along the way that the old continent is full of gold and safe, attracting countless people to go there. It turns out that you have already controlled the old continent. It's amazing. What the three major kingdoms couldn't do, you brothers Ji-sun actually solved quietly. So, brother Ji-sun, are you going to become emperor? Several people chatted while drinking. Old friends haven't seen each other for a long time, and there are too many things to talk about. Compared to the wonderful experience of Ji-sun and his friends, the experience of Old Man Su and his friends is much simpler. To sum it up, he fled everywhere and then came here. But Ji-sun knew that such a flight was the unique destiny of Old Man Su, who was searching for the forbidden ruined steel while running around, and regaining his memories sealed in various places in the world. Old Man Su had no interest in politics and military affairs, just like a famine-stricken victim, who was busy eating. Chair followed the old man around, and learned his silent character. Xie Guizhong was still as cheerful and talkative as before. Hearing that Ji-sun was going to become emperor, he also became very interested and said he wanted to stay to watch the ceremony. Ji-sun certainly felt very good. This old Xie was not only a friend, but more importantly, he also had the fate of a king. If the entire plane is a big chessboard, and all living beings are chess pieces, then at Ji-sun's current height, he can already see some ideas of the chess player. Being able to stay with Old Man Su for so long without dying, Old Xie is also an important chess piece that can influence the situation in the plane. Not long after, Qin Rushi and Catalina knew that Ji-sun and Old Man Su had something to say, so they left first. Darcy and Isabel, two disciples, played the role of hosts for their teacher and received Xie Guizhong and Chair, and went to stroll around the city together. Only Ji-sun and Old Man Su were left at the table. And there was little Ivan, whose food plates were piled up like a mountain. Ji-sun raised his wine glass and drank with the old man. Now, what we are talking about are some secrets that others cannot hear. Senior, I went to the Duokan Mountains before, and saw the stone tablet you left behind more than 100,000 years ago. What mountains? Well, that's not important. The important thing is that I saw some secret codes that should be left by you. Ji-sun was already used to the confused expression on Old Man Su's face. He knew that the old man would not be able to remember his big account without being stimulated in a targeted way. Some of Ji-sun's conjectures still needed to be verified. And this old senior's big account could just help him solve his doubts. At this point, Ji-sun raised his hand, and some shadows of mysterious symbols appeared in front of him. These were some high-level demon language. The advanced text that I couldn't understand before, and couldn't remember in my brain. Now after lighting the divine fire, I can reproduce it clearly and accurately. As long as it is text, it can be encrypted. This is the encrypted codeword left by Old Man Su under that plain language. Ji-sun knew that this was probably the key to unlock his memory. Just like the translation of many religious scriptures, a few short sentences of encrypted advanced demon language, if really translated into human text, may require countless books to record the huge content. When Old Man Su saw the encrypted text floating in the air, his expression suddenly stiffened as if the memory that had been sealed in his brain for countless years was activated. Ji-sun had seen Old Man Su in this state several times, so it was not surprising. It was just that his brain could not digest the huge amount of information for a while, so it was a little slow. Ji-sun was not in a hurry, so he drank leisurely. After nearly half an hour, a low sigh suddenly came from his ear. You actually ignited the divine fire. Ji-sun looked up and saw that Old Man Su was still the same Old Man Su, but his eyes were full of wisdom. Ji-sun knew that this big account had logged in. He seemed to be greeting another Old Man Su, smiling and saying, "Senior, long time no see." Old Man Su had just recovered his memory, and his wise eyes seemed to have seen through everything. He guessed Ji-sun's idea of becoming emperor, and saw everything clearly, and murmured, "It seems that you already know some historical truths." Ji-sun raised his eyebrows. "Yes." "So, Senior, do you think there are any loopholes in my plan?" Old Man Su showed a look of relief and approval of his courage. "Since you have decided to take this step, this is the best choice. However, the risk is great. Think about it, Once you are noticed by the plane supervisor, you will definitely die. You can't just keep your head down and dare not see the world because of the danger. Ji-sun smiled indifferently. Besides, someone has to try it. At this moment, he finally understood the pleasure of Jia Yu telling him those secrets. The loneliness of being the only one in the world who knows the secret and cannot share it is really suffocating. And the old man Su in front of him may be the only person in the entire card master plane who can share this secret. It seems that it feels much better to communicate with someone. Thinking of this, Ji-sun asked directly, "So, if you are promoted to a higher god, you will definitely die?" There are still a few key issues in his layout that need to be confirmed. "Yes." Old man Su gave an accurate answer. Ji-sun raised his lips when he heard this. In other words, his previous guesses were all correct. The dead dragon Merodes was a bait left by Emperor Lanlingster to share the firepower, and also a warning. To remind future generations that Upper God is a danger warning line. After a pause, Old Man Su continued, but to be precise, as long as the godhood is condensed, it will be noticed by the plane supervisor. But after being promoted to Upper God, it will be regarded as a threat and completely eliminated. The Titans do not allow such strong people to exist in the card master plane. It is indeed related to Titan. Ji-sun frowned when he heard it. Why not? If the concentration of the godhead will be noticed, then the situation is more serious than expected. Old Man Su shook his head and said, I don't know. I only awakened part of the memory, and cannot give you an accurate answer. Once I fully awaken the memory, it will be noticed immediately. Ji-sun was not surprised to hear this. Old Man Su must be of a very high rank. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, he was qualified to help Emperor Lanlingster, and at that time he was probably already a middle-level god. Now it seems that he should be a high-level god. He just used some secret method to seal himself in order not to be exposed. Hearing this, Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. He breathed a sigh of relief because he felt that he didn't have to fight alone with such a strong companion like Old Man Su. This old senior has actually secretly shared a huge pressure with the Kashi civilization. And the sense of crisis is that such a powerful senior has to hide himself like a rat in the sewer to survive. It can be seen that the opponent is really strong. Ji-sun asked a few more questions, some of which were answered, but most of them were not. As Old Man Su said, he only awakened part of his memory. Ji-sun was not surprised. At this time, he asked the question he had wanted to ask for a long time. Senior, I want to see the complete 53 stone tablets. Do you know how to get there? All the secrets are recorded on the 53 stone tablets. If you want to know those secrets, it is best to go and see them in person. Bai Chio said that the Forbidden Ruin steel was summoned by Old Man Su. Old Man Su was not surprised by Ji-sun's idea, and he didn't say anything more. He said, the key to the burial ground of gods is always with you. Ji-sun looked at the little Ivan, who was eating and drinking. Now from Old Man Su's words, it was confirmed that this little guy was the personification of the origin of the card master's plane space. He had actually guessed it a long time ago. Ivan was born from one of the 4 black coffins. The 4 black coffins were relics that Emperor Lanlingster said were important for the advancement of the Joker sequence. That time, they were trapped in the mirror space by the people of the southern continent, and by chance, they entered a special space with 53 stone tablets. But after countless attempts, Ji-sun never went there again. Obviously, there was something missing. This question was answered by Old Man Su. You lack the perception of time. It would definitely be too late to perceive it now, but fortunately, there was a senior who was proficient in the law of time in front of him. Ji-sun said, Then I trouble you, senior? Old Man Su nodded. A gleam of brilliance appeared in his cloudy eyes, and then the time around him seemed to have stopped. The dust in the air, the flying food crumbs, and the beer foam were all frozen in front of him. When Ji-sun looked at Ivan again, he saw a familiar scene. It was a strange space. It was like a cemetery, desolate and silent. 53 black stone tablets appeared in front of him. This is the burial place of gods. Ji-sun came to this mysterious space again and took a deep breath. He knew that he was about to get in touch with the ultimate secret of the Kashi civilization. The pieces of Forbidden Ruin stone tablets stood in front of him, and the mysterious inscriptions that he had been unable to understand before also flooded into his mind. It was like a puzzle with fragmented information. When they were connected together, a complete group came into view. It seemed that there was no flow of time here. Ji-sun didn't know how long he had been reading, but he only felt that even though he had ignited the divine fire, the huge amount of information pouring into his mind still made him feel stiff and exhausted. The stone tablet recorded the deeds of each demon god during his lifetime. The content of just one tablet seemed as long as a thick history book that would take countless years to read. Ji-sun knew that this was the history of the Card Master's plane. It was the traces of existence left by countless brilliant civilizations in time. But he did not read the deeds of those demon gods carefully, but first looked through the information left by the predecessors, like Emperor Lanlingster on the stone tablet. His thoughts scattered in his mind, and he took in all 53 stone tablets. At this glance, the ultimate secret of the world became clear to him for the first time. The brave man of the future, you can see the information I left behind. You must be the inheritor of the Joker sequence. Congratulations, you have touched the ultimate secret of this world. I have discovered the truth of the world and left it here. You can see that, which proves that you have the courage to face the despairing secret. Our Card Master plane is just a hunting ground for the Chronos Titans. The growth and advancement of extraordinary creatures is actually the process of absorbing the power of the universe and constantly strengthening themselves. This absorption has an upper limit after all. This upper limit is the plane itself. If you want to be promoted from the upper god level to the true god, you must absorb the original power of the entire plane. That will destroy the entire plane and exterminate all living things. This is the origin of the long-lasting struggle between the Kashi civilization and the Titans. When Ji-sun saw the words left by Lon Lingster, the missing cause and effect in his mind was instantly connected. Before the Talon Empire, there was a chaotic era when the old gods dominated the world. And before the chaotic era, there was also a Great Collapse era. The origin of the Kashi civilization came from that era. It was a terrifying era that only existed in legends, where the gods fought each other and caused the plane to collapse. People only knew that a shocking war took place in that ancient era, but they didn't know why that war happened. The names of the gods who died in the war that lasted for countless years were left on the 53 stone tablets, and what happened that year was also recorded. Ji-sun put the 53 stone tablets together, and a void appeared in front of him. This is not a peaceful void. The void is filled with various explosions, destruction and regeneration of an incomprehensible mysterious world. Countless powerful civilizations collided, the high-dimensional plane collapsed, and a small piece of debris flew out. Like the stars in the summer night sky, it is so small and so ordinary. This is the original Card Master plane. This is an ownerless small plane born in the broken universe. Because of the relics of the higher dimensional plane, as time goes by, creatures also appear on the plane. Humans, dragons, elves, dwarves, demons, and other intelligent life forms. The plane has a name. It is called Terran. It means hope. The creatures on the plane have also developed their own brilliant civilizations. Gods with condensed divinity have also appeared in the civilization. Until one day, a giant with golden patterns all over his body, that the gods of the Terran plane looked up to discover this ownerless plane during his patrol, and everything changed. That was the Chronos Titans, one of the most powerful upper gods in this universe. They regarded the new Terran plane as a hunting ground for the Titans. Countless Titans descended on this plane, enslaved all indigenous creatures including humans, and became the overlords of the plane. And a new plane with complete laws means that a true god can be born. The Titans also arranged suitable tribesmen to forcibly absorb the essence of the plane. Once a new Titan god appears, the Terran plane will be completely destroyed. A powerful human god saw through the Titans' conspiracy, and he led humans and all the planes to fight to the death. Then this powerful human god killed countless Titans, demons, evil gods, and surrendered traitors. He was called King Joker by later generations. Later, the Titans in the Terran plane found that they could not kill the increasingly powerful human god. Finally, a powerful Titan god descended on the plane. The battle was so fierce that it lasted for countless years. The plane collapsed, countless gods fell, and finally, Joker killed the Titan god with great magical powers. The Great Collapse era also came to an end. The blood of the Titan god's corpse permeated the plane and hid deep underground. When the true god died, the Titan's talent reversed the fall of the gods and gravity was upside down. Joker sealed his 7 godhoods and stored them in 7 spell pottery jars. In order to continue human civilization, Joker created a promotion system that allows humans to gain extraordinary power without faith. He used his partners, who fought side by side with him, and the corpses of the gods, who killed the enemies to create the 52 demon god sequences of the Kashi. This is the origin of the Kashi civilization. After that terrible war of gods, the Terran plane could no longer survive. The remaining humans and other creatures drilled into the ground from the cracks in the earth, and only then did they survive. Later, the remaining souls of the dead gods gathered again, and there was the Age of Chaos. all kinds of strange evil gods and old rulers. When Jisun saw this, the historical line of this world in his mind was finally complete. It turned out that the Kashi plane was really just an insignificant one among the countless planes in the universe. The world is so big, he murmured to himself. Chapter 610. This period of history has been erased by the Titans, with their great magical powers. I also got a glimpse of some of the hidden truths from the fragmented clues explored by my predecessors. The War of the Gods in the Great Collapse era shattered the Card Master plane. It seemed that the plane rules were broken, and the path to transcendence became extremely difficult. But this was the glimmer of hope that King Joker deliberately left for future generations. The broken plane space became very fragile, which made the risk of the Titans' arrival extremely great. Therefore, for countless years, no new Titans have descended. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a Titan true God who was seriously injured and fell asleep in the Card Master plane. The true God already has an eternal and immortal Godhead. No means in human cognition can kill a true God. This is why the King of Cards Joker has clearly killed his body, but can only seal his Godhead. Once the 7 Godheads gather together, the true God will wake up again. Jisun saw the words left by Emperor Lanlingster and exhaled deeply. He once again felt the feeling of standing on the shoulders of giants and overlooking the long river of history. Thanks to the lifelong exploration of the predecessors of the Kashi civilization, they learned the historical truth that had been erased. If it weren't for this passage, Jisun felt that even if he spent his entire life, he would not be able to see what happened in the Great Collapse era. The efforts of countless predecessors are like bricks, which give people in later generations the opportunity to see higher. Jisun was deeply moved at this moment. No matter the occupation card, demon mark, or demon secret technique he obtained, it was all because of the inheritance left by the predecessors of the Card Master civilization that he came to where he is now. Jisun also understood that the plane supervisor was not a powerful god, but a group that was so powerful that humans could not understand it. That group almost destroyed the entire Card Master plane by sending a true god at random. Jisun deciphered these contents from the stone tablet, and then realized the pressure that those Card Master predecessors had on their shoulders. That is also a suffocating feeling. It feels like there is a hunter village next to a well. Plane supervisor is the hunter who guards the well. Whenever the fat frog jumps out, it will be caught. King Ka blew up the well mouth, making it difficult for the strong hunter to go deeper into the well. So, it's okay to just shrink in the well and be a frog? No. There is also an alien monster that is always stealing water from the well. When he sucks the well water dry one day, all the creatures in it will have no way out. The dormant Titan god sealed by the King of Cards is the terrifying monster. This is also the ultimate dilemma of the Card Master plane. Jisun continued to read with awe and heavy heart. There is a crack on the jar that seals Scarlet Corruption Seades. It was destroyed by the Titan god with the last bit of divine power. This is also the fundamental reason why the 7 Lords of Natural Disasters leak out almost every era. Its purpose is to revive the will of the Titan god. It seems that this is the source of countless catastrophes in the Card Master plane, but in fact, this is also the extremely clever layout of the King of Cards before his fall. A true god, who cannot be killed, will wake up sooner or later. The existence of the 7 jars gave the Titans the most important reason not to go to the Card Master plane again. Because the sealed true god needs the original power of the Card Master plane to revive. For humans, an era is extremely long. But for the Titans, it is only the time required to nurture a true god. When Jisun saw this, he already understood what the 7 jars were all about. No wonder the 7 Lords of Natural Disasters would appear every once in a while in history, and no wonder one of the jars had a crack. So this is the situation. And the 7 Lords did not just come out to cause destruction, they were also absorbing the extraordinary characteristics of the plane. The 7 outer gods spread their faith, just like sowing seeds on the earth. When the seeds absorb enough nutrients, they will be harvested. Every time a natural disaster ravages, the power of the Titan god will be replenished. It is one step closer to recovery. As Jisun watched, the feeling of depression in his heart became heavier. If the 7 Lords of the Calamity cannot be killed, then they will surely plunder again and again, becoming stronger and stronger. It seems that the final resurrection of the true god is a foregone conclusion. Especially now. Lord of War and Disaster Monlian, Scarlet Corruption Seades, are plundering the southern continent, and it seems that they are unstoppable. So how to solve it? Jisun can think of this problem, and of course the predecessors have also thought of it. And I have been working hard. When I found that the Card Master plane was stuck in this deadlock, I have been looking for a way to break it. I originally thought of 2 ways. both of which have a chance to break this deadlock. The first is to sneak into other planes, which is why I have been looking for cracks to other planes for countless years. But the fact is that apart from finding a coordinate to the desolate area of the underworld, there is not much to gain. That coordinate can only allow a few humans to sneak into the underworld and be trapped there. But it can't solve the problem of the card master plane. Of course, I later found an unknown coordinate of the underworld. For this, I thought of a way. I originally had the opportunity to kill the golden dragon god Maladies, who attacked me, but I exiled him to that location. At the same time, I left some clues for his believers, waiting to summon him back. The dragon clan is particularly narrow-minded. Even if he really becomes a higher god, he will definitely come back for revenge. If he can't come back, it means that he died in the gap of that plane, and you don't need to explore later. If he returns, then that plane crack may be a new choice, and it can also serve as a warning to you who will see the inscription in the future. You should know that when you reach the rank of upper god, you will be noticed by the Titans. Also, life and death is a supreme and extraordinary balance. Ji-sun looked at the plan left by Emperor Lanlingster and suddenly realized it. He had guessed this before, and it turned out to be true. The dead dragon Merodes was deliberately exiled to the underworld by Emperor Lanlingster. But what Ji-sun didn't guess was that this was given to the exile to explore the way. If a pure-blooded dragon of a middle-level god goes to explore the way, if he can't survive, then there is no need for other people in the card master plane to explore it, and they will almost certainly die. Coming back means one more choice. But it's just a glimmer of hope. Ji-sun had asked Nanjing about the underworld before. The underworld is not so easy to go to, and it's not as easy to survive as imagined. The coordinates controlled by the High Priest Nan family feel like a deserted island in the sea. Although there are some supplies for people to survive, you can also find some underworld specialties. But there is no way to leave the island. There are too many terrifying beings in the deep sea. This does not solve the fundamental problem. Lanlingster is just an alternative plan. The second plan appeared on the inscription, so I am thinking that the second way is to kill the true god. Ji-sun certainly thought about it. But the former King of Cards Joker has never done it, so this plan is almost impossible to work. I have reached the upper limit of the card master plane, the upper god level. But I am sure that I still have no chance to kill a true god, but the King of Cards Joker in the Great Collapse era did it. At least he sealed the true god, and the truth was hidden. So, I went to look for the history that was erased by the Titans, and I actually found some clues. It turned out that this was related to the Joker sequence. When Ji-sun saw this, he also knew why he could see this text. Only he could see it. Because he was also a Joker sequence. The 4 black coffins were the divine objects left over from the high-dimensional plane at the beginning of the birth of the Card Master plane, and the source of the Card Master civilization. The 4 coffins are the foundation of the plane. You can understand them as the 4 pillars of building a house. The origin of the plane has the law of chaos, one of the supreme laws of the universe. This is why Joker can accommodate all paths. Therefore, only the creatures in the Card Master plane can see the 4 coffins and get recognition. Ji-sun thought of Ivan. No wonder this girl likes to be with me inexplicably. It turns out that it is because of the law of chaos. Once the 4 coffins are found, the upper chaos godhood can be condensed. Unfortunately, that history was hidden. When I learned about it, I had already been promoted to a higher god, and the path I took was just an incomplete law of chaos. It was difficult to change my practice direction. The most important thing is that I sensed that I had been targeted by the plane inspector, and I had no chance to try it. I leave this method to you, the brave man of the future. The reason why Emperor Lanlingster has never been promoted to a colored Joker is because of this. The countless mysteries in Ji-sun's heart were solved. But this is not enough. Even if the Titan God is sealed again, it still can't solve the problem. Later, I have been looking for a way to kill the Titan God. Once by chance, I read the message hidden on the stone tablet by a senior card master who disappeared in strength. Only then did I know that the original method had already been thought of by Senior Ka Huang, and the key to the arrangement was still on the 7 Lords of the Calamity. This is also the ultimate solution that Ka Huang Joker left for future generations to solve the problem. If the 7 Lords of the Calamity can revive the true god of Titan, then they can also be absorbed by the card master as extraordinary energy. Therefore, if the divine power of the 7 Lords of the Calamity can be absorbed, it means that it is possible to break through the upper limit of the plane and reach an unknown area. According to the information I have obtained from various relics, that level has a very powerful ability, that is, it can integrate the origin of the plane and make the plane become its own kingdom of God. At the beginning, Ka Huang should have reached this step, And then he had the strength to kill the true god. After the death of Emperor Ka, the origin of the plane also collapsed. I don't know how long it will take for a new origin of the plane space to be born again. 100,000 years? 200,000 years? I hope it's in time. When Ji-sun saw this content, his mind suddenly seemed to explode with inspiration. The picture formed by the 53 stone tablets became clear in his eyes. So that's it. Is the feast talent of the Joker sequence to absorb other extraordinary characteristics for its own use? Then the 7 lords of natural disaster can also be absorbed in theory. Originally, the source energy of the card master plane could only breed one true god, but the 7 lords of natural disaster were from outside. This means that Ji-sun now has better conditions than the king of cards back then. As long as he absorbs the 7 lords, he can reach a higher level than the king of cards back then. He may not have the ability to completely solve the Titan god. Thinking of this, Ji-sun took a breath. Only then did he see clearly a layout that lasted for several epochs. This is the chess player's terrifying layout ability. At the same time, he was also very moved that countless generations of card masters have worked little by little towards this common goal. But my current deduction can only see this step. Even if the Titan god is killed, what about the other Titans? What is outside the plane? This is still despairing. My cognition makes me unable to think of any solution. I don't have time either. I leave it to you, brave descendants. Before the dawn comes, someone must illuminate the darkness. Ji-sun read the words left by Lon Lingster, as if he had an invisible torch that illuminates the darkness. The dilemma of the card master plane is like a high wall that cannot see the scenery outside. Countless card master predecessors regarded themselves as bricks, piling up a pile of earth that is getting higher and higher for people to climb. Ji-sun felt that he might not be the one who solved the problem in the end, but he also had a sense of giving it a try even if it was just to add bricks and tiles. In addition to those about the truth of history, the Forbidden Ruin stele also recorded clues left by other predecessors. For countless years, the Joker sequence has had many successors. It's just that Lanlingster Station is at the highest altitude. That is also the ritual required for promotion to the color Joker, sacrificing oneself to the Black Coffin, and glimpsing the mystery of the Chaos Law. The 7 godheads will have their own consciousness, which is also an opportunity. Before they merge, each of them is an independent consciousness, and they will inevitably compete for the control of the main consciousness. As for the supervision, it is not completely impossible to crack it. The predecessors have used practice to test a method to avoid the supervision of the plane supervisor, that is, to use death to avoid death and become a shadow walking in the shadow. And saw some clues left by people I know. Nan Shinyu, the last high priest of Tarun Thaluo, the contemporary light chaser, and Old Man Su from various historical periods. Many. From the first day of traveling to this world, as a card master, Ji-sun was very curious about what was going on in this world. And it happened that the ultimate secret of the card master civilization was recorded on the Forbidden Ruin stele. Today I finally saw it. It was a kind of extreme refreshing feeling of sudden enlightenment. At the same time, I also felt the heaviness of history. He recorded the contents in his mind. He didn't know how long it had passed, but the scene in front of him gradually recovered and turned back to the second floor of the tavern. In front of him, Old Man Su was still eating and drinking. The wisdom in his eyes had disappeared, and he returned to the familiar vulgarity. Ivan also held his stomach, and competed with the old man to see who could eat more. Ji-sun was still digesting what he had just seen in his mind, and his eyes were a little distracted. Old Man Su seemed to have noticed something unusual, and looked up. Ji-sun, why are you looking at me like that? Little Ivan on the table also tilted his head to look, blinking with curiosity. She also sensed that Ji-sun in front of her seemed different. Ji-sun was stunned for a moment, then his eyes gradually focused and smiled. It's okay. I came here with nothing, so why should I be afraid of losing anything? If there is anything that is hard to give up, it is the partners and friends I have met along the way. But it is precisely because I have something I want to protect that I am more determined to solve that problem. Old Man Su looked at the change in his expression and asked inexplicably, Do you want my help? Ji-sun smiled and shook his head, saying, No. If my plan fails, someone needs to know what happened. At this moment, he also understood why Emperor Lanlingster did not ask Old Man Su for help even in a desperate situation. One reason was that even if he resisted the siege of the Dragon Clan, he still could not escape the cleansing of the plane supervisor. And the most important point was that the card master civilization needed someone to pass it on. 7 lords of natural disaster. Every time they plundered the plane, it was actually the Titans' cleansing of the Kashi civilization, artificially interrupting the inheritance of civilization. Old Man Sue is the most important backup to ensure the continuation of civilization. 2 days passed in a flash. Ji-sun led 2 disciples to wait outside the city of Tennis for a long time. At this time, 2 people in cloaks appeared quietly. When Darcy saw the people coming, he immediately bowed and saluted, "Hello, master's wife." Seeing this, Isabel beside him was confused and had no idea who the 2 people in front of him were, but she also shouted, "Hello, master's wife." Hearing this address, the 2 cloaked men seemed a little surprised. When they lifted their cloaks, 2 beautiful faces were revealed. They were Chujio and Nanjing, who came from the East Wasteland. Chujio still had that cold and beautiful expression that kept strangers away. The pressure and domineering brought by the royal fate added a bit of the coldness of the Ice Queen. Miss Ballhead also matured a lot. Her every move revealed the calmness of a high priest. However, when she saw Ji-sun, Nanjing did not hide his joy in his heart. Ji-sun opened his arms and gave the bald-head lady a warm hug. "The last time we met was more than a year ago. Long time no see." "Yes, long time no see. By the way, Ji-sun, why did you ask us to come to the South Continent? And you are so mysterious. Be my queen? Oh, why do you suddenly say this? I am the high priest, and you can't be the queen. You can ask Sister Chujio." After receiving the person, the few of them walked towards Tennis City at an unhurried pace. Now that Chujio and the others have arrived, it's time to prepare for the coronation ceremony. Behind the 3 of them, 2 disciples were very tactful and didn't follow the teacher too closely. But Isabel didn't quite understand the relationship and asked in a low voice as they walked, "Stupid Darcy, which one is the master's wife?" "Darcy, both of them." "Ah?" Hearing this, Isabel's expression was slightly strange, and she asked again, "From the East Wasteland?" Darcy knew what his junior sister was thinking, and said, "These 2 masters' wives are very, very powerful." Upon hearing what her senior brother said, Isabel was immediately in awe and could only mutter quietly, "The teacher's wives are all so beautiful." She used to be very confident about her appearance, but after meeting several of the teacher's wives, she found that her appearance was really not outstanding at all. It would be fine if they were just good-looking, but they were all very strong. So strong that people looked up to them.